Hokage Give Me a Face, Chapter 1-20. Chapter 1 _ Give Me Face. My name is Yison. My name is Shimura-zan in this life. I am a ninja in Konoha. My father in this life doted on me so much that he even gave me whatever I wanted. But I always felt awkward. After all, my father was one of the de facto rulers of Konoha, Shimura Danzo. When watching anime in his previous life, Danzo gave him the impression that he was vicious and vicious. For the benefit of Konoha and himself, no matter how dark he was, he could do the darkest things. The sense of contrast made it difficult for Yison to adapt for several years. The energetic voice in the class was constantly teaching the class. Yison rested his chin with his left hand, lowered his head slightly and lost his mind, silently thinking about Hokage's plot and strange life. It's been a few years since Sarutobi Hiruzen became the third generation of Hokage, and the three Tsunade Orochimaru must have become Jonin. I'm in the first year of ninja school this year, so the second ninja war should be a few years away, right? Hokage Chronicle in the previous life was vague, and it was impossible to determine when the outbreak occurred. Inexplicably, Yison felt a sense of crisis. Danzo has never heard of having a son in his previous life. Is his appearance a coincidence or inevitable? If it is inevitable, then the wheel of history will slowly push, and I will eventually disappear into the vast time. That is to say, one day, I will die because of something, and there is no record of my previous life. Any information. Just as Yison was thinking silently, a stream of air sounded with a slight sound of breaking the air. Yison raised his head subconsciously, and saw a white thing coming. Snapped. Ouch. Forehead was in severe pain, and after a while, a small yuhi bag appeared. When he came back to his senses, he found that the third generation of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was standing on the podium angrily, and then the whole class burst into laughter. Shimura-zan, you said, what did I just say? Sarutobi was furious. He managed to find time to come to the school to teach students, but found that the son of his old rival was deserting in class. Sarutobi didn't deliberately target Yison, he just had a feeling of hating iron for not making steel. Yison also understood this. He giggled and covered his head, pretending to be pitiful. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be distracted, I'm sick and have a headache. Quote. Headache. Sarutobi glanced around suspiciously, and found that most of the students in the class were holding their breath, as if they were about to burst into laughter in the next moment. He rarely came to the school and didn't understand the reason, but he also felt something tricky. Since you have a headache, go to the school doctor to see it and issue a certificate, and you can go home and rest. I'm sorry, Mr. Sarutobi, it's because the school doctor can't issue a certificate that gives me a headache. Ha 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 ha. The whole class burst into laughter, making Sarutobi's face even more ugly. He angrily pointed at the door and yelled at Yison, get out. As a third-generation Hokage, Sarutobi is very busy. He left the school after 2 hours of lectures in Class A of the first grade. Shaking his middle finger at Sarutobi's back, Yison held his head high and walked into the classroom like a general victorious. As expected, the whole class paid high respect to this guy who dared to provoke 3 generations of Hokage. Hey, little son, am I handsome today? Yison patted the shoulders of the classmates in the front row, his face full of pride. It's not handsome at all. Master Hokage's theory class is very important. I have learned a lot from today's class. The boy who Yison called little son turned around and smiled brightly. The voice is a bit girly. That's right, sitting in front of Yison is the future 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Not only him, but also Yamanaka Inoichi, Akamichi Choza, Nara Shikaku, Inazuka Claw and Uchiha Makoto from Class A of the first grade. Che, it's not fun at all. Good students can't find girlfriends. Yison looked at Namikaze Minato with contempt, and then returned to his seat. He raised his hand carelessly to the left and grabbed a small, white and tender jade hand. Makoto, am I good today? I was caught off guard by the small hand, and a smear of Uchiha appeared on Uchiha Makoto's cheek. She struggled lightly, but after realizing that she couldn't break free from Yison's hand, the Uchiha on her face became more and more hazy. Gee, Shimura classmate, you're amazing today. Makoto, who was being eaten by Yison and had a gentle personality, was a little overwhelmed, like a little white rabbit who fell into the wolf's claws, looking very moving. However, there will never be a shortage of heroes saving beauty in the world. At this moment, a boy came over from the aisle with a grim expression and Uchiha's fan on his black clothes. Shimura-san, let go of Makoto's hand. She is my boss Fugaku, the woman appointed by the next Uchiha chief. If you don't want to die, let me go immediately. This guy named Uchiha Star stared at Yison coldly, and a burst of chakra close to Genin burst out. For the first-year students of the ninja school, this amount is enough to sweep the classroom and destroy all civilians including Namikaze Minato. The students were suppressed, and even the 3 Ino Shikacho, who were born in the big family, were discolored. As expected of the Uchiha family, they are the same age as us, but they have such a terrifying chakra. Nara Shikaku frowned. He knew Yison's background well. If Uchiha Star really beat Yison, it would be troublesome. As a Konoha think tank, Nara Shikaku has been required to read and study since he was a child. He has read more than half of the secret books in the family, knowing that Danzo has inherited the will of the second generation of Hokage, and always finds ways to target the Uchiha family. He opened his mouth and was about to persuade him to fight, but Uchiha Shin suddenly turned his head, staring at him with cold eyes, blocking everything he was going to say. Powerlessness is Shikaku's mentality at the moment. He sighed softly, knowing in his heart that a child raised by Danzo would never compromise. Just as Uchiha Star turned to look at Shikaku, Yison narrowed his eyes and smiled, like a harmless sheep. Suddenly, the sheep turned into a tiger. A blue light circle, like a wave, rushed towards the Uchiha Star frantically. Boom! The air vibrated, forming ripples that spread around, and the arrogant Star Uchiha just felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and his body flew out uncontrollably. Click! The classroom shook slightly, and a crack appeared on the wall. Star Uchiha stared in disbelief as he slowly slipped off the wall. He knelt on the ground, trembling all over, his hands on his stomach, his face contorted in excruciating pain. 7 years old when he was hit by this terrifying blow, and he almost fainted in pain. Fortunately, Uchiha's family training since he was a child allowed him to control the chakra covering his abdomen and back at the last minute. Even so, he lost it. All ability to act. Blood kept dripping from the corners of his mouth, his eyes were still vicious, and Uchiha's arrogance made him not bow his head even if he died. It happened too suddenly, and Yison's violence shocked everyone in the classroom. Just when the whole classroom was quiet, Teacher Chunin, who was in the next class, finally came over. What are you doing? What are you guys doing? Shimura-san, you did it. It's just insane. You almost killed your classmate. The teacher rushed in to quickly check Uchiha's injuries, and after treating him in the simplest way, his face turned ashen. Shimura-san, suspected of killing a classmate, follow me to Hokage's office. Don't go. What? I said, don't go. As if nothing happened, Yison patted his clothes, looking calm. An ethereal aura emanated from his body, forming a golden field, but no one could see it. Shin Uchiha, Teacher Duanmu, give me some face, and let this matter pass like this. Chapter 2_Storm. The Face Fruit, a fruit that has never appeared in One Piece. In the previous life, Yison was a pseudo-house and liked anime, but he didn't watch much anime. Whenever there is a Comic-Con in his city, he will go to the Comic-Con, even if he doesn't buy anything. It's good to see girls. How did he die? Not being hit by a car, nor being electrocuted, but being induced by a cute girl to buy a cake in the shape of a devil fruit with 1,000 oceans at the Comic-Con. Perhaps feeling cheated, blood loss, and Yison's anger, I swallowed the cake in one go and choked to death. The fact is so bloody. When Yison came to the world of Hokage, he was surprised to find that he actually possessed the power of fruit. Not only that, but he also had a system in his mind. He didn't know this at first, until one night when he was 3 years old, he found a screen in his dream. He speculated that this should be the legendary golden finger, the system. In other fan novels, this screen is imprinted in the mind, can't speak, has no intelligence, like a virtual computer screen with Yison's data listed on it. Yison, human. Occupation, ninja. Abilities, face fruit, clone technique, white, substitute technique, white, transformation technique, white, futon, wind style. Vacuum sphere, white, futon, wind style. Wind cut, white. It's that simple, and then there's nothing left. Yison studied for several years and tried countless methods, but he didn't make any progress. The screen was left alone and engraved in his mind. Just when he learned a new ninjutsu, the learned ninjutsu would automatically appear on the screen, even the one above white. He didn't understand what it meant either. The ability of the face fruit is not depicted on the screen. Give face was researched by Yison himself, forming a golden field with all favorable factors such as strength and power. Field can suppress people whose overall score is weaker than you, that is, give face, but if the opponent is stronger than you, has a deeper background than you, or doesn't care about the name Shimura Danzo at all, you can, don't give face, and trigger the face fruit the second ability. As Danzo's own son, this body's natural cultivation speed is very fast, plus the soul from the 21st century, under the guidance of Danzo, Yison's strength has reached the level of genin. Uchiha star is not as strong as Yison. Duanmu teacher is just a commoner chunin, afraid of Danzo's name, and finally makes Yison's face fruit successfully launched. Uchiha star quietly admitted to the hospital. Duanmu teacher also seems to have nothing happened. Normal lectures began. Class, get out of class, class. Yison was disgusted by the boring and unchanging pattern in his student days. He glanced out the window, a piece of cherry blossoms fell on the windowsill, and was suddenly blown away by the breeze. What a boring class. Yison moved his body lazily, supported his head with one hand, his eyes wandered, his thoughts wandered, and after a while, a slight snoring sounded. Makoto, who was sitting beside him, found helplessly that this strong and bad guy. I touched my hand before, but now I fell asleep carelessly and there was a trace of dream saliva flowing from the corner of my mouth. But the way this guy sleeps. He's really cute. Makoto silently stared at Yison's profile, just staring at it like this, unprecedented and distracted. When Yison woke up again, the sunset was already yuhi, and teacher Duanmu announced the dismissal of school. Yison yawned lazily, opened his eyes, and found a delicate little face in front of him. The cheeks with a little baby fat were extremely cute. Yison was stunned, and subconsciously pinched his cheeks. Go. Oops, what are you doing? The tender little hands grabbed Yison to prevent the other party from rubbing his face further. Makoto was ashamed and annoyed, and his big eyes were full of anger. Girls in the Hokage world are generally precocious. Although Uchiha Makoto is young, she also understands some relationships between men and women. As early as before, when Yison touched her hand, she felt extremely shy, but she was gentle in nature and was not good at rejecting and expressing. When Yison made more intimate actions, she couldn't help it after all. What am I doing? I'm pinching you, Makoto, you're so stupid. My actions are so obvious, and you still ask me what I'm doing. Yison said with a smile, releasing Makoto's cheeks. Holding her hand, Makoto, your hand is so smooth and tender, will you let me touch it later? I'm not stupid. Also, it's not good. Shimura classmate, you're too bad. Being molested by Yison, Makoto's face was like Yuhi's, and she didn't know where the strength came from. She broke free. Yison's claws rushed out of the door in a flash, and a faint chakra appeared under his feet, followed by a wave of fluctuations, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Being bullied and stimulated by Yison, Makoto actually mastered the basic application of chakra unknowingly. I have to say that as the granddaughter of the contemporary chief elder of the Uchiha family, Makoto's talent is very good. The students in the classroom left one after another. Namikaze Minato and Yison went different ways. After saying hello, they left alone. Yison glanced at the classroom and found that this generation of Ino Shikacho was still in the classroom. Hesitantly, he walked over slowly. Hello, Shikaku, Inoichi, Choza, let's go back together. Yison's initiative made Shikaku hesitant. As Konoha's think tank, Shikaku is young, but he understands the difference in Konoha's power. Rationally, Sarutobi's direct family can't get too close to Shimura's family, but at this moment Shikaku he was always just a child. No matter how smart he was, his emotions still prevailed. The strength of Yison's performance today made Shikaku admire him from the bottom of his heart. Well, then, let's go back together. Shikaku nodded, and Inoichi and Choza, who were Shikaku's lead, naturally would not object. After the four of them left the school, they chatted along the way, and Yison was mostly talking, and the other three were listening. This also made the three of them realize that Yison, whether it is ninjutsu or taijutsu, or even the various historical secrets of the ninja world, there are extraordinary insights. Inoichi and Choza only think that Yison is powerful, but Shikaku can't help but be surprised, frowning slightly, and his thoughts appear to be scattered. Most of the Konoha family live in the south of Konoha. The Ino Shikacho families are close together, but the Shimura family is farther away. The three separated at the intersection. It was only at this moment that Shikaku woke up from his contemplation. That, Shimura-san. Uchiha Makoto has a considerable position in the Uchiha clan. Your behavior today has always been a bit too much. Also, you have to be careful about Uchiha Fugaku. According to my father, this person has been designated as the next patriarch by the Uchiha clan. You should pay more attention to yourself. Shikaku's words made Yison stunned for a moment, and then he smiled casually. He understood that today's goodwill was not in vain. From Shikaku's reminder, it can be seen that the other party is a good person and a friend who can be made. Thank you for your reminder. Don't worry, I have arranged this matter myself. Yison waved at the three of them, turned around and walked to another road. With his back to the three of them, the smile on the corner of his mouth gradually calmed down, and information about Uchiha Fugaku appeared in his mind. Uchiha Fugaku, 14 years old, elite chunin, serving as Konoha police squad leader. So what? Better not mess with me, otherwise. Chapter 3 Danzo is a loving father, I can't believe it. Shimura's house is far from the center of Konoha, and after a 20-minute journey, Yison finally returned home. Opening the door, the smell of meat overflowed from the kitchen. Yison's face froze, and a sense of awkwardness rose again in his heart. Can you be awkward? It's none other than the worst and darkest person in Konoha, Shimura Danzo. Danzo in this era hasn't gotten Sharingan, and he doesn't look down on the Uchiha family at all when his strength is at its peak. You must know that there are 6 disciples of the second generation of Hokage, and only Danzo can compete with Sarutobi for Hokage. What does this mean? This means that Danzo's strength has also reached Kage level. Pity that Kage level is also divided into grades. Sarutobi, who has the name of Ningxiang, is 30% higher than Danzo. However, now the most important thing is not this. Why is Danzo cooking in an apron? You are the big boss of Konoha. You are the leader of the root, and your temperament. Yison roared in his heart. Having nothing to say to this cheap old man, he walked to the kitchen step by step. His nose twitched, the aroma was even worse, and his stomach growled involuntarily. Hungry. Go wash your hands first, and eat in a while. Danzo rubbed Yison's head. His doting look made Yison doubt again whether the world was Hokage. The mother of this life died of dystocia when he was born. The two father and son depended on each other. Although the family hired a nanny who specialized in cooking, if the other party could not come due to any special circumstances, Danzo would cook. In the past 7 years, Danzo's cooking has happened several times, but this kind of weird scene made Yison complain every time. But I have to say that Danzo's cooking skills are very good, comparable to the professional chefs in previous lives. How was school today? Dinner table. Danzo started his daily care. Yison thought that he had beaten Uchiha and bullied Makoto. He was chewing for a moment, and said unnaturally, "Well, it's okay, the old monkey came to the school to give a lecture, I pissed him off half to death," Yison said while chewing, and he quickly swallowed a large rice ball into his stomach. "What are you angering Sarutobi for? You kid isn't just venting your anger for me, right?" Danzo's so-called venting naturally refers to the failure to compete for Hokage. For this, Yison just turned to Byakugan and mercilessly attacked. "Your strength is weaker than Sarutobi, and your temperament is not comparable to him, so you failed to compete for Hokage. It's an inevitable event, so I won't be angry for you." Being hit by Yison, Danzo was immediately embarrassed. He scratched his head and laughed, not knowing what to say for a while. This is the current Danzo. Maybe he is still strong outside, maybe he is still the leader of the murderous root, but at home, he has become a kind father among kind fathers. Even if he is beaten and despised by Yison, he is just laughing. Not angry either. After eating a meal amid the usual blows, Yison took a short rest before starting the arduous training. For this, Danzo didn't give in, and was very strict with Yison. This is a world where strength is paramount, and it is also a world where life is like a must. Since the establishment of the ninja school, no matter anyone, any child of any family must attend the ninja school, graduate, and be assigned to the official formation of Konoha. At this moment, Sarutobi is in his prime. No matter his strength or means, he is extremely powerful. Danzo can't use his private power to protect Yison. He understands even more that he can't protect Yison all his life. Good way. Yison also understands this and has no objection to Danzo's high-pressure teaching. As an otaku from the 21st century, he has finally come to an interesting world, and Yison's ambition has also burned. If he wants to become the strongest, he wants to do whatever he wants. He knows that only absolute strength can achieve the goal in his heart. Fortunately, Yison has a face fruit and a system. Although he has no use for it so far, he has never given up the ability to develop the fruit, nor the system. He believes that one day in the future, these two things will definitely be given to him. Bring about dramatic changes. Boom. Teacup turned into pieces and splashed, causing the crows on the eaves to fly in terror. Uchiha Fugaku, who was wearing a Chunin vest, clenched his fists tightly. Although he was only 14 years old, his face showed ruthlessness that did not match his age. Shimura Gen. There is no impermeable wall in the world. Although Yison used the power of the face fruit to force Uchiha and the teacher to shut up, but there were so many people in Class A of the first grade, some gossip quickly reached Fugaku's ears. The marriage with the granddaughter of the elder is imperative. This is an extremely important step for me to control the Uchiha family in the future. Not to mention your son of Shimura Danzo, even if you are the son of Sarutobi, you are not allowed to destroy my plan. In this case, the shadows of the Uchiha tribe fluttered, and in the backyard of Shimura's house, Yison was lying on the ground sweating profusely. Beside him stood Danzo with a stern face. The loving father in his life became a hellish strict teacher in practice. Get up. No way, the chakra has been used up, and the stamina is also used up, I'm almost exhausted. HMPH, that's all that perseverance. Bah, dead old man, you are a cage-level powerhouse bullying the first-year students of the ninja school, are you embarrassed? Do you want your face? Don't make excuses, this world is inherently unfair. You will become Chuninjanin in the future, and you will encounter stronger enemies when you go out on a mission. Stand up, you must persevere, or you will be greeted by death. Danzo tensed his face, cage-level chakra burst out with murderous intent. At that moment, Yison only felt cold hands and feet, an indescribable feeling came to his mind from the back of his spine, his pupils shrank sharply, and the reflected world became more and more faint. He's going to kill me. He's going to kill me. Forced by murderous aura, Yison's thinking was thrown into confusion. He forgot his identity in the backyard of his home. He felt that he had fallen into a dark abyss. Brain pierced. System screen, in his mind still did nothing, and he could not rely on external things. At this moment, Yison's heart changed qualitatively. What fruit ability, what false system, it turns out that my heart is the same as the previous life. I am still an ordinary otaku, and I have no determination to give everything to become stronger. Even if I encounter an enemy, I am still a garbage. I want to become stronger. Even if there is no fruit ability, even if there is no system, I have to become stronger, because I am an omnipotent transmigrator. As if something exploded from the body, an infinite force poured into the weak body. Yison's eyes widened angrily, his right hand slammed the ground into the air, swirled, and kicked him with all his strength. Boom! Blue-veined hand firmly grasped the attacking foot. Danzo looked at Yison silently, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with infinite love and relief. As expected of my son, is your body overdrawn? Get a good night's sleep. I think it will be fine tomorrow. Hearing Danzo's voice, Yison suddenly felt a wave of tiredness rushing in. He closed his eyes gently, and his last thoughts turned into chaos and vanished. Chapter 4 _ the second ability, Duel. The next morning. I'm full. Yison waved at Danzo and started a day trip to school. Walking in the empty alley, Yison hummed a little song and was in a very good mood. Danzo last night, chakra finally broke through to reach the elite genin level. I don't know what medicine Danzo used for him. The overdraft outbreak that would have had sequelae was repaired overnight. Not only that, Yison felt that his control of chakra had doubled, and futon wind style. Wind cut such AC level ninjutsu was even more easily picked up. Originally, there was a genin level taijutsu, and he also received a lot of attention. Small boost. Huh, what is this? Yison paused and stopped in the middle of the alley. His eyes were dazed, and his mind was immersed in his mind. Heart of the Strong White can increase the release speed and power by 100% in 1 second. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, demonic illusion are all effective. Is this him? Get rich. Yison was extremely excited. A new skill appeared on the system screen in his mind. He guessed that it should be related to the practice last night, but the concept was different. This is an active skill, which is a skill that does not exist in the Hokage world. At that moment, Yison understood how to use the skill. He couldn't explain it clearly, it was mysterious, but he just understood how to release the skill. Yison stood stupidly in the alley, but did not know that at this moment, 10 meters in front of the alley, several ninjas were ambushed in the grass, each with Uchiha fans printed on their clothes. Captain, did he find out? Why did he stop in place? Uchi Namikaze Rei, are you an idiot? How could a first-year kid at a mere ninja school find us? HMPH, you are an idiot, but don't forget, he is Danzo's son, and he defeated Uchiha with one punch. Although he is only a Jonin school, I guess his strength has reached Genin. Genin. Hee, Uchi Namikaze, can't you bet, if he has Genin strength, I'll eat shit, if not, you eat. Enough, you two idiots. The man at the front of the ambush had a gloomy face. He was not as old as the two behind him, but his gloomy voice made the two behind him shrink their necks and were very afraid. Sorry, Boss Fugaku. Boss, I was just joking. Humph. Fugaku snorted coldly, watching Yison still standing not far away in a daze. He finally couldn't hold back the anger in his heart, stood up suddenly, and strode out. Huh. The sudden movement woke Yison. He looked forward suspiciously, and frowned when he found that 3 ninjas wearing Uchiha clothes were blocking the road. Are you, Uchiha Fugaku? Exactly. Fugaku raised his chin slightly. He was much taller than Yison at the age of 14, and with that expression, he seemed dismissive. Fugaku does have disdain capital. As the captain of the Konoha Security Department, the elite Chunin, he doesn't care about the children in the ninja school. If it weren't for Shimura Danzo's reputation, he wouldn't even go out and instruct a few clansmen at will. Using the power of the police department to give Yison an accusation and solve Yison. But even if he had the name of Danzo, Fugaku would not be afraid. Uchiha and Danzo have never dealt with it. As the next patriarch of Konoha's largest clan, Uchiha, it would be no problem to give Yison some hardship. Elite Chunin, and 2 elite Genins, Uchiha Fugaku, you really look up to me. Yison sneered, without any fear in his heart. He raised his finger and pointed to the 2 ninjas behind Fugaku, a golden light that was invisible to outsiders. A square force field enveloped everyone. Uchiha Fugaku dares to do something to me. What is your identity? Dare to do something to me. Give me face today, and I will give you 2 faces. Get out now, forget about this, otherwise. The fruit ability was activated, and as expected, 2 ordinary Uchihas, how dared to provoke Yison. The 2 of them did not hesitate for a long time, then bowed to Fugaku, turned and left the alley. Trash. Fugaku's originally gloomy face became even more gloomy. He did not retain it. In his heart, these 2 were no longer qualified to stay in Uchiha. The reason why he brought people here is just to show his pomp. With the strength of his elite Chunin, is he still afraid of Yison, the little guy in the ninja school? Fugaku is a person who loves face very much. All Konoha know that Makoto is his default woman, but Yison's behavior of hooking up Makoto is to lose his face, and the behavior of forcing the 2 subordinates away makes Fugaku even more. He made up his mind to teach Yison a lesson, at least, to break a hand. Okay, let's go. These 2 wastes are afraid of your Shimura family. I'm not afraid. You continue. I want to see if you have the ability to force me away. At that moment, the golden force field shattered, and the fragments in the air tumbled. It was true for a moment, and then condensed again. Only Yison could see that the sky of the whole alley turned Yuhi color. Face Fruit's second ability, Duel. Don't give face, just duel. Yison didn't know the effect of the second ability, because those who gave Yison face could not trigger the second ability, and those who did not give Yison face were all powerful guys. Yison once used the face fruit on Sarutobi, Danzo and others. After triggering the second ability, Yison was unable to defeat the opponent, and every time he failed to activate his ability. Only this time, Yison provokes a person who is not afraid of Shimura Danzo, but his strength is not very strong, the elite Chunin. As long as he defeats the opponent, the mystery that has plagued him for 7 years can be solved. Looking at Uchiha Fugaku with a long face in front of him, Yison's body gradually began to shake, not afraid. Rather excited. The excitement of challenging the strong, the excitement of detecting the ability of the fruit, and having the heart of the strong, he is no longer afraid. Chapter 5_Leapfrog Battle. Elite Chunin and Elite Genin. For example, Kakashi of Elite Jonin fights Iruka of Elite Chunin, and the fight is resolved in minutes. Shoo! The 6 kunai swept across the void and appeared in front of Yison in an instant. Yison was not in a hurry. Blue chakra emerged from the soles of his feet, tapped the ground, and his body floated into the air like a gust of wind, easily dodging the attack. Clang clang. The sound of 6 paths sounded almost at the same time, and kunai, who was flying in parallel, suddenly turned and shot into the air. To solve you, just 1 move is enough. Uchiha Fugaku stared at Yison in midair, his eyes full of cruelty. Generally, ninjas will habitually jump into the air in the face of kunai attacks. Fugaku added 6 more powerful kunais to the back while sending out the kunai. He grasped the timing very well. In an instant, the kunai in the back happened to hit the end of the kunai in front, not only transmitting the force to the front of the kunai to increase the speed, but also turning the kunai upwards, forming a siege to Yison. The face of the crisis, Yison's face was calm. With his right hand on his waist, he silently took out a strangely shaped knife, and then glanced at Uchiha Fugaku not far away. The mocking eyes made Fugaku feel a little bad in his heart. Click. Blue light flashed, and a beautiful semicircle appeared in the air. The six-handled steel kunai turned into pieces and floated. Yison landed on the ground unscathed, and the knife in his hand flashed with spiked chakras from time to time. This is a chakra knife. You actually know the wind-type chakra nature transformation. How is it possible? Genin, how can master nature transformation be possible? Fugaku was shocked. This time, he was really shocked. You know, as an elite chunin, he doesn't have master chakra nature transformation, but Yison, who is like an ant in his eyes, has actually mastered such a high-end technology. Indeed, if no one teaches, no matter how talented Yison is, it is impossible to master nature transformation, but he has a good father, Shimura Danzo. Danzo has no blood, can become a cage-level powerhouse. He is a super genius, but unfortunately, this world only recognizes the first place, and his light is covered by the more talented Sarutobi. Even so, Danzo's strength is also very strong, and the most important thing is that Danzo has only one attribute, that is, the wind attribute. Although he can cultivate additional attributes after becoming Jonin, Danzo believes that the wind attribute is the strongest, and he does not have additional attributes. After decades of immersion in it, his research and development of wind properties has reached the pinnacle. Wouldn't Danzo Rasengan? Rather than saying no, it would be better to say that he does not have innovative thinking in this regard, and after Minato created Rasengan in the future, he would not bother to learn an A-level ninjutsu. As for the futon wind style Rasengan that adds attribute changes, he will not be able to Sage Mode, as people use this trick purely to court death. In this era, if the three generations of Raikage represent the strongest Raiden thunder style, Sarutobi represents the strongest Kaden fire style, then Danzo represents the strongest futon wind style, and futon wind style alone. The use and understanding of the game is stronger than the three generations of Kazekage who play with sand and iron. As the son of Danzo, Yison also has a good futon wind style strength. Due to the limitation of Genin chakra, Yison only learned 2C level futon wind style, which does not mean that he is weak. At least he learned the nature transformation that only Jonin can do. What? Uchiha Fugaku, scared, want to use Sharingan? Yison chuckled, and the mocking look made Fugaku even more angry. He snorted and said disdainfully, Sharingan. What are you kidding me? The garbage from the mere ninja school is eligible for me to use Sharingan. Very good, that's what you've been waiting for. Yi Xuanxu narrowed his eyes, and a glimmer of pride flashed in his pupils. Most people in the Uchiha family were naturally arrogant. As the next patriarch, Fugaku was surrounded by flattering people. His arrogance was stronger than anyone else's. Once something is promised, it is absolutely impossible to change it. The Uchiha family can become the strongest bloodstain in Konoha and even the ninja world. Naturally, it makes sense. Don't look at the original book. It seems that only Susanoo is awesome, but in fact, they can see through the flow of chakra, copy ninjutsu, see through attacks, and apply demonic illusion. Together, these abilities are perfect. Using provocation to force Fugaku not to use Sharingan, Yison knew that it was time for him to take action. His strength was weaker than the opponent's. Futon wind style. Vacuum sphere. A few light blue wind bullets spit out from Yison's mouth. Under his precise control of chakra, the wind circle spun, blocking Uchiha Fugaku's retreat in all directions. Instead, it has an amazing effect. Tips for carving bugs. Seeing the wind blowing, Uchiha Fugaku snorted disdainfully, quickly hand seal with both hands, leaned back, a violent chakra surging around him. The next second, the temperature suddenly became hot, a fireball with a diameter of 3 meters. Takes up an entire alley. Kaden fire style grand fireball. Rumbling. The wind bomb collided with the fireball and blew the surface of the fireball to pieces. However, the fireball did not shatter and disappear, but after swallowing the wind bomb, it moved forward quickly. Caught you. The gloomy voice sounded in his ears. Yison was shocked, and found that he still underestimated Chunin's speed. He only felt a cold breath rushing up his back, and in the next instant, Kobo pierced Yison's back. Boom! White fog dissipated, and Uchiha Fugaku's face was not surprised at all. He turned his head to look at the grass not far away, and found Yison, who was holding the hand seal with both hands. Nice stand-in, but how many times can you dodge? No need to hide, I'm not necessarily worse than you in terms of physical skills. Chapter 6 _ Blast a Book. Boom! With a dull cracking sound, Yison stomped on his feet. His whole body was like an arrow from a string, and he quickly approached Uchiha Fugaku with the breath of being brave and not afraid of death. Clang! A harsh sound rang out, and the oscillating sound waves spread around, pressing the flowers and plants to sway, and the dust piled up. The thorn-like wind attribute chakra is constantly flickering, and the strangely shaped chakra knife and kunai are completely still at this moment. Yison took a big step with his right foot, leaned his arm forward to ultimate, and kept his weight on his right leg. Uchiha Fugaku's body leaned back slightly, and he held Kobo in his right hand to maintain a block. He relied on his chakra, directly used chakra to protect kunai from being broken. It's a good dash, but genin is genin, even if you can achieve nature transformation, even if you have a chakra knife, you are still genin. Is that so? Yison sneered. His body suddenly burst into a light blue light, he bent his left foot slightly, and his knee suddenly exerted force. Boom! The ground shook, the cyan wind suddenly exploded, and a powerful thrust made Yison's exhausted rush break out again. Uchiha Fugaku's pupils shrank sharply, the kunai wrapped in chakra shattered in an instant. The crisis came, he tried his best to shift his body, a burst of pain invaded his mind. He bit Kiba tightly, and rolled his head into the grass next to him. Boom! Yison, wrapped in the strong wind, slammed into the wall behind Fugaku, knocking down the entire wall, and a lot of dust filled the air, covering it for half a day. What kind of ninjutsu was that just now? Futon, wind style, released all over the body. No, maybe it's just turning chakra into a wind attribute. What a scary kid. Fugaku stared at the dust, and was extremely vigilant. He knew that Yison, who was protected by Futon, wind style, would not be knocked unconscious by the violent impact. As expected, a few seconds later, Yison walked out of the wall unscathed. Came out. Yo, Fugaku, why are you injured? Yison laughed, deliberately swiping his right arm with his left hand. Fugaku, do you dare to do such an action? Dare? Of course not. Although he escaped the serious injury, Yison's deliberate blow still caused serious damage to Uchiha Fugaku. Starting from the back of his hand, a deep blood stain extended to his shoulders, the flying skin, the overflowing blood, and the bones were clearly visible. This hand is temporarily unavailable. The second attack of the wind attribute blessing is incredible. Fugaku is only an elite chunin. Without Sharingan, his response was much slower, which made him angry and a little regretful in his heart. Thinking of this, Uchiha Fugaku took a light breath and slowly closed his eyes. When he opened it again, the pupil Yuhi and two black tomo circled around the eyeball. Sharingan. Didn't you say that you don't need a Sharingan to deal with the rubbish of the mere ninja school? I didn't expect that the arrogant Uchiha would be the next patriarch, and there would be a day when he didn't say anything. Boy, don't provoke me, you'd better think about how to beg me for mercy for a while, maybe, kneel down and kowtow a few times, and I will consider letting you go. The white medical bandage flew into the air and quickly wrapped the blood-stained right arm. Uchiha Fugaku stared at Yison fiercely, with a yin seal on his left hand. He took a deep breath, and the space was hot again. Kaden, fire style, fierce dragon flame jutsu. A huge fire dragon formed by the condensed flames quickly rushed towards Yison. Yison reluctantly jumped into the air. Seeing that Fugaku rushed up at the right time, he immediately turned his waist, and the wind element chakra was on his calf, and suddenly kicked to the side. Boom, 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 boom. Mid-air, Yison and Uchiha Fugaku attacked each other. Fugaku, who opened the double Tomo Sharingan, was completely different from before. He could easily see through all Yison's attacks. During the fight, Yison gradually frowned. His strength was a notch lower than the opponent's, and his physical development was not as good as the opponent's. After several battles, his hands and feet were sore, and his strength gradually decreased. Must be yourself. Just when Yison was thinking about countermeasures, the fire dragon on the ground hit a small tree and suddenly exploded. Boom boom boom. The terrifying flames shot up into the sky. Yison and Uchiha Fugaku looked at each other, and they both raised their feet and kicked each other at the same time. Their feet touched each other, and at the same time, they bounced off with the help of each other's strength, narrowly avoiding the flames. The roaring flames burned and separated the alley. Because the flames were too fierce, even Fugaku with dual Tomo Sharingan could only vaguely see Yison opposite the flames. He blinked his eyes, and the next second, facial changes. Huh! A sound of breaking through the air was covered up by the burning flames, and the pale blue light was fleeting. Fugaku didn't even think about it. His lower back pressed hard, his body fell down immediately, and at the moment when the chakra knife passed the tip of his nose, with a bang, the chakra knife turned into Yison. Oops, it's the transformation technique. Fugaku secretly screamed in his heart. Chunin's strength is only 2 Tomo Sharingan. He was blocked by the flame before. He didn't see Yison's actions clearly. He didn't expect that standing opposite the flame was Yison's avatar, and I don't know when, the body has changed. Become a chakra knife. The scope of the flames was very large. After passing through this area, Yison's skin also had burns of varying degrees. At this moment, he was in midair, staring at Fugaku with a ghastly expression on his face, and Fugaku completely leaned back in order to avoid the attack. Completely lost the ability to fight back. Boom! With all his strength, his elbow hit Fugaku's head accurately. Even if he was protected with chakra at the last moment, his fragile brain couldn't stand such a terrifying attack. Uchiha Fugaku only felt a sharp pain, his eyes went black, and he was completely lost. Awareness. The roaring flames were still burning. Yison kept panting with his hands on his knees. Uchiha Fugaku fell unconscious and fell to the ground, blood dripping from his forehead. Originally, with Sharingan's ability, he could see through the transformation technique effect at the last minute. Yison first used a clone technique at the moment of landing, and then at the moment of using the transformation technique, he remembered the new skill that he had comprehended. Heart. Heart of the strong white can increase the release speed and power by 100% in 1 second. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, demonic illusion are all effective. Since it is effective for all ninjutsu, wouldn't the effect of transformation technique be doubled? With this mentality, Yison turned himself into a perfect chakra knife, coupled with the flames to confuse the vision, and finally successfully deceived Sharingan and defeated Uchiha Fugaku. Anyway, I won. Yison was trembling with excitement. He knew that the answer that had been tangled for 7 years was finally coming to the surface. What effect did the second ability of the face fruit have? Yuhi color force field composed of fruit power instantly burst, as if a waterfall fell, and the force field fragments poured violently into Uchiha Fugaku's body. Yison blinked, and the next second, he opened his mouth wide, and his eyes were as round as lanterns. Appeared in front of his eyes was an illusory book that emerged from Uchiha Fugaku's body. Chapter 7 Goldfinger and the Domineering Danzo. The familiar screen flashed white light, and Yison sighed Kiba, looking a little tangled. This is his conscious space, but the familiar screen seems a little different. When the book on Uchiha Fugaku automatically drilled into his eyebrows, the screen in the consciousness space changed, and there were many more things and options. Kaden, Fire Style. Fierce Dragon Flame Jutsu, Blue, Unbound, Upgradable, sold for 10 ingots. Clone, White, Bound. Transformation Technique, White, Bound. Substitute, White, Bound. Futon, Wind Style. Vacuum Sphere, White, Bound, Upgradable. Futon, Wind Style. Wind Cut, White Binding, Upgradable. The book that popped up on Uchiha Fugaku is this Kaden, Fire Style. Fierce Dragon Flame Jutsu. Not only that, but this book is also blue. There are 5 colors in the skill book: white, blue, purple, orange, and gold. The further back the color, the stronger the power of ninjutsu. The skill book can be sold for ingots, but there is no mall in the screen options. Yison speculates that the system may have something to do with the fruit of face. Because I am a skill book obtained by relying on the second ability of the face fruit, but the skill book has changed the entire screen, that is to say, the system is only responsible for the face fruit, and the face fruit, also it will be stronger because of the system. Understood. I probably get it. After figuring out these key points, Yison suddenly realized that the fruit ability needs to be continuously developed by the ability person himself, but his fruit ability has not been improved at all over the years. In the final analysis, this system is the key to strengthening ability. Why don't you try it out? He wanted to do it. Yison glanced at Fierce Dragon Flame Jutsu and chose to sell it. Then he clicked on Futon Wind Style Vacuum Sphere and found that the upgrade requirement above happened to be 10 ingots. Click to upgrade. Yison made a decisive choice, and then, the frame in the upper left corner recording the ingots changed from 10 to 0, and the Futon Wind Style Vacuum Sphere also changed. Futon Wind Style Vacuum Sphere Blue Bound Full Level. What? How come it's full? Yison was embarrassed and felt that he had made a loss-making business. When he calmed down and thought again, he finally found some information. As I remember, Fierce Dragon Flame Jutsu is AB level ninjutsu, and the above shows that it can be upgraded, while the Futon Wind Style Vacuum Sphere is AC level ninjutsu. If it is upgraded to blue, it is full level. If so, D level ninjutsu can only be white and cannot be upgraded at all. He looked at the 3-body technique, and sure enough, the 3-body technique showed that it could not be upgraded, which meant that his guess was correct. If my guess is correct, B-rank ninjutsu can be upgraded to purple, a ninjutsu can be upgraded to orange, then S-rank ninjutsu can be upgraded to gold. Thinking of this, Yison was suddenly a little excited. He had followed Danzo to the root department for a few days, and had seen the ninja practice Kaden fire style. The Fierce Dragon Flame Jutsu that Chunin cast was almost twice as weak as Fugaku. What does this represent? Fierce Dragon Flame Jutsu representing that ninja is only white grade, and the Fierce Dragon Flame Jutsu of Uchiha Fugaku has arrived in blue. If you upgrade Fierce Dragon Flame Jutsu to full level purple, its power is comparable to a level ninjutsu, right? Maybe some people say that it is better to learn A-level ninjutsu directly to upgrade Fierce Dragon Flame Jutsu. But don't forget, the higher the level of ninjutsu, the more difficult it is to learn. For example, the S-level ninjutsu technique of Hiraishin is awesome, the second generation club, the Namikaze Minato club, and even Konoha's special Jonin, Shiranui Katsuma and the same city. Yison guessed that Shiranui Shanjian and Juju can no longer progress by only practicing Hiraishin art to white, while Senju Tobarama and Namikaze Minato cultivated Hiraishin to orange. As for the highest level of S-rank ninjutsu, golden, maybe when they can travel freely through space without using the art, they will even reach it. The orange-gold color is too far away for Yison. Now he is just a genin. Thinking of this, Yison's consciousness returned to reality and found that Uchiha Fugaku was still on the ground, and the flames around him were burning. This idiot. Yison shook his head, as if he remembered something, looked down at himself, his eyes lit up, and he suddenly had an idea. And at the moment, the Hokage building, the conference room. More than a dozen majestic ninjas sat in their seats, and the atmosphere in the conference room was a little dignified. Recently, the Nation of Wind has been operating quite frequently. More than half of the spies we stayed in the Nation of Wind have died. As usual, every country has spies, but the Nation of Wind is suddenly cleared on such a large scale, and I am a little worried. Sarutobi knocked the pipe in his hand, then put it to his mouth and took a hard puff. Became Hokage, and he feels more and more how heavy the responsibility of this position is. I don't know when it started, he is addicted to smoking. When the pressure is very high, only smoking can give him a breath. The Land of Winds was built in the desert, and the resources are scarce. This kind of change must be to provoke a war. I personally suggest that an elite team be sent to the Land of Winds to investigate the situation immediately, and give the right to kill first and then play. Danzo sat under Sarutobi. He was also surrounded by Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado. Danzo, don't make things so absolute. Maybe there is a conflict within the country of wind. Sarutobi, who advocates peace, blocked Danzo's suggestion, or he didn't want this worst outcome. Ninja World has been peaceful for a long time. Konoha occupies the best land and is in a period of rapid development. The other 4 countries have been eyeing Konoha's land. Once a war occurs, it is very likely to trigger a chain reaction. Sarutobi, this time I support Danzo's idea. It's been 18 years since the last war, and the Land of Wind has been cultivating for so long and has almost recovered. Think about it from a different perspective. If I live in the barren Land of Wind, there will also be wars for resources. Quote. Kaharu Udatane's words made Sarutobi's brow furrow deeper, and he glanced at Homura Mitokado, also getting a positive answer from the other's eyes. Then what about you? What do you think? Sarutobi glanced at him. Uchiha, Hyuga, Ino Shikacho, Aburame and other large and small family patriarchs responded silently, obviously not saying anything. Sarutobi has long been accustomed to the moderate attitude of these families, but some people are not used to it. At this moment, among the 3 ninjas standing behind Sarutobi, one of them took a step forward, and his blonde hair was extremely beautiful. Teacher, Lord Danzo, the 2 advisors, the patriarchs, I think. Boom. There was a loud bang on the door, attracting everyone's attention, and what came into sight was a young man covered in burns and bloodstains. Yison walked in step by step. He pursed his lips, did not speak, stared straight at Danzo, his eyes were full of grievances. Then, a terrifying coercion erupted, shocking everyone in the conference room except Sarutobi. Danzo stood up with a gloomy face, his eyes full of murderous intent. Son, tell me who hit it. Chapter 8_Bad Boy. Danzo loves his baby Pimple so much, and usually he is used to pampering him, but today he was beaten, and he was beaten so badly. He felt like he was going to explode with anger, and he could hardly control the power in his body. You must know that this is Konoha, his Danzo's territory, and someone actually bullied his son. As for Danzo's reaction, Yison guessed right. He glanced silently at the conference room, and every patriarch he swept would shrink his neck subconsciously. Although Konoha executives were vaguely rumored that Danzo was doting on Yison, they didn't expect to have reached this point. Seeing Danzo's posture, it was obvious that they were going to do it. This is a real cage-level powerhouse. Judging from the current Konoha, there is really no one who can stop Danzo except Sarutobi. Just as the patriarchs were complaining in their hearts, Yison finally found his goal this time, wearing a black fan costume. Fugaku's father, the contemporary Uchiha patriarch, Uchiha Ida. It's him. Yison pointed, and several patriarchs around Uchiha Ida subconsciously ducked to the side. Seeing Danzo's increasingly terrifying murderous intent, Uchiha Ida suddenly couldn't sit still. Lord Danzo, did your son recognize the wrong person? I've been sitting here today and didn't move, how could I beat him? As the Uchiha patriarch, although Ida was afraid of Danzo's actions, he couldn't lose Uchiha's face. The gap between the elite Jonin and cage level is huge, but this is the conference room of the Hokage building after all. If Danzo really does it, Sarutobi will stop it. Although Danzo is angry, he also knows that it is not easy to take action here, and he is puzzled. Seeing that his son's injury should have been caused just now, Uchiha Ida has been holding meetings here, how can he take action? Danzo's doubts did not last for a few seconds. When he saw Yison deflated his mouth and said aggrievedly, "It was his son, Uchiha Fugaku, who beat me, an elite chunin who came to bully me. a freshman at John's school. Father, dead monkey, you have to call the shots for me. What? Die. Dead monkey. Cough. Cough cough. Stinky boy, who are you calling a dead monkey? Sarutobi just took a breath. He was choked and coughed continuously. His eyes widened in disbelief. The white-haired man behind him laughed without any scruples. Ha 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 ha, dead monkey, formed too properly, dead monkey. Shut up, Jiraiya. Sarutobi turned his head and stared, so scared that Jiraiya covered his mouth with his hands, but he was still shaking his shoulders, obviously unable to restrain his laughter. Okay, Sarutobi, don't make trouble, let's settle my son's business first. Danzo's face was gloomy. Cage-level chakra was still released, but the anger in his eyes disappeared quietly. Ghost bastard, how dare you act on me? After all, after being raised for so many years, Danzo has a good understanding of Yison's character, and his son's self-esteem is very strong. As usual, if Yison really suffers a big loss, it is absolutely impossible to come here for help, but to bite the Kiba barrier and get back on his own. Yison's aggrieved expression. Others may not be able to see anything, but after he was a little sober, he saw it at once. Danzo didn't reveal it. He wanted to deal with the Uchiha family for a long time. Today, he finally had a fair and honest opportunity to prevent Uchiha from bleeding again. He will not be Shimura today. When this kind of thing happened, the meeting could only be declared over. Neither Danzo nor Uchiha were good characters. The patriarchs of the major families asked Sarutobi to leave one after another, not to go into the muddy waters. The last one to leave was the patriarch of the Nara family. He glanced at Yison with deep meaning. When he found that Yison was looking over, he nodded slightly, then walked out of the door and took the door behind him. The end. Only Yison, Sarutobi, Danzo, Uchiha Ida, and Sanin standing behind Sarutobi were left in the conference room. The quiet atmosphere was a little weird. Uchiha Ida was expressionless. Danzo still kept angry. Sarutobi looked left and right. Knowing that neither side would agree, he sighed helplessly and came out to be the middleman. Shaozan, tell me, why did Uchiha Fugaku bully you? Sarutobi's tone was gentle, with a hint of concern in his eyes towards this old comrade in arms and old rival's son. Sarutobi knows that Danzo loves Konoha as deeply as he does, but Danzo's small-mindedness and extreme personality make him unfit to be the leader of Konoha's bright side. He never felt repulsive because Yison was Danzo's son. Instead, he took the time to go to the ninja school. The main purpose was to teach Yison, but it was a pity that Yison was too arrogant, and always made him angry. As for Sarutobi's attitude, Yison knew it, and because of this, he dared to kill the monkey, and the monkey's name was Sarutobi, and he was not afraid of the other party's anger. Thinking of this, Yison rolled his eyes. His shriveled mouth pouted even higher. He blinked a few times, trying to squeeze out the tears, but when he found that he couldn't squeeze it out, he decided to give up. How could his little actions escape the eyes of the strong people present? Sarutobi and Danzo were covered in black lines. Uchiha Ida remained expressionless. Tsunade had his arms clasped with interest. Jiraiya quietly gave a thumbs up. Orochimaru remained motionless and indifferent. Yi Shuing didn't care about the attitude of the people present. He cleared his throat and said to himself, "Well, it's actually like this. Makoto is my deskmate. Because of my handsome appearance and elegant conversation and temperament, Makoto has always been. I have always admired me and liked me. Just yesterday, Makoto wanted to be my wife because I liked me too much. You know, I am a very decent man. How could I abduct 7-year-old loli? In order to reject Makoto, not to make her sad, I decided to use detour tactics, pretending to agree to her as my temporary girlfriend, and find an opportunity to dump her in the future. But since I became a girlfriend, I naturally wanted to hold hands. Star found, and then." Yison kept giving speeches, eloquently and eloquently. Sarutobi on the side had already widened his eyes, and was shocked by Yison's words. Even Danzo couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth, and the word, "well," appeared on his forehead. Yison's appearance inherited his mother, who passed away early. His mother was beautiful, his self-proclaimed handsome appearance was barely acceptable, but his elegant conversation and temperament. A decent man, confessed by Makoto. I bother. Chapter 9_Be My Girlfriend. That's about it. In the empty conference room, half an hour had passed when Yison finished telling the story with metaphors, exaggerations and other narrative techniques. The whole incident was described by Yison as a turbulent and ups and downs, as if the struggle between two peerless powerhouses. In Yison's narrative, Fugaku beat him up and went to work in the garrison. Yison deliberately pretended to be in a coma. Luckily escaped. Lord Hokage, I don't think Shimura-zan's words can be taken seriously on this matter. I suggest calling Fugaku over and confronting Shimura-zan face to face. Uchiha Ida is very smart, and he also knows his son's IQ, and Sarutobi, a dove, is reconciled. As long as Fugaku refuses to admit it, with Sarutobi's character, it is very likely that big things will become small and small things will become small. Confrontation. Why? Danzo groaned angrily, very dissatisfied in his heart. He knew that if Fugaku was really brought in, the other party would never admit it. With Sarutobi's current strength and prestige, it was not impossible to forcibly resolve the conflict. He turned his eyes to Yison, and when he saw Yison's indifferent expression, he moved in his heart and thought silently. Why doesn't this brat care? Doesn't care about anything. Doesn't he care about the confrontation with Uchiha Fugaku? Or, did the brat lie? Lied from the beginning. After living together for so many years, the tacit understanding between the two was not bad. Danzo replayed the whole thing to the very beginning and thought about it carefully, only to realize that the wound on Yison's body seemed terrifying, but it was actually just some skin trauma. But if he was beaten up by Uchiha Fugaku, so he wouldn't pretend to be so angry here, would he? Since the stinky boy has an idea, I don't care, Uchiha's compensation. And finally come forward to ask for it. Thinking of this, Danzo folded his hands in his sleeves, stepped back half a step, half closed his eyes, and instantly turned into a passerby. Danzo's sudden transformation surprised everyone present. Uchiha Ida thought that Danzo was afraid, not only did not react, but took a step forward. His face showed the unique arrogance of the Uchiha family. Lord Hokage, let's ask Fugaku to ask. To be clear, I don't think Lord Danzo wants to waste any more time here. Wasting your numbness and bullying my son, you can still run away. Danzo sneered in his heart, his eyes still half closed, as if he was indifferent to Uchiha Ida's words. He was calculating how to make the Uchiha clan pay the price for a while. The price could not be higher than Fugaku's life, and it could not be too low. For the superiors, this kind of game was the highlight. Here, Sarutobi sent an Anbu to the garrison to summon Uchiha Fugaku. At Anbu's speed, he could bring people in about 5 minutes. During this time, everyone could only wait for the confrontation in 5 minutes. The meeting room fell silent again. For a ninja who is good at forbearance, 5 minutes is nothing. Yison was bored and turned his head to look around. Suddenly, as if he had discovered some shocking secret, he stared at the front left, the golden hair, the pretty figure, and the most important thing, the clothes without wrinkles. Wow, Tsunade is in his 20s now, isn't he? He's still flat. No wonder Yison wasn't surprised. Knowing that a girl's developmental period is in her teens to 20s, Tsunade's ferocity has remained flat until now, and he doubts how the huge size will grow in the future. Yison stared at Tsunade's fierce contemplation, but didn't realize that Tsunade was clenching his fists tightly at the moment. His eyes were full of anger. Damn brat. Tsunade clenched his teeth, extremely annoyed. For any girl, it is a matter of inferiority to be flat, especially Tsunade has already passed the development period, but the little fierce still shows no sign of increasing. Tsunade's temper is very explosive. If Jiraiya or anyone stared at her fiercely, she would have punched her long ago, and she would never stop with a dozen bones. But at this moment, she had to suppress her emotions. It was a conflict between Shimura, S family and Uchiha, S family. She knew that Sarutobi would not be easy to do. If she lost her temper now, things would become more confusing. Besides, how do you get angry with a 7-year-old? What if Yison complained about being fierce in front of him? Don't you know Tong Yan Wuji? Tong Yan Wuji is a fart. From the moment Yison entered the door, Tsunade found that there was something wrong with this kid, and the eyes that were rolling were not a good thing at first glance. Sure enough, it's a little girl ghost. Tsunade's fists clenched, and suddenly, her expression froze, and the next second, her face brightened with embarrassment. Yuhi. She found that this kid was staring at her murderous part like a wolf, and actually drooled. In the silent conference room, the sound of Tsunade clenching his fists was a bit harsh. Everyone turned to look at Tsunade, and following Tsunade's shy and angry eyes, they saw Yison's expression. Cough. Shaozan, pay attention to the image. Sarutobi coughed a few times, and finally woke Yison. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, not caring about this little embarrassment at all, but raised his head high and looked directly into Tsunade's eyes. Tsunade, I think I'm the most suitable man for you in this world. Give me a face, be my girlfriend, as long as you promise, I'll make you bigger. Chapter 10_Torment. An invisible golden light formed a square force field that enveloped the conference room. The next second, the golden force field turned into a Duel, Yuhi color force field. Before Yison could react, he felt a pain in his head. Ouch! Yison cried out in pain, squatted down with his hands over his head. A small Yuhi bag popped up from his head, looking very funny. Click! Yuhi's color force field shattered, turned into light and penetrated Yison's body, and the fruit ability failed to activate again. Yison squatted on the ground with his head raised, looking at Tsunade, who was holding his fists but was extremely beautiful, feeling helpless and a strong desire to conquer. Tsunade of this era, so cute. Yison found that Tsunade did not wear a ninja vest today, which seemed a little casual. His eyes moved up, and up along Tsunade's calf, and when he was about to see something, there was a dong, the head hit a chestnut again. Bastard, believe it or not, the old lady dug out your eyeballs. Gouging my eyeballs. Tsunade, I'm your future man, how dare you do something to me? Bah, the little devil doesn't even have all his hair, and he still wants to be an old lady. People who like the old lady can go from Konoha to the land of water, just your little radish. Don't deceive the young man. Do you understand? With a rough temper like you, no one wants you even if you are beautiful, and you are still discharged from Konoha to the land of water. In this world, except for a domineering man like me, who would dare to want you? Don't speaking of other people, you ask the two men behind, did they dare to ask for you? Yison pointed and immediately drew passers-by Jiraiya and Orochimaru into the scolding battle. The indifferent Orochimaru took a step back with a slight blank eye. Although Jiraiya wanted to say yes, when he saw Yison's warning eyes, for some reason, he was a little scared, and shook his head subconsciously. This time, Tsunade was really angry, and just as she was about to get angry at Jiraiya, a masked Anbu suddenly appeared in the conference room. Reporting Mr. Hokage, I did not find any trace of Uchiha Fugaku in the garrison. According to his colleagues, Uchiha Fugaku did not report to the garrison at all today. What? Impossible. With a loud shout, Uchiha Ida had an unbelievable expression on his face. Impossible. I saw him go out with my own eyes this morning, how could I not report to the garrison? Hum. Do you still need to ask why? You have done something wrong, don't you dare to show up. Yison said timidly. He first glanced at Sarutobi, and after finding that Sarutobi frowned and didn't speak, he turned to look at him Danzo. Obviously, at this time, Sarutobi has already agreed with Yison's words, and the next thing will be left to the old fox Danzo. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly became solemn, and even Tsunade closed his mouth tightly, daring not to cause trouble at such a time. Danzo, who had been closing his eyes for a long time, finally opened his eyes at this moment. His eyes were very flat, and there was a hint of coldness in the flat. Patriarch Uchiha, what are you going to do about this matter? Emptive, using rhetorical questions to force the other party to make a bid. Danzo's methods are very clever, and Uchiha Ida, who was wrong, also stepped into a very passive situation. Lord Hokage. Ida, let's not say that your son beat Xiaoxuan like this. Even Konoha's ordinary chunin can't just wantonly attack the students of the ninja school because of this trivial matter, right? This matter, it's Fugaku's fault. Sarutobi's words were already obvious. His neutral position completely turned to Danzo. In any case, Yison was also grown up by him, and Sarutobi felt a little distressed when he was beaten like this. The two cage-level powerhouses of Konoha are standing on the same front, which makes Uchiha Ida know that he is a failure today. He sighed softly, and said helplessly, Sir Danzo, say it, you want how? I don't want to do anything. You know, the purpose of the root department is to protect Konoha. 10 years have passed, but there are not many people in the root department who can do it. Give me 5 Uchiha Jonin, this matter is even, _ Impossible. Lord Danzo, your request is a bit too much. Do you think that 1 chunin in Fugaku can be exchanged for 5 Jonin? Hey, I don't know if I can change it. But that's my request. I'm not selfish. All my actions are to protect Konoha. Your Uchiha clan has preserved the strength for so many years, why? At this time, not even willing to exert any force. It's not trying to usurp power, right? Danzo glanced at Sarutobi lightly, and sure enough, when he said the word, usurpation, Sarutobi's face suddenly sank. You must know that Sarutobi has only taken over Hokage for 10 years at this time, and his strength, power, and means are all at their peak. If Uchiha has any ideas, he really dares to destroy Uchiha. Oops. Uchiha Ida was shocked, knowing that he had been tricked by Danzo. Of course the Uchiha family had the idea of usurping power, but now the Hokage family is extremely powerful, and Danzo is vaguely standing on Sarutobi's side. If a coup is launched, Uchiha must be killed. It was a loss, and he was trapped in a trap again. Uchiha Ida knew that he would have to pay the price today. 3 Uchiha Jonin. 4. 3, plus 2 elite chunin, no more. Deal. Chapter 11 _ Bears are brave. Uchiha Ida quelled the incident at the cost of 3 Jonin and 2 chunin entering the root. Looking at Yison's scarred appearance, Danzo felt distressed, and despite Yison's objection, the 2 root members sent Yison to the hospital. Danzo originally wanted to accompany Yison directly to the hospital, but the matter of the Kingdom of Wind still needs to be discussed, and Danzo is not easy to go. Unlike previous discussions, this time, Sarutobi kicked out all 3 of Uchiha Ida and Tsunade, brought in Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado, and started a secret meeting of 4 at the top of Konoha. And now, in Konoha Hospital. I said it all, it's just some skin injuries, don't be so nervous, okay? Konoha's medical level is very good. Due to Yison's special status, the head of the medical department used his palm sage art to heal Yison's injuries. In less than half an hour, Yison's injuries were healed. Quote. 2 root members responded in silence until Yison's injury completely improved, and the 2 of them disappeared without a trace in a flash. The members of root don't need affection. In this regard, Yison did not persuade Danzo to change. He was never a virgin. Even in his previous life, he belonged to the type who can feed the whole family alone and not be hungry. Seriously, Yison prefers root mode. This absolute command line tool works 100% at all times. After the treatment, Yison thanked the minister, put on his clothes and prepared to leave the hospital. When Yison walked to the gate of the hospital, there was chaos at the gate, and 2 ninjas broke in carrying a comatose wounded man. Quick, call your minister. This is our young master of Uchiha. If something goes wrong, none of you can be held responsible. Hurry up and call the minister. The excited shouting showed the panic in the ninja's heart, and a nurse immediately went to report it. Soon, the middle-aged ninja who was treating Yison just now arrived using the shunshu technique. He swiftly took over the injured person and stood up with his right hand. The bright green light illuminated the entire corridor. After a while, the injured person slowly opened his eyes. Cough, cough. Thank you, minister. After the injured person coughed and found himself in the hospital, he thanked the medical minister gratefully. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar face came in front of him. You, Shimura-san. His eyes widened angrily, a surge of anger welling up in his heart. The injury he had just treated relapsed. He only felt a sweetness in his throat, and blood overflowed from his mouth. Tisk tisk tisk, Uchiha Fugaku, what's the hurry? Look at you, you are so mad that you're so angry that your blood is out. Yison laughed, reached out and patted Fugaku's face. The bruises gathered so that he could only make a pitiful, woo, sound. No one dared to stop Yison's behavior. The two Uchiha people who brought Fugaku to the hospital happened to be the wastes who were suppressed by Yison's fruit power at that time. The head of the medical department knew Yison's identity and understood that they belonged to the Shimura family and the Uchiha family. Contradiction, dare not easily persuade. Hey, it's boring, this is the next patriarch that Uchiha has carefully cultivated. It's rubbish. Yison smiled and shook his head and stood up. In the next instant, his smiling face disappeared, like a god on the top, looking down at Fugaku indifferently. Don't provoke Makoto in the future. If I hear any bad news, it won't be as simple as getting hurt next time. After leaving the hospital, Yison strode down the road with his head held high, walking briskly and in a good mood. Just now, while Uchiha Fugaku was injured, he used the first ability of the face fruit to deter him. Of course, the face fruit is not a panacea. If Fugaku breaks through to become Jonin, or directly becomes the Uchiha patriarch, or becomes a missing nin, the deterrent effect of the face fruit will disappear, but in a short period of time, Uchiha Fugaku will not dare to attack Yison. What's the action? My hometown, I live in this village. Because of the injury, Yison didn't have to go to school today. He hummed a little tune and walked through the crowded main street, and then through the sparsely populated alley. When he turned right and was about to turn into another street, a fragrant wind filled his nostrils. Before Yison could react, he felt that something was strangling his neck, and his body was pulled over involuntarily. Boom! With a muffled sound, his back slammed into a brick wall. Yi Xuanyan grinned, and the pain didn't calm down for a long time. As the saying goes, the former murderer is full of flesh on the back. Everything happened too suddenly, and Yison relaxed his vigilance, and even Chakra didn't have time to run. This solid bump hurt him miserably. It's that bastard who dares to attack the young master. I wonder if the young master has a backing. Yison was furious, but the next second, he blinked his eyes blankly, and what caught his eye was a beautiful face. Tsunade. HMPH. Little pervert, I didn't expect it. Tsunade stared at Yison viciously, with complicated light flashing in his amber pupils. Isn't it domineering and arrogant to be my man before? What? The location of the two was at the corner of the unmanned street. In order to prevent Yison from escaping, she put one hand on the wall, bent her body slightly, flowing air, and Jonin released chakra, trying to suppress Yison in her aura. Tsunade didn't know that her behavior was a different feeling in Yison's heart. Yison stared blankly, and a storm surged in his heart. I was slammed by the wall. Yuhi, lips close at hand, Yison subconsciously swallowed his saliva. He had been doted on by Danzo unconditionally for many years, and Yison became more and more courageous, as if in Konoha, there was nothing he dared to do. What, little pervert, don't dare to speak. Yison was dumbfounded. Tsunade thought that Jonin's aura was scaring him. She kept a victorious smile at the corner of her mouth, and brought her head closer again. Would you like to apologize to my sister? Apologize, my sister may forgive you, or else. Hum hum hum. Tsunade smiled and pretended to be vicious, but at this moment, Yison couldn't hear Tsunade's voice for a long time. Boo! Chapter 12 _ Kiss and Run, really exciting. Kiss and run, it's so exciting. The fragrant food was steaming hot. Yison smashed his mouth, still savoring the taste on his lips. Fortunately, she didn't react at the time, so she let me run back home, but, with her character, it seems like she will kill me, right? Thinking of this, Yison gradually frowned, feeling refreshed for a while. Cremation tomorrow the field, if you don't do something, really seems to be the rhythm. Forget it, don't wanta, let's eat first. Yison put his hands together and said, I'm starting, then picked up the chopsticks and snorted. The sunset outside the window gradually fell down the hill, and the purple Yuhi sunset also dimmed. A gust of breeze blew, and the potted plants on the windowsill swayed slightly, as if they were laughing and playing. Everything seemed so warm. Today is the dish cooked by the chef. Compared with Danzo's level, it is not only rich in content, but also more delicious. Danzo didn't eat a lot, so he just finished the dish, and after silently eating up a bowl of rice, he stopped using his chopsticks. He was waiting for Yison to finish eating, and when Yison finished eating, he packed up the dishes and took them to the kitchen for cleaning. Although he felt awkward, after so many years, Yison gradually accepted Danzo's doting. He chewed the food and swallowed it whole. The battle with Uchiha Fugaku was too exhausting, and Yison felt very hungry. Eat slowly, and no one is robbing you. If it's not enough, I'll make it for you. There are still some ingredients in the refrigerator. Do you want to eat sushi or bibimbap? No, what the chef cooks is much better than what you make. Even if there is not enough food here, I don't think I can eat what you make today. Yison swallowed the food in his mouth hard, mercilessly hit the road. Danzo didn't get angry, but rubbed his head with a smile and continued. It's been a bit busy at this time. I discussed with Sarutobi and the others for a long time today. Maybe there is something going on in the land of wind. Wait for this time to pass. Wait for me when you are free. I will ask the cook for advice. Quote. Yison didn't answer, but kept eating with his head down. He was very moved. It was a kind of emotion that came from the unconditional sacrifice of relatives. By the way, there is something I haven't asked you yet. What's going on today? Uchiha Fugaku really came to beat you. You kids still lied to me. I didn't lie to you, that idiot didn't know what went crazy. He blocked me in a very remote alley this morning. He didn't use Sharingan at first and underestimated my strength. Later, when he used Sharingan, his right hand was checked. The carrot knife was scratched, and it was a fluke. Quote. Win. No way, even if he is injured, Uchiha Fugaku has the strength of an elite chunin, just you. Danzo glanced at Yison suspiciously, then seemed to understand something, with a look of sudden realization on his face. As expected, it's my son. Hey, don't put gold on your face. It's not your credit, it's the result of my own hard work. I'm a genius, do you understand a genius? I understand, I am also a genius, you are just more genius than me. Danzo smiled comfortably. I and Sarutobi have been competing since childhood. When I was 7 years old, it was Genin. When Sarutobi was 7 years old, it was better than me. But even if I combine with Sarutobi, I can't beat the elite chunin. Quote. Sure enough, you have been weaker than dead monkeys since you were a child. Quote. Danzo was speechless, and Yison continued to eat the big meal. Suddenly, a light flashed across his mind. Yison's eyes lit up, and his slightly wrinkled brows finally relaxed. You hacked 3 Jonins from Uchiha Ida today, how about lending me one? Lend you? It's not impossible, but you have to tell me what you're going to do. Danzo narrowed his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. He noticed Yison's frowning brows since he got home, and wanted to ask directly, but with his son's character, he would never tell himself. Yison's brows finally stretched after so long, but the reason for the stretch was to ask himself to borrow Jonin, which is not a trivial matter. After all, Jonin is a very important strategic resource in any country. Yison also knew that although Danzo spoiled himself, this kind of thing involving strategic resources would not be given completely unconditionally, at least he had to make it clear. For this, Yison had nothing to hide. He thought for a moment, and slowly recounted the matter. Actually, it's not a big deal. I was caught by Tsunade when I was going home today. She wanted me to apologize, but I just like pretty girls. I couldn't hold back for a while, and forced her to go. Danzo. The dark clouds gradually blocked the moonlight, the earth was dark, and the wind at night was a bit strong, blowing the sand and dust on the ground, making the windows rattle. In a house north of Konoha, Tsunade lay quietly on the bunk. Normally, she should fall asleep at this time, but she tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep, and fragments of the day kept flashing in her mind. She was kissed by Yison, just when she was full of confidence and thought the other party would apologize. This is Tsunade's first time. As a girl in her 20s, she has always fantasized about a handsome and graceful man who would take away her first when in a land of cherry blossoms. Duel was taken away, but the other party was a 7-year-old boy. Although he was cute and handsome, he was 1,000 miles away from the ideal man in her mind. Tsunade bit Kiba tightly, both angry and aggrieved. She really wanted to give this boy a lesson, so that this bad boy would never forget it. A lesson. Thinking of this, Tsunade clenched his fists subconsciously, and Yison's wicked smile when he escaped again appeared in his mind. The sudden situation today left Tsunade's mind blank for a long time, and it was because of this that Yi Xuaning escaped from Tsunade's hands. Bastard, stinky brat, do you think it's safe to run away today? Take away my first when, it won't be like that. You wait for me. Fantasy caught Yison and inflicted all kinds of torture. An evil smile gradually appeared on Tsunade's face. After the anger disappeared, tiredness flooded into her brain. She yawned cutely and slowly fell asleep holding her beloved pillow. It's just tomorrow, stinky brat, you're finished, Chapter 13_save. Life. The morning sun was warm and comfortable. Yison was walking alone on the way to school, as if nothing had happened. If you look closely, you can see that his steps are steady, the muscles in his back and legs are tensed, and he seems ready to escape at any time. Just when Yison turned into an alley and was about to take a shortcut. Call out. The familiar fragrance wafted into the nostrils. Yison didn't even think about it, and immediately turned the chakra of his whole body into the wind attribute and burst out. He threw himself forward with a grunt, rolled with the flow, and lifted himself up with skillful control of the wind. He stepped on the ground, like an arrow from the string, and rushed out 12 meters away in an instant. Only then did he turn to look at the person who attacked him. Sure enough, it was the beautiful Tsunade-sama. I said Tsunade, we used to have no grudges in the past, but now we have no grudges, so don't you have to. Yison opened a pair of watery eyes and put on a cute and innocent look. If Tsunade hadn't already known Yison's bastard, maybe he will really be deceived by this cute look. Humph. You little pervert, you're pretty good. No wonder you can beat Uchiha Fugaku, but don't even think about acting in front of me and taking away my mother's first when. What you say today, I won't let you go. Yison narrowed his eyes and was a little surprised. Of course he knew that Tsunade would not let him go. What he cared about was another sentence. How do you know I beat Uchiha Fugaku? HMPH, who doesn't know about the high-level Konoha now? You were majestic yesterday, and you vomited blood from Uchiha Fugaku in the hospital. If it wasn't for the teacher's gag order, let alone the major Konoha families, the whole Konoha would know about it. Yison touched his head, only to remember that he had done such an arrogant thing yesterday. He didn't know yet that Konoha's large and small families had already paid strong attention to him, especially Uchiha, who had suffered a secret loss. He is regarded as a thorn in the flesh. You know, Yison's fraud yesterday cost Uchiha 3 jonins. If Fugaku really beat Yison, it's okay to say, but when Uchiha Ida learned that Fugaku was lying in the hospital seriously injured and unconscious, he suddenly realized that he was killed by Shimura and his son. Pit. Playing the arrogant Uchiha, of course, has to suffer the consequences, but Yison doesn't care. With Danzo around, Uchiha can't deal with him above board. Uchiha didn't dare, but Tsunade dared. Looking at Tsunade's malicious eyes, Yi Xuanju Yi tightened, and finally couldn't help shouting out. Help! Life! Yay! He was so cute calling him for help, and even Tsunade couldn't help showing a hint of soft-heartedness, but when he thought of his first one being taken away by the little villain in front of him, his soft-hearted disappeared instantly, and his expression changed to that of an S-type witch again. Hum hum hum, little rascal, shout, keep shouting. Tsunade slowed down and stepped in, her expression wickedly wicked, creating an unassailable pressure. Tsunade didn't realize it. Yison seemed to be scared, but his pupils were excited. He pretended to be scared and kept backing away, and he kept saying words of struggle. Tsunade, don't come here again. I really called people. Hum hum hum, stop struggling, no one will come to save you even if you cry out today. Break your throat, come and save me. Seeing Yison's desperate appearance, Tsunade felt more at ease. She was about to walk over to catch Yison, but the next moment. Call out. The icy breath stretched from the back of the spine to the brain. Tsunade's pupils shrank sharply, his back twisted at the same time, a green light bloomed, and chakra-enhanced strength slammed backward. Boom. The earth shook, collapsed and shattered, forming a deep pit with a diameter of 5 meters. The terrifying cracks continued to extend all around, until the front of Yison's feet, which gradually stopped. Huh, is this chakra-enhanced strength? As expected of Tsunadeheim, I finally got a lot of insight today. A voice appeared beside Yison. Blood Yuhi, 3 Tomo slowly turning. Number 1, are you sure? Sorry, Lord Zan, I'm not sure. This person is one of the Jonins that Uchiha Ida gave to the root, because Danzo has the mantra of absolute control over people, so once he enters the root, he will be completely loyal to Danzo, and even a bad thought will be punished. The curse seal backfired and disappeared. While Yison was talking to number 1, Tsunade also came out of the smoke and dust. She stared at Yison fiercely, and then smiled, as if the whole world became dazzling. Little villain, I have to admit that you are very smart, but unfortunately, you underestimate me. Although both are Jonin, the Uchiha behind you is not my opponent at all. After Tsunade finished speaking, he no longer retained his strength and completely released the chakra of the elite Jonin. Boom. The earth shattered again. Yison was in a trance, he didn't even see a shadow, and there was a fierce collision in the air. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying chakra collision caused a violent wind, and the wind whipped up dust and swept away Yison's eyes. And figure 1. As expected of an elite Jonin, with my strength, I can't even see a shadow. Sure enough, Tsunade had given up before. Yison sighed. Although he reached the elite genin at the age of 7, the future Kakashi will become a genin at the age of 5, a chunin at the age of 6, and a jonin at the age of 12. If it wasn't for the blows of Obito and Rin, Kakashi gave up on himself, Konoha said. Maybe there will be another White Fang. Just when Yison was thinking about it, the battle in midair finally changed. Click. With a soft sound, the specially made weapon finally could not withstand Tsunade's strange force and shattered. Although Tomo Sharingan could see through Tsunade's attack, but because the weapon was accidentally broken, seeing Tsunade's fist attacking again, he was caught off guard, and number 1 could only gather all the chakras in his abdomen. Boom. The terrifying green light penetrated number 1 foot's abdomen and spread for 5 meters before gradually disappearing. Number 1 bleeds from the corner of his mouth, and flew out like a cannonball, smashing hard in front of Yison. Chapter 14 From the beginning, it was calculated by the bear children. Master Zan. How are you? You can still hold on. No. One took a few breaths and slowly stood up from the ground. Danzo's control spell began to corrode the opponent from the root of his mind. Since number 1 joined the route yesterday, his mind still maintains the emotions of a normal person. Since, even if Tsunade is stronger than number 1, it is impossible to defeat the opponent in a few seconds, but Uchiha is not good at physical skills. If it is not to protect Yison, number 1 will choose guerrilla warfare. Even if he can't beat him, he can still escape. Tsunade's last punch received a bit of strength. After number 1 used all chakra to defend, the injury was not light or serious. Watching number 1 stand up again, Tsunade squeezed his fist and took a step toward him. Get out of the way. No, I am under orders to protect Lord Zan. Unless you step on my body, I will not let you hurt Lord Zan in the slightest. Tsunade was annoyed by number 1's words. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and a murderous aura emanated from her pupils. I just showed mercy. If you don't let me, I don't mind killing you. This is Lord Danzo's order, and I won't let it go. Humph. Danzo, since you won't let it go, don't blame me for being rude. This time, Tsunade really didn't intend to show mercy. As a student of Sarutobi, the princess of the Senju clan, although Tsunade would not kill Yison, killing one of Danzo's subordinates was not a big deal. The terrifying chakra formed a green light around Tsunade's fist. She was ruthless in her heart, and her feet slammed on the ground and rushed over. Wherever she passed, the rocks shattered, which was extremely terrifying. With Mr. Sarutobi here, Danzo shouldn't be too embarrassed for me, and the cause of the incident is that the little bastard took my first when Senju Tsunade, are not so easy to bully. Thinking of this, Tsunade's heart was even more murderous, her eyes fixed on number 1, and she would not stop until she killed the opponent. However, the next moment, Tsunade's face changed greatly, his pupils narrowed to ultimate. Little bastard, get out of the way. In her sight, Yison pulled the injured number 1 away and stood in the position before number 1. His behavior was so unexpected that neither Tsunade nor number 1 could react. This is Tsunade's full blow, let alone Genin, even Jonin can't survive this blow. Tsunade never thought of killing Yison, she just wanted to punish Yison well. Don't say that Yison is Danzo's son. What will be the consequences of killing Yison? Just from the heart, it is impossible for her to kill a 7-year-old child, although the other party has taken away her first win, but a woman, for the guy who took his first time will always have a strange feeling. No, don't let the little bastard have an accident. Thinking of this, Tsunade forcibly suspended the chakra in his body. Such a huge chakra suddenly paused. Tsunade felt pain all over his body, and a smear of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Boom! The slender and pure white fist hit Yison fiercely in front of him, losing the chakra blessing. Tsunade's punch was like an ordinary person's attack. Although it hurt Yison, it did not cause any damage. Little bastard, do you want to die? A loud roar shook Yison's eardrums. He looked at Tsunade silently, and after realizing that Tsunade didn't notice, he quietly put away the seal of the substitute technique. Tsunade, are you nervous about me? Bastard, I'm nervous Konoha. If you die, that guy Danzo doesn't know what to do crazy, how can I be nervous about you? Tsunade still yelled, she didn't realize it herself, there was a slight hint in her tone untraceable fluctuations. Tsunade didn't notice the fluctuation in his tone, but Yison was keenly aware of it. The two looked at each other for a long time, and Yison said softly, actually, if I die in the hands of the woman I love, I don't regret it. Who is the woman you love, you little pervert? Tsunade controlled his tone, but his body was trembling. She wondered why the other party's words made her heart feel soft and crisp. Seeing Tsunade stunned, Yison's mouth twitched into a wicked smile again. He suddenly held Tsunade's pretty face, put his head together, and choked Tsunade's beauty lip with lightning speed. Boom! A surfing wave broke out in a remote alley. Standing on the roof of another alley, Yison smiled, smacked his mouth, turned around, and walked towards the ninja school. In the alley, the two Uchiha Jonin fought together with Tsunade, and from the very beginning, she was tricked by Yison. Recalling that last night, when Yison told Danzo about his forced win Tsunade, Danzo directly sent two Jonin to protect Yison without thinking about it. Danzo knew about Tsunade. At least two Uchiha Jonins were needed to fully protect Yison from Tsunade's wrath. Chapter 15_Small Disputes. Today I will tell you about the basic theory of kunai throwing. First of all, Grade 1 of the ninja school, the head teacher, Mr. Duanmu, was explaining the basics. Although the children of the family had learned it before going to school, most of the class were children from ordinary families who had never been exposed to this knowledge. Among the civilian students, Namikaze Minato is the hardest working student. He listens to the teacher's lectures carefully in every theoretical class, writes down some notes in his notebook from time to time, and gets second place in every monthly exam. Uchiha Makoto, who has a gentle personality. She is smart and has learned this knowledge in her family. She still listens carefully in class, studied it twice, and got full marks in every theory test. But today is different from usual. The first class has been in 20 minutes. Makoto is staring at the podium with his head propped up. If you look closely, you will find that Makoto's eyes are in a trance, and his mind has long been away from studying. Shimura-san didn't come today. Makoto thought blankly, feeling a little nervous. I went home yesterday and heard from the clan that he had a fight with brother Fugaku. Is he injured? Why didn't he come to school? Makoto felt a sore nose and felt very guilty. Of course she knew what Uchiha Fugaku thought about her, and she also knew that Yison fought with Uchiha Fugaku because of herself. In her heart, she always regarded Fugaku as her brother, and for Yison. If Shimura has an accident because of me, what should I do? Makoto thought blankly, and felt a strong dissatisfaction with Uchiha Fugaku in her heart. She never thought of being Fugaku's wife, but she was in a big family, and she a small woman can only become a political bargaining chip for the family. Seriously speaking, Makoto's sense of Yison is not bad. Yison is handsome and cute, and he makes her laugh all day long. Although he occasionally does the behavior of eating tofu, Makoto has never resisted it. He is just shy by nature. It always makes outsiders feel that Yison is forcing Makoto. Boom. A piece of chalk slammed hard on his head. Makoto, ouch, and tightly covered his forehead. Uchiha Makoto, listen carefully to me in class, and if this happens again, get out of here. Teacher Duanmu's roar made Makoto feel aggrieved, and he thought that Yison's life and death were uncertain. Suddenly, a splash of water sparkled in her eyes. She bit her lip and lowered her head to prevent tears from overflowing from her eyes. I'm sorry, teacher, I will listen to the class carefully. The slightly crying apology made several students in the class stunned. Just when Duanmu wanted to reprimand, Nara Shikaku and Namikaze Minato stood up at the same time. Huh. The two looked at each other unexpectedly, and saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. They nodded to each other and said to Mr. Duanmu, Teacher, give Shimura a face and stop teaching Makoto. Giving face is Yison's mantra. After Shikaku and Minato finished speaking, they looked at each other again, but they didn't expect that they had such a tacit understanding with each other. Teacher Duanmu was stunned by the words of the two, and finally remembered Yison, who had not come to class for 2 days. Dignified Chunin, the teacher of the ninja school, was threatened by the students. Mention that Duanmu has the strength of Chunin, even if the teacher and the student have a superior subordinate relationship, they cannot be threatened by the students. Teacher Duanmu's anger continued to build up, and the whole class saw that slightly grim face. When Minato and Shikaku found that Teacher Duanmu's anger was directed at Makoto, they immediately became nervous. Civilian ninjas hate big family ninjas. This is a problem in any country. Unless it is a genius, the absolute inequality of resources can absolutely determine the life of a ninja. Teacher Duanmu is a commoner ninja. If he had suppressed his anger in his heart before, then at this time, his backlogged emotions were completely detonated by Shikaku and Shimura's house, Uchiha's house, Nara's house, you people. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Teacher Duanmu's face became more and more hideous. Just as he was about to attack, the classroom door was kicked open with a bang. Yo, everyone, good morning. Yison waved his hand with a smile, as if he had long been used to the feeling of being in the spotlight, so he naturally walked into the classroom and sat in his own seat. What's wrong with this? Of course, Yison felt the strange atmosphere in the classroom. He glanced at Teacher Duanmu with vacant eyes. The cold breath made Teacher Duanmu's anger freeze, as if suffocating, causing his face to change suddenly, and his forehead was instantly covered with sweat. No, nothing. Teacher Duanmu twitched the corners of his mouth, pretending to be kind, then turned around, picked up the chalk, and wrote, ZZZ, on the blackboard. All the students listened carefully to the class and continued the content just now. The third skill of the kunai throwing technique requires everyone. The class returned to calm again, as if nothing had happened. Yison put his hands on his cheeks, tilted his head, and stared straight at Makoto. The scorching eyes made Makoto very uncomfortable. Gradually, a dizziness appeared on his pretty face. Don't be sad, it's okay, I'm back. Who is sad? I just. Before Makoto could finish his words, his body shook suddenly, and Yuhi's dizziness completely covered his cheeks. She lowered her head nervously, buried her head under the desk, and saw a hand gently covering her big leg. Chapter 16_Assassinate. 10 days passed. Yison lived a boring and leisurely student time. To school, bullying Makoto, leaving school, practicing, sleeping, the time passed slowly like this for 2 months. Yison lived a leisurely and comfortable life, and Konoha looked very calm, but if you look carefully, you can find that groups of guard troops appear on the street from time to time, but occasionally there is no task, and the jonin who are shopping and eating in Konoha are almost lost trace. The second ninja war should be about to start, right? Yison was right. As early as more than a month ago, the 4 high-level Konoha members reached a consensus, with Orochimaru as the leader and Tsunade Jiraiya as the vice captain, leading 30 jonin to quietly go to the Land of Winds to investigate the trend. It is good to say that the Kingdom of Wind has no action. Once the Kingdom of Wind wants to provoke a war, Konoha must respond as quickly as possible, not only to guard against the Kingdom of Wind, but also the Kingdom of Water, the Kingdom of Earth, and the Kingdom of Thunder. But also to deal with, defense or win over. Anyway, in the First Ninja World War, Konoha was the only victor, obtained the best site, the best quality resources, you don't need to think about it, and the other 4 countries are watching Konoha. Everything about Konoha has nothing to do with Yison for the time being. At this moment, he is happily heading to school. When he thinks of Makoto Yuhi's fluttering face, Yison has a strong excitement in his heart. Bullying little loli or something, it's really cool. Yison swears that he is not lolicon, because he is a true beauty control. What royal sister, queen, princess sick, little loli, Yison likes them all. Pity that it has been more than a month since Tsunade left Konoha, and the route that protected Yison was also evacuated by Danzo. Thinking of Danzo's words that day, Yison pouted and felt a little unhappy in his heart. Konoha's situation is not very good. I will take back the root people, and when Tsunade returns, I will send them to protect you. Cut. People with roots are not at the point of last resort and will not use them at all. You think I am stupid. Although Yison was dissatisfied, he did not reject Danzo's arrangement. He knew that Danzo's purpose of evacuating the protection personnel was to hope that Yison would not become lazy and dependent because of someone's protection. But seriously, the week I played cat and mouse with Tsunade really didn't improve my strength. If Tsunade hadn't gone to the Land of Wind to do a mission, I'd still be playing cat and mouse with her right now. Yison smiled, feeling a little smug in his heart. In the past month or so, Yison has been practicing frantically. Although he has not broken through to become Chunin, he has gained control over taijutsu, ninjutsu and chakra because of his actual combat with Danzo. Not a small improvement. Perhaps because of the soul crossing in the previous life, Yison's spiritual power is 3 times that of ordinary people, and with the increase of age and hard training, it will continue to increase. In this world of Hokage, is spiritual power important? Of course, it is important. Both chakra control and chakra cultivation are closely related to spiritual power. Because of Yison's outstanding chakra control, in this month, Yison finally learned a relatively advanced thing. The second attribute practice. This is the ability that only Jonin can cultivate, but Yison himself is a dual attribute talent. He inherited the wind attribute of Danzo, and another attribute, the thunder attribute of his mother who died early. Danzo is a single attribute, not Raiden thunder style, nor the nature transformation of thunder attribute. For his own children, Danzo has the cheek to go to Sarutobi and ask for a person, that is, Konoha's strongest Raiden thunder style master, Anbu minister, Hatake Sakumo. Of course, because of the country of wind, the situation in the entire ninja world is not very optimistic. As a professional exploration and assassination unit, Anbu's task is even more arduous. Fortunately, there has been no war yet. Although Hatake Sakumo is busy, he still commutes to work normally. He accepts Danzo's request and guides Yison to practice every night after 6 o'clock. I don't know what happened to Minato and Shikaku. It seems that after I came back that day, they became good friends. Yesterday, Choza celebrated his birthday and invited Minato and Makoto to eat barbecue. It's a pity, it's a busy time. I don't have any time to study Raiden thunder style. Yison shook his head, feeling a little regretful. Without Tsunade and without Uchiha's harassment, it was the best time to get closer to Makoto, but it's a pity that Yison is too busy, let alone dinner. He doesn't even have time to go home together. Every day after school, he ran home in a hurry. He only had 10 minutes to eat, and immediately went to Hatake's house to study cultivation. Unlike Danzo Sarutobi, Hatake Sakumo is a serious person and will not show mercy. Once Yison was 10 minutes late because of diarrhea, the ending was, "Hey, forget it, I will cry too much, Hatake Sakumo. I promise, I will definitely educate your son well in the future. Kunzi is not too late to take revenge for 10 years. If you can't get over you, I will let your son know why war is like this Yuhi." And the old man, "I remember you too." Thinking of Danzo, Yison felt angry. Isn't it just that you don't give you face when you complain about it? Do you need to embarrass me like this? I'm chasing girls, it's not for the sake of inheriting the Shimura family, Although, even though I'm still a small bean, greater than less than. Yison thought about it all the way. Suddenly, the chill of death poured into his spine. Yison was slightly shocked, as if he fell into an ice hole, and his whole body exploded with chills. Call out, call out, call out. 3-handled Kuwu blocked Yison's retreat from 3 directions. Kuwu was extremely fast, incredibly fast. Yison's face changed greatly. He didn't expect that in Konoha, someone would really dare to assassinate him. Heart, brain, spine, directly kill me. Chakra didn't have time to flow, and the avatar technique could not be used. When the Kyonjin was fired, Yison's eyes narrowed, his body turned halfway, and his hands were open, like a butterfly, shuttled in the rain. Rats who hide their heads and show their tails, get out. Yison stood indifferently. His right arm, left leg, and neck were dripping with blood. Chapter 17 Kill the 2. Chunin. 2 men and a woman jumped from the roofs around the alley. The 2 men were wearing ordinary coarse clothes, and the woman was wearing a green vest. Little Izumi teacher. Yison was horrified, and then seemed to understand something. A flash of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect that all countries have penetrated Konoha to this level. Tell me, which village are you from? Little Izumi Tsubaki, the teacher of Class B in the 1st grade, is about 30 years old, with a delicate body, fair skin, and a medium face. In the ninja school, she is liked by many male teachers. If there was only little Izumi Tsubaki alone, Yison would guess that a certain family in Konoha wanted to deal with him, but the other two men wore coarse clothes, which meant that they were spies disguised as ordinary residents. Naturally, little Izumi Tsubaki also a spy. Perhaps she felt that the victory was in her hands, but little Izumi Tsubaki didn't do anything directly. She covered her mouth and chuckled, with a smirk that seemed like nothing. Shimura is really smart. She guessed the identity of our spy so quickly. However, which country do we belong to? Is it really that important? Anyway, after a while, you will be dead. Dead. Well, it's true, I'm going to die in a while, but even if I die, let me be a sensible ghost. Give me face, and tell me about your village. Little Izumi teacher is so beautiful, she won't even die before I die. Are your last wishes unfulfilled? When Yison praised the beauty of little Izumi Chunzi, the woman suddenly became happy. She squinted her eyes and smiled smugly, touched her face with her slender fingers in white script, and fell into intoxication. It is as expected. Yison had already inquired about the beautiful teacher in the next class. This woman likes to be praised and surrounded by wild bees and butterflies. She is a woman who loves vanity. Because of this, she was able to avoid Konoha's scrutiny and become a teacher at the ninja school. Perhaps Konoha Anbu subjectively believed that a woman with this character could not be a spy sent by an enemy country. At this moment, no one noticed that an illusory Yuhi color force field had appeared in the air. The Duel was successfully launched. Yison sneered, turned around abruptly, stepped on the ground, and a cyan wind burst from the soles of his feet. The air was scratching on his face and it hurt, which was a sign of extremely fast speed. Yison clearly saw the shocked look of the man in front of him. Swish. The breeze was blowing, and the corners of Yison's clothes were swaying constantly. The alley fell silent, and it was only then that Izumi Tsubaki and the other man reacted. PFFT. Meter altitude, turning most of the sky into a bloody Yuhi. Jiro Miyazaki. Little Izumi Tsubaki stared at the head on the ground in disbelief, and gradually, her body began to tremble. Yison didn't know that the person who died happened to be the real boyfriend of little Izumi Chunzi. She originally planned to go back to the village to get married after this vote, but she did not expect that the man she loved was actually planted in Yison's hands. I really didn't expect that Erlang will die like this. Little Izumi Tsubaki whispered, and the next moment, she suddenly raised her head. Her beautiful face was crisscrossed with blue veins, making her look extremely hideous. Little devil, I want you to die. Doden, Earth style. Toon gun. The ground suddenly changed, and sharp rocks pierced towards the soles of Yison's feet. Yison immediately jumped, his body vacated, and his hands quickly hand seal. Futon, wind style. Wind cut. Quote. A few pieces of light cyan light cut through the sky and shot towards the little Izumi, and the thin light instantly cut the little Izumi into several pieces, and the little Izumi also turned into soil and disappeared. Che, is it a soil stand-in? Yison frowned and fell from the air. He moved his arm gently, and it hurt a lot. He was injured by 3 kuwu before, and the wound on his body seemed to be dripping with blood, but it was not too serious. No, we must fight quickly, and in a few minutes, even if I bleed, I will be shed to death. Yison bit Kiba. His eyes were firm. He stared straight at the little Izumi Chunzi not far away. The next second, the chakra knife suddenly threw out. The target he chose was actually the Chunin man on the other side. Sato, be careful. PFFT. With a soft sound, the chakra knife penetrated the throat. Seeing the second companion fell to the ground and died, little Izumi Tsubaki took a step back subconsciously. She clenched her fists tightly, and looked at Yison with a flash of fear. Is this the child of the Shimura family? Even though there is only Genin's chakra, he can display such terrifying fighting power. Originally, this Chunin could not be easily killed, but he has been an ordinary resident in Konoha for a few years, and the fighting is a lot unfamiliar. In addition, there is a lot of futon wind style on the chakra knife, and he even opened 2 games. Tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku also avoided it, let alone this kind of ordinary chunin without blood. After solving the 2, Yison's brows not only did not loosen, but wrinkled even tighter. The second eruption made the injury on his right arm more serious, and blood continued to spill out, dyeing half of his sleeves yuhi color. Even though his left leg and neck were slightly better injured, the blood flowed more and more because of the time. He stared at the little Izumi Tsubaki, swaying, his footsteps a little vain. Quick fight. Yison bit Kiba again, reluctantly raised his hand-to-hand seal. He took a sharp breath, and chakra gathered at the murderous mouth. Futon, wind style. Daitapa, great breakthrough. Quote. Chapter 18_Purple Skill Book. Rumbling. The violent whirlwind spewed out of his mouth and quickly shot at the little Izumi Tsubaki. The small Izumi Tsubaki burst into pieces again, turning into mud and disappearing. Over there. Yison's eyes narrowed, and the seal in his hand was instantly formed. Futon, wind style. Wind cut. Quote. In just half a second, 5 thin cyan lights ripped apart the sky and rushed towards the grass on the left. Call out, call out, call out. Yison's strong fighting consciousness made the little Izumi Chunin even more shocked. At this moment, it was too late to find a substitute. The substitute technique could not be used, and the 5 wind cuts had completely blocked her retreat. She did not hesitate. Chunin's strength fully play out. Doden, earth style. The art of the iron cannon. Bang 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 bang. Large number of small rock blocks spit out from little Izumi Tsubaki's mouth, hitting the blue light accurately, canceling out all the wind cuts. A gloomy look flashed in her eyes, and complicated marks formed on her hands. At the same time, a figure suddenly emerged from the ground and grabbed Yison's feet. When? Could it be that at the same time as the avatar technique, when I wasn't paying attention, I already separated my avatar and hid under the soil? Yison was slightly startled. The wind attribute chakra immediately covered his palm, turned his palm into a knife, and slashed towards the ground fiercely. However, before he could make his move, a terrifying aura came from the front. Yison's body was shocked, and when he looked up, he found that the little Izumi Chunzi had long hair flying, and a hideous face, like a ghost. Boy, you are still far from the experience you have honed in life and death. Die. Doden, earth style. Earth dragon bullet. A mad dragon formed of mud roared towards Yison, and the sharp kiba teeth opened wide, as if Yison would be torn apart in the next second. At the moment of crisis, Yison no longer cares about the earth clone holding his feet. Seeing that the earth dragon is less than 3 meters away from him, his heart becomes more and more calm at this moment. At the moment of life and death, Yison's potential explodes and squeezes out all the chakra in his body. Heart of the strong white increase the release speed and power by 100% within 1 second, use it. Futon, wind style. Vacuum sphere. Hum. The air seemed to burst, and deafening sound waves erupted. The 3 individually rotating wind bombs converged into a pin shape, as if connected together, forming a stronger rotation. Boom. The wind bomb hit the earth dragon, shattering the earth dragon in an instant, almost without stopping, rushing towards the little Izumi Chunko. Izumi Tsubaki opened her mouth in disbelief, exhausted from chakra. She screamed in fear, and she never thought that AC level futon, wind style ninjutsu could break AB level Doden, earth style. Boom. The earth shook, blood was flying, and the little Izumi Tsubaki was torn in 2 by the violent wind bullet. The blue C-rank ninjutsu combined with the heart of the strong, actually destroyed the earth dragon bullet in an instant. It is indeed a golden finger. Yison took a few steps back, leaning against the wall and gasping for breath. He looked up at the sky. The yuhi color force field was still running, and there was no sign of breaking. At the same time, there was a slight fluctuation in the wall behind Yison, as if the air was distorted, but looking closely, it seemed that there was nothing. The opportunity is here. The ninja hiding in the wall suddenly raised the soil cone in his hand and stabbed it towards the back of Yison's neck. However, the next moment, severe pain invaded his brain, his body was paralyzed, and he was unable to move at all. How did you find me? The ninja lowered his head and found that an extremely fine lightning bolt had penetrated his heart. Only then did he realize that Yison's hand leaning on the wall was quietly pointing at him, and the thunderlight of his index finger blinking constantly. Ordinary ninjas really can't find you, but unfortunately, my mental power is 3 times that of ordinary ninjas. When I killed the first person, your breath fluctuated a little, and then you were locked by me. Little Izumi teacher called that the person's name is Jiro Miyazaki. I think you should be his older brother or younger brother, right? Miyazaki Chunin. Yison turned his head and looked to his side. On the empty wall, the figure of a man gradually appeared. Yison shook his head and retracted the Raiden, thunder style, at his fingertips. That's it. As expected of a child whose superiors asked to be executed, what a terrifying talent. The 4th Chunin died in the end, his heart pierced, and no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't last long. Yison looked up at the sky. Yuhi's color force field shattered, turned into a torrent and rushed into the 4 corpses. Then, 4 rays of light rose from the corpse. Yison was slightly taken aback, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. 3 white and 1 purple skill book. Give Xiao Haoxi a face, the flowers are thrown up equals. Chapter 19 _ Love Like a Mountain. In Konoha Hospital, Yison was wrapped in bandages and lay quietly on the bed. This time the injury was so severe that even if the Minister of Medical Affairs took action, it would take 2 days for treatment. As long as there are no scars on his body, Yison doesn't care much about the treatment time. At this moment, his mind is immersed in the space of consciousness, staring at the system screen in a daze. Sweden, water style. Wild water wave, white, 1 ingot. Sweden, water style. Water dragon bullet, white, 5 ingots. Sweden, water style. Water curtain, white, 5 ingots. Sweden, water style. The art of Kurigakur, purple, 20 ingots. 1 C-level white ninjutsu, 2 B-level white ninjutsu, and 1 B-level purple ninjutsu. Yison's eyes were a little dull. It wasn't that the purple ninja had a big impact on him. He just thought it was very strange. Why did 4 Sweden, water style, books appear when there were 4 ninjas using Doden, earth style? Not only that, but the fact that the other party assassinated him is also very strange. With Sarutobi Danzo's eyesight, you can see the traces of pure Doden, earth style, battle at a glance. You must know that Yison is Danzo's son. He killed Yison on Konoha's territory. Excluding all the impossibility, the remaining impossibility is also the truth. Coupled with the coincidence of the explosion of 4 Sweden, water-style books, Yison understands that this should be the plan of the Water Kingdom, in an attempt to stir up the soil. The conflict between the country and Konoha. Why does the country of water provoke contradictions? Thinking of the previous changes in the Kingdom of Wind, Yison suddenly realized. It seems that the Kingdom of Water has joined the Kingdom of Hefeng in an attempt to provoke a war. They use the blame to bring in the Kingdom of Earth. As long as the Kingdom of Earth and Konoha go to war, the Water and Wind Alliance will immediately attack Konoha. The Kingdom of Thunder will also come in to get a share of the pie. Konoha is surrounded by enemies on all sides. Even if the truth is discovered, what can he do? What a cunning method. If you don't have the golden finger, you might really die in this assassination. With Danzo's extreme character, he will definitely take revenge on the land of the land like crazy. To stop Danzo, unless you kill Danzo, but will Sarutobi do this? Killing Danzo, the root, is also destroyed. Konoha's strength is directly lost by a small half, and it is even more impossible to meet the upcoming war. Perhaps Sarutobi knows this and would rather start a war than appease Danzo. This era, Danzo's right eye is not yet blind. Yison guessed that because of his extreme revenge, Danzo is very likely to be injured in World War II in the future. Losing one eye, Perhaps the one who injured him is the third-generation Tsuchikage, who weighed Onoki in 2 days. There was no Yison in the original work. Perhaps Danzo's son died in this assassination, but now, the plan of the Land of Water has failed, and the soul from the 21st century can easily see through the conspiracy. Don't look at Yison's usual grinning appearance. It's just because he has Danzo as his backing. No one in Konoha dares to offend him, but Yison is a very strong person in his bones. Even if a dog bites him, he will bite back regardless. Can't afford to lose the slightest. Wild water wave for sale, water curtain for sale, water dragon bullet. Forget it, the white one is useless, sell it and keep the Kurigakure art. Yison sold 3 ninjutsu and got 11 ingots, and then equipped with the purple Kurigakure technique. Suddenly, a piece of India flashed in his mind, as if he had been using it for decades, and the power of ninjutsu reached its peak. The limit of B-level ninjutsu is purple. I don't know what effect orange and gold have. Then again, is 11 ingots useful? Yison looked at his skill book and found that all of them were C-level ninjutsu. The only B-level ninjutsu was the auxiliary Kurigakure technique. After thinking about it, Yison decided to keep the ingots and upgrade to more advanced ninjutsu in the future. At this moment, there was a sound from the outside world. Yison immediately exited the consciousness space, listened carefully, and found that someone was talking outside the ward. Lord Hokage, Lord Danzo. How is Xiaoshuan? There was too much blood loss and the trauma was serious, but it didn't hurt the root cause. I tried my best to treat it, and I can fully recover in about 2 days. Well, let's go down. A while, the door was gently pushed open. Yison opened his eyes and saw Danzo's stern face. Son, who did it? Spy in the outer village. Humph. Sarutobi, it's your good policy. What brought in the foreign population to develop Konoha? Look at what my son is injured. Yison's serious injury made Danzo very angry. He turned around and sprayed at Sarutobi, blaming Sarutobi for the whole thing. To have long been used to it, Sarutobi reluctantly took a breath of cigarette and comforted in a calm tone. In the beginning, the development of the village was a strategy jointly formulated by the 4 of us. You also voted for it. Now, blame me. I also looked at Xiao Xuanchang. The big one, he was hurt like this, and I feel bad in my heart. However, Sarutobi's consolation was of no use. Seeing Danzo's increasingly cold face, he took a breath again and said softly, I have sent Anbu to search the Yudang. Which village did it, and how to deal with it, I will give you a satisfactory account. No, I didn't say this. You go out right now. Xiaoshuan is injured now. Why do you dare to smoke in the ward? Come out for me. Danzo pointed out the door coldly, without giving Sarutobi any face. Sarutobi's face froze. He smiled awkwardly at Yison, turned around, and left the ward in despair. Humph. Danzo snorted again, turned his head to look at Yison. His mood changed. He hurried to Yison's side, touched Yison's head. His tone was full of worry. Xiaozan, are you alright? It's okay. As you said, you can only become a strong person by going through hardships. Yison smiled, not wanting to make Danzo worry too much. As long as he didn't suffer incurable damage, it was nothing to him. Hey, it's all my fault. I should have kept number 1 by your side. Fortunately, it hasn't made a big mistake. I have decided that starting from today, number 1 and number 2 will be completely under your control. Practice. In Dad's heart, your life is the most important thing. After Danzo finished speaking, he turned his head a little unnaturally, and did not let Yison see his slightly moist eyes. He strode out of the ward, slowed down, and only turned his head until his mood stabilized, and said, Xiaozan, rest assured, I am now. Just go look for the remnants. All the grievances you have suffered will be reported back to you by Dad. Note, as long as it is a human being, there are people who cherish it. This is human nature. Even if it is a murderous one, it will cherish by without cutting it. Information that can be disclosed now. 1. The person whom Danzo cherishes is the protagonist. Information that can be made public now. 2. This article is set in the original work, Danzo's son was killed in this assassination, and Danzo lost the only person he cherished, which led to a complete distortion of his extreme character. Chapter 20 Emergency Meeting. Tsunade is back. A full week after the last assassination, Konoha's team sent to the Land of the Winds is back. Because it was a covert operation, Orochimaru Tsunade and 30 Jonin entered Konoha in batches disguised as ordinary villagers without attracting anyone's attention. Entering Konoha, the three Tsunade did not stop, but hurriedly entered the Hokage building. After half an hour, the four Anbu turned into shadows and left the Hokage building and disappeared. At this moment, Yison was in a wide yard. Opposite him was a man of about 30 years old. The man was just standing with a pressing aura. His eyes were calm, gentle mixed with sternness. Only Raiden, Thunder Style, and Taijutsu are allowed today, for unlimited time, and you can rest until I say stop. His voice was not loud, but it showed an irresistible magic power. Yison pouted, but he didn't dare to make trouble in front of this man. Hatake Tsukumo, 29 years old, Minister of Anbu, although he only has the strength of the quasi-Shadow Peak, but because he has practiced Ultimate Hatake swordsmanship and Raiden Thunder Style, his real combat power can be comparable to ordinary Cage level. During World War II in the original work, Hatake Tsukumo had already shown unrivaled strength. Yison guessed that maybe at a certain time period in the early days of the war, Hatake Tsukumo successfully broke through to become a Cage-level powerhouse. With Hatake swordsmanship and Raiden Thunder Style, even Danzo is no match for it. Hatake Tsukumo's personality is very upright, and it can be said to be old-fashioned. After he promised to teach Yison, he really taught him wholeheartedly. Due to his habit of serving as Anbu's minister for many years, he also treated Yison the same way he came to Anbu, the punishment system. If Yison has not completed the prescribed training, he is not allowed to rest. Once Yison wants to be lazy and rest, Hatake Tsukumo will attack him with Raiden Thunder Style, often making Yison scream and run around the yard. Call out. Sound. A shadow suddenly appeared on the edge of the backyard. The shadow bowed to Hatake Tsukumo and said respectfully, Master Minister, Master Hokage has a message. I hope you will go to the Hokage office immediately for a meeting. Oh, a meeting. Hatake Tsukumo was a little surprised. As Minister Anbu, he was Sarutobi's number one horse after all. He had never attended such an emergency meeting. Who else is there besides me? And Lord Danzo, Lord Menyon, Lord Kaharu, and Lord Hokage's 3 apprentices. Is that so? Hatake Tsukumo was startled, and immediately understood the urgency of the matter. You must know that the 30 Jonins who accompanied Orochimaru and the others to the Land of Wind to investigate the changes were all Anbu members. When the personnel returned, Hatake Tsukumo did not receive any news. This means that they had just returned and they had an emergency meeting. Something must have happened. Major event. Hatake Tsukumo gave Yison a look, and was about to let Yison practice alone. Before he could say anything, Yison interrupted him. I'm going to. This time should be very important, otherwise the dead monkey won't call you there. I'll listen to it too, maybe I can come up with some ideas. Yison's words made Hatake Tsukumo hesitate for a moment and then nodded. He knew Danzo's doting on Yison. Although this kind of meeting was a high-level meeting, Yison wanted to hear it, but no one could stop him except Danzo himself. Matter was urgent. Hatake Tsukumo didn't want to waste time. He walked to Yison's side and grabbed Yison's arm. The next second, Yison only felt a force pulling him away. His ears were whirring, and the whole world was blurred. Before he could react, he stood on the ground again, shook his head ignorantly, and in a trance, a beautiful figure appeared in front of him. Hey dear, why are you here? Bastard, who is your darling? Hidong's roar made Yison's brain dizzy. He shook his head again, only to find that he was standing in the middle of Hokage's office, with several pairs of eyes staring at him silently. Ah, hello everyone, comrades have worked hard. Yi Xuantian waved to Sarutobi and the others shamelessly, gave Tsunade a provocative glance, and silently walked to Danzo's side amid Tsunade's glaring eyes. Office was quiet again. Sarutobi tapped his pipe on the table, put his pipe on the table for the first time, rubbed his temples tiredly, and said in a deep voice, "Since everyone is here, let's start. Orochimaru, you speak." Hearing Sarutobi's words, Orochimaru nodded. He took a step forward, looked around, and after everyone focused their eyes on him, he said in a hoarse voice, "In the past 2 months, we have investigated the changes in the Land of Wind. First of all, what needs to be explained is that the country of the wind is about to start a war." It was as if a boulder smashed into the lake. Although it was expected, when Orochimaru told the truth, it still stirred up a storm in the hearts of everyone. Except for the main battle faction Danzo, including Hitaki Tsukumo, everyone frowned. Shocked, everyone present was well informed, and they quickly calmed down, waiting for Orochimaru to continue. Because all the spies in Cheyenne village were cleared, we had to start from the beginning. We divided 30 people into 3 groups, led by me, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, respectively. We found that dozens of large and medium-sized towns in the Land of Wind did not ninja. Then, we squatted in a hidden place outside Cheyenne village, and recorded the entry and exit of Cheyenne for the past 2 months. The final conclusion is that the ninjas in the entire country of Wind, except for special circumstances, are almost all concentrated in Cheyenne Hidden Village. All concentrated. All spies removed. Isn't this a traditional pre-war mobilization? Kaharu Udatane took a deep breath, shocked by the actions of the Land of Winds. Are they crazy? Did they think they can beat Konoha with 20 years of training? No, there must be something missing. Orochimaru, don't sell it. There must be something else to discover, right? Homura Mitokado's eyes flashed. The clever Konoha advisor guessed the hole in Orochimaru's words in an instant. Hey. As expected of Elder Menyon, in order to get more accurate information, I once entered Cheyenne village in disguise. When I was dining in the tavern, I found a group of people, although wearing civilian clothes, but from their tone and momentum, can see their weirdness. What's weird? The other party is a group of Jonin. One of them constantly dislikes the food when eating, and says that it is so hot and uncomfortable. He takes out a water bottle from his waist from time to time to drink water. You must know that Jonin's ability to survive is very strong. Most likely. Ghost lanterns. Danzo said, his eyes narrowed. I once fought Jonin from the ghost lanterns. Their blood was liquefied, and they were immune to all physical damage. I learned from the second-generation Hokage that once the ghost lanterns left the water, if you are a country, you will carry a water bottle with you. Orochimaru should have observed a lot of evidence to prove this fact, that is to say, the country of wind and the country of water have joined forces, right? Hokage give me a face. Chapter 21-40. Chapter 21_Aoi Matsuri. The commercial street in Konoha is very lively. Today is the annual Aoi Matsuri. There are many people on the street. There are countless vendors on both sides of the street, and children are laughing and joking. The meeting was over 10 minutes ago, and everyone discussed it for a long time, but couldn't think of a good solution for the time being. In desperation, Sarutobi announced the meeting. The moon is in the sky, and the lights are on. On Konoha Street, Tsunade was walking alone, followed by a nasty bug. Hello, baby. Die away. Honey. It's not. Why are you so difficult? We haven't gotten married yet. Do you have to call your wife? You. Tsunade turned around in anger, her fists clenched and rattled. Seeing Yison pretending to be innocent, she took a deep breath, suppressed her anger again, and decided that no matter what Yison said, it was as if she didn't hear it. Beat. Of course not. Tsunade would have a hard time dealing with just the two. Jonin behind Yison who kept his shot at all times. Okay, don't be angry. As the saying goes, happiness is one day, and unhappy is one day. Can't you live happily with me? Yison took a quick step forward, and while Tsunade was unprepared, he grabbed her jade hand at once, Tsunade was about to throw it away. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the front. "Yo, Tsunade, long time no see." A light blue-haired man appeared in front of Tsunade, wearing a green Jonin vest. His kind smile was very warm. "Out shopping with your nephew." Nephew. Yison was stunned, and suddenly became furious. He stared at the man fiercely, and before he could speak, a fragrant wind blew his nose. When Yison reacted, Tsunade had already covered himself tightly. "Phew. Let me go. I'm going to fight him. I'm obviously your man, yet you demean me. Damn bastard, I'm going to beat him into a pig's head." Yison shouted, but under Tsunade's forceful covering of his mouth, he could only make a vague, woo-woo, sound. Looking at the surprised expression on the other side, Tsunade smiled and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Kato Jonin, my nephew. Mental age is more mature. I don't like others when he is a child, please forgive me." "Oh, it's alright, it's me being abrupt, that. I heard from a colleague a few days ago that a new barbecue restaurant has opened not far ahead. If you and your nephew are free, can you have a meal together?" The man silly scratching the back of his head, his simple and honest appearance seemed sincere. This person is the legendary Kato Dan, who is also Jonin. Although the relationship between him and Tsunade is not close, they have met more or less several times. Tsunade, who had always been careless, didn't think too much about the cut-off treat, nodded, and was about to agree. The next second, a sharp pain came into his mind. "Oops!" Tsunade exclaimed, subconsciously raising his hand, and a row of small kiba marks appeared on the white onion fingers. "Little bastard, how dare you bite me? HMPH, who made you promise to eat with a strange man? What are you thinking about? Kato Jonin is my colleague, we don't have the kind of relationship you think." "I don't know why," Tsunade explained subconsciously, when she noticed Yison's startled gaze. Yuhi yelled fiercely, "Stinky brat, you don't have to worry about my affairs. Even if I have something with Jonin Kato, why should you brag about me?" "Just me." Yison paused for a moment. A ghost idea popped into his mind instantly. He rolled his eyes, his tone changed, like a child, pointed at Kato Dan innocently and said, "Sister Tsunade, look at this person, he is long and oily. Hair, a foolish look, and a sissy. I think you must not like this kind of man, right?" He deliberately asked a rhetorical question, but nodded affirmatively, as if it were, and answered instead of Tsunade. Yison's words changed Kato Dan's face, and a trace of anger flashed in his pupils, but he didn't know that Yison had been paying attention to him. "Sister Tsunade, you see, he's angry. Children will get angry if they say anything. As the princess of the Senju clan, I think Sister Tsunade should look down on a man who is just this arrogant." Yison's repeated insults finally made Kato Dan furious, but in front of Tsunade, he couldn't show it. He bit Kiba tightly, pulled the corner of his mouth, and looked polite, but he didn't know, he deliberately did it. The fake smile looked extremely hideous. "Tsunade, it seems that your nephew doesn't want to eat with me, then. Let's forget it this time, I'll go first, and we'll talk next time." He smiled at Tsunade again, and when he turned around, his face changed completely. For cold. HMPH, you changed your face when you turned around. I've seen a lot of pseudo-kuns like you. Yison muttered softly, but it happened to be heard by Tsunade and Kato Dan. In an instant, a murderous aura flashed from Kato Dan's eyes. However, he didn't say anything. His figure flickered and disappeared into the vast sea of people. When Kato Dan left, Yison breathed a sigh of relief. He mechanically wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead, turned his head away, and dared not look directly into Tsunade's eyes. "Little pervert, what? You dared to do it when you were doing it, but you don't dare to look at me now." Tsunade chuckled, the jade finger with the Kiba seal stretched out in front of Yison. "Offended my colleague and bit me again, tell me, how to compensate." "Wait, let me state first, I didn't offend your colleague, you don't know, he looks at you like a wolf, and can't wait to eat you. You are my woman, I am defending sovereignty." Boom. With a burst of chestnuts, Yison let out a pained cry, and squatted pitifully on the ground, covering his head. HMPH, stinky brat, I'm not your woman. Tsunade shook his fists, and found that Yison had been squatting on the ground pretending to be pitiful. His heart softened. Forget it. Anyway, I'm not very familiar with Kato Jonin, but today is Aoi Matsuri. If you don't have a happy meal, you're too sorry for your stomach, little pervert. What do you want to eat? I want to eat eel sushi, tonkatsu ramen, takoyaki, and... The street was still lively and bustling. The backs of Yison and Tsunade were pulled very long by the gorgeous night lights. I don't know when, the two hands touched together, as if it was like this from the beginning. Everything seemed warm and natural. Recommend a friend's book. My backyard is connected to the second dimension. Chapter 22 _ Believe it or not, I jumped off the building. Aoi Matsuri finished 2 weeks. I want to graduate. This was the first sentence Yison said to Danzo when he woke up. At this moment, Danzo was looking at a map of the ninja world seriously. He turned his head and glanced at Yison in surprise, almost without thinking, and directly rejected Yison's idea. No way. Why not? Because your strength is too weak. The ninja world is currently in crisis, and war will break out at any time. Are you graduating now? Don't you want to die? After Danzo finished speaking, he focused his eyes on the map again. Obviously it was absolutely impossible to agree to this matter. Seeing Danzo's ignorance, Yison curled his lips, walked silently to the windowsill, stepped out of the windowsill with one foot, and said in a very firm tone, "Don't let me graduate. Believe it or not, I'll jump off the building. If you can fall to your death from the first floor, I promise to let you graduate." Okay, that's what you said. Yison was ruthless in his heart, suddenly jumped off the windowsill, fell half a meter, and sat firmly on the lawn. Ouch. Oops. Yabby butterfly. It hurts. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Yison rolled on the lawn. His right hand quietly wiped the water droplets from the grass on the corner of his eyes, and after a while, Danzo helplessly walked out of the room. Walked out, looked at Yison who was rolling around, and sighed softly. Okay, let you graduate. Look at your virtue, hey. Danzo agreed. Yison sat up instantly. He looked at Danzo with a smile, and comforted. After recovering from the injury last time, my strength has broken through to Chunin. How can I become a strong person without going through hardships? You have to believe it. My talent tilde. Of course I believe in your talent, but no matter how talented a ninja is, it takes time to accumulate. During this time, any strong person can obliterate you, as I said. Only a living genius can be called a genius, right? You've said this word countless times. Yison picked his ears and continued, the progress of ordinary practice is too slow. I can teach anything from Tsukumo. Now, if the outside world knows that a Chunin is a complete master with 2 types of chakra nature transformations, they will definitely drop their jaws tilde. Stinky boy, don't get carried away. You must remember, don't be brave. If you can't beat it, run away. I'm just your son, don't lose your life. Got it. Yison nodded in agreement, then seemed to think of something and frowned slightly. By the way, where do I go after I apply for graduation? Don't let me do D-level C-level tasks. What I want is in danger sharpen. If you want danger and grind, it's easy, go to Anbu. Yison never expected that he would eventually fall into the hands of Hitaki Tsukumo. Looking back on that day, after Hitaki Tsukumo taught the last Raiden Thunder-style class, Yison yelled at Hitaki Tsukumo, roughly meaning, don't let me take the chance, or I'll make you Hitaki Tsukumo fuck up. Facts have proved that spraying people has a price. For example, at this moment, in Hokage's office, Danzo and Sarutobi were silent. Hitaki Tsukumo stared at Yison expressionlessly, a faint smile flashed in his pupils. Anbu members must obey their superiors unconditionally. Shimura-gen, can you do that? I can. Yison's face was full of seriousness, and he put on a posture of dying. Fuck you. Sarutobi and Danzo looked at each other, thinking at the same time. No matter Danzo, Sarutobi or Hatake Sakumo, they all understand Yison's character. Danzo planned to make Yison enter Anbu from the beginning. Of course he didn't send Yison into danger, but knew Yison's character. In Anbu, those who cannot absolutely obey orders will soon be eliminated by Anbu. After that, Danzo can find various ways to reduce the probability of Yison's accident. After all, the task list is sent by Sarutobi, and he has been given a safe escort task. Can only say bad luck. The final interpretation right belongs to Hokage. Even if Yison wants to grind his life and death, he has no chance. But this time Danzo didn't know that Yison was determined to enter Anbu, and World War II was about to start. He had to increase his strength in the shortest possible time, and the best way to increase his strength was to gain face. Go out of the village to carry out dangerous tasks. Use the second ability of the face fruit, Duel to kill. While acquiring the skill book, due to the grind of life and death, the combat experience and chakra will also have a blowout growth. I'll give you 1 day to prepare. Come to Anbu tomorrow at noon to report, familiarize yourself with the environment, and start the task the day after tomorrow. Time is tight, you don't have to go through the process of applying for graduation. At ninja school, Lord Hokage will directly drop you. Chapter 23_Dinner. Of Yison's joining Anbu quickly reached Tsunade's ears, and she didn't know why she was crazy. She rushed into Shimura's house angrily, searched for a long time, and finally bumped into Danzo. Hello, Mr. Danzo, I'm looking for Xiaozan. Tsunade bowed, his face a little unnatural. Xiaozan is not at home. He said he was going to school to deal with some matters. Seeing your appearance, do you know the situation? Well, I didn't expect Mr. Danzo to agree to Xiaoshuan joining Anbu. The war could break out at any time. It would be a bit rash for you to do so. Tsunade didn't care whether she would offend the other party or not. Express your dissatisfaction. Since we passed Aoi Matsuri together, the relationship between Tsunade and Yison is no longer so tense. Although they often quarrel and bicker because of Yison's fuss, Tsunade never shouts and kills again, but cares a little about Yison. Tsunade, I know what you said. If possible, I don't want Xiaoshuan to be in danger, but I know Xiaoshuan's character very well. Don't look at his usual cynical look when he smiles. In fact, once he does something decided, even if I can't stop it, it's like Xiaozan to you. Do you really think you can get rid of it? One day, you will become the daughter-in-law of my Shimura family. Lord Danzo. Tsunade never expected that Danzo, who usually has a cruel and hawkish style, would say such a thing. She clenched her fists in shame. If it wasn't for the huge gap between cage level and Jonin, she would have almost punched her. Cough. I have a bad habit of telling the truth, so you can treat me as if I didn't say anything. No shit. I heard it. Tsunade stared at Danzo fiercely, and suddenly, a flash of light flashed through her mind, her eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Lord Danzo, I can take what you said just now as you're teasing, playing with me. I will go to Xiaoshuan now, and I will tell him that his father is teasing, playing me at home. Circled.operator_circled.operator. Hey Tsunade, you can eat rice and talk nonsense. I don't want to be hit in the face by Xiaozan with a pillow in the middle of the night. Hey, Tsunade, wait. Hey. Leaving Shimura's house, Tsunade headed towards the ninja school, but she didn't know that at this moment, Yison was no longer in the school. Come on, in order to celebrate everyone's giving me face and skipping classes collectively, I'll invite you for this meal today. In the best barbecue restaurant in Konoha Commercial Street, Yison raised his wine glass and saluted the surroundings. I have deep feelings, one mouthful is boring, if I don't drink all of it, I don't have enough friends, I will do it first as a tribute. Goo goo goo. Hiccup. Good wine. Yison's cheeks flushed with Yuhi's praise, and he was in high spirits, but Makoto, who was beside him, glanced at him cautiously, and said softly, Gee. Shimura classmate, you are drinking juice. Quote. Yison sat down with tears streaming down his face, only to find that no one responded to him at all, especially Akamichi Choza, who was staring at the flesh, as if this was his world. Anbu tomorrow, Yison pulled out a few people he knew well in the class for a meal. In addition to Makoto and Ino Shikacho, there were also Namikaze Minato, and Inuzuka Claw who had spoken a few times. Inuzuka Claw is Kiba's mother in the future. This little loli is only 7 years old. Except for the 2 ugly Yuhi color marks on his face, he looks cute and lovely. It's a pity that Yison knows what Inuzuka Claw will look like in the future. The hedgehog-shaped short-haired man, Yison decisively did not hook up with Inuzuka's claws, so as not to get burned. Although he didn't hook up, he was always a son of Konoha's family. There were only a few in Class A of the first grade. It was not a burden for Yison to invite more people to dinner. Wong wong. The puppy on Inuzuka's paw growled and drooled while staring at the grilled meat. Shikaku kept flipping the grilled meat on the grill with his chopsticks. When it was cooked through, he picked up the first piece and put it into the Choza bowl. Please eat the first piece of meat. Thank you Shikaku, then I'm welcome. As Choza started, everyone started eating. Yison didn't move his chopsticks. At this moment, he was akimbo with a displeased face, and complained loudly, "Why can't you sell alcohol to minors? What a violation of the rules. And you, Makoto, why are you ruining my show?" Right, I'm sorry, I thought Shimura's head was broken, so it was a performance. As if letting go of his worries, Makoto let out a silly sigh of relief. Yison's cute appearance made Yison's heart itch for a while. He hugged Makoto and grinned wickedly while holding up that delicate face. My Makoto is so cute, let my brother squeeze, hehehehe. Hate. Being bullied by Yison for a long time, Makoto gradually learned to resist. She was struggling in Yison's arms, looking like a couple playing and playing. To Yison and Makoto's play, the other people turned their eyes away and ate the grilled meat obediently. Among them, Yamanaka Inoichi took out a small bag from his arms and poured the small pieces of the bag onto the grill. Inoichi, what is this? Choza asked. Dog food. Inoichi was expressionless, picked up a piece with chopsticks and put it in his mouth, watching others show affection. I don't know why, I suddenly want to eat this thing. Hey, Inoichi, are you serious? You're only 7 years old. Yeah, other people start showing affection when they are 7 years old. Choza, don't persuade me. In fact, the taste of dog food is not bad. Wong wong wong. Huh, Kuromaru, do you want to eat it too? Everyone was eating, drinking, and chatting happily. The atmosphere was strong and beautiful. As if thinking of something, Shikaku suddenly put down his chopsticks. By the way, let's make up a good reason for us to skip class collectively. If there is no reason to pass the test, Mr. Duanmu will definitely tell my mother. You know, my mother won't be soft at all when she beats me. What's the reason? I don't know, my mom shouldn't hit me. My dad will kill me, let's think of a reason. Everyone was talking at length, until Shikaku led the topic to Yison. Everyone suddenly realized and focused on Yison. Brother Zan, you told us to skip class and come out to play. You should think of a reason. Ah, reason. Yison was stunned for a moment, then blinked his eyes. Taking this opportunity, Makoto finally escaped from Yison's claws. Sorry, I'll drop out of school tomorrow to join Anbu. I told you to skip class today, and I didn't even want to make up excuses for skipping school. Chapter 24 seems to have done something outrageous. After the dinner at the barbecue restaurant was over, everyone left the store with a shy stomach, and walked slowly to the gate of the ninja school. Yison invited everyone to dinner, not only to communicate with each other, but also to explain more important things. Shikaku, Choza, Inoichi, I have only one request. If Makoto is harassed by Uchiha Fugaku or others, stop me. Yison's so-called blocking is naturally not solved by force. With the Inoshika-cho family, even if it is only the next patriarch, Shikaku and the three also have potential power. Unless Uchiha wants to directly usurp power, he will never dare to provoke Danzo and Hokage's direct descendants. Family. Minato, hurry up and practice hard for me, I value your talent very much, come on. Hearing Yison's words of encouragement, Namikaze Minato nodded and said earnestly, Brother Zan, I will try my best to catch up with you. You must know that Minato is only a child of a commoner's family. He is only in the first grade and has nothing to do with him. Yison, as the son of Konoha's real power boss, condescends to make friends with him, which is rare in this era, and makes Minato. I was very moved and recognized Yison as a friend. After Inoshika-cho and Namikaze Minato finished talking, Yison turned his head to look at Inuzuka Claw. Little Claw, you and Makoto are both girls. Makoto will be taken care of by you in the future. You will move to my place to sit tomorrow. Remember, stay. Be careful, Minato. Don't look at his stuffy look. This guy's ability to seduce girls is still very good. Wow tilde. Before Inuzuka Claw could answer, the black pill on her head nodded and called a few times. Inuzuka Claw reluctantly patted the black pill, and glanced at Makoto quietly, with a glimmer of envy in his eyes. Don't worry. Brother Zan, promise to complete the task. Very good. As if he was addicted to being a big brother, Yison put his arms around Makoto beside him, and was about to talk in high spirits, when suddenly, a slender hand came around from the side, flicked the green onion, and stamped it hard on Yison's forehead. Boom. Ouch. Yison shouted, and squatted down with his forehead covered. The familiar fragrance wafted into his nostrils, and then, Yison's neck was surrounded by the fragrance. Classmates, let's go to class. I have something to ask Xiaoshuan, so I'll go first. After he finished speaking, he pulled his arm violently, and a gust of breeze blew through, leaving the last picture for everyone. That is, Yison turned Byakugan and spit out his long-tongued head. Quote. Big Brother Zan will be fine, right? Shouldn't it be? The one just now seems to be Lord Tsunade. If it was really Tsunade-sama, would something have happened? Don't worry about Big Brother Zan. I believe he can survive in the hands of Lord Tsunade. Now we have to solve our own problems first. What's the problem? Choza, you idiot, we're going to make up an excuse for truancy. Oh, if I told my mom to play truant for a barbecue, she wouldn't blame me. Damn it, why don't I have such a good mother? Inoichi, how about you? A group of people were standing at the gate of the school constantly discussing countermeasures, but no one noticed. In the guard room next to the gate, Mr. Duanmu was looking at them with a livid face and listening intently. Shikaku's voice kept spreading from the gaps in the glass. Come in. HMPH, make up. I'll see today, how do you make it up so that I can believe your lies? Leaving aside the crisis of Shikaku and the others, at this moment, at a quiet creek in the north of Konoha, Yison was bent over and coughed violently, tears and snot flying all over, and he was in a state of embarrassment. Cough cough. Tsunade, you bastard, you want to murder your husband. My husband, you bastard, talk nonsense again, believe it or not, I'll beat you up. Tsunade raised his fist and shook it, as if a proud little prince was showing off his abilities. However, Tsunade's threat did not have any effect on Yison. He slowed down and glanced at Tsunade all over his body, as if he had found something, and said with a wicked smile, you beat me. Come on, you can do it if you can. Beat me, and I'll 10-10 find a chance to kiss you. Not only to kiss you, but also to touch your fierceness, even though it's a flat plate. Boom. Before Yison finished speaking, he covered his head and squatted down again. Some Yuhi's swollen forehead became more and more swollen, and a small bag gradually appeared. You ripped my head out of the bag. So what? Tsunade, I'm telling you, you're done for today. Yison pouted. Jongkiba rushed over with claws. Tsunade immediately turned his head, thinking that Yison was going to kiss himself again. But the next moment, she felt something was wrong. Not an A. It's actually AB cup. I'll just say it. Obviously I'm in my 20s. With a tone of sudden realization and a strange sense of crispness, Tsunade lowered his head in disbelief with wide eyes. What caught his eye were two cute little claws. Ah! You dare! Mr. Tony, I want to slaughter you. Chapter 25 Anbu base _ 12 noon the next day, Yison came to a certain hill in the northern forest of Konoha, and 1 second later, Hatake Tsukumo appeared in front of Yison. Shaozan, your face. Don't ask. It's a sad story. Okay. Hatake Tsukumo nodded lightly, his eyes flashed with a smile, he turned to face the forest, hand seal with both hands, and suddenly, several big trees in front of him spun and disappeared, and a dark hole appeared. This is the gate of Anbu. Remember this location, remember the seal I just made, and come with me. After Hatake Tsukumo finished speaking, without waiting for Yison, he walked into the black hole on his own. Everything is an illusion. The long and narrow path is not known how deep, with high and steep cliffs on both sides, as if he knew what Yison wanted to ask. Hatake Tsukumo explained, as Anbu is one of the most important institutions in Konoha, our base is naturally built like a fortress. Outside the door is the trigger-type demonic illusion enchantment. Now on the trail we pass through, the sides of the cliff are full of duty officers. You should be able to see them. After Hatake Tsukumo finished speaking, Yison raised his head subconsciously, and sure enough, after careful observation, Yison found a few shadows standing faintly on the 30-meter-high cliff. See, that kid below is Shimura General. I don't know what the minister thought, pulling the first-year guy from the ninja school into Anbu. Look at his face, wow, his nose is blue and his face is swollen, he was just beaten up by his classmates, poor kid. Hanyu, keep your voice down. Don't forget, others are the children of Lord Danzo. If you say this, be careful to pass it on to Lord Danzo's ears. HMPH, we are Hokage-sama's subordinates, even if Danzo-sama knows about it. Before Hanyu could finish his words, he felt that the air around him was being drained, as if suffocating, and his face suddenly became extremely ugly. Department. Your Excellency the Minister. A drop of cold sweat dripped from the corner of his temple, and he looked down trembling with fear by Hatake Tsukumo's eyes. Belittling colleagues, ignoring bosses, and getting punished. I'm sorry, Mr. Minister. Hanyu clenched his fists tightly, but did not dare to be presumptuous in front of Hatake Tsukumo. He glared at Yison angrily, and disappeared without a trace. As if it was just a small episode, Hatake Tsukumo didn't stop and continued to walk forward. Yison touched his bruised cheek, and pouted his lips in disgust. The entire Konoha dared to beat Yison so badly, but Tsunade was the only one. Yesterday, he bravely attacked Tsunade's murderous part. Although he analyzed the size and was relieved, what he faced was Tsunade's merciless beating. Because of joining Anbu, Yison had already returned number 1 and number 2 to Danzo. Fortunately, Tsunade didn't think about killing him, which made Yison escape. But seriously, Tsunade's ferocity is really soft. Recalling how he felt yesterday, Yison laughed foolishly, and with his bruised nose and face, even Hatake Tsukumo's forehead appeared with the word, well. Shaozan, we are almost at our destination, pay attention to the image. What image? Yison blinked his eyes for unknown reasons, and Hatake Tsukumo couldn't bear it because of his innocent and cute appearance. He violently mobilized chakra to condense a water mirror in the air, and brought the water mirror in front of Yison. Image, understand it or not, this is the image. Oh. A rubbing sound sounded. Yison scratched his head, the dandruff floated to the mirror along the breeze. Would you help me treat it? Tsunade was looking for you yesterday, why didn't you let her treat you? That's what she hit. Quote. Hatake Tsukumo turned around and left. He decided not to talk to Yison anymore, otherwise he really couldn't guarantee that he could suppress his emotions. The two walked forward for about 2 minutes, turned a corner, and a bright light appeared at the end of the trail. "Let's go, it's here." Hatake Sakumo glanced back at Yison. His figure flashed, like lightning galloping, and instantly disappeared at the end of the void. Yison didn't know why, so he had to follow Hatake Sakumo's behavior. His feet slammed on the ground, light blue chakra erupted, and his body was like an arrow from the string, rushing towards the end quickly. Huh! The cool wind blew, and the urge to urinate poured out. Yison subconsciously clamped his legs, and suddenly found that he was in the air. In the incomparably wide square, hundreds of Anbu ninjas looked up at Yison. They were a little strange. Didn't the minister remind each other that the end of the trail was a hole made in the cliff? "Hatake Sakumo, you fuck me." Yison was about to scold, when the strong wind blew into his mouth. The weightlessness of free fall made Yison's urge to urinate more and more intense. He puffed out his mouth angrily. Chunin-level chakra frantically poured out, forming a mass all over his body. Light blue chakra coat. Then, the coat converges on the back and transforms into two pairs of wings. Futon, wind style. Wind wings. Quote. The wings flapped, blowing a strong hurricane. The force counteracted the gravity, and Yison slowly landed to the ground. Away the futon, wind style. Yison's face turned a little pale. Although this move was not a nature transformation, it was an ultimate form of transformation. It was fully relied on mental power to perform. Even if it surpassed 3 times the mental power of ordinary ninjas, Yison also felt it. Some tough. Yison didn't realize that at this moment, all the ninjas in the square stared at him dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. For a while, the whole square was silent. Chapter 26 _ That's my lost youth. Hatake Sakumo, why are you messing with me? Yison roared angrily in the spacious square. I didn't fix you. I did it for your own good. Hatake Sakumo's expression was flat, as if everything just now was an illusion. Okay, you said you didn't fix me. What if I just fell from it and fell to my death? You won't die. Lord Danzo has already told me your strength in detail. I have to say that seeing it with your own eyes is far more shocking than Lord Danzo's statement. Your futon, wind style, talent is something I've ever seen. The tallest person ever. HMPH, thank you for the compliment. Yison put his hands on his hips, raised his head proudly, and the next second, as if remembering something, his face sank again. Hatake Sakumo, don't try to divert the topic, you were just trolling me. Yeah, I'm just messing with you. You. Okay, Shaozan. Hatake Sakumo's voice suddenly became cold, and Yison was speechless with his sharp eyes. Anbu rules, every member must obey the arrangement. I just tested your strength. Why, you want to be kicked out after less than an hour? Hatake Sakumo's words made Yison's heart tighten, and his face suddenly softened. He didn't want to be kicked out by Anbu. For him, Anbu was the fastest place to improve his strength. If he was kicked for disobeying orders, Danzo would definitely not give yourself a second chance. Aiya, handsome minister, how could I disobey the order? I'm a big fan of yours. Come on, don't you say that the task is heavy recently, give me one quickly. Huh. Hatake Sakumo snorted lightly. Having learned Yison's shamelessness long ago, he ignored Yison and looked at the square. Everyone, I am gathering everyone today. There is an urgent mission. The situation in the ninja world is turbulent, and war will break out at any time. Konoha is safe and needs everyone's protection. After Hatake Sakumo finished speaking, he took out a scroll from his arms and slapped it with one hand, only to hear a bang, and a pile of scrolls appeared in front of everyone. Blood Demon Squad, Yin-Yu Squad, Frozen Squad, Dead Corpse Squad, come up to receive the mission. Thunder Squad, Chu Squad, Perception Squad, come up to receive the mission. As Hatake Sakumo kept handing out the scrolls in his hand, there were fewer and fewer ninjas in the square. When there was the last scroll left in his hand, in the square, except for Yison, there were only 4 ninjas in the corner. Hee team, come forward to receive the mission. Hee team, who is such a fool to take such a team name? Yison laughed in his heart, turned his head to look over, and what caught his eye was a man of about 30 years old, with black hair, white eyes, and wearing a white kimono. This standard attire was obviously of the Hyuga family. Damn it, the Hyuga family. Don't you say that the Hyuga family is very old-fashioned? Why does this person have such a funny name? You must know that the team name of the Anbu team is the code name of the team leader. That is to say, this serious and decent-looking man is called Hihi, in Anbu's code name. Yison kept complaining in his heart, and the Hyuga also walked up to Hitaki Sakumo. The relationship between the two seemed to be good. Hitaki Sakumo patted him on the shoulder and handed the scroll over. Sanji, Shimura-san will be brought to you. No problem, Minister Sakumo. Okay, I still have something to do, let's go first. After Hitaki Sakumo finished speaking, he jumped up, turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed into the small hole in the cliff, disappearing without a trace. After Hitaki Sakumo left, Zanji finally looked at Yison. He took the initiative to stretch out his hand and said kindly, "Hello, my name is Hyuga Zanji, but in Anbu everyone calls each other code names. You will call me Captain Hihi from now on." Bar. As soon as Hyuga Soji's voice fell, the other three team members came over from not far away. I've heard of Shimura-san's name for a long time. When I saw it today, my name is well deserved. Hello, my name is Matsushita, and my code name in Anbu is Urhuo. The speaker was a very lively man, about 18 years old. Get along well. Hello, Shimura-san, my name is Hitaki Fan, and the code name for Anbu is Rice Room. The futon wind style you just did is so handsome that you can fly in the air. Your chakra control level is simply incomprehensible. Even Captain Haha is not as strong as you. The second person is slightly older, about 25 years old, with a more lively personality. He has a samurai sword in his waist and seems to be a master of swordsmanship. HMPH, no matter how strong he is, he's still a dragging chunin. The stern voice showed the speaker's displeasure. The third person walked at the end, his face was cold and his chin was raised slightly, as if I was the only one in the sky and the earth. My name is Uchiha Nomi. Anbu's code name is Paper Boy. It's not a big deal to defeat Fugaku. The relationship between you and Uchiha is not so easy to solve. Paper, this is Anbu, not your Uchihas. Why, Urhuo, isn't the lesson you learned from the last time not enough? Okay, you two talk less, you are both teammates, why bother? During the meal, don't interrupt, I learned a new technique yesterday, even Uchiha. You all shut up for me. A violent chakra burst out, instantly suppressing Uchiha Nomi and Matsushita Jiro. Until their emotions calmed down, Hyuga Soji slowly withdrew the chakra. Shimura-san, you are welcome to join the Huhu team. Our mission will be carried out tomorrow. Today I will treat you as a guest. Let's go have a meal together and get acquainted with each other. It's all right, right? No. Very well, Shimura-san, how about you? Are you okay? Shimura-san. At this moment, Yison was already immersed in his own world. He held his head tightly, with a doomsday expression on his face. One Hihi, one secondhand, one idiot, one mentally retarded. What name is this special cat named? How will the future live? I think of running under the sunset that day, that is my lost youth. Chapter 27_Mutual Calculation. Generally speaking, Anbu squad leader has at least the strength of Jonin and elite Jonin. Hitaki Sakumo classified Yison as Hihi squad, mainly for safety reasons. Hyuga Soji, the leader of Hihi squad, Byakugan who is known as Konoha's first perception, at least guarantees that he will not be attacked when he goes out and goes through dangerous missions, and he can choose the best escape route when escaping. In addition, although Hyuga Zanji is an elite Jonin, due to the inherent limitation that the Hyuga family cannot use attribute ninjutsu, the tasks performed by Hyuga Zanji are relatively monotonous. In fact, make a plan before you act, and you can respond quickly when an accident occurs. In his squad, Uchiha Nomi is an ordinary Jonin, and Hitaki Fan is the distant nephew of Hitaki Sakumo. Because of his excellent swordsmanship, he probably has the strength of a special Jonin. Panasonic is an elite Chunin born to civilians, with the lowest combat effectiveness and an intelligent talent. He is particularly good at ambush warfare. He has done assassination missions a few times, but there have been serious omissions due to intelligence problems, all because Matsushida's plan narrowly escaped, which is considered to have saved everyone's life many times. This is what Yison has learned so far. At this moment, they are jumping in the endless forest, and at the forefront, Hyuga Zongji closes the Byakugan that was just opened. Now it's not far from the border of the Land of Wind, everyone should be vigilant at all times. Although Byakugan's detection ability is strong, it consumes a lot of chakra to open it for a long time. In order to save the chakra, I can only open it every 5 minutes, and it lasts up to 60 times at a time. Seconds, the rest of the time depends on everyone's cooperation. Do you understand? Understood. At this time, even Yison nodded solemnly. He was usually able to make a fortune in Konoha, but now he has left Konoha. If he is fooled again, he will be killed by the enemy if he is not careful. Leaving Konoha, Uchiha Nomi continued to quarrel with Matsushita, and from time to Yison. But now, Uchiha Nomi seems to be a different person, calm and cautious, not only did not fight Yison, but started to care. Can Xiaoshuan's physical strength keep up? If you can't keep up with everyone, just rest in place. It doesn't matter, my stamina is full, the task is important, no problem. As Yison said, he stepped on the trunk of the big branch, and a faint blue light flashed. With a slight kick, his body rushed out without consuming any physical strength. After a day of contact, Yison gradually understood Uchiha Nomi's character. Well, how should I put it, maybe it's a family inheritance. Uchiha Nomi often shows the appearance of lousy's number one in the world, and often sprays people with disdain. In fact, Uchiha Nomi is just low in emotional intelligence, and his words are a bit ugly. His character is not bad, especially when doing tasks. He can distinguish right from wrong and know that the most important thing in a team is unity. The mission this time was an assassination mission, which was neither easy nor difficult. The target of their assassination was a group of ninjas at the border of the Land of Winds, that is, the group of Kurigakure messengers that Orochimaru first disguised to sneak into the Cheyenne village tavern. Perhaps the negotiation was successful. The Kurigakure messenger group left Cheyenne village a few days ago. After the spies learned about it, they immediately sent the news back with the communication bird. According to the distance calculation, it takes 5 days for the Kurigakure messenger group to leave Sandian village and reach the border of the Land of Wind. Originally it didn't take so long, but because the main negotiator was an old diplomat with genin strength, the messenger group would not leave very fast. According to the information provided by Orochimaru, the messenger group has a Jonin from the Ghost Lamp clan, an elite Jonin from the Shui Wuyu clan, and 2 elite Chunins. The old man in charge of the negotiation does not need to be concerned. When the time comes, the captain will be in charge of the Shui Wuyu strong and stop the war. In charge of the Ghost Lamp Jonin, Hitaki, Xiaoshuan and I deal with the remaining 2 elite Chunin. The old negotiator of genin's strength does not care. The Kurigakure messenger group will go to the border of the country of wind, and they will definitely go to Kyushu harbor to leave by boat. We must ambush them before that. In a place full of sand and gravel, their sweetened water style is difficult to function. Indeed, the Shui Wuyu clan is strong, but in places where there is no water, my gentle fist can quickly suppress the opponent, and it is easier to stop the battle here. With the 3 Tomo Sharingan and the desert climate, the Ghost Lantern clan can't make any waves. The key now is its time. How long will we be there? According to the calculation of the distance, the other party still has a day left, and we will arrive in about a day, but with the addition of the time to set up traps and detonators to investigate the best ambush points and retreat routes, we must arrive half a day earlier. If that's the case, arrive half a day early, and speed up now. Can Xiaoshuan support it? I'm fine, speed up. After making the decision, Everyone doubled their speed, hoping to reach their destination in the shortest possible time, while on the other side, in the desert on the border of the land of wind. Hey, we deliberately exposed ourselves to the spies outside Cheyenne village before, should they come. HMPH, there is such a big movement in the land of winds, don't you think Konoha knows? Maybe the man sitting at the table behind you was Konoha's spy. Shui Wuyubing, do you think I'm a ghost lamp full moon? I deliberately took out a kettle to drink water and deliberately disliked the food. That person didn't even respond at all. If it was a spy, there would be an instinctive pause. It's already been done. HMPH, I don't want to argue with you. It's pointless to argue about this. You too, continue to consolidate the trapped water barrier. The full moon, continue throwing the great waterfall technique. This barrier can last for 2 days, I'm going to catch them off guard. Chapter 28 _ Get your hands on it. The blazing sun blazed in the sky, scorching the deserted Gobi Desert. Several figures are moving fast in the Gobi, and the soles are rubbing against the ground. Compared with the time when Konoha came out, most of the bottoms have been lost. Although the land of winds is a land of deserts, the border area has not been seriously desertified. Although it looks a lot easier, the endless gravel has added serious obstacles to walking. Of all the people, Yison, who seemed to be the weakest, was the most relaxed. His mental power was too strong, and he would hardly feel tired after a long journey. Not only that, because he used his mental power to control the wind to travel, Yison's soul's little to nowhere. Xiaozan, you have been manipulating chakra to travel, can you bear it? No problem, I'm born with strong mental strength. This consumption is not as fast as the recovery, can't you all? Yison's face was cute, as if all the ninjas all over the world could do this, which made everyone feel a deep sense of inferiority and a blow. At this moment, the frontmost Hyuga Soji clasped his hands together, and about 5 minutes had passed. In order to save chakra, he would only turn on Byakugan every 5 minutes. Byakugan, open. With a soft drink, Hyuga Zongji suddenly opened his eyes, and blue veins burst out around his eye sockets. Unlike any other time he had seen before, this time, Hyuga Zongji saw endless blue, which covered his front, left, right, and rear, all buried under the ground. The sheer volume of carrots made him terrified. Retreat! Everyone get out of here! Hyuga Zongji roared in horror, which made the other people instantly understand that he was in an ambush. Just as everyone was about to flee backwards, the earth with a radius of 1,000 meters suddenly shook violently. It's a real stormy sea. The clouds sank, and the waves flew more than 10 meters high. Hyuga Zongji and Yison were the first to react. The two instantly attached the chakra to the soles of their feet and stepped firmly on the water. Boom boom boom. Hitachi Fan and Panasonic couldn't react in time, and were swept into the water by the monstrous waves. Although Uchiha Nomi was a little slower, he still reacted at the last minute. After avoiding a few big waves, he stood firmly on the water. Flutter, flutter. 2 sounds, Hitachi Fan and Matsushita climbed out of the water in embarrassment. They quickly approached the team with a rare nervousness on their faces. What horror is the creation of the ocean in the desert? Is Mizukage here? No, even Mizukage can't create an ocean in the desert. I just observed it with Byakugan and found that the water didn't soak into the desert at all. That is, they used the enchantment. Boundary. Yison was stunned for a moment. He didn't know who was so boring and developed a barrier to trap water in one place, but he didn't know that this barrier was specially researched by Kurigakure village for the mission to the country of wind. Give it a little time, and you can easily open the enchantment, so that the water that is created will not be lost. Is there a way to destroy it? Yes, the difficulty of casting this enchantment is very low, and the destruction is also very simple. As long as the base point in front is destroyed, the enchantment will disappear automatically, but you'll never get over it. Am I right? Hyuga Jonin of Konoha Anbu. A beautiful voice sounded from the water. Yison's pupils shrank, and his mental power 3 times that of ordinary people could not sense the existence of the other party. As expected of the elite Jonin of the Shui Wuyu clan, he created such a large ocean and used up many chakras, right? Fuck. Obviously I did it. There was another voice. The water beside Shui Wuyubing slowly condensed half of his body like a water silver, and then, the 2 elite Chunin flashed and stood beside Shui Wuyu expressionlessly. Hey, see, my brother Yueniu is very angry, but it took him a long time to create this C tilde. Dead woman, who is your brother? Don't sell scratches here, I will kill you when I slaughtered Konoha's chops. After the ghost lamp Yueniu finished speaking, she suddenly emerged from the water and charged at the water. The next second, he was stopped by a voice. Wait. With a loud roar, everyone was stunned for a moment. Ghost Deng Yueniu stopped subconsciously, and stared blankly at the little guy in front of him, a little inexplicable. Kurigakure, right, the Ghost Lantern clan, the Mizunoue clan, give me a face and surrender. Huh. Ghost Deng Yueniu scratched his head, but he didn't react for a while. He turned to look at Shui Wuyubing, and after seeing the mocking expression of the other party, he suddenly woke up. Okay, you bastard, you dare to tease you, Uncle Ghost Lamp, I will use you first today. Ghost Lantern Yueniu was furious, and suddenly turned into a splash of water and disappeared. The next second, he drilled out directly from behind Yison, and the icy kuwu pierced through the air and stabbed straight at Yi Xuanu's heart. Call out. The green light shone, the ghost lantern and the moon and the weapon were cut into 2 pieces. Yison was half squatting on the water, his right hand clenched the chakra knife, his eyes were fierce and fierce. Go. Chapter 29 Crazy Ghost Lamp Full Moon. Splash. Splash. Still a splash. In this artificial sea, Yison was half kneeling on the water. No matter how many times he chopped the opponent would turn into water and condense again. This is the blood of the Ghost Lamp clan. As long as there is water, it can consume extremely low chakra to replenish water infinitely. Where there is an ocean, it is immune to not only all physical damage, but also most ninjutsu attacks. Boy, you fight, weren't you arrogant just now, why are you wilting now? Ghost Lantern Yueniu arrogantly emerged from the water. Yison bit Kiba Pass tightly, and cut off the opponent again with a chakra knife. No, if it goes on like this, I will die of exhaustion. Where there is water, the Ghost Lanterns can use water to transform into their bodies at any time, and they will almost never die. In the ninja world, maybe only Hyoten, ice style, can restrain them. Quote. The country of water seems to be weak, but in fact it has never been invaded by enemy countries. The most crucial point is that there is too much water in the country of water. Sweden, water style, ninjas can play even 200% of their combat power, which is why Sweden, water style, ninjas like to waste a lot of chakra to create lakes, because where there is water, Sweden, water style, is king. At this moment, Hyuga Zongji and Uchiha Nomi are teaming up to deal with the water without moon ice. In particular, Jonin's Hitaki fan and one of the elite Chunin are inseparable, while the elite Chunin's Panasonic can only withstand the last Chunin. The attack, all the plans made before, were wrong. According to their plan, in the desert, Hyuga Zongji will be able to fight the water without moon and Ghost Lantern by himself. Originally, they said that this task would be easier and let Yison practice his hands. Become a Jonin, or the Jonin of the Ghost Lamp family. Yison understands that the Ghost Lamp and the moon is just playing with himself, but Yison didn't use his full strength. He has been hiding and never used Raiden, Thunder style. The only property that hydration is afraid of is Raiden, Thunder style. In the original book, when Sasuke's Eagle Squad sneaked into the 5 Shadows meeting place, Ghost Light Shueyu fought with the guards around Raikage, and was attacked by Raiden, Thunder style, Chakra's broadsword. Nailed to the wall, the liquefaction was obviously restrained by Raiden, Thunder style, so that the water moon could not be fully liquefied. Yison has been waiting for an opportunity related to his own life, an opportunity that absolutely cannot tolerate failure. The most important thing now is a carrier. In the original book, The reason why Raiden Thunder's style restrained hydration was because the ghost lamp Shuiyu was nailed to the wall at that time, and there was no additional water supply. But now, even if Yison paralyzed the ghost lamp and the moon, the other party could immediately mobilize the ocean. The water replenishes the body and never kills. I need a carrier to make the ghost lantern and the full moon completely out of the sea, even for half a second, but I need a carrier. As Yison attacked, he looked around distractedly, but as far as he could see, there was a vast ocean, and he couldn't see anything at all. However, at this moment, a metal interlace sounded in Yison's ear. He looked closely and saw that Hotake Fan was holding a samurai sword and was frantically fighting that Chunin. Although Hotake's swordsmanship was better, but because of the ocean-like location the strength of this elite Chunin has actually risen to the level of Jonin. Little devil, you didn't pay attention when you were fighting, are you courting death? The cold voice made Yison's whole body explode with chills, and at some point, the sharp kunai that was condensed from the water to the ultimate had reached Yison's neck. Farewell, you bastard. Kunai yanks, blood splashes. In the next instant, Ghost Lantern Yueniu was kicked out fiercely. What? How is that possible, kid? What was that just now? Ghost Lantern Yueniu's eyes widened in disbelief, and she didn't believe anything that was happening in front of her. Yison didn't speak, just silently covered his neck. Blood kept flowing from his fingers, but did not cause absolutely fatal injuries. Just now, when kunai crossed his neck at the last moment, Yison used the fastest speed to convert chakra into wind attribute and put it in front of his neck. Although he could not create more barriers in an instant, he barely saved his life. Ultra high level use of the wind attribute nature transformation. Kid, am I right? I always thought that you were just a little talented, relying on the chakra knife to barely use the wind attribute nature transformation, but the speed just now, my god, I'm only a few years old this year, I'm lucky. Ghost Lantern Yueniu suddenly became excited. He clenched Kiba's teeth tightly, his pupils were extremely dilated, his eyeballs were bloodshot, and his body kept shaking from being too excited. Genius. You are a genius. You are a super genius of Konoha. Ha 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 ha, my heat mom actually bumped into a super genius of Konoha, killed a genius, Killed a genius. My blood is boiling. Quote. He smiled madly, his figure flashed, and he rushed to Yison in an instant. It was different from before. At this moment, the Ghost Lantern Yueniu was completely serious. Jonin's momentum was like a rainbow, and the water-condensed Kuu swept toward Yison's neck again. Clang. The water surface was slightly turbulent. This time, the water in Guideng Yueniu's hand was not broken. He licked the corner of his mouth bloodthirsty, and the bloodshot in his eyeballs became more and more. Although you have cultivated the wind attribute to a very high-end realm, it is a pity that your chakra volume has only broken through Chunin, not even the elite Chunin, and I, standing on this sea, can compete with the elite Jonin. Chapter 30_Fighting is also about wisdom. Generally speaking, Jonin can learn chakra nature transformation, but there are strong and weak points. The ghost lamp and the moon will naturally have the nature transformation of the water attribute. Not only that, because the bloodstain is close to the sweetened water style, he has already combined the morphological change of the water attribute with the nature transformation. Just like the water in his hand, it is the combination of the two changes, condensed by water, and relying on the flow feature of the water's nature transformation, it perfectly resisted the attack of the chakra knife. Clang. With a light sound, Yison's strength was always inferior to that of an adult. He only felt his arm soften, and the chakra knife flew upside down and fell into the sea. What are you going to do with me without a weapon, kid? Ghost Deng Yueniu laughed. Shui Kuu kept attacking. Yison dodged left and right. His face was calm, and he became more calm when facing danger. His aura is getting stronger and stronger. I didn't expect that my talent aroused his weird emotions. That's fine. At least, he has lost his mind. The time is almost. Thinking of this, Yison jumped up abruptly and got out of the attack range of the ghost lamp and the moon, and regardless of the other party's stunned gaze, he stepped on the water and ran towards Hatake Rice quickly. Yison's change also attracted the attention of Hatake Fan and Kurigakure Chunin. This Chunin didn't expect Yison to fight with his boss Ghost Lantern for so long. After hesitation, he fought with Hatake Fan again and temporarily retreated. Xiaozan, you. Stop talking, lend me the knife. Yison stretched out, snatched his hand and took the samurai sword in Hatake Fan's hand directly. Out of trust, Hatake Fan did not resist. After all, Yison's performance was in his eyes, and he was able to fight Jonin from the Ghost Lamp clan for so long. It was beyond everyone's expectations. And just when Yison got the knife, Ghost Lantern Yuanyu finally reacted. He was about to rush to attack. The next second, a thick blue fog appeared on the entire sea. Sweeten, water style. The art of Kurigakure. Yison handed hand seal with one hand and activated the B-level purple ninjutsu. Chakra kept pouring into the sea from the soles of his feet. Gradually, mist appeared on the sea surface, and after a while, the fog became thicker, covering the area of tens of meters around Yison. Shrouded. The technique of Kurigakure. Haha, the technique of Kurigakure. As if he found something interesting, the ghost lamp Yuanyu stopped again. He slowly closed his eyes, twitched the tip of his nose, and a strange enjoyment appeared on his face. The technique of Kurigakure is so strong. This kind of strength can only be achieved by the assassination masters in my village. Although I don't know where you learned it from, I have to admit, kid, you are really amazing. Ghost Lantern Yuanyu, slowly open your arms as if to embrace all the fog. Unfortunately, the kid is always a kid. Using the technique of Kurigakure, do you think that indiscriminate ninjutsu blocks everyone's sight and can escape from my hands? Yison was silent, ignoring the clamor of Ghost Lantern Yuanyu at all. He suddenly injected the wind element chakra into the blade. With the impression from a few seconds ago, he jumped up and dropped the blade. Ah! There was a scream, followed by the sound of heavy objects falling into the water. Yison stood on the water, shook off the blood from the blade, turned his head to look at the thick fog, and the voice coldly entered Ghost Lantern Yuanyu's ears. I'm sorry, I was busy killing your trashy subordinate just now. What did you say? Can you say it again? Yison's words are like pouring a barrel of oil into the crater about to erupt. That kind of indifference, that kind of winning attitude deeply stimulated the heart of the ghost lamp and the moon. In an instant, the ghost lamp and the moon, his face was completely distorted. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the chakra of the Jonin level rushed out like a wave. Little devil, I originally wanted to have fun with you, but now you have successfully angered me. Do you really think I can't catch you? Do you really think I can't hear your heartbeat? The voice was still in the distance, and an icy aura appeared behind him. When it was extremely dangerous, Yison didn't panic, and a faint smile flashed on the corner of his mouth. I'm sorry, of course I know the power of Kurigakure's assassination technique. In the fog where everyone loses their vision, you are the most dangerous guys. If you sneak up on me quietly, I may not be able to stop a single move. Do you know why I want to kill your subordinates first? That's because the moment you lose your mind and burst into chakra, you lose 3 times the mental power of ordinary people. He easily captured the figure of the ghost lamp full moon in the fog, and the ghost lamp full moon bursting out of chakra was like a firefly in the dark night, so vivid and so outstanding. Mental power and vision are different. Even if the ghost lamp and the moon teleported from the water, Yison could see clearly. The moment the water was painful and stabbed in the back of his heart, Yison suddenly leaned forward and stepped with his right foot to the limit. On the surface of the water, with the help of the muscles of the thighs and lower back, the samurai sword in his hand slashed fiercely towards the ghost lamp Shueyu. Swish! The sharp katana easily cut off the ghost moon, but this time it didn't cut off the body, but cut off the ghost moon's 2 legs. Idiot, I said, my ghost lamp family is immune to all physical attacks, even if I cut off my legs. Raiden, thunder style. Thunder blade. Sizzle. The dazzling blue light was extremely dazzling, and violent lightning suddenly burst out on the samurai sword, and the lightning moved up along the broken foot, instantly covering Ghost Lantern Yueniu's whole body. This ultimate dual attributes. Impossible. How old Chunin? Impossible. This is demonic illusion. Ghost Lantern Yueniu didn't believe it, and couldn't believe it. His reaction was very fast. Chakra was running fast, trying to connect himself to the sea with the fastest speed. I got hit with a trick I tried so hard, why continue to struggle, goodbye. Oh, no, it should be. See you again. The left hand kept the lightning output, and suddenly, as if blessing to the soul, Yison subconsciously put his right hand together, and a burst of light blue light appeared. Blood. Trace. So that's the case, this kind of genius. I didn't lose right. Chapter 31 still gotta run. The thick fog dissipated, revealing the scene inside. The death of Ghost Lantern Yueniu shocked everyone present. Hyuga Zongji and Mizunoyuki noticed the situation here at the same time. At that moment, Suzuki's heart tightened, and Hyuga Zongji's face showed ecstasy. Don't let her run away. Stop the fight, we too will do our best to hold her back. Xiaoshuan, go and destroy the trapped water barrier, hurry up and hurry up. Hyuga Zongji's words made Yison stunned for a moment, and he immediately reacted. He threw the samurai sword to Hitaki Fan, and the wind element chakra added to him, and quickly moved towards the base point, which is 1,000 meters away. Hitaki, go and help Panasonic, he's dying, I'm responsible for destroying the barrier. The situation suddenly reversed. When he heard that the barrier was about to be destroyed, Shui Wuyubing's face became more and more ugly, and the other Kurigakur Chunin, who had already beaten Panasonic to bruises all over his body, was slightly taken aback, turned his head and glanced at Shui Wuyubing, then went down. For a second, he suddenly left Panasonic and ran away without looking back. Where to run? The long and narrow samurai sword slashed head-on, immediately forcing Kurigakur Chunin back, and on this side, Yison also rushed to the note 1,000 meters away. The trapped water barrier is a very low-end barrier in the sealing technique. The only use is to trap water in the barrier. But there are such wonderful things in this world. No matter how weak a technique is, when placed in a certain range, it will look extremely against the sky, just like just now. If it wasn't for Yison's strategy and the carelessness of the ghost lamp, all of them today all have to die here. Just use a futon, wind style, and the fragile base point is broken. At that moment, the light film trapped around and below disappeared, and a strong roar sounded throughout the gobi. Rumbling. As if the water tank filled with water was broken, the water as wide as the sea flowed in all directions. In just a few seconds, the gobi with a radius of 10,000 meters was soaked, infiltrated by water, and the people who were standing on the water directly descended. Several meters, standing on solid ground. Losing the water, the strength of Mizunoyuki and Kurigakur Chunin plummeted. The original 1v2 Mizunoyuki was instantly defeated by Hyuga Soji and Uchiha Nomi, and Kurigakur Chunin, who wanted to escape, lost his fighting spirit. He was attacked by Hitaki Fan and stabbed through the heart. Kurigakur Chunin died, and the bruised Panasonic finally fell to the ground. Yison immediately lifted Panasonic. Hitaki took out the medical bandage he was carrying, and quickly stopped the bleeding. Panasonic, how do you feel? I can't die, cough, cough. I didn't expect this mission to be a flaw that Kurigakur deliberately sold at the very beginning. It was my miscalculation. Sorry, I've hurt everyone. What's the matter? This matter should be blamed. It should be blamed on the Dark Whistle who passed on the information. How can I blame you? No, if it wasn't for my negligence, I could have made a more precise plan. Fortunately, there is Xiaoshuan. Then again, Xiaoshuan, how did you defeat the ghost lamp Jonin? It's not that Matsushita wanted to find out Yison's secret, he was just curious. After all, a 7-year-old ninja who just became Chunin actually defeated Jonin, the ghost lamp standing on the sea. This matter is too complicated. You want to know, I will tell you later. The most important thing now is to solve the enemy first. Hitaki, you are here to guard Panasonic, I will help them. When Yison said, them, he naturally refers to the battle between Hyuga Zongji and Uchiha Nomi. The disappearance of the ocean made Mizunoyuki even more dignified, and the consumption of any ninjutsu was much higher than before. Everyone can die, but the negotiator cannot die. I have to leave. I want to escort the elder back to the land of water. In order to prevent accidents, Shui Wuyubing left the negotiating elder in the Gobi 10,000 meters away. She originally planned to solve the Konoha ninja and join the elder. After all, the elder's strength is very weak. Missing nin attack in the country. Thinking of this, Shui Wuyubing bit Kiba and finally no longer hesitated, mobilizing the remaining chakra in the body to make a big move. Hyoten Ice Style Mystery. Demonic Mirroring Ice Crystals. Shui Wuyubing shouted arrogantly, and an ice mirror suddenly appeared in the air. The ice mirror instantly surrounded Hyuga Zongji and Uchiha Nomi. However, in the hot Gobi, Hyoten Ice Style, who had lost the water source, could not play a powerful role. Effect. A pair of Byakugan, a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan, Hyuga Soji and Uchiha Nomi can clearly see the movement of the water in the mirror. Kaden Fire Style. Fire Dragon Fire Bullet. 8 trigrams. Breaking the mountain. Boom, boom. With 2 explosions, the ice mirror shattered instantly. Shui Wuyubing fell out of the mirror covered in blood, and all her internal organs were shattered by the breaking mountain. It's solved. Yison came from not far away, glanced at Shui Wuyubing's body, and pouted speechlessly. After the enemy died, the Yuhi color force field that only Yison could see shattered and poured into the corpses of several people. Then, a few rays of light appeared and accompanied the force field back to Yison's brain. Band up the wound first. Uchiha Nomi collapsed to the ground panting, too tired to stand up. Shui Wuyubing was originally an elite Jonin, coupled with the absolute location of the ocean and the strength of Hyoten Ice Style. Uchiha Nomi almost died under Hyoten Ice Style several times in the battle. Fortunately, Hyuga Zongji, the elite Jonin, was there, and this was barely a draw with Mizunoyuki. Even so, the last Kaden Fire Style of Uchiha Nomi's battle also used up all the chakras and completely lost his strength. Although Hyuga Zongji's chakra was not exhausted, but because of the protection to stop the battle, the damage to his body was more serious. If the Hyuga family were not good at acupuncture points and could easily stop the bleeding, Hyuga Zongji bled and died early. The injuries were serious, but no one died, which is already a very good record for the ultra-high-risk Anbu ninja. Konoha. After a short rest, billowing dust appeared on the horizon of the distant Gobi. Hey, what is that? Yison was the first to find out. For some reason, he had a bad premonition in his heart. Byakugan. Hyuga Zongji mobilized the remaining chakra in his body to open his eyes again, and the next second, his face changed drastically, and Byakugan was instantly closed. He found me. How is it possible? Go, let's escape while I have the last bit of chakra left. Xiaoshuan, you have Panasonic on your back. I will stop the war on your back. Hitaki opens the way to Kyushu port, before they catch up with us. Leave by boat. Captain, take a boat from Kyushu port, but we will go to the land of water. If no one rescues us, we will almost die. Can't we escape to the land of fire? No, the country of fire is too far from here. We can't escape at all. We must go to Kyushu port. As long as we destroy the rest of the ships, we can escape the pursuit. Even if we reach the country of water, at least there is a glimmer of hope for survival. Captain, who did you see? I saw the puppet special forces of Sand Ninja Village, and 3 generations of Cage. Chapter 32 _ The boatman also has spring. Stupid, there is something to chase me. You chase me. If you chase me, I will let you hee. On the misty sea, Yison was standing at the stern of the boat, twisting his ass and twitching. On the shore, the 3rd generation Cage looked gloomy. Looking at Yison the size of an ant, the terrifying chakra kept escaping all around, frightened to the side. The 2 Jonin puppet masters took a small step back. Lord Cage. A middle-aged woman about 40 years old squeezed through the crowd and walked to Sandai. Her voice was very low, revealing a calming magic. Chio, how is the situation? Kage of the third generation took a few deep breaths, and finally suppressed the anger in his heart. Looking at all the tattered ships in the port, he turned around directly, knowing that this time it was all for nothing. I just found the diplomatic elder in a small oasis 10,000 meters away. As for the others, only the bodies were found. The corpse. Forget it, the diplomat elder is alive, it is not worth it. As a boat, you will lead the team and escort the elder back to the country of water. As for the group of Konoha Anbu, third generation of Kage frowned, and Yison's arrogant and provocative actions appeared again in his mind. As a shadow of a village, he was actually insulted by a mere chunin. If he didn't return it, where would he save his face? Thinking of this, the third generation of Kage rekindled the killing intent in his heart. He turned his head and glanced at Jonin around him, and immediately made a decision. You, and you, when the ship is built, the three of you and the few chunins behind will escort the diplomatic elders to the country of water with Chio. Although Konoha Anbu wears a mask, he remembers the height and figure of the kid. Come on, tell Mizukage for me, there is an additional article on alliance cooperation, don't let these Anbu leave alive. What if they just circled the sea and came back quietly? HMPH, don't worry, I will send someone to block off all the coastlines in this area, and the rest of the coastlines, unless they have a map and a route, will get lost in the vast sea. I don't think they will make such a stupid choice. The port of the water country. They can't leave. The land of water closed all ports a few days ago. Not only are there no boats at the ports, but there are also no boatmen. These days, the two countries rely on ships from our own ports to travel back and forth. Insult me, Yison didn't know that the habit he developed in Konoha brought him a lot of trouble, but at this time, he was sitting happily on the side of the boat, eating eel rice balls one bite at a time. Xiaozan, your rice balls look delicious, or don't. My dad made this for me before I went out. It's just a little bit, so I won't give it to you. Yison quickly shielded the rice ball and stared vigilantly at the Hotake rice in front of him. Yesterday's dinner let him know that this seemingly thin guy was actually a gluttonous foodie. If he didn't pay attention, the rice ball might be stolen. Cut, cheapskate, Hotake fan muttered, and after being rejected, he still stood beside Yison, his eyes fixed on the rice ball, and he swallowed from time to time. No one can stand the feeling of being stared at by someone while eating, especially when Yison opened his mouth to eat the rice ball. Hotake fan's eyes showed a strong desire. Can you stop staring at me and go eat by yourself? It's okay, Gudong, I can watch you eat Gudong. Okay, I lost. Seeing Hotake fan swallowing continuously, Yison was helpless, and finally handed over a rice ball in the box. And then, a shadow that even Yison couldn't see clearly scratched. When he reacted, Hotake fan had already eaten the rice ball in his mouth. Hotake fan, you were really. If you can use this talent in your practice, you will definitely have a seat in the future Kage level powerhouse. Hey, I didn't think about it, hehe. Hotake fan scratched his head, showing his true nature as a foodie, and just as Yison wanted to enjoy his meal again, a crying voice came from the stern of the boat. Yison raised his head in confusion, and found that the old boatman in charge of rowing was crying softly while rowing the boat. His tearful face looked extremely pitiful. Father, why are you crying? Yison gave Hotake rice a warning look, and was about to put the lunchbox down, but at the moment when the lunchbox touched the board of the boat, Hotake Raya's eyes burst into a strong light. Yison subconsciously retracted his hand, hesitated for a moment, and finally put the lunchbox protected in the arms. Father, what's wrong with you? Walking to the old boatman's side, Yison asked suspiciously. Maybe Yison was young and seemed to get along better, and the boatman's mood gradually calmed down. Lord Ninja, I'm so sad. It was Lord Kage who was on the shore just now. You destroyed all the ships in Kyushu port and forced me to take you to the land of water, but what should I do after you leave? It doesn't matter if I die, but I still have a 2-year-old grandson. His parents died early. If I die too, what will happen to my grandson? The old boatman's words left Yison speechless. He thought for a moment, patted the other party's shoulder lightly, and said softly, "Don't worry, old man, no matter how tyrannical Hokage is, he will not harm the lives of the people indiscriminately. Forcing the boat to sail, anyone can understand, you are thinking too much. Our behavior today is not only a bad thing for you, but also a great good thing. Sir Little Ninja, don't make me happy, this is obviously a bad thing, why is it a good thing again? Stupid, if I say a good thing, that's a good thing. Let me ask you first, how long does it take for fishermen like you to build a small transport vessel with cabins and decks? At least 5 years. Then you say, now in the entire Kyushu port, who has a ship except you? It's gone. Isn't that right? Yison patted the boatman on the shoulder again, with an excited expression on his face. This is a monopoly. Do you understand a monopoly? In the next 5 years. At least 1 year, Kyushu port will be you are the only person in the world. No matter whether you are transporting people or goods, some people are begging you. When the time comes, as long as the price is not too outrageous, how much do you want to increase the price? Others will be waiting in line for you. Along the way, Yison continued to teach the 21st century business philosophy to the boatman. It was not until he arrived at the port of the land of water that Yison stopped and patted the boatman on the shoulder. Come on, old man, you only need to learn a tenth of today's knowledge. 1. You can get rich, and it can be regarded as a reward for taking us out of Kyushu port. Remember, monopoly and mergers and acquisitions are the fastest ways to make money. I believe in you, you will definitely succeed. At the port of the land of water, the old boatman looked at Yison's back gratefully, until a group of people disappeared into the thick fog. The old boatman clenched his fists and his face glowed with youthful brilliance. Kato, my good grandson, Grandpa will work hard to become a rich man and let you live a good life. Although you are only 2 years old now, Grandpa will work hard to live for you. When you are sensible, Grandpa will all the knowledge you just learned is passed on to you. Quote. Chapter 33 Little Fortune Telling. Walk around, wander around. I don't worry if I don't learn a lot. I don't tell the truth when I meet people. It's all based on a 3-inch tongue. Flattery makes his legs cramp. A tiger's mouth is wiped with oil. Southeast, northwest, and eat. He is the best at abducting and cheating. Fortune teller. In the small town on the border of the land of water, Yison walked around carrying a small flag. He was wearing sackcloth and linen. Except for the chakra knife in Kabuto, all the ninja equipment was thrown into the sea. There are no ships in all ports, not even people. This is the news that everyone has been inquiring about in the past few days, and it also makes everyone feel more depressed. Yison can say that the key is Hyuga Zongji, that bright Byakugan is very conspicuous everywhere. A few days later, Sharen brought the negotiating elders to the village of Kurigakure. Soon, many ninjas appeared in the country of water, and they obviously began to search for the whereabouts of Yison and others. Without a boat, Yison and the others could only hide. Fortunately, the land of water is a country formed by dozens of large islands. It would take a lot of time to find them among the millions of people. Don't be fooled by the Hokage animation. It seems that a country has only a few villages. You must know that the world where Yison lives is the real world, not to mention the country of fire with a population of 20 million, and the country of water. 10 large cities, hundreds of small towns and thousands of remote villages. The total population is about 7 million. The Konoha Anbu team consists of 5 people, 4 adults, 1 child, and 1 Byakugan among the adults. This goal is too obvious. As long as the water country does not open a port, they will be discovered by Kurigakure one day. Hyuga Soji, who was recovering from his injuries, made a decision. He led Matsushita Uchiha Nomi, Hitaki Fan, and Yison to leave in 3 separate ways. During this process, hide as much as possible. Run as hard as you can when you have the chance. Anyway, it's better than being wiped out alone. It was requested by Yison himself. Due to the death of the Shui Wuyu Ice Messenger group, Sharen and Kurigakure did not know that Yison killed the ghost lamp Ueniu. He was a 7-year-old child with small goals and little attention. He was alone. One person has the greatest chance of escape. Another point is that Yison's psychological quality is very good, better than the others. He knows the principle of black under the light, so he directly smeared some charcoal on his face, disguised as a poor child on the street fortune teller. Not only that, in order to make the effect of black under the lamp reach ultimate, Yison did not hide in the villages and towns on the border of the water country, but went the opposite way, carrying the fortune-telling flag, and walked carelessly towards the depths of the water country. As long as you don't go to Kurigakure village, the further you go inside, the safer it will be. This knowledge, Yison did not tell the other people. The completely blocked water country is the urn, and Yison and the others are the turtles in the urn, not to mention the elite Jonin. Even if Sarutobi is discovered, it will be difficult to escape. If all of them headed towards the center of the land of water, no matter how stupid Kurigakure could be, something was wrong, but if... Sorry, I didn't tell you, I didn't mean to kill you, but because the knowledge in the 21st century is too complicated, this kind of psychological tactics of black under the lights, without practice, it's hard for you to believe, and it's hard to do it perfectly. If you use Anbu's stealth technology, you might still be able to escape. Yison didn't share his knowledge with everyone. It was for this purpose that he joined Anbu yesterday. He didn't know Anbu's special concealment skills, but the other people were veteran Anbu drivers. Although the border was dangerous, they still had a chance to survive. Yison's tactics were successful. On the town avenue, a Kurigakure noticed Yison from time to time, but they just glanced and ignored it. In their perception, Konoha Anbu must be hiding in a remote small village or a residential house. In order to complete the conditions of Kazekage to achieve a complete alliance between the two countries, and to avenge the messenger team, the second-generation Mizukage has sent a large number of ninjas to search for them. Even the Kurigakure Ace team, the 7 ninja swordsmen, also sent out. Fortune-telling, fortune-telling. Hey, boy, come here. A voice sounded from not far away. Yison blinked his eyes blankly, and after seeing the person clearly, he ran over. Master, are you going to tell your fortune? Bah, brat, are you courting death? Which eye do you think I look like an uncle? I'm only 25 years old. Oh, I'm sorry, big brother, do you want to tell your fortune? HMPH, let's do the math, just help me do the math. Can I complete the mission this time? Okay tilde. Yison put down the flag on his shoulder, and then took out a homemade compass from his arms. He looked up at the other party, and his dull eyes seemed a little silly. Big brother, fortune-telling needs names and things. What's your name and what tasks are you going to do? My name is Biwa Juzo. As for the mission. The man hesitated for a moment, then said slowly, hunt the wanted criminal. Sure enough. Yison's expression remained unchanged, and he kept hypnotizing himself to relax. He knew Hokage better in his previous life, and also remembered the appearance and names of some people. And this person in front of him is one of the 7 members of this generation of ninja swordsmen, beheading the user of the big sword, Biwa Juzo. Biwa, flowering in early winter, fruiting in early summer, just before Aoi Matsuri, today is close to the day when Biwa bears, Juzo, 10 years, and finally ends. Yi Xuanchen muttered, then turned the compass with his hand, and after the pointer stopped steady, he said again, Yu Qing, Wang Huo, Wu Sheng, Ji Mushang. I understand. Huh, that's it. Boy, are you kidding me? Biwa Juzo opened his eyes wide, the scar on his face a little hideous. Big brother, I didn't tease you. These are all shown in the hexagrams. The hexagrams say that your mission will have results this time, but the difference in one thought may be 10 years later. Shang, that is to say, the big brother is not in a good mood today, but at noon, he is in a good mood. It is recommended not to go to warm Izumi at night, otherwise the fire will be associated with Jimu, and the luck will become very bad. Really? Of course it is. Yison stared blankly into Biwa Juzo's eyes, as if he was confident in his fortune-telling, Biwa Juzo hesitated, and finally took out the money bag in Kabuto. Little devil, it's not bad, how much is it? 1,000 taels. Well, it's not too expensive, take it. Thank you, big brother, for joining us. After Yison got the money, he carried the flag on his shoulders again, ignored Biwa Juzo, and disappeared into the crowd step by step. Walk around, wander around, I don't worry if I don't learn a lot. Oh, this kid. Biwa Juzo shook his head and decided to listen to Yison and not go to War Mizumi at night, but he didn't know that it was 10 years later when he met Yison again. Chapter 34_Fake Myopia. Does Yison know fortune? The answer is no. Yison's fortune-telling relies on his super mental power, which can easily observe the situation of things. Biwa Juzo, for example. In fact, what Yison said before was bullshit, and even the fiery nature, Wu Sheng, and Jimu Shang in the back, he controlled the strength and directly pointed the pointer there. He observed that Biwa Juzo was not in a good mood and had a taste of wine in his mouth. Generally speaking, ninjas are unlikely to drink alcohol during missions, unless there is something very happy, and have a few drinks with meals. Combined with the time when the two met at 2 p.m., Yison speculated that Biwa Juzo should be in a good mood during lunch, so he drank a few glasses of wine, and later encountered a conflict about the task, which led to a better mood. Bad, finally trying to fill the mind with unreliable fortune-telling. Yison guessed right. Due to the special nature of the 7 ninja swordsmen, when there is no important task, Biwa Juzo must stay in the village of Kurigakure in order to accept the task at any time. As a 25-year-old young man, Biwa Juzo is really going crazy, and this time he finally got the task. I was very happy, and I drank a little wine while eating at noon. The ninjas in the mission are not allowed to drink alcohol. Biwa Juzo's behavior was seen by the other members of the Ninja Blade 7, and he was immediately scolded. His strength was at the bottom of the 7. Alone on the street to relax, and finally met Yison. Yison was swaying in the country of water, but on the other side, the pot had already exploded. No reason. A loud bang, the desk in Hokage's office shattered, and Danzo's face was ashen, his anger reached its limit. Send troops. Whether it's the country of wind or the country of water, all of them will send troops. Aren't they going to start a war? Let's start it first. I'm going to bring Xiaoshuan back. Danzo, calm down. How do you want me to calm down? Xiaoshuan is now trapped in the country of water. The country of wind and the country of water block all ports at the same time. This is determined to let Xiaoshuan and the others die. Okay, Danzo, Xiaoshuan has always been a ghost. With his strength and wisdom, it's not that easy to get into trouble. Sarutobi patted Danzo on the shoulder, but his tone was a little weak. He asked himself, even if he fell into the land of water, it would be difficult to escape, right? Words did not explain, and everyone present guessed the ending. At this moment, Tsunade, who was standing behind Sarutobi, bit the corner of his mouth lightly, as if he had made up his mind, and suddenly took a step forward. Sensei Sarutobi, let me save Xiaoshuan. No. The two voices sounded at the same time, and Sarutobi glanced at Danzo in surprise, not expecting that Danzo refused Tsunade's request. Sarutobi, Sensei, Danzo-sama. No, just because you are an elite Jonin, you want to bring people back from the land of water. You are afraid that you will die at the hands of Kurigakure before you see Xiaoshuan. I support Sarutobi on this matter, Tsunade. You don't know, Xiaoshuan told me before he left that if he is in crisis, he must not let you take the risk to save him. He said, even if you are in trouble, I hope you be safe. If I didn't stop you, Xiaoshuan would definitely hit me in the face with a pillow in the middle of the night. Danzo smiled bitterly, finally not breaking the agreement with Yison. Of course, if Tsunade can really save Yison, for the sake of Yison's life, he will let Tsunade set off immediately regardless of the agreement. Pity that Tsunade's trip to the land of water is like a moth to a fire, and it doesn't make any sense. If Yison comes back alive, knowing that he didn't stop Tsunade, the family won't be turned upside down by this little lunatic. This stinky boy. How can you pick up girls like this? If this trend continues, Tsunade is about to fall. Sarutobi was speechless, turned his head to look, and sure enough, at this moment, Tsunade pursed his lips tightly, and his face was full of yuhi. I was shy and full of emotion. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect Shimura-san to be so powerful. My hard work for so many years is not as good as a few love words from that kid. It's unfair to heaven. Looking at Tsunade Yuhi's fluttering face, Jiraiya sighed and looked up at the sky, her face full of sadness. Orochimaru's idiot-like expression caused Orochimaru to snort softly, and said lightly, "Idiot." What did you say, Orochimaru? I said you're an idiot, you don't know how to pick up girls, and you blame others for their good skills. You deserve to be the tail of the crane. Orochimaru, do you want to fight? Like when you beat me, get ready to go to the hospital. The two suddenly quarreled in the office, which made Sarutobi's head full of black lines. Seeing that Jiraiya really wanted to do something, he finally couldn't help it. He kicked Jiraiya out of the window and disappeared into the vast void. Horizon. This idiot. Sarutobi took a few deep breaths and finally calmed down. He turned his head to look at Danzo, thought for a while, and said slowly, Danzo, Tsunade, put away your emotions. With Xiaoshuan's cleverness, there is no such thing as it's easy to get into trouble. If you still want to save Xiaoshuan, discuss the situation and countermeasures carefully, and deal with the country of water from a big picture perspective, which can also be regarded as reducing Xiaoshuan's escape pressure. Have you communicated well with Menyon, Kaharu, and the big name? The communication is well established. If a war breaks out, the daimyo will launch all resources to supply Konoha. After all, we are fighting for the country of fire, and the failure of the war will have a greater impact on the daimyo. Very good, then let's discuss the situation of the country of thunder and the country of soil. Konoha's high-level executives were discussing the war and plans in full swing. In the land of water, Yison relied on fortune-telling to make money and wandered through several islands. Although the border of the water country has closed the port, the interior of the water country will not be closed. For the archipelago country, the internal port is the only passage between cities and it is absolutely impossible to close it. Arriving on the next island by passenger boat, Yison finally came to the first large city in the land of water, but just as he was about to enter the city, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. Wait a second, kid in front. Yison swore that he had never heard a hoarse female voice before. He actually didn't want to stop. After all, women with such a voice were almost always ugly. But at the moment in the country of water, try not to cause conflicts as much as possible. Yison turned around, his eyes were confused, he looked stupid, and a bit cute. Beautiful sister, what's the matter with you? Oh, it's nothing, it's just you alone, aren't your parents here? Chio squinted her eyes slightly, and there was a rare tenderness on her face. In fact, she was 40 years old. Due to the geographical environment of Hefeng's country, her skin was dry, and she looked like a 50-year-old woman. Later, when she found Yison's confused eyes, she probably understood that maybe this kid was short-sighted and couldn't tell his age at all. Women always like to be complimented. Chio asked Yison a few random questions and then let Yison go. She walked into the city happily, and was still happy for what Yison had just said. Beautiful elder sister, it turns out that I am also a beautiful elder sister. Although that kid seems to have problems with his eyesight, I am still a beautiful elder sister, beautiful. Elder sister. Chio stopped suddenly, she frowned, as if thinking about something, and gradually, her face became cold. If my eyesight is so weak that I can't even tell my age, why would you say I'm beautiful? So, what a horrible wisdom. Did you pinpoint my psychological weakness from the beginning? Chapter 35 _ Sneak Attack Master. Open black lens bracket Sweden, water style. Great waterfall technique, a purple 40 ingots close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Sweden, water style. Great waterfall technique, a blue 20 ingots close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Sweden, water style. The art of Koregaker B purple 20 ingots close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Sweden, water style. Water dragon bullet B blue 10 ingots close black lens bracket. The above is the skill book that Shui Wuyubing's group of messengers has exposed. After a little thought, Yison has a choice. I'm currently in the land of water, and Sweden water style has the best price-performance ratio, but I didn't expect that Shui Wuyubing and Ghost Lantern UNEU would show the great waterfall technique at the same time. Keep the purple book, sell the blue book, and I already have the Koregaker technique. There, sell. As for the water dragon bullet, Yison thought for a while again and chose to keep it. Possessing the strength of Chunin, he learned several B-level futon, wind style and Raiden, thunder style, from Danzo and Hitaki Sakumo, but he is currently in the land of water, using ninjutsu with the same power. Sweden, water style check. Carrot consumption is minimal. After selling 2 books worth 40 ingots, plus the 11 ingots that Konoha kept, Yison now has 51 ingots. Thinking about it, he decisively upgraded the water dragon bullet to purple with 20 ingots, and upgraded his B-level ninjutsu, futon, wind style. Wind wing, which he developed with 10 ingots, to blue. Seeing that there were only 21 ingots left, Yison Kiba bit his teeth and directly upgraded open black lens bracket futon, wind style. Wind wing close black lens bracket to purple. Damn, after working so hard for so long, there is only 1 ingot left. Yison tugged at his hair in pain. He felt that the feeling of upgrading his skills was like working hard for a month to spend money in a high-end club and having sex with a very beautiful girl all night. Cough cough. This is probably the case. In order to be cool next time, you must continue to earn money. At this moment, Yison held his breath and hid quietly in the small river. The ninja's endurance is very strong. After Chiyo entered the city, Yison did not leave, but hid in the woods outside the city to monitor. Just as he guessed, Chiyo hurried out of the city and used a special signal to summon several accomplices nearby. The team that escorted the negotiating elders back to the land of water, plus Chiyo, had a total of 4 Jonin and 3 Chunin. Yison saw Chiyo explaining a few words to the other people, and the group dispersed. Because I'm only a few years old, I didn't plan to inform Koregaker at all. Think about it from another position. Even if I were to hunt down a Chunin with such a strong lineup, I wouldn't bother the allies. S forces. After all, Yison is the weakest member of Konoha Anbu. Calling Koregaker ninjas to catch Yison, it is better to catch Hyuga Soji with all his strength. Byakugan, the country of water thinks awesome. At this moment, a sound of footsteps sounded, and the vibration of the ground was transmitted into the water, and Yison's mental power could easily capture the people on the shore. Jonin. As soon as Yison sensed it, he immediately knew the identity of the person who came. He carefully formed a clone technique, and his body shrank a little to the bottom of the water again to avoid being discovered by the other party. Pat, pat. The sound of footsteps coming closer and closer, the Jonin puppet master walked to the shore and stopped, then he bent down, grabbed a puddle of water and drank it. Damn it, this person. He's just dying. Yison didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. If he didn't seize this opportunity, he would be an idiot. Thinking of this, Yison hand sealed with both hands, chakra connected to the river around him, and instantly, a violent water dragon rose into the sky. Sweden, water style. Water dragon bullet. The purple level water dragon bullet was very fast and extremely powerful. Shunin, who was drinking water, did not expect a water dragon to suddenly appear in the water. The body bent back, and met the attack fiercely with his arms. Boom. As if being hit by a speeding sports car, Sharin instantly flew 100 meters away, his 2 arms twisted together strangely, and were broken by the terrifying impact. Ah! Sharin screamed. Not only did his hands break, but the bones of his forearm were shattered into pieces and stabbed the skin from the inside, and the elbow joint was covered in white bones. The all-round severe pain was more severe than cutting off his arm directly. 10 times more pain. The full-level water dragon bullet is really powerful. With my Chunin's strength, I instantly defeated a Jonin in seconds. Tisk tisk tisk, it seems that I was born an assassin tilde. This group of Jonins are all puppet masters, and all their abilities are focused on puppet manipulation. If they are in mid to long range or team battles, Jonins of the same level are not their opponents at all. It's a pity that this Jonin was left alone and encountered a sneak attack. Yison walked out of the water, took out the chakra knife, and walked to Jonin leisurely. Hey, brother, give me a face. Before you die, tell me the detailed abilities of your teammates. Say, you, mom. Puff. Flashed, and before the words of the puppet master Jonin could be finished, a large amount of blood spattered from his neck. Looking at the eyes of the other party, Yison chuckled lightly, and threw the blood off the chakra knife. Hee, I'm sorry, I just want to make the fruit work. You agreed, I can make tactics based on their abilities. If you don't agree, I can get your ninjutsu tilde. Yuhi's color force field shattered, and after drilling into Jonin's body, a book poured into Yison's mind. Puppet control, a blue, 20 ingots. It's not bad. Yison nodded with satisfaction. Without thinking about it, he chose to sell directly, 21 ingots. As the saying goes, how daring people are, how prolific the land is, and the get-rich-quick path of killing people to earn ingots made Yison more and more excited. He glanced at the corpse on the ground, moved in his heart, and made a bold decision. Information 3 that can now be made public. Class B ninjutsu, 5 ingots in white, 10 ingots in blue, 20 ingots in purple. A level ninjutsu, white 10 ingots, blue 20 ingots, purple 40 ingots, orange 100 ingots. S rank ninjutsu, white 20 ingots, blue 40 ingots, purple 80 ingots, orange 200 ingots, gold 400 ingots. Note, the selling price and the upgrade price are the same. Chapter 36 _ Be bold and get rich. Hey, Nanye, have you found that kid? In the southeastern part of the island, 2 men with painted faces meet. Not yet. I searched the northeast area and couldn't find it. How about you? Me, I didn't find it either. Maybe the kid fled to the other side. As the two talked, they walked side by side toward the south of the island. The man on the left, named Nano, didn't like to talk much, but the man on the right kept talking. Master Chio even told us what the other party looked like. We must catch him this time, and dare to insult Master Kazekage. Based on this, I will definitely not let him go. He kept talking, scolding, and even getting more excited as he talked, but he didn't realize that the man next to him, named Nano, lowered his head, and his footsteps gradually stopped. I said brother, or, we don't look for it, go to the bar, and treat me as a face. What? Manano, what the hell are you talking about? I know you like to drink, but now we're looking for a little thief who insulted Lord Kazekage. How can we go drinking? But my jug is empty. I want to drink. Nanye took off the jug from his waist and poured it down. It was empty. Humph. Go if you want. I won't accompany you, but if you go, I will definitely tell Lord Chio, you are. Puff. With a soft click, the jug passed through the back, straight through the heart. The sudden accident made the man stunned. He stared wide, with obvious disbelief on his face. Nanye, you. The loss of life force made it difficult for him to speak, and he turned his head bit by bit with the last of his strength. What caught my eye was a child of a few years old. The child held a chakra knife in his hand, and the knife exuded a faint aroma of wine. Little devil, it's you. He was angry and full of remorse. It was only then that he understood the flaws shown by Nano. After all, Nanye was a Jonin of the puppet special forces. I did it to satisfy my hunger. It's all your fault. If you accompany me to drink, there will be no such thing. It's a pity, if you don't give me face, I can only kill you. After all, the skill book on you is very attractive. Yison looked at this Jonin with a grin, until after the ability of the face fruit took the skill book that exploded into his mind. He looked around, his figure flashed, and he disappeared without a trace. Release speed and power by 100% within 1 second. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, demonic illusion are all effective. 1 hour cooling time. Originally, Chunin's transformation technique couldn't hide from Jonin at all, but Yison's mental power is strong, chakra control ability is strong, and the double effect attached to the heart of the outer strengthener, so that this Jonin did not see Yison. The transformation technique was killed by Yison with a single blow. The heart of the strong has a half-hour cooldown. Yison did not wait for the cooldown, but continued to transform into Jonin, attacking and killing 3 Chunins in the south of the island. When the cooldown of Heart of the Strong is over, he uses the transformation technique again, finds the last Jonin guarding the port, and uses the same method to kill the opponent. Chiyo was left in the Sand Ninja team. She gave the team a search order, and in addition to one of them, Jonin, who was guarding the port, she also kept guarding in front of the city gate. Compared with the open field, densely populated cities are easier to hide. Yison either rushed into the city or left by boat. In order to block Yison's retreat, Chiyo made the most perfect plan. It's a pity that Yison made the third choice. In order to get rich quickly, he killed all the ninjas except Chiyo. As for Chiyo, Yison said that although he is very good, he is definitely not the opponent of the elite Jonin, and he can't guarantee that the transformation technique can hide from Chiyo. How high is Yison's true strength? First entered Chunin, the extremely proficient wind and thunder chakra changes, various purple ninjutsu, relatively good fighting awareness and IQ. If you hit hard, you can probably tie with the special Jonin. After all, Yison is only 7 years old, and his physical development has not yet reached the outbreak period. Once the outbreak period is reached, the bones will begin to develop, and Yison's chakra will inevitably grow, and even his height will rise in a short period of time. Yison left by boat. He didn't need to take the risk to sneak attack on Chiyo. It's the truth to take it as soon as possible. It's better to take this opportunity to leave. Chiyo didn't know what happened on the island. She remained at the gate of the city until the sun set and the moon was thin. It wasn't until noon the next day that she heard some news from the villagers who entered the city. Have you heard that a person died in Zong yesterday? What is Zong? The port is dead. Who are the dead? Looking at their costumes, they look like ninjas, but not our country's ninjas. Chiyo. Chapter 37 Wanted Order and Blind Spot Game. Broken hands, broken forearm bones, and watermarks left in the seams. This is a very powerful Sweden water style, fast and ruthless. Otherwise our Jonin would not have been seriously injured by a single blow, as well as scratches on the neck. I didn't find it before. It seems that this kid has a sharp knife hidden on his body. In a spacious room in the center of the city, Chiyo stood with a group of Kurigaker, headed by Kurigaker, who was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Biwa Juzo. The other few were all killed by someone from the back, and there is no sign of resistance. There is only one possibility for this situation. Very clever transformation technique, otherwise it is impossible for Chunin to hide from Jonin's perception. But one thing, he is obviously Konoha Anbu. Why is he such a sophisticated Sweden water style? To be able to enter Anbu at a young age shows that this kid must have something special, maybe. He only knows Sweden water style. Perhaps. Chiyo's face was gloomy, and Biwa Juzo's face was ugly. From the image Chiyo described, he had already guessed that the child who fortune-telling for him was one of the hidden Konoha Anbu. This kid is very smart. To tell you the truth, a few days ago, I was also deceived by his little fortune-teller disguised as a fortune-teller. The rest of Anbu hid at the border and dared not show up, but he swaggered towards the country of water, asking for it's not that you found a flaw in disguise as myopia, maybe you have already gone to the capital. After Biwa Juzo finished speaking, everyone fell silent. The matter of myopia can only be said to be an accident. It was Yison's mistake and Chiyo was sharp, but if he did it again, he might not be able to find Yison. Did the spy lurking in Konoha return any news? Anbu, who is less than 10 years old, such an obvious thing, such a genius, why hasn't he heard any rumors? Since he can't inquire about anything, what are you raising those scumbags for? Biwa Juzo cursed and blamed the failure on the spy. He glanced viciously around, and as far as his eyes could see, all Kurigakure bowed their heads, for fear of the anger of the boss. Bow your head, you are also a bunch of trash, what else can you do other than bow your head? Subordinates did not know that with the presence of an outsider like Chiyo, their performance made Biwa Juzo furious. In a fit of rage, Biwa Juzo suddenly took a step forward, raised his hand, and slapped him. Bow your head. Bow your head. I tell you to bow your head. One slap after another, the subordinate's cheek was swollen quickly. Facing the angry boss, he didn't dare to move or resist, so he could only endure the grievances in his heart and kept apologizing. I'm sorry, Lord Juzo. Humph. Perhaps because he was out of anger, Biwa Juzo finally stopped his hand and looked around at his subordinates who were still bowing their heads. He roared again, what are you doing standing here? Get out of here. Go for the Konoha kid. I can't find it. Don't come back, all of you. You go to issue the wanted notice, and I'll draw. My drawing skills are limited, Chiyo Jonin, why don't you come? Well, I learned to sketch for a while when I was young, so let me draw the appearance of that kid. Regarding being wanted, Yison had long anticipated it. When I was at the city gate, I was seen by Chiyo. Once Chiyo and Kurigakure unite, the wanted order will appear soon. Everything was in Yison's expectation, or in other words, in the case of the complete blockade of the water country, in order to survive, Yison must think about the next step, even the next step. Going deep into the hinterland of the enemy country is like walking a tightrope at an altitude of 1,000 meters. One mistake will usher in the ending of broken bones. The status of the 7 ninja swordsmen was extremely high in the village of Kurigakure, and the wanted notice issued by Biwa Juzo quickly spread in all directions. Yison was walking on the road, watching the Kurigakure who were holding the wanted warrants walking past him, smiled, the little horn braid tied with yuhi rope was shaking, and the floral skirt on his body looked extremely cute. That's right, Yison, this shameless guy, actually dressed himself up as a woman. Child, son. Just last night, Yison sneaked into a little loli's boudoir, knocked the little loli out, and took it off excitedly. Cough. Cut off little loli's hair and stole floral clothes from the closet. Painting, on his face, using black charcoal to blacken the cheekbones, chin, eyebrows and other places, under the illumination of light, the use of visual errors to cause the effect of protruding or rounded bones, it also changed the whole face. Only 7 years old, is cute and cute. After making some changes, no one can see that he is a boy. This is the plan that Yison made early in the morning, and it belongs to the second use of psychological tactics, the blind spot game. If I didn't draw my portrait, I wouldn't dare to do so, but since I've drawn my portrait, everyone will work hard to find a little boy who is similar to the portrait. Since that's the case, I'll take a step first. Missing Biwa Juzo, who was rubbing shoulders, Yison raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. He boarded the boat heading for the next island, and waved his hand gently towards Biwa Juzo's back. Chapter 38_Spy Rescue. In a small remote village on the border of the land of water. Hataki, how long have we been hiding? It's been about half a month. If I eat such a little thing every day, I'm really afraid that one day I won't be killed by Kurigakure, but starved to death. Hataki was lying softly on the floor, not wanting to move. Uchiha Nomi was better, but he was leaning against the wall to minimize consumption. Everywhere we hid, we sent out the unique Konoha distress signal, but why didn't anyone come for half a month? Are they going to die? When Uchiha Nomi said, they, he naturally referred to the Konoha spies hiding in the land of water. In the mind of stopping the war, the spies acted quickly, but half a month later, they didn't get any help from the spies. No, it's not that they didn't save us. I guess the country of water has also started the work of removing spies. Ordinary spies can't protect themselves, and those senior spies who have been mixed in with high authority, unless they are absolutely safe, they can't do it for mere spy. To Anbu exposure, ruining years of hard work. Quote. The two talked softly from time to time, and their stomachs groaned from time to time. They didn't dare to steal anything, so they could only quietly search for some food in the garbage heap in the middle of the night. Although it was hard to eat and disgusting, it was better than starving to death. Kurigakur is everywhere now. Once a villager reports that the food in their house is inexplicably reduced, regardless of the true or false reason, Kurigakur will definitely arrive quickly, and the two will be dead if they say anything. The hiding spot this time is a wine cellar in a resident's house. The owner of the house is single. He goes out to work during the day. He falls asleep soon after returning home at night, and sleeps like a dead pig. It is difficult to wake him up. For this reason, the two decided to hide here until the extensive search was over. Just as the two were discussing, a voice suddenly remembered. Dong dong dong. The light tap made Uchiha Nomi and Hitaki stand up instantly. They looked at each other and took out the kunai warily. Boom, 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 boom. There was another rhythmic tapping. After the tapping disappeared, the expressions of the two of them gradually softened. Uchiha Nomi nodded at Hitaki Rice, then walked gently to the wooden frame and pushed open the entrance of the wine cellar. The eye was a ninja wearing a Kurigakur forehead guard. The two raised their left hand at the same time, and dozens of weird gestures flashed past. The code confirms that I am the number 10 senior member of the Shadow Force in the Land of Water, so the two of them must be Anbu. Yes, after waiting for half a month, I finally hoped for you. Uchiha Nomi smiled. The nerves that had been tense for half a month made him feel extremely tired, but it was not the time to relax. He stabilized his mind, and suddenly, a crazy aroma poured into his nose. Eat. Uchiha Nomi's eyes widened, and he immediately snatched the food from the opponent's hand, while Hitaki, who was not far away, was drooling like a pug, and suddenly came over and took half of the food. No more talking, the two just ate frantically. The man just waited silently. He knew that the two were already starving. 2 servings of food disappeared in less than a minute. Uchiha Nomi-san leaned against the wall and took a deep breath, patted his stomach and said, I'm full, I really didn't expect it, it's just some ordinary noodles. But makes me feel like there is nothing better than this in my life. Quote. Bullshit. Hitaki turned over the Byakugan and licked his fingers, as if he wanted to eat the lingering fragrance on his fingers. After the food and clothing have been solved, the main event is now. This senior spy dares to appear, not just to provide a meal. Sure enough, when the number 10 senior spy revealed the purpose of this time, Uchiha Nomi and Hitaki fan finally hugged excitedly. The port is about to open. Haha, Hitaki, did you hear that? He said the port is about to open soon, we can go back. Yeah, stop the war, this time back, I must treat you to a big meal. No, we want to eat too. The two embraced excitedly. Suddenly, Hadakefin remembered something, and the smile that had just appeared was slowly withdrawn. Big brother number 10, have you found my captain? He is also 2 people, have you found it? Yeah, I almost forgot about Captain and Panasonic, and Xiaoshuan, brother number 10. Do you have any news about the 3 of them? All. Number 10's tone was flat, as if everything was in the master. At the same time as I set off, number 9 has already gone to rescue your captain. After the port opens in a few days, number 8, number 12 and number 20 will use them. Your power will put you into the boat of ordinary fishermen. You can rest assured that the boat is all your own people. At that time, the boat will go directly to the Konoha coastline, and you will disembark at the port of Hyoto. Quote. That's great. What about big brother number 10, Xiaoshuan? He's on board with us, right? No. Why? Uchiha Nomi and Hitaki fans' faces tightened, and there was a trace of ill will in their hearts at the same time. The person you are talking about has already been seen by Chio in Sand Ninja Village and Biwa Juzo in the group of 7, and now all Kurigakure who are searching for you have his wanted notice. And the four of you, because you brought Anbu mask, even if I take you away, there is not much danger, so I hope you will give up, although it is a pity. No, don't give up. Big brother number 10. Even if the four of us die, Xiaoshuan must be allowed to live. He can't die. Why? Number 10 wondered why these people valued a child so much. Even if Yison was a genius, he wouldn't be able to compare to the lives of the four Anbu elites, right? As senior spies who have been buried in the land of water for many years, all the members before the 20th have penetrated deeply into the land of water. In order to ensure safety, they hardly have contact with Konoha. Even if they have occasional contact, they convey some very important information. Naturally, I was surprised by the reactions of Uchiha Nomi and Hatake fan. However, in the next second, when Uchiha Nomi revealed Yizan's true identity, number 10 feet's face changed drastically, and there was an indescribable panic in his eyes. What did you say? What did you just say? You said that child is Lord Danzo's son. Chapter 39 I met a weirdo. What to do, what to do, what to do. In the dark wine cellar, number 10 spy kept walking around, beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down from his forehead, anxious like ants on a hot pan. Big brother number 10, what did Xiaoshuan do? In my impression, he has always been a very smart little wit. How could Kurigakure find out his true face? Hatake Raya's words made number 10 stop for a while, and sighed softly, as if a little desperate. Xiaozan killed 3 Jonin and 3 Chunin from the land of winds by means of sneak attack, booby killing, etc. This time, in the sand ninja team that escorted the negotiator back, except for the strongest Chio, the rest were all dead. Quote. You mean, Sand and Chio found Xiaozan? Yes, not only that, Xiaoshuan also pretended to be a little fortune teller a few days ago, and deceived Biwajuzo among the 7 people. These 2 things have spread throughout the country of water. So far, apart from going crazy to find Xiaoshuan, Biwajuzo and Chio, and even the 2nd generation Mizukage gave orders to destroy this little genius, Konoha. Little genius. Destroy. Uchiha Nomizan and Hatake fan looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Of course they knew that Yizan was a genius, but they were able to alarm Mizukage and cause the entire country of water to be wanted. This has never happened in the country of water. Thing. Big brother number 10, Xiaozan is Lord Danzo's son. His life is more important than all of us. You can think of a way. Sorry, I really can't do anything. Now the whole country's attention is focused on Xiaoshuan. Even if all of our shadow troops take action, there's no way to help him, and Xiaoshuan won't necessarily die. Why? Because so far, no one has found any trace of Xiaoshuan. Hatake Rice. Circle.operator _ circle.operator. Uchiha Nomi battle. Circle.operator O circle.operator. Yizan didn't know that the shadow spy team had found his teammates. He only joined Anbu yesterday, and he didn't even learn the special distress signal. At this moment, he walked into the capital of the country of water while singing a song, Tokushima Castle. Butterflies are small caterpillars from birth. It's really fun to crawl around and dig around. Yizan's jumping, the floral clothes, the horn braids, and the child's voice that hasn't changed, are very cute in every way. As soon as he entered the city, he was noticed by 2 men, one of them winked at the other, and then blocked Yizan's way. Little sister sings really well, why are you going into the city alone? Where's your family? A wretched voice, a stench of sweat blew. Yizan subconsciously shut his mouth, covered his nose and took a step back. Looking up, what caught my eye was an ugly uncle in his 40s. I rely on, blamed Shu mi. Yizan felt a chill in his heart and took a step back again. He rolled his eyes and suddenly felt that it would be interesting to tease this person. Thinking of this, Yizan bowed obediently, opened his cute eyes, and said, Hello, uncle, I came alone. One of my aunts is sick and lives on Baikwan Island. I want to take a boat to see it. What's the matter with you? Oh, that. It's okay. I'm just worried about seeing my little sister enter the city alone. You know, there are a lot of bad people in this city. General Light. A lot of bad people. Yison tilted his head, as if he didn't understand. He blinked his eyes again and asked suspiciously, Uncle, are you a bad person? No, of course I'm not. I'm the best good person in this city. If you don't believe me, ask him. The man said, pointing his finger at the nearby accomplice, who also nodded in cooperation and raised a big thumb. Oh, Uncle is a good man. Thank you Uncle for reminding me. I will be careful of bad people. I have to hurry. Let's go first Tilda. Yison waved his hand, walked around the man and walked forward, but he hadn't taken 2 steps yet. The road was blocked by men again. Little sister, did you just say hurry? It's like this. Uncle knows that there is a path that leads directly to the port. If you are in a hurry, Uncle will take you there. Really? What if you run into a bad guy on the trail? Don't be afraid, Uncle will protect you. Hey, what if I'm the bad guy? Hey, if the little sister is a bad person, even if the uncle is beaten to death by the little sister, he will be willing. Yison spread his hands helplessly, finally understanding what it means to die without dying. He had already given the other party a chance. Since he tried to stop himself over and over again, there was nothing he could do. Thinking of this, Yison Mengmeng nodded, agreeing to the man to lead the way. He followed behind the man, thinking silently in his heart, whether to beat the man down or beat him down. Chapter 40_Change Plan. The time to take the shortcut is really fast. When Yison came to the port alone, he lifted his pants, satisfiedly, took out 2 tickets from Kabuto and handed them over. Go to Baikwan Island, alone. 1200 taels, please keep your 800 taels. After taking the money and boarding the passenger ship, Yison chose a seat to the side and sat down, exhaling softly. Yison was a little tired from traveling in the past few days. He closed his eyes and his thoughts settled into the sea of consciousness. The white screen is still on, and the number of ingots above is displayed as 111 ingots. Sandren exploded a lot of puppet control techniques. Yison felt useless and sold them all. He looked at his skills and hesitated in his heart. The only A-grade ninjutsu on the body is from the purple skill book, Sweeten, Water Style. Great Waterfall Technique, which was released by Suzuki Bing. The Great Waterfall is one of the advanced ninjutsu techniques of Sweeten, Water Style. Dragon Bullet is aimed at one person, then the Great Waterfall is aimed at the entire area in front of you, which is an indiscriminate AoE attack. Yison has 111 ingots, and it only takes 100 ingots to upgrade A-level ninjutsu to orange, and once upgraded to max level orange, the only weakness of the Great Waterfall technique disappears. This is the weakness of many advanced ninjutsu, which is the legendary casting time. The waterfall technique has 17 seals, calculated at 5 seals per second, and it takes 3 seconds to stand on the spot to perform it, but where the ninja needs 3 seconds to fight, unless there is a shadow clone or someone to contain it, the waterfall technique will hit rate is almost 0. But upgrading to max level is different. For example, B-level ninjutsu is upgraded to max level purple. Yison only needs to make a seal to display it. According to his speculation, as long as a level ninjutsu is upgraded to orange, the same can be displayed in an instant. Thinking of this, Yison suddenly made up his mind to upgrade the waterfall technique to orange. There are 11 ingots left, keep it for now. With the instant waterfall technique, Yison felt that the plan he had made before could be completely overturned. According to the original plan, the country of water blocked all ports in the west and southwest, but did not block the trading ports with the country of thunder. Yison planned to cross the country of water, all the way to the far north, and take a boat to the country of thunder. Then, walk through the country of thunder, pass through the country of the moon, the country of soup, and arrive at the border of the country of fire. Well, it probably means that Yison is going to make a circle and go home across half of the ninja world. But now it seems to be a little different. As long as the waterfall technique is used properly, at least one can escape from the elite Jonin. Based on this, Yison feels that he does not need to continue to escape. After escaping for so long, it is time to show his true skills. The blood of murder and explosive equipment. The book of getting rich. Yison was already thirsty. He got up and left the passenger ship, walked to the ticket office swaggeringly, patted the ticket window that was taller than himself, raised his chin, he spread his hands out. I'm not going to take the boat, give me the money back. Chatting with the conductor for a long time, Yison finally asked for the 1,200 taels back. He happily put the money in the kabuto and looked at it from a distance, only to find that the sun through he was hanging on the sea level, and the purple glow shrouded most of the day. It's so late. Yison thought for a while, and decided to go have a meal first, find a warm Izumi hotel for a bubble bath, take a deep sleep, and talk about other things when he wakes up tomorrow. Meanwhile, in Konoha, the atmosphere in Hokage's office is very solemn. Sarutobi sat in the chair smoking non-stop. He lowered his head slightly, and remained silent. Danzo stood beside the desk, his hands folded in his sleeves, his eyes flashing with a strong killing intent. In other words, how many of you lost my son? As if in the cold winter and the 12th lunar month, the men in black who were half kneeling on the ground only felt a coldness pass by their necks, and the dull depression made them almost vomit blood. Sorry, Lord Danzo, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have let Xiaozan leave the team alone, if. That's not the case, Lord Danzo. It's not the captain's fault. When the team started, it was Xiaozan who offered to act alone. He said that he hadn't learned Anbu's special secret skills. He hid with us at the border with no life, not us. I lost Xiaoshuan on purpose. I hope Lord Danzo can understand. Quote. Who interrupted Hyuga Zongji? As the only civilian ninja in the squad, he did not understand the fear of the three teammates beside him. Although he regretted what happened to Yison, he didn't want the Captain Hyuga, whom he respected, to suffer unjust injustice. In his heart, Sarutobi it's Konoha's Hokage, Kundas and see Sarutobi sitting on the Hokage chair, while Danzo can only stand. This is not to blame for Panasonic. After all, Danzo is the root of Konoha. Except for the big family, Jonin and Anbu, he never appears in front of others. Although Panasonic has heard of Danzo in Anbu, he does not know the person in front of him. Fear. But he didn't realize that when he opened his mouth to defend Hyuga Soji, not only Hyuga Soji himself, but also Hatake Fan and Uchiha Nomi's face changed greatly. It actually formed a shock wave that spread around, making the curtains and papers squeak. Panasonic, this time it's our fault. Please apologize to Mr. Danzo. Panasonic, for whatever reason, Xiaozan did not come back with us. This is our fault. Please apologize to Lord Danzo. Panasonic. Lord Hokage. Apologize to Danzo. Hokage give me a face. Chapter 41-60. Chapter 41 Lure the enemy. The capital of the country of water, two Kurigakure ninjas slowly walked out of the city gate. They exchanged something in a low voice, and laughed from time to time, looking like they were in a good mood. Hey, those two idiots. The sudden sound attracted the attention of everyone at the gate of the city. Looking at the sound, a boy of a few years old was standing by the river in the distance, arrogantly twisting his butt. What are you looking at? What I'm scolding is you two fools. Give me face, you all go eat shit. Yison jumped and sprayed, and the two Kurigakure became more and more inexplicable, but when they saw Yison's appearance, they were first surprised, and then their faces burst into ecstasy. It's the kid on the wanted list. Catch him, he is worth 1 million, then we will divide it into 3 or 7, I will give you 3. Good. Between the words, the two had rushed to 100 meters in front of Yison. Yison smiled and raised his middle finger, and the wind element chakra poured into his feet, jumped gently, and fled along the river. 2 chased and 1 fled. In less than 2 minutes, the 3 of them arrived at the corner of the lower reaches of the river. Seeing this place, Yison smiled slightly, turned suddenly, and followed the route of the river into the forest on the right. Little brat, where are you going? The one who spoke was the ninja who wanted a 70% reward. Seeing that Yison was running faster and faster, he finally couldn't help but use all his strength. Jonan's chakra broke out completely, his speed doubled rapidly, and he rushed towards Yison like a flash. It is not easy for Jonan to break out. Seeing that the other party is getting closer and closer to him, Yison is not in a hurry, hand seal with one hand. The next second, two pairs of light cyan wings appear, and they slap fiercely, like an angry bird, quickly rushed out, the max level futon wind style. Wind wing made Yison's speed comparable to that of Jonan, who burst into full force. After just a few seconds, Kurigakure Chunin, who was at the back, couldn't see the two of them. He didn't give up, but headed towards the forest. No matter what, as long as he could help a little, the 1 million reward would always be there. Divide yourself some. However, at this moment, a wind suddenly sounded from the ear. The breath of death made Kurigakure Chunin's pupils shrink sharply. He didn't know where the danger came from, and he hesitated for a moment, so he lost his last chance. Swish. The strong wind blew, and an extremely thin bloodstain appeared on Chunin's neck. Yison half-squatted on the ground with the chakra knife in his hand, and the wings on his back slowly dissipated. I'm not dead. Ha, I'm not dead. Chunin smiled happily. Although he felt a little pain in his neck, nothing seemed to happen. He looked at Yison subconsciously, and turned his head instantly, as if the water pipe burst. Dozens of blood spurts frantically from around his neck, dyeing the surrounding 3 meters of land into Yuhi color. Sorry, it's not that you didn't die, but my speed was too fast, and the chakra knife with the wind element was so sharp that it cut your neck, and the skin cells and tissues didn't respond. PFF'd. Head fell to the ground, and Chunin's eyes were still filled with the happiness of the rest of his life. Yison stared at Chunin silently, his emotions did not fluctuate at all. Blow just now was his highest level of fighting with futon wind style. If he couldn't beat even a ninja of that level, his wind attribute would be worthless. Killing Chunin is nothing, the most important thing is another person. Yison took a breath, looked up, and saw a black figure galloping from afar. When the black figure found Chunin's headless body, he suddenly stopped on a branch 20 meters away. What a powerful boy, is that Shadow Clone just now? Shadow Clone can be on par with me at full speed. If the chakra in the clone is not exhausted, I really can't do anything about you. Jonan's tone was flat, and he was already shocked in his heart. He was shocked not only by Yison's talent, but also by Yison's wisdom. It turns out that you arranged everything from the beginning. The city gate mocked us, attracted us to chase you, chased the corner of the river and rushed into the forest at the same time, separated Shadow Clone, used the clone to attract me, and the main body attacked my companions, but I'm curious, how do you deal with me after spending so much energy killing my fellow Chunin? Or, are you going to run away with the magical wings futon wind style again? Escape. Why should I run away? Yison shook his head. Even if my futon wind style can be equal to your explosive strength, I will always be a Chunin. I will fight chakra to escape. I can't fight you. Once when the chakra runs out, I'm dead. HMPH, the kid is quite self-aware. Since you know you can't escape, why are you still? Because, I was going to kill you from the beginning. Jonan was stunned for a moment by Yison's words, as if he had heard a big joke. He held his mouth tightly, and then finally couldn't bear it anymore and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Boy, are you serious? Chunin thought. To beat me? What do you want to beat me with? With your thin arms and thin legs? With your Konoha's Kaden fire style? Or the futon wind style just now? Or our Kurigakure's best Suiten water style? Quote. You'll know if you try it. Yison was calm, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. In Jonan's ridicule, he suddenly burst out, and instantly went behind the other party. The blue light in his hand bloomed, and he slashed away. Clang. The kunwu wrapped in the blue water attribute tightly pressed against the chakra knife. The wind element was sharp, the water element was smooth, one blue and one blue, without giving in. Don't be too complacent. you are not the only one who can achieve nature transformation. Jonin roared, and with a forceful stroke of his arm, the chakra knife and Yison were knocked out with huge force, and he roared again, muscles all over his body piled up in blocks, like a savage gorilla, full of infinite power and brutality. Dare to underestimate my Zhaoshan family, and the price to pay is death. Chapter 42 _ Great Waterfall Technique. Clang. Clang. In the forest, two shadows flickered rapidly, and from time to time a sharp collision sounded, and a strong sound wave oscillated. Yison bit Kiba tightly, his arms were extremely sore, and every time he attacked, he was repelled by the opponent's terrifying power. Yison didn't expect that the other party was a Jonin with physical skills. Although it was just an ordinary Jonin, the physical skills were also average, and the blood stains were even more rubbish, but compared to the 7-year-old Yison, the opponent's strength seemed a bit terrifying. The Zhaoshan family, Yison had never heard of it in his previous life, and had never cared about the information of the Land of Water in his life. Seriously, the bloodstains of the Zhaoshan clan are very rubbish. They just use chakra to strengthen their muscles and double their strength. Don't look at it, doubling it seems to be very powerful. In the Konoha Akamichi family or any bloodstained family, the mere doubling of strength is considered the most rubbish ability. Zhaoshan, isn't it? Your bloodstains are too trashy. Believe it or not, within 20 years, your family will be extinct. Yison sprayed indiscriminately while resisting the attack, as if he was talking about the opponent's pain. Zhaoshan's face was sharp, his right hand Kuu held the chakra knife, and his left hand squeezed a fist, like a mad thunder, and instantly hit Yison's abdomen. Boom! The air was shattered, Yison groaned, his body spun upside down like a big kite for dozens of meters, and fell into the small river. Wow! Yison quickly got up from the water, half kneeling on the water, bleeding from the corner of his mouth and severe pain in his abdomen. Even with the protection of chakra, his 7-year-old body could not withstand the attack of an adult. Boy, what's your name? You're a jerk. You said my Zhaoshan clan was going to be wiped out. I'll kill you first today. Zhaoshan roared. Stepping on the water, Yison covered his abdomen with his left hand, and hand sealed with his right hand. Futon, wind style. Vacuum sphere. The three violently rotating wind bullets quickly charged towards each other. Zhaoshan smiled disdainfully, his body stopped suddenly, and his right foot stepped on the water surface, turning into a black shadow, easily dodging the wind bullet's attack. Futon, wind style. Vacuum waves. Whoa whoa whoa. The moment the hill was dodged, the overwhelming wind cut in a curved form blocked his retreat. Yison was half knelt on the water, his eyes fixed on the hill. Boom. Dozens of wind cuts cut the hill into splashes, and after a while, the hill emerged from the nearby water. Water substitute technique is really disgusting. Yison pouted, and his heart suddenly became alert. He almost forgot the metamorphosis of water doubles in the water, and wanted to hit the hills, unless the opponent was too fast to react. As long as he stood on the water, the hills could use the water doubles at any time. Fortunately, I didn't use the waterfall technique directly, otherwise I would use up all my chakra, and if I hit the substitute, I would lose a lot. I can't let him use the water substitute to escape. At this moment, the severe pain in the abdomen eased a lot, Yison's eyes narrowed, and two pairs of wings suddenly appeared on his back. Futon, wind style. Wind wings. Quote. With his wings flapping violently, Yison quickly rushed ashore, ready to escape into the depths of the forest, but Zhaoshan, who reacted immediately, burst out with chakra all over his body, chasing after Yison. Little brat, don't run. Old bastard, don't chase it. You're still Jonin, you can't even chase Chunin. If I were you, I would have been hit and killed. Yison scolded while running, so angry that Zhaoshan kept roaring. The speed of the two was as fast as ultimate, but Zhaoshan did not notice that when Yison ran several dozen meters away from the shore, the wings on his back gradually changed. Almost. Yison was sure in his heart that he directly cut off the chakra control. Futon, wind style, dissipated immediately. Yison seemed to be powerless and staggered. All this happened in an instant. Xiaoshan didn't have time to control it, and passed by Yison in an instant. He was a little sluggish. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, little brat, your spirit is dying. I would say that controlling such a difficult futon, wind-style ninjutsu should be very exhausting. After all, you are only a few years old, and your combat experience is too far behind. Thinking that he had caught Yison's flaw, Xiaoshan couldn't help but feel a little proud. He immediately stopped sprinting, turned around, and walked towards Yison with a sway. At this moment, Yison's face was pale, and he quickly stepped back as if afraid, and didn't stop until the edge of the river. What? Don't you run away. Koyama Yuzai approached, like a cat catching a mouse, teasing him before slaughtering it. It's not that I'm not running anymore. I'm just thinking, looking back on the battle just now, I am reflecting on whether the rhythm of the battle is wrong, whether the ninjutsu is accurate, and whether there is anything that can be improved. This is what my father taught me. I grew up in the battle. Quote. HMPH, you have a good father, but unfortunately, these theories will not be used in the future, boy, die. Xiaoshan jumped and charged straight towards Yison. The sharp kulu shone with a cold light, pointing directly at Yison's heart. When danger came, the paleness on Yison's face disappeared instantly. He looked at the hill with a smile, took a few steps back, and walked into the river. You know, the weakness of water doubles. What? There was an unpleasant feeling in Zhao Shan's heart. At this moment, a deafening roar sounded, and then, the whole sky became dark. The only weakness of water doubles is that you cannot use water doubles when standing in a place without water. 100 meters wide and tens of meters high, the endless river water covers most of the day. At this moment, Zhao Shan is still charging, less than 10 meters away from Yison. He can reach it in an instant, but he knows that he will never be able to reach it. Sweden, water style. Great waterfall technique. Quote. Rumbling. The turbulent river water instantly bombarded the hill, completely submerging the hill. The characteristics of Sweden water style are density, impact force, pressure and deformation. The more water there is, the stronger the impact force and pressure will be. The water pressure of several tens of tons of water style can even break ships and destroy houses. Although Zhao Shan extracted all the chakra to cover his body at the last minute, when the waterfall technique hit him, his whole body blood vessels were squeezed by the water, and he lost his life on the spot. Chapter 43 passed by once again. Physique. Kurigakur fighting technique, a blue 20 ingots. Open black lens bracket Sweden, water style. Water dragon bullet B blue 10 ingots close black lens bracket. Well, Kurigakur, Chunin seems to have performed some ninjutsu techniques like water dragon bullet, but Zhao Shan Jonin's physical technique made Yison's eyes light up, as if he had discovered the door to a new world. This is the first time that I have obtained a physical skill book. As expected of a physical type Jonin, I was so stupid at the time that I actually fought him head-on. Fortunately, I used the waterfall technique to kill him. Yison was a little scared. Although he possessed a lot of ninjutsu, taijutsu has always been a weakness, not only because of his age, but also because he did not have a strong taijutsu teacher. Hatake Sakumo's physical skills are relatively good, but when I studied there, I mainly learned the nature transformation of the thunder attribute, and I didn't make much progress in physical skills, not to mention Danzo, the physical skills were weak. All Yison's melee attacks rely on the super strong wind attribute to control the acceleration, relying on the sharpness of the chakra knife and his own speed. He may be invincible at the same level, but it is very disadvantageous to compete with Jonin head-on. Kurigakur fighting skills stay. Water dragon bullet cells. The balance of 21 ingots. Yison was not ready to use it. He closed his eyes and felt the information that emerged in his mind. He knew exactly when to use what moves, as if he had been learning Kurigakur fighting techniques since he was a child. I have to admit that the ability of the face fruit has played an unrivaled effect at this time. After years of hard work by others, I learned it in an instant. Yison said that the traveler's golden finger is really no joke. Huh. With a soft cry, Yison withdrew from the consciousness space. The last waterfall technique used up all his chakras. At this moment, he was lying softly on the bed of Wen Izumi Hotel. Before the chakras fully recovered, he did not planning to go out. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly sounded from outside the door, and I listened carefully. It was the sound of the hotel owner killing a pig. Lord Ninja, I beg you, you can't trespass the guest's room. Get out of the way, we are searching for wanted criminals now. If you block again, believe it or not, I will kill you on the spot as an accomplice. The rude voice showed the impatience of the ninja, and then, door after door was kicked open, and the screams of countless men and women sounded, causing the entire hotel to be extremely chaotic. Boom! Was another loud noise. Yison's door was kicked open, and a Jonin walked in from the door. He supervised Yison, cleared his throat, and said seriously, "Little girl, we are now executing mission. I hope you stay on the bunk quietly. I will leave after I search your room." The braid tied by Yuhi's rope trembled. Yison nodded obediently, and then the name Jonin entered the house and searched around until he left, without looking at Yison again. Yison never fights unsure battles. At the beginning, he spent a few hours figuring out the terrain around the capital, then took off his wig, changed into a boy's clothes, and washed off the makeup on his face with water. Clothes and charcoal are hidden in the hollow of a big tree. Then, he went to the gate of the capital city to mock Zhao Shan. After killing Zhao Shan, he took out the wig from the tree hole, put on floral clothes, and painted the cheekbones, chin, and eyebrows with charcoal. As if nothing had happened, he walked straight into the capital and returned to the Izumi Hotel where he had stayed for a few days. Yison was found at the gate of the capital of the country of water, and 2 ninjas died. One of them was Jonin, the other was Chunin, and Jonin was the Zhao Shan family of the Bloodstain family. This news quickly spread all over the country. Yison's strength and concealment ability became a topic of discussion, and Biwa Juzo, who was deceived by Yison, became the laughingstock of the country of water. How can I fix it? How can I fix it? I swear I will kill you, bastard. On a medium-sized island south of the capital of the land of water, Biwa Juzo was tired. In order to find the culprit, he came from the border, restless and dusty. After 2 days on the road, he was almost there. He had to find Yison, otherwise, as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he would simply carry it in front of the other 6. Can't get up. At this moment, a ship came over from the vast sea. It was a ship from the capital. In addition to ordinary passengers, it also carried a Kurigakure intelligence officer. Lord Juzo. Speak. We have searched the entire capital and found no sign of that kid. What did you say? The terrifying murderous aura erupted, causing the intelligence officers to shiver. You must know that the person who passed the information was just an ordinary Chunin. Even if Biwa Juzo killed him to vent his anger, no one would dare to control it. Biwa Juzo was really angry. The capital could not be found, which means Yison disappeared again. Imagining the scene of being ridiculed by everyone in the future, Biwa Juzo was completely insane. He suddenly raised his beheading sword and his eyes suddenly swept to the civilians passing by. Can't find it. Why can't you find it? If you can't find it, kill it. If you see it, kill it. If you see the same height, kill it. How old is the child? Kill them all. 10 centimeters away from the child, Biwa Juzo slammed and restrained his actions with difficulty. Forget it. If I kill you rubbish civilians at will, I've committed a big crime. I'm not that stupid, Biwa Juzo put away the knife, and the child next to him who was scared to pee suddenly burst into tears. Perhaps because he was upset, Biwa Juzo jumped directly into the empty passenger boat. This boat is covered by lousy. You untouchables are not allowed to come up. Damn it, it's so bad. Boatman, get the boat for lousy. As Biwa Juzo kept yelling, the passenger ship left the shore and gradually disappeared into the vast sea. On the shore, among the civilians who had just landed, A little girl with a yuhi rope and a crocheted dress on her head waved to Biwajuzo with a smile and passed by again. Chapter 44 _ Wait for the rabbit. The day before yesterday, a target appeared on Tochigi Island, and Jonin Hanazawa was killed in action. The day before yesterday, a target appeared on Ishikawa Island, and Jonin Hayes was killed in action. Yesterday, Mie Island. Damn brat. Boom. The long table smashed. Biwajuzo clenched his fists tightly, his body was shaking, he was angry, and he was about to go crazy. This is a small conference room. Besides Biwajuzo, there are 6 other people. When the leader read the information in his hand, the scene was a little silent. Not only Biwajuzo, but also Yison was not caught. Everyone felt that their faces were dull. Tochigi Island, Ishikawa Island, Mie Island, and Jonin, the small mountain where the capital died. From the route, this kid turned back and forth after reaching the capital. What did he think? Did he know the news of the opening of the port? It should not be possible, although our country hides many rats of Konoha, but this kid hides too well. I guess these rats can't find him. Without intelligence sources, he can't get out of the mouth of ordinary people get the news. You said to me. The silent scene became lively again, and at the top, the man who had read the information remained silent. His body was thin and seemed weak, but he seemed to have infinite power. Soon, everyone looking at him. Boss, what do you think? Yes, boss, it's been a long time since the 7 of us did a mission together. This kid is not strong, but very cunning. For our reputation, we must catch him. Everyone said that the man just listened. Until after everyone's voice disappeared again, he slowly raised his head, his young face showed vicissitudes and calmness. Munashi Jinpachi, you are wrong about one thing. You say that this kid is not strong, but you forget that he is less than 10 years old. According to the battle traces, he and Zhao Shanjonin fought very fiercely, and in the end, Zhao Shanjonin was even more powerful. He had a small amount of chakra because of his age, but his ninjutsu talent and fighting talent have reached a level that I have never heard of before. Even if I were Mizukage, Sama would not be able to defeat Jonin at a young age. The man's words shocked everyone, and then they remembered that, at some point, they and others had ignored Yison's age and raised Yison to the same level. Boss, I don't mean to teach you a lesson. This Konoha kid is not easy. If it is allowed to develop, it will definitely become a scourge to the water country in the future. This time, I will do it myself. The man stood up slowly, a dull pressure radiated around him. He glanced at everyone again, and said solemnly, don't hide the news of the opening of the port. Send the order down, let everyone in the country of water know that there are 2 borders on the western border. 2 ports are about to open. The first is Kyushu port to the land of wind, and the second is Nagasaki port to the land of fire. The 6 of you continue to search the country for the Konoha kid, and I. He paused for a moment, and then a cold smile appeared on his face. I'll go to Nagasaki port and wait. With my natural perception ability, as long as the kid dares to come, I'll let him come and go. Yison didn't know that the 7 ninja swordsmen had set a trap. When the news of the opening of the border port spread throughout the country, he was overjoyed and couldn't wait to go back. Of course, in addition to being happy, Yison also wondered if this was a conspiracy. Every time he went to an island, he went to the city's traders to inquire about news, and he came to the same conclusion. All the merchants believed that the opening of the port was an inevitable event. A country's fiscal revenue mainly depends on collecting taxes, and the taxes collected can do too much. Why do villages need a state? Why is the name so important? Because the village is only a department of the state, an armed department. Everything in the village depends on state resources. War requires money, and Kulu is also made of iron. Detonating charms, food and grass, everything needs money to buy. For example, Konoha, even if there is no war, the country of fire will give Konoha 1 billion funds for development every year. After all, when Konoha is strong, the country of fire will be strong. But where does the country's money come from? It's taxation. The poll tax is a small tax, and the main source of the tax is business. The more businessmen earn, the higher the tax rate, especially for those top businessmen. 40% of the money they earn every year will be handed over to the state. Blocking the port is only temporary. After all, the profits of transnational business are the most exaggerated. Even if the big name wants to block it, the people below will make trouble. Once he understood the essence of things, the next step was much simpler. Yison let go of his guard, and even gave up his plan to continue attacking Jonin, and quickly marched towards the border. Yison really wanted to go back to Konoha. The escape time seemed to be unrestrained, but in fact, he had to be scheming all the time, and he had to be careful. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. After taking countless boats and crossing countless islands, Yison finally came to another port on the border, that is, the port from the land of water to the land of fire, Nagasaki Port. Damn, it's really open. From a distance, more than a dozen merchant ships were moored at the port, and a dense number of workers were carrying goods on board the ship. The foreman stood on the deck and shouted, making the workers hurry up. At the ticket office of the passenger ship on the other side of the port, a shirtless ninja with short sleeves is guarding there, and the civilians who buy tickets and board the ship will be carefully checked by him. In order to reduce accidents, if the passenger ship does not go to the other side, we will take the merchant ship, find a cargo box, get in, and board the ship without knowing it. As long as you get on the ship, everything will be fine. Yison felt that his plan was complete, so he couldn't help laughing, but the next moment, his face froze, and he was surprised to find that the ninja wearing a sleeveless short jacket stared at him silently at the ticket office far away, and then opened his mouth moved a few times. At that moment, Yison felt an extreme crisis pouring into his mind. He turned his head and ran away without even thinking about it. Although he couldn't hear the sound, he got the shocking fact from the other party's mouth. Little devil, I finally got to you. Chapter 45_head of the 7. Call out. Call out. The grass swayed, and 2 shadows flew past. The 2 wings kept flapping, and the airflow made the air whistling. Yison frowned tightly. He found that the shadow behind him was getting closer and closer. Futon, wind style. Wind wing can't outrun him. Elite Jonin. Yison understands that if this continues, he will not only be doing useless work, but will also consume a lot of chakra. Since he can't escape, it is better to save a chakra. Huh. The wind wing disappeared. Yison rushed forward a few steps by inertia, and immediately dodged to the side. In the next second, the black shadow swept over Yison more than 10 meters. Abruptly, the chakra erupted, from extremely fast to extremely quiet, making the air vibrates violently. What a terrifying power. This person is really an elite Jonin. Yison's face was solemn, and his eyebrows were furrowed more and more tightly. After a series of previous battles, Yison's chakra volume has been raised to the elite Chunin, but compared to the opponent, it is not at all a level. How did you find me? Yison took off the wig, tore off the floral clothes, and exposed the black combat uniform inside, which was remodeled by himself, close-fitting and sweaty, similar to Anbu's clothes. I'm a naturally perceptive ninja, and any chakra that appears in the port can't escape my perception. Although you are pretending to be a girl, I can't think of anyone else who has the strength of Chunin at a few years old. The man's face was calm, as if it was a very easy matter. He glanced at the chakra knife in Yison's hand, then grabbed the 2 knife handles on his back with both hands, pulled it hard, and lifted the knife in his hands. Very good chakra knife. Since you have a weapon, I'm fine with it, right? There is a problem. Huh. You dignified elite Jonin, bully me as a Chunin, and use weapons. You use weapons, but what do I have in my hand? I only have a short chakra knife, and you use flounder. Quote. Yison pouted angrily, and his face was full of injustice. His appearance seemed to be greatly wronged, and he looked extremely cute. Quote. As if he really felt lost identity, The man actually put the flounder back on his back. He stared at Yison silently for a long time, and then said, I can fight against Mizukage with flounder for a while and kill a chunin. It is indeed a disgrace to the name of flounder, but don't try to escape. Even if you don't use weapons, you can't be my opponent. After he finished speaking, his calm gaze suddenly changed, like a bloodthirsty evil spirit, exuding a terrifying and fierce aura. My name is Gaidun Yaoyu, the leader of the group of 7, the owner of the double sword and flounder. Maybe you don't quite understand this, but I can tell you that my unsatisfactory brother, Gaidun Yueniu, died in your team. Hand. Boy, remember it clearly, go to hell, but don't forget who killed you. Huh. A gust of wind blew, and an extreme crisis came. Yison's pupils shrank sharply, and he turned sideways to avoid. Swish. The shadow passed by, a few drops of blood splashed in the air. Yison covered his left face tightly, gasping for breath. Not bad reaction speed. No wonder I can defeat so many Jonin. The sharp voice, the blood-dropping kunai. Guilan Yaoyu sneered, her eyes cruel and strange. I don't use flounder, it doesn't mean I don't use kunai. No, what's your expression? Ha ha ha, be careful, I'm here again tilde. Call out. It was another charge, but this time Yison had already reacted. He bit Kiba tightly. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward with his left foot, and stabbed the chakra knife in the past. No, he is a ghost lamp family. At the critical moment, Yison finally remembered the things he had forgotten. Elite Jonin, the master of double knives and flounder, the strength of Ghost Lantern Yaoyu, belongs to the top masters in the entire water country. Although Yison has the strength of an elite chunin, he can only tie with the ordinary Jonin. If he makes a sneak attack, he can kill the ordinary Jonin, but it is obviously not on the same level as the Ghost Lantern Yaoyu. Panic and chaotic, anxious and chaotic, when Yison suddenly remembered the characteristics of the Ghost Lamp family, the two were about to collide. 3 Jonins were slaughtered on the way to the border. After selling the book, the balance of ingots was 81, and the upgrade skills were enough. Fight! Yison's eyes slammed, chakra burst out frantically. On the short knife, the cyan wind disappeared, and then a bright dark blue appeared. Raiden Thunder Style. Thunder Blade. Boom. The thunder exploded, scorching the surrounding earth. Yison was knocked back 10 steps by the powerful impact. He coughed a few times, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Visceral injury. Fortunately, it doesn't hurt much. The injury should be relatively minor. It's a pity that Raiden Thunder Style can no longer sneak up on him. It's a big loss. Yison frowned tightly and did not take the initiative to attack. The gap between the strengths of the two sides was too large, and active attack would be easily caught by the other party. At this moment, the smoke from the explosion slowly disappeared, and Ghost Lantern Yaoyu was half knelt on the ground, her left hand covering her abdomen and gasping for breath. The blood had dyed Yuhi's left hand, and Kulu in his abdomen were pierced by a sudden explosion of thunder. His face was hideous, and his pupils exuded unparalleled murderous intent. So it is. It is so. My unreal brother was killed by your sneak attack, right? I always thought that it was your teammate who killed my brother, and I thought I would never be able to avenge my brother in my life, but I didn't expect, ha 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 ha. The sky has eyes. Ghost Lantern Yaoyu laughed wildly, causing blood to flow from his abdomen. Suddenly, his laughter stopped and he stared at Yison with a stern look on his face. Raiden Thunder Style is very strong, but unfortunately, your strength is too weak. If you were a little stronger, I couldn't dodge the fatal wound at the last minute, maybe I would have died. As he spoke, Guilan Yaoyu's abdomen turned into water, and he controlled chakra to absorb water molecules in the air, and when it condensed again, the wound disappeared without a trace. In the land of water, apart from the water without the moon, my ghost lanterns have no nemesis. Chapter 46 _ Here comes. A burst of metallic sounds rang out in the wilderness of Nagasaki Island. Yison tightly closed his mouth, and strands of blood slipped from the corners of his mouth from time to time. Give up, give up, give up. What are you still insisting on? It's better to be killed by me with a knife. Ha 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 ha. Ghost Lantern Moon is like a madman, constantly emitting sharp laughter. Yison did not speak, and did not dare to speak. Futon Wind style is ineffective, Sweetened Water style is even more ineffective. The chakra blade flashes from time to time, and thunder and lightning rustle in the air. Facing the Ghost Lantern Clan, the elite Jonin of the Ghost Lantern Clan, and the elite Jonin of the Ghost Lantern Clan and good at physique, all Yison's abilities seemed to be ineffective. He could only block hard, and his mind went blank. What should I do? What should I do? Facing the Ghost Lamp Clan, the waterfall technique is useless. I can't run away, and I can't beat it. What should I do? I have to admit that in the land of water, where even the air is full of water molecules, the blood of the Ghost Lanterns is naturally invincible. As long as they don't hurt the vitals, the Ghost Lanterns can use their bodies to hit everything hard. Raiden Thunder style is effective, but only if it hits the vital point. If it does not hit the vital point, even if it is injured, Ghost Lantern Yaoyu can instantly absorb the water molecules in the air and reunite the body. Yison smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that he was exhausted, but fell at the last step. He felt that his arms were getting weaker and weaker, and the breath he was holding was about to dissipate. Once I'm relieved, I won't be able to hold on, right? It's all dead anyway. Yison lost his mind and finally did not block the opponent's attack. Ghost Lantern Yaoyu smiled sharply and kicked hard with his right foot. Boom! Elite Jonin's kick was enough to kick the boulder. Even with the protection of chakra, Yison was so painful that he lost his resistance. The most important thing is that this kick took away the suffocation and also kicked Yison's last confidence. Broken. Yison lost his confidence, and the chakra knife gave up resistance directly. Ghost Lantern Yaoyu found out. He laughed and screamed again, as if crazy. His eyes were bloodshot. Brother. My incompetent younger brother. Ah, my brother has helped you get revenge. He held Kuwu high and stabbed Yison's heart with all his strength. At the moment of life and death, the whole world seemed to freeze. Yison's eyes closed in despair, and the madness of Ghost Lantern and Yaoyu seemed so vivid at this moment. Boom! The sky was sputtering, and the imagined pain did not appear. Before Yison could open his eyes, the familiar fragrance rushed into his nose. Tsunade, why are you here? Yison suddenly opened his eyes, and sure enough, it was the beautiful face that caught his eye. The pretty face was sullen, worried, and had a trace of indescribable shame. I'm worried about you. I stole it from them without telling them. After she finished speaking, she quickly got out of the battle circle with Yison in her arms. After that, the Ghost Lantern and Yaoyu, who had turned into a splash, also condensed and formed, looking at Tsunade with surprise. Senju Tsunade. Wow, big fish. Ghost Lantern Yaoyu's voice was still sharp, but not as crazy as before. As if thinking of something, he glared his eyes and looked at Yison again. Senju Tsunade actually risked his life to dive into the country of water. Save you. Kid, who are you? I'm your father, my name is Gui Diangshuan. The arrival of Tsunade made Yison regain his confidence. He raised his head arrogantly, ready to continue mocking, but the next moment, Tsunade raised his jade finger and gently knocked on Yison's head. Boom tilde tilde tilde. Tsunade, what are you doing? Yison covered his forehead in dissatisfaction. Can't you give your man some face in front of outsiders? Bah, little rascal, you are not honest when you meet. Tsunade was dissatisfied, and knocked on Yison's forehead a dozen times in a row, until Yison begged for mercy, and she stopped her finger in satisfaction. No, it's wrong. No. Huh. Underscore. Wrong. Yison rubbed her forehead aggrievedly. The pitiful appearance looked very cute. Looking at Yison who was intact, Tsunade's anxiety finally disappeared. Zon kissed on the face. Huh. Don't think too much, I was just possessed by a ghost and made inexplicable actions. Well, let's take care of your girly heart for now. Humph. The two flirted with each other and forgot Gui Lan Yaoyu directly. That feeling, Guilan Yaoyu said it was terrible. The anger of the light bulb continued to surge, and Guilan Yaoyu's face became more and more gloomy. He stared at Tsunade and Yison angrily, and said word by word, You, 2, 1. Grandson, can you leave me alone? I'm chatting with my woman. Little bastard, talking nonsense again. Oops, my Tsunade baby, didn't I mean to be mad at him tilde. You're obviously playing tricks on me. Tisk, baby is getting smarter tilde. Ghost Lantern Yaoyu. Chapter 47 Collision between elite Jonin. In the wilderness of Nagasaki Island, the atmosphere is dignified and full of murderous aura. After Tsunade came, Ghost Lantern Yaoyu didn't care about it, and directly took off the flounder on her back. Also in elite Jonin, Ghost Lantern Yaoyu was not afraid, but smiled bloodthirsty. You must know that this is the country of water, the strongest battlefield of his Ghost Lamp clan, plus the additional blessing of double knives and flounder, the right time and place are all right. Guilan Yaoyu, give me a face, put down the flounder, and I'll let you live. The sudden voice made Guilan Yaoyu's face stunned for a moment, only to realize that the abominable kid pointed at him carelessly, as if winning the ticket, and the appearance of Long Aocean immediately angered Guilan Yaoyu. Let you, mom, die. Ghost Lantern Yaoyu went mad again. He roared and rushed towards Yison. His terrifying speed blew a sonic boom, his hands were raised horizontally, and the flounder radiated blue light. Boom. With a shock, a giant pit with a diameter of 10 meters appeared where Yison was. Damn it, is this the basic attack power of the flounder? Not far away, Yison's eyes widened in shock. It was not until now that he realized that the gap between himself and the other party was too great. If Ghost Lantern Yaoyu used flounder at the beginning, he would not be able to block even a single move. What is the power of normal attack? Little pervert, does this weapon have special power? Tsunade frowned, his tone a little dignified. You must know that the 7 people, Ghost Lantern Yaoyu, are the first generation of users of the 7 people of the ninja sword. Although all countries know the existence of the 7 people, no one knows the special effects of these weapons, which can allow the 7 people to use special effects. The person with the effect has already died under the knife of ninja. Well, Tsunade, listen carefully, the flounder has only one ability. It's called Flood and Flounder Liberation. You see the 2 round holes on the flounder. When the flounder is liberated, the round hole will emit gas and the whole flounder will be released. The hole glows, forms chakra aggregates, and then emits a chakra ball of light that bursts out, and its destructive power is enough to destroy anyone. Changiro used the flounder liberation to knock Sasuke and his Susanoo far and far away. That was Susanoo. Looking at the entire Hokage, he could repel Susanoo. There are not many. Yison's words made Tsunade's face even more dignified. She stared at Ghost Lantern Yaoyu closely, and didn't dare to be distracted for a second. As if thinking of something, she looked relieved and suddenly pushed Yison away, her eyes full of reluctance. Shaozan, you should leave first. There are no other ninjas on this island. You go to the port and grab a boat and leave. I will come to you after I defeat him. What did you say? You let me go by myself. Yison exclaimed, staring at Tsunade in disbelief. With the sudden farewell, Yison didn't know what the other party was thinking. He suddenly took a step forward, came to Tsunade's side again, and gently squeezed the other party's jade hand. I'm your man, how can I escape? But Ghost Lantern Yaoyu, if it's a big deal to die together, if I can die with you, my life is worth it. HMPH, little perverts, they will talk about love at such times. I have a lot of knowledge, so it's not easy to be moved. Tsunade sniffed, but did not let Yison leave. She gently broke away from Yison's hand flicked on Yison's forehead. Hide away and let me do the next battle. After Tsunade finished speaking, she quickly restrained her emotions. Her gaze was firm again, staring at the ghostly Lantern Yaoyu, and a strong chakra emerged, squeezing the green grass around 3 meters. What a powerful chakra, as expected of the princess of the Senju family. It's a pity, I am going to die here today. Tsunade like a gust of wind. The generous flounder held high, Tsunade's eyes narrowed, his knees squatted halfway, and when the flounder was cut down, he stepped on it hard with his right foot, and the figure disappeared instantly. Boom! The flounder smashed into the ground again, and the terrifying force smashed the ground, splashing the sky, and just as Gilin Yaoyu lifted the flounder, Tsunade suddenly appeared behind Gilin Yaoyu like a ghost, and she roared. The right fist burst out with green light. PFF'd. As if smashed into a tank of water, Guilan Yaoyu's upper body turned into water droplets and scattered, but the next second, with only half of his body left, he suddenly turned around and kicked hard, like a flash of lightning, blowing a violent gust of wind. Boom! Tsunade flew out with her arms crossed. Her physical skills were not weak, and she stopped to defend at the last moment. In addition, the Senju clan's physique was extremely strong, so Guilan Yaoyu's blow did not cause her any damage. The first time they met, it seemed like a draw, but in fact Tsunade had fallen behind. Although the two are both elite Jonins, they have different focuses. The most important point is that Tsunade's chakra-enhanced strength cannot change the nature of chakra while gathering excess chakra. Although the destructive power is amazing, it has no thunder attribute. Can't do any damage to Ghost Lantern Yaoyu. Come again. Tsunade roared, and could only fight Ghost Moon in a stupid way. Relying on the physique of the Senju family and the fighting skills they had cultivated over the years, in a short period of time, the two of them fought evenly. Earth-shaking explosions sounded from time to time on the island, and Yison was silently hiding behind a big tree. He stared at the palm of his hand intently, blocking out all the sounds around him. A shred of electricity flashed through his palms, sweat dripped from his forehead, he bit Kiba tightly, and for the first time in his life, he concentrated Ultimate's mental power to a point, and then slowly ran the chakra. Chapter 48_Run Away, It's God's Punishment. Bang! Boom! The wilderness of Nagasaki Island was shattered, with hundreds of giant pits like a hornet's nest. Tsunade bent over panting and dislocated her left wrist. She immediately used medical ninjutsu to treat her, but her face became paler and whiter. No matter how strong the physique of the Senju clan is, it is impossible to carry out high-intensity battles without limits. The battle has lasted for a full 5 hours. The brilliant sun has also moved to the west, and the purple clouds are gorgeous, covering most of the day. Hey, Senju Tsunade, how long are you going to hold on? Ghost Lantern Yaoyu is also not easy to deal with. Although the blood of the Ghost Lamp family makes him invincible, reuniting after being broken will also consume chakra. He didn't expect Tsunade to be so persistent. He didn't expect the Senju family to have such a strong physique. It was obvious that every time they overwhelmed the opponent, they could kill each other many times, but they were always destroyed by Tsunade's explosions. As if endless. Of course there is an end, infinity is an illusion, Guilan Yaoyu understands this, and will fight Tsunade all the time, even if the 5 hours of body cohesion alone consumes more than half of the chakra, he still has to fight Tsunade. Originally thought that we could use the flounder and the hydration body to make a quick battle, but I didn't expect it to become a long battle, but because of this, Gilin Yaoyu really understood the strength of Tsunade. If you let it grow, it will definitely become Konoha in the future. The cage-level powerhouse. Can't let her go. Ghost Lantern Yaoyu's eyes narrowed, and absolute murderous intent emerged in his eyes, as if full of confidence, he would definitely be able to kill Tsunade. He picked up the chakra again and rushed towards Tsunade quickly. The flounder slashed across, and the violent power forced Tsunade to retreat. But this time, the flounder didn't hit the ground. He suddenly pulled the flounder with force, and the violent reaction force pressed his knees and rattled. However, at this moment, not only did he fail to cushion, but instead he burst out with chakra recklessly. The violent force finally crushed his knees, and with this impact, his body instantly caught up with Tsunade. Flounder, liberate. Shoo. The 2 round holes suddenly released hot gas, and the entire knife burst into a brilliant light. In the next instant, the light condensed on the blade's surface, like a big hammer, exuding a terrifying power. Everything happened so suddenly that Tsunade didn't react at all. Although she learned about the liberation of Flounder from Yison, during the 5 hours of fierce battle, Ghost Lantern Yaoyu did not use it. The long-term high-intensity battle made her extremely tired, and she did not expect that the other party would suddenly use it. Come out. Medium. Ghost Lantern Yaoyu burst into a drink, and smashed towards Tsunade with all his strength. Tsunade raised his head in despair, and his beautiful pupils flashed with reluctance. I'm sorry, Xiaoshuan, I still didn't save you in the end. If there is a next life. Gui Lan Yaoyu, me. Fuck, you, mom. Moment, a roar sounded like a volcanic eruption that had been silent for thousands of years. The great terror that transcended everything changed the face of Gui Lan Yaoyu. The flounder was less than half a meter away from Tsunade. Over here. Raiden, thunder style. Rasengan shuriken. The sharp chirping sounded like hundreds of millions of birds screaming. A smooth and rapidly spinning thunderball instantly pressed against Gui Lan Yaoyu. The irresistible force directly pressed him into the ground. It flew over Tsunade's head. Tsunade, run away, the farther you can escape, the better. The tender voice seemed extremely mature at this time. Yison weakly fell into Tsunade's arms, and he passed out completely after saying this. Tsunade didn't understand the reason, but she just wanted to execute Yison's instructions. She bit on the Kiba pass, ran all the chakras, and ran away frantically with Yison in her arms. Just 2 seconds after she escaped, the ground was spinning rapidly and smoothly. The thunderball suddenly broke through a crack. Boom! Nagasaki Island shook, and the terrifying sound waves spread, causing countless waves. The ships in the port were turned upside down, and the merchants and coolies were terrified. Earthquake. It wasn't an earthquake, it was a volcanic eruption. This island has no volcanoes at all, it's an earthquake. No, look there. One of the coolies pointed to the distance, and looking from afar, in the wilderness a few kilometers away, a super thunderball with a diameter of 100 meters continued to rotate and expand, the ground shattered, and the thunder continued, as if it was going to devour the entire island. Is that a volcano? It's your sister's volcano, that's God's punishment. Run. Running away is God's punishment, who can escape? I have never done anything bad in my life, and God will not punish me. The coolies on the shore talked a lot, and all the merchants on the merchant ship were scared to pee. There is real punishment in this world. Run. Start the boat. Start the boat. The merchants are not as simple as the coolies. When they think of the bad things they have done, they scream in fear and let the merchant ship take them away. The merchant ship left, but the cargo was not full. Some coolies didn't care, and some coolies cried for an extra load of themselves. In the chaotic port, no one noticed that one black shadow rushed onto the ship with another black shadow on its back, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Note: in the original book, the Rasengan Shuriken cannot be thrown, it can only be thrown after it becomes Sage Mode. Chapter 49 _ The 3 chapters of the Covenant tilde. The cold moon hangs in the night sky, the silver glitters, and the sea is sparkling. The merchant ship swayed, making, crunching, sounds from time to time. Deep 2 floors below the cabin, Tsunade sat on the ground, leaning against the suitcase tiredly. Her chakra had been used up, but she forced her body to continue producing chakra. The green light in her palm was weak, but it never disappeared. She did not dare to interrupt the treatment, because Yison's right hand was charred black. The cells are destroyed by the thunder attribute. If the cell regeneration cannot be promoted in the fastest time, Xiaoshuan's right hand will be completely useless. Thinking of this, as soon as Tsunade bit Kiba, the green light intensified again, her brain was chaotic, and her body was shaky, but every time she wanted to fall, Yison's smiling face appeared in her almost unconscious consciousness. Can't sleep, I'm sleeping, Xiaoshuan's right hand is gone. This voice continued to strengthen her will, forcing her to use all her strength to extract chakra from the cells. She held her eyes hazy, and she didn't know when. A stream of clear Izumi-like water flowed out of the meridians, and the meridians, which were in severe pain from the extraction of chakra, were instantly refreshed. What's going on? Tsunade's consciousness gradually became clear. She suddenly opened her eyes, and unexpectedly found that the chakra in her body filled up again. No way. I broke through. Tsunade was extremely shocked by the sudden appearance, and then, a happy smile appeared on her face, her hands were crossed, and the chakra suddenly increased. Palm Sage Art. Immediately, a green light filled the entire cabin. Accidentally broke through the quasi-shadow powerhouse. Tsunade was not happy at all for the increase in strength. She put all her thoughts on Yison, and the smile on her face was only because the chakra was full and she could perform advanced healing ninjutsu. Great, Xiaoshuan is saved. When Yison woke up, 2 full days had passed. He didn't open his eyes, but silently felt the situation around him. The ups and downs of a ride, it is obvious that he is lying on someone's back, the familiar fragrance, that is to say. Following the ups and downs of walking, Yison's hands kept swaying in front of Tsunade's murderous part, and he didn't know when, the shaking became stronger and stronger. Several times, his little paws touched Tsunade's murderous part. Snapped. Hand hurt and she was hit hard by Tsunade. She flipped the Byakugan and continued to walk forward. Little pervert, move your hands and feet as soon as you wake up, and if you move again, I won't carry you back. Tsunade warned, but Yison didn't respond. He pretended to be unconscious, and after a few minutes, he touched Tsunade with his paw again. Boom. Ouch. Zan shouted and rolled on the ground while covering his butt. Okay, little pervert tilde. Tsunade was helpless. His jade fingers pressed Yison's forehead, and slowly moved closer. Little pervert. About chapter 3 tilde. Don't touch my murderous part. Don't blow it next to my ear. Don't let it go saying that I murdered my husband all day long, as a reward for the 3rd chapter of the contract. She hesitated for a moment, a hint of shyness flashed in her eyes, then moved her head forward and gently pressed against Yison's lips. His lips met. Yison opened his eyes wide in surprise. Then, he closed his eyes and hugged Tsunade gently, enjoying Tsunade's first initiative wholeheartedly. 1 minute, 5 minutes. I don't know how long it took. When the two were almost out of breath, they finally separated. Strand of silver thread was pulled from the lips of the two of them. Tsunade pursed his lips, and turned his head with a face full of yuhi, not knowing how to end it for a while. At this time, it was time for Yison to show his masculinity. In order to hide Tsunade's shyness, Yison acted as if nothing had happened, and directly pulled Tsunade to his feet, looked at the road ahead, and strode forward. Go. Let's go. Oh. Tsunade lowered his head shyly, and was led by Yison as he walked forward. The setting sun pulled their shadows slender, but the connection between them seemed to never be broken. Konoha. In the conference room of the Hokage building, except for Sarutobi Danzo, the patriarchs of all the families and all the elite jonin of Konoha gathered together. This morning, there was an urgent report that the Sand Ninja Vanguard had broken into the country of fire and occupied 5 cities on the border. All the ninja strongholds we set up in the city were destroyed. The situation is very urgent. Sarutobi's face was very ugly, and the pipe knocked on the table from time to time. The land of wind is going to move, and the land of water should be moving soon. Sarutobi, I suggest that our troops set off immediately. The land of wind will go to war directly, and the land of water will build a defense line. If Kurigakure really attacks, at least they can do it. Cut your losses a little. I know, if all the ninjas are sent out, what will happen to the other 2 countries? I have sent messengers to Lei and Turkey to lobby for an alliance. There is no news yet. If the lobbying fails, Lei and Turkey will definitely take the opportunity to attack. Who shall we send when the time comes? After Sarutobi finished speaking, Danzo was also silent. In fact, everyone knew that the Konoha crisis, with the urine of the 2 countries, would almost certainly attack him. Sarutobi and Danzo were silent, as were the 2 advisors. Below, The Uchiha and Hyuga chiefs also seriously discussed feasible plans. Faced with the almost foregone conclusion of the four-nation attack, everyone temporarily abandoned their prejudices. They knew that if Konoha disappeared, his own family will also perish. With the strength of our Konoha, it is absolutely impossible to defend against the four countries. Unless one country gives up the attack and defends against the other three countries, there may be a glimmer of hope. It's easier said than done to make a country give up the attack. Now we are just fish and meat on the knife's edge. Anyone wanting a piece of the pie is unrealistic. Who says it's not realistic? Boom. With a loud bang, the door of the conference room was kicked open. The sudden appearance caught everyone's attention, and then they saw Tsunade walk in with a very familiar child. Who said it can't be realistic? Is it difficult for a country to give up attacking? Lao Su can do it alone. Yison held his head high and stood at the door with a domineering side, but his domineering did not last for a second. His forehead hurt, he covered his head, and squatted down pitifully. Idiot, you don't need to write a draft when you lie. Tsunade, I was serious just now. Chapter 50_Dead Monkey, you wait for me. Yison's appearance didn't surprise most people. They knew that Yison was Danzo's son, and he often caused trouble, so it was not a big deal to go to a meeting. But very few people were stunned by Yison's appearance. Anbu is an organization directly under Hokage, and only a few people know the true identities of Anbu members. Only Tsunade knew about the news that Yison was almost dead in the land of water, except Sarutobi, Danzo, the two advisors, and Hatake Tsukumo, so when Yison appeared in the conference room, these people's eyes widened in disbelief. Excited. Of course excited. Danzo stared at Yison, his hands shaking constantly. He prayed every night, hoping that Yison would return safely, but when Yison appeared, he felt that everything was so illusory and unreal. Is that really Xiaozan? He asked Sarutobi happily and scared. His voice was very small, for fear it was just a dream. If it's not a dream, it's Xiaozan. Sarutobi also doubted everything. Maybe he just entered Danzo's dream. How do I know that I'm not dreaming? You know if it's a dream, don't you? My old friend. Sarutobi's words suddenly enlightened Danzo. He clenched his fists tightly, but he couldn't suppress the emotions in his heart. There are a lot of people, so let's wait until the meeting is over before asking. Sarutobi patted Danzo on the shoulder, and finally suppressed Danzo's emotions. Even so, Danzo could only reluctantly suppress it. Open your mouth, and the backlog of emotions will be released uncontrollably. Only a few people knew about Yison's deep involvement in the land of water, but the situation of the other person really shocked the audience. Tsunade. With a weird cry, Jiraiya rushed to the gate. He glanced at Tsunade from top to bottom. His voice stuttered, you. Breakthrough. Following Jiraiya's words, the entire conference room suddenly became a sensation. You must know that the people attending the meeting are the patriarchs of the various families, and they are all veteran elite jonin. Generally speaking, as long as they are not higher than their own level, they can see the general strength of the other party. This time, after Tsunade came back, his breath was restrained and he didn't reveal a single drop. Except Sarutobi Danzo, no one could feel Tsunade's strength. Congratulations to Tsunadeheim for breaking through, becoming a quasi-cage-level powerhouse at a young age, and we at Konoha will definitely add another cage-level powerhouse in the future. Congratulations, Tsunade is worthy of being the granddaughter of the first generation, and I think the first generation will be proud of you. Congratulations to Princess Tsunade. May I ask if Princess Tsunade ever got married? I have a nephew who is handsome, smart, gentle, and amazingly talented. I think my nephew and Princess Tsunade are a match made in heaven. For a time, most of Konoha's patriarchs ran to Tsunade to show their affection, and some even wanted Tsunade to be their daughter-in-law. Squeezed away, Yison pouted in anger. Tsunade, you are not allowed to agree to that marriage, you. Ouch. I don't know who made the black hand, and directly pushed Yison into a big somersault. Seeing Yison's aggrieved appearance, Tsunade felt anxious, and the quasi-cage level chakra burst out suddenly. You, get out of my way. Boom. The Hokage building shook violently, attracting hundreds of Anbu surrounding them to burst into the venue in an instant, but when they found Tsunade's powerful chakra and terrifying fist, they quietly withdrew without saying a word. Tsunade was angry, and the patriarchs gradually sobered up. Anyway, they were thick-skinned. They returned to their seats as if nothing had happened. Humph. You people. Yison got up from the ground angrily and walked straight to the group of patriarchs. He stared at each of them with wide eyes. He had been slapped by a black hand just now, but he wouldn't forget it. Pity that Konoha's patriarchs are all old fritters. No matter how strong Yison's mental strength is, he has not found the flaws shown by the patriarchs, which means that he has been bullied for nothing. The conference room gradually changed from chaos to tranquility. Sarutobi, who was at the top, coughed lightly. Although Tsunade's breakthrough also surprised him, but now a quasi-cage level powerhouse, Sarutobi couldn't be happy at all. Everyone, it's an important meeting. You can either send Tsunade gifts or be a matchmaker. We'll talk about it when the meeting is over. He paused for a while, and then slowly said, 4 countries, 4 shadows, maybe there won't be too many strong men in the vanguard. But when the war reaches a certain level, the shadow of the 4 kingdoms will definitely be dispatched. For the time being, let's not say whether Arjan and Chunin is enough or not. If it is considered a top combat power, I can resist Reikage, Danzo can resist Tsuchikage. Although Minister Anbu is not cage level, he can also resist Kazekage or Mizukage with all his strength, but always. There's only one left, don't settle this matter. I said dead monkey. Are you a fool? Sarutobi was stunned by the sudden revelation. He looked at Yison stupidly, his eyes full of inexplicable. Xiaozan, why are you scolding me again? Shouldn't I scold you? I said it before, and leave the rest of the country's affairs to me to solve. Did you not hear it, or did you look down on me? I heard, but I looked down on you. Yison, you wait for me, I remember you. Chapter 51_1 person wants to destroy the country of water. The meeting ended with Yison's clamor. No one could come up with a solution. Sarutobi was helpless and could only announce the end of the meeting. At this moment, Yison was sitting on the table in the conference room, with his arms folded, his head held high, and his eyes closed with a displeased expression, no matter what Sarutobi said. Hey, Xiaozan, I was just a little excited, just kidding. As the most talented little genius in our Konoha, how can I look down on you? Sarutobi rubbed his hands together, his face very embarrassed. After all, what Yison said was so amazing that he subconsciously thought it was a child's nonsense. Sarutobi watched Yison grow up, and he also understands Yison's character better. Judging from Yison's current attitude, it is obvious that there is really a way. Yison ignored him. Sarutobi could only turn his head to Danzo. He was about to speak, when he saw Danzo snorted coldly and blocked himself directly back. You look down on Xiaozan, just look down on me, Sarutobi, you can do it yourself. Danzo simply put his hands into his long sleeves and acted as an outsider with his eyes closed. This was difficult for Sarutobi. He seemed to remember something. His eyes lit up and he turned his gaze to the other person. Tsunade. Okay. Tsunade sighed, her face full of helplessness. She walked up to Yison and gently tugged at the corner of Yison's clothes, and said softly, okay, little rascal, you see that teacher Sarutobi has apologized, and borrowed your favorite sentence. Just give me a face, forgive Sarutobi teacher, how? Humph. Yison snorted lightly, and finally opened his eyes, but it was not so easy to make Yison compromise. He tilted his head directly and put his right cheek against it. Kiss it, let it go. Yison's condition made Tsunade's face full of yuhi. You must know that although the meeting has ended, Danzo, the 2 major advisors, and Jiraiya and Orochimaru have not left. Especially Jiraiya. When he heard that the goddess in his mind was going to kiss someone, he immediately widened his eyes and looked at Tsunade with anxiety. Tsunade, don't kiss, you are the Princess Tsunade in my mind, what are you doing? You can kiss someone casually. Jiraiya, shut up. A loud roar, Jiraiya immediately shrank his shoulders in fright. He glanced at Sarutobi pitifully, and muttered in a low voice, teacher is so partial, so kind to Shimura's little brat, to me. If you had a solution to Konoha's crisis, I would be so gentle with you. Sarutobi said lightly, then turned back, his face became amiable again, Shaozan. Dead monkey, don't try to get too close, I won't talk if Tsunade doesn't kiss me today. Yison still tilted his head, and brought his face closer to Tsunade again. Looking at the profile face that was so close, Tsunade pursed his lips, and finally reached over while everyone was watching, and lightly printed it on Yison's face. Bood tilde. Yuhi's color mouth. Yuhi printed a lip shape. Tsunade took a few steps back with a face full of Yuhi, feeling the surprised eyes of the people around her. She finally couldn't help her shyness, and ran out of the meeting room. Tsunade left, but Jiraiya got angry. He pointed at Yison angrily, and yelled, huh. Tsunade actually kissed this kid. I chased her for so many years, and I haven't touched her, this is not fair. Idiot. Bastard Orochimaru, why do you call me an idiot? Hehe, idiot. Try another curse. Believe it or not, I'll fight you. Idiot. Orochimaru, you are finished, I must. Boom. A loud bang, Jiraiya screamed and flew out of the Hokage building. He kept yelling, but his voice became smaller and smaller, and finally turned into a star. Cough cough, Shaozan, don't worry, Jiraiya is an idiot, you see, Tsunade kissed him too, or... Tell me about your plan. Sarutobi was full of smiles, but Yison didn't intend to give Sarutobi face. He sighed and blinked his eyes. After pondering for a long time, he slowly said, Dead monkey, maybe you think, what strategy do I have to stop a country from attacking, right? You guessed it wrong, but what I really mean is that I can destroy a country by myself. Quote. Sarutobi. Danzo. The setting sun hangs in the distant horizon, hesitating and reluctant to fall. The breeze blows, and the little flowers on the windowsill sway happily, as if singing a song. The windowsill of Shimura's house is facing the setting sun, and there is no building block in the straight line distance. Yison likes this arrangement very much, and his appetite for dinner is also very good. The main reason is my own negligence. In order to confuse the public, Guilan Yaoyu sent the other 6 people and the rest of the ninja to search across the country. In the end, he was the only one left on the island. I didn't expect him to be a natural sentient ninja. Quote. In other words, you killed the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Danzo held the rice ball in shock and stopped for a while. Well, it doesn't count, you know that my mental power surpasses that of ordinary people. The 5 hours of Guilan Yaoyu and Tsunade's battle was enough to restore all my chakras. It took me a full 5 hours to develop this chakra. S-rank ninjutsu, and in the end, it was because Guilan Yaoyu focused all her attention on killing Tsunade that I succeeded in the sneak attack. Yison did not say the completeness. Although he developed Raiden Thunder Style Rasengan by relying on his Super Raiden Thunder Style talent, super chakra control and memory from his previous life, but with the amount of chakra of his elite Chunin, he couldn't at all use a complete S-rank ninjutsu. Fortunately, it only takes 40 ingots to upgrade S-level ninjutsu to blue. After Yison developed it, he immediately upgraded, and his proficiency and power were improved. Not only that, in order to achieve the effect of one-hit kill, Yison also superimposed the double power of the Heart of the Strong on the Raiden Thunder Style Rasengan, which resulted in a huge range of 100 meters in diameter. Ghost Lantern Yaoyu at the center of the explosion was turned to ashes by the ravaged thunder and lightning, and not even a single cell remained. Humph! You bastard, this time it's your fate. If Tsunade didn't tell everyone to save you, you would have died in the hands of Ghost Lantern Yaoyu. You are not allowed to go out recently, Go to Anbu to learn knowledge first. Really, I can't stand it. I don't even know the secret code and concealment, and I dare to go out to do the task. Danzo shook his head, put down the rice ball and left the dining table. He opened the door and was about to go out. He seemed to have thought of something. He turned around and instructed. Also, write down your plan for the collapse of the land of water tonight, and join me in the secret meeting tomorrow. Quote. Next Wednesday night, Thursday, January 28th, at 12 a.m., when will it break out? More. Over 1,000 subscriptions, 15 updates. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 52_Waterland Collapse Plan. The secret meeting refers to the secret meeting of 4 people at the highest level of Konoha. The next morning, Yison took a large stack of paper and followed Danzo into the Hokage building. The place for the 4-person secret meeting is not a conference room or the Hokage building, but a special room. The room was neat and clean, lit with sandalwood, and a barrier was specially set up to prevent anyone from snooping. In it, no words could be sent out, and it was the safest place for decision-making. In the room, Danzo, Sarutobi, Kaharu Udatane, and Homura Mitokado were sitting in 4 directions, and Yison was standing beside Danzo. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Yison's hands. 3 months. As long as you give me 3 months, the country of water will absolutely collapse. Danzo didn't read the content on the paper. In Yison's words, it wouldn't be fun if you knew it in advance. He deliberately took it out on this occasion to shock everyone. After Yison vowed, all the pupils in the room shrank, and their hearts couldn't help but be shocked. 3 months. What a big tone. Shaozan, you're not making us happy, are you? Homura Mitokado's face was serious, but the vibrations in his heart continued to sweep like a tsunami. Curious. Extremely curious. What kind of person Yison is? Everyone has their own evaluations, but if it is as he said, the country of water collapses in 3 months, then this plan is too terrifying. 3 months. What is 3 months? The land of water has 21 large urban islands, 33 medium-sized town islands, and 76 small rural islands, with a total population of tens of millions. Just 3 months. Everyone didn't believe it. Even Sarutobi didn't believe it. He took the paper in Yison's hand with concentration, frowned tightly, and read it very seriously. In the room, all voices disappeared, and everyone was staring at Sarutobi, wondering how this collapsed plan could succeed in 3 months. And if the plan is successful, wouldn't it be possible to destroy the country of water in 3 months, and the country of wind in 3 months? Just in 1 year, the other 4 countries will be finished. Thinking of this, Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado looked at Yison with a hint of fear, while Danzo nodded proudly. See, this is my son. The expression on his face, like any parent, is proud of his son. A full half an hour passed like this. After half an hour, Sarutobi sighed and put down the planning paper. He frowned and kept rubbing his temples. After a long time, he looked up at Yison. As for the plan, what do you need? It's clearly written on the paper. I want the cooperation of all the spies in the land of water, the cooperation of all the Anbu-s in Konoha, and 10 billion taels. 10 billion. Hearing Yison's understated tone, even Danzo couldn't help but suffocate. What is the concept of 10 billion? The total funding allocated to Konoha by the Land of Fire for 10 years. Konoha by the Fire Nation account for 40% of the country's total income every year. What do you need so much money for? Wouldn't this so-called collapse plan of the Land of Water be to buy off all the officials of the Land of Water? Let people including the Prime Minister defect. The 3 of Danzo were stunned one after another, and then they pressed their shock and looked at Sarutobi silently. Shaozan, this is not a trivial matter. If we make a mistake, our Konoha will be finished. 3 months, can you guarantee it? Sarutobi said solemnly. 3 months, not much, if it's fast, maybe half a month ahead of schedule. Yison nodded confidently. 10 billion taels, is that enough? Enough. Sarutobi's words shocked everyone again, this special cat really wants to give Yison 10 billion. And it's not enough. Either Sarutobi is insane, or the plan works, which makes the three of them even more eager to watch the plan right away. 10 billion is enough. If there is no accident, I will pay you back 15 billion to 20 billion in 3 months. When Yison said this, the three of them thought that Yison was crazy. Not only Yison, but even Sarutobi was also crazy. They really can't figure out how to use money to deal with enemy countries and still make money. Okay, the matter is settled. You go and call Hatake Sakumo now. I will let him lead all Anbu members to assist you. And the shadow spy troops of the Water Kingdom don't have to worry, their commander is Sakumo. Well, then I'll go first. Remember, this time the plan is only known to the 5 of us. Before the plan is completely successful, we must not leak any information out. I wrote it very clearly on paper that this kind of plan can only be implemented once. The second time cannot be successful, it must not be leaked. Quote. Don't worry, I won't leak it, and your father won't. Elder Kaharu and Elder Menyon are loyal to Konoha, and they won't leak it either. Go ahead. With Sarutobi's assurance, Yison turned and left the room. After that, Sarutobi breathed a sigh of relief again, and the brows that had been anxious for 10 days were finally relieved. Let's watch it together. This is Xiaoshuan's plan. Danzo, your son, what a great genius. Next Wednesday night, that is, Thursday, January 28th, it will be on the shelves at 0:00 in the morning, and 10 updates will break out by then. If the subscription exceeds 1,000, there will be 15 more updates. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 53 Block the school gate. Konoha doesn't have 10 billion, so naturally he has to borrow so much money from the great name of the country of fire. On the same day, Sarutobi asked Danzo to bring a group of root members to escort Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane to the capital of the Land of Fire. Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane were responsible for the negotiation, and Danzo and the root members were responsible for the safety along the way. For this plan, Sarutobi has already bet everything on Yison. Seriously, Sarutobi really doesn't want to gamble Konoha's future on Yison, but in the face of the Four Kingdoms crisis, no one can figure out a way. The Water Country collapse plan is the last hope to save Konoha. Although Sarutobi does not understand the theory of the plan, the success rate is still very high. Well, if you can understand the theory in the plan, am I a 21st century man who has lived in vain? Yi Xuanchun walked on the street with a face full of wind, and strolled the streets leisurely. It's not that Yison is very leisurely, but the implementation of this plan requires the assistance of many people. Hatake Sakumo is still holding a meeting in the conference room. When he has gathered all the Anbu members, he will take the initiative to come to him. The collapse plan of the country of water does not seem to be difficult, but the complexity and operational difficulty of a plan that can collapse a country is almost impossible to achieve. Even Yison, who understands the essence, requires a lot of time and energy. Planning is like playing a game of chess. The plan is a chess book, but when you actually play chess, you can't just copy it. Have a meeting, gather people, there should be another hour of boring time. I haven't seen Makoto for a long time, let's go to the ninja school. The current location happened to be very close to the ninja school. After making the decision, Yison immediately turned around, walked through a few paths, turned a few corners, and came out of the alley opposite the school. Yison's face was stunned for a moment, and unexpectedly found that the school gate was full of people, and the crowd was divided into two waves. One side was the fan group in uniform, and the other was Yison's old acquaintance. Namikaze Minato, stop struggling. Last night's murder on the village North Old Street. We suspect it is related to you. We have already checked. You are the only ninja living in the surrounding streets. Although it's just a ninja school scum, but killing ordinary civilians is fine. Quote. The leader Uchiha sneered. His tone was full of malice. He raised his hand to grab someone, but Shikaku next to Minato stood up and slapped the other's hand off. Uchiha Fugaku, don't be too arrogant. This is Nadaime II, the ninja school built by Sama himself. There is no definite proof. You don't want to touch anyone in the school, and... Are you really doing this well? Shikaku stared at each other with a serious face, showing the momentum of the Nara family at a young age. Minato is Shimura-zan's friend, and we are Shimura-zan's friend. If you want to get revenge on him, you can ask him to one-on-one, but Minato is arrested. You will lose your identity as Uchiha Fugaku. Quote. Humph. Uchiha Fugaku's face was blue at Shikaku's words. He stared at Shikaku, then looked over at Makoto who was hiding at the back, and bit Kiba. His voice suddenly became louder. Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, Akamichi Choza, and your Inuzuka Claw, I have endured you for so long because of the face of your four families. My grievance with Shimura-zan has never been added to you or Namikaze Minato, but the old street in the north of the village. Murder case. Namikaze Minato has a serious suspicion. Whether he is the murderer is pending, but he must be taken away by us. This is the rule of the police department. No, if Minato is taken away by you, can he still come out? Uchiha Fugaku, you are abusing your power. Believe it or not, I will sue you at Lord Hokage. Inuzuka clawed her fist. The black pill on her head cooperated with anger called. However, Inuzuka's claw's warning had no effect. Not only that, when Uchiha Fugaku heard the other party's words, his eyes lit up and he suddenly laughed. Sue me. Ha ha. Sue me. Oops. I forgot if you didn't say it. Now Konoha is in crisis on all sides, and he still has to rely on our big family to help defend. Even if he sue me, what can Sarutobi do to me? Quote. Indeed, now with the Konoha crisis, Sarutobi dare not touch you for the sake of the bigger picture, but what if I touch you? The familiar voice made Uchiha Fugaku's pupils shrink sharply. He turned his head suddenly, and his face instantly became extremely hideous. Kai. Village. Zan. Boom. The terrifying chakra burst out, crushing the ninja school children a few steps back. Uchiha Fugaku bit Kiba and stared at Yison, as if every word wanted to tear him apart. Tisk tisk, I said, how dare you dare to provoke me, so you have become a jonin. Yison teased and walked towards Uchiha Fugaku step by step. Chakra, who had just become a jonin, did not affect him at all. Too weak. So it turns out that being a jonin, you think you can crush me, and the deterrent power of the face fruit will disappear. Yison frowned, thinking that the first ability of the face fruit is too weak. According to common sense, since the second ability is an auxiliary system, then the first ability is the attack type, but now, the attack type effect is weaker than the auxiliary effect, so common sense does not hold. There is only one truth. In other words, the way you use your first ability is too low-end. Thinking of this, Yison decided to study the first ability in the future, but now. Small steps changed to big steps changed to running. Yison rushed towards Uchiha Fugaku like a gust of wind. The moment the two met was destined to be another battle, but this time, the battle was much easier than expected. Run forward, stop. Yison immediately leaned back to avoid the attacking fist, and when the fist wind blew through his hair, he raised his hand and grabbed Fugaku's arm. Moment Fugaku focused his attention on his arm, all the chakras of the elite Chunin gathered on his feet, and futon wind style kicked him suddenly to break his face. Boom. Uchiha Fugaku vomited blood and flew out. The next second, Yison applied futon wind style to ultimate again, leaned forward, and grabbed Uchiha Fugaku's wrist with lightning speed. The impact of the kick and Yison's pulling formed a terrifying reaction force. The instant tearing caused the bones to rattle, and the pain made Uchiha Fugaku's face pale. Afterwards, Yison paused with his right foot, and on the left side of his body, the chakra was concentrated at the elbow, horizontally, and pushed hard towards the opponent's heart. Boom. A shock. On the outer wall of the school building, Uchiha Fugaku formed a big character deep inside, completely losing consciousness. Chapter 54 _ Hello comrades. Just kidding, the Kurigakur fighting technique that Jonin broke out of the Kurigakur body technique. Can you, a parallel importer who is new to Jonin, be able to beat it? At the school gate, Yison held his chin arrogantly, his face full of pride. It all happened so suddenly that no one could react. Fugaku was knocked unconscious, and several Chunin people who came with him immediately pulled Fugaku out from the outer wall. They carried Fugaku to the hospital in a panic, and they didn't forget to say a few harsh words before leaving. Don't be complacent, kid, I beat the young patriarch of our Uchiha family, Our young patriarch will never stop with you. Bah, a few idiots, courting death. Yison gestured to make a move, and suddenly a few people screamed and fled in fright. Seeing the embarrassed appearance of this group of people, Yison couldn't help laughing. What are you running for? Didn't you just say harsh words? What are you young patriarchs? Even if your patriarchs come, I'm not afraid. If he dares to appear, I will beat him into a dog. Wow! The immature dog barked, and Haimaru howled in dissatisfaction. It lay on Inuzuka's paw, staring at Yison very aggrieved, saying that he should not insult the dog. Okay, I was just joking, how could they be called dogs? I'll make them cats, okay. Yison rubbed Haiwen's head until Haiwen snorted comfortably twice. He turned his head to the other people. Hello, comrades. Hello, brothers on. Comrades have worked hard. Serve the people. Such shameful words were exactly what Yison forced everyone to say when they ate barbecued meat last time. He first bought Choza with 5 yakiniku, and at the expense of 10 yakiniku, let Choza persuade Shikaku to agree. Choza, who was caught in the food trap, did everything he could, and finally forced Shikaku to agree. Later, Yison aimed at Haimaru. As long as Inuzuka agreed, he promised to invite Haimaru to eat the best dog food in the world. Coquetry, the little girl's Inuzuka claws couldn't handle it, so they had to agree, and the rest of Minato, Inoichi and Makoto would have no difficulty. Of course, only Yison understands the stocks in it, and even so, it cannot extinguish the ambition in his heart. The ninja world has been in turmoil recently, and I will rarely have the opportunity to meet you in the future. This time I took the time to come to the school to find you. Come, Makoto, come here. Yison beckoned, and suddenly Makoto's face turned to Yuhi. She stood there hesitating, until she was hugged by Yison and woke up. Shimura-san, you. Oh, Makoto, how many times have I said it? In the future I have to call Big Brothers on, it's better to call Big Brothers on. Yison domineeringly hugged Makoto, like a wolf from the north, you are my beloved baby. Calling me too unfamiliar. Zon, Big Brother Zon, you are bullying me again. Feeling the gazes from everyone, she lowered her head softly, shrinking into Yison's arms like an ostrich. He. With a little beauty in his arms, Yison was very proud. He glanced at everyone, waved his hand, and said as if he was a big brother, brothers, I finally came to school today and skipped school. Have a barbecue. Ah, eating barbecue again. Last time I played truant, Mr. Duonmu went to complain to my mother, and I was beaten badly when I went back. That's right, brothers on, can't we eat after school? Shikaku, Inoichi, what are you afraid of? Brothers on invited a custom-made luxury meal made by the best barbecue restaurant in Konoha. Even if you get beaten up, it doesn't matter. Humph. Choza, you obviously want to eat it yourself. Take your saliva back first. Also, your mother doesn't beat you, so of course you want to eat it. Everyone was talking about it, but they didn't realize that at this moment, Yison stared at the alley not far away in surprise. In the alley, a man who was shrouded in black clothes from head to toe came out. So soon. Well, you come with me. Can I go to the barbecue? Can't. The sudden conversation caught everyone's attention, and it was only at this moment that they discovered the existence of the man in black in the alley. Brothers on, who is that? It feels so scary. Yes, I heard that usually dressed like this. They are all perverted clothes thieves who like to steal women's inner parts. Ah, Then Makoto has to be careful, and you too, Little Claw. Wong wong wong. Yison. Hataki Tsukumo. The end. Yison couldn't go to the barbecue with everyone. He returned to the Anbu base with Hataki Tsukumo with resentment on his face, and kept saying, "You know I'm very busy at this time, Dad won't let me go out of Konoha. Tell me to learn all the basic skills of Anbu, see for yourself, with so many basic skills, isn't this exhausting me? For the time being, let's not talk about traps, drug production and other methods, only password decryption and concealment skills are enough for me to learn, underscore." Yison raised his head and found that Hataki Tsukumo was ignoring him, so he couldn't help but continue to read. "Let's not talk about the study, let's talk about this collapse plan. How difficult, commanding you Anbu who don't understand anything, how much I am it's hard work, you know. But what about you? You don't even give me time to eat a barbecue, you say, are you too much?" Yison raised his head again and found that Hataki Tsukumo was still ignoring him, the corner of his mouth choked, and his face puffed out angrily. "Do you dare to say a word? Do you dare? 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 Do you dare?" Boom. With a loud noise, Yison sank into the ground full of leaves. Hataki Tsukumo glanced at Yison lightly with his fists squeezed, turned around, and walked into the Anbu gate without looking back. Next Wednesday night, that is, Thursday, January 28th, it will be on the shelves at 0:00 in the morning, and 10 updates will break out by then. If the subscription exceeds 1,000, there will be 15 more updates. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 55 Unite People's Hearts. Anbu base, 300 people stood neatly in the empty square. Hataki Tsukumo stood half behind Yison and lowered his head slightly to show respect. Konoha has many places without Anbu, and a small number of Anbu are performing important tasks. These 300 people are the number of people Hokage has selected as much as possible. He asked me to tell you that I hope you can hurry up and train your manpower. Hataki Tsukumo paused and continued, "The frontal battlefield is about to start. Tomorrow noon, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya will lead the first ninja army to the border to defend the country of wind. After Mr. Danzo borrowed money from Daimyo, he will also join the battlefield. The water country has not been invaded for the time being. The head of the Hyuga clan has led some Konoha clan ninjas to garrison. According to the information obtained from the spies, Kurigakure will attack within a month." "Well, I understand." Yison nodded, and then swept his gaze into the square. He looked at these ninjas silently, and found that most of the ninjas had puzzled expressions in their eyes. "Yeah, doubtful. Anbu is a place that obeys the rules, even if it is Danzo's son, but Yison is always just a chunin who has just joined Anbu, a mere rookie, and now he is actually standing in front of Hataki Tsukumo. Not only that, looking at Yison's posture, it seems that Hataki Tsukumo is reporting the situation to Yison, but how is it possible? Hataki Tsukumo is Minister Anbu. Doubt, it means not understanding, it means it is difficult to cooperate. Even if Anbu's rules made them cooperate, they would resist in their hearts. Collapsing a country is easy and simple, but difficult, more difficult than imagined. The first point is cooperation, which requires everyone's cooperation, and requires everyone's meticulous cooperation. The super huge plan cannot be done by Yison alone. Everyone who executes the plan is a part of the planning machine. If Yison is the engine, then Anbu is the part and the screw. It must be taken seriously. Following the plan will make the machine run successfully. Yison understood this from the beginning, so he asked Sarutobi to issue an order, so that the entire Anbu, including Hataki Tsukumo, had to obey his own arrangements. Hataki Tsukumo is loyal to Sarutobi, and at the same time he knows the importance of the plan for the collapse of the Land of Water. He doesn't care about power and face, so after entering the base, he seems to have changed his personality in an instant. Yison walked in front, and he respectfully walked half a step behind. Of course, everything is just a show, Yison can't believe that Hotake Tsukumo is really so respectful to himself. After all, just a few minutes ago, the bag on his forehead was knocked out by the other party. Yison touched his forehead, glanced at the square again, then coughed a few times, and finally turned serious. The 300-person large-scale Super S-level mission is now released. Lord Hokage has an order. In the next 3 months, Minister Anbu and all the members present will take my order as the first order, and the minister's order as the second. Execute the order, and if there is a conflict between me and the minister, follow my order. Do you understand? After Yison finished speaking, no one answered. The audience was silent, a strange silence, full of unbelief and resistance. Once again, this Super S-level mission is about the survival of Konoha. If it fails, Konoha will disappear completely. I know you are not convinced, you are doubtful, but I don't care, I will stand here and explain. Don't follow my orders, would. Ye must die. Do you understand? Got it. A strong roar appeared behind Yison. Hotake Tsukumo suddenly bent over, and fell to one knee on the ground under the unbelievable gazes of all Anbu and Yison. Minister Anbu accepts the arrangement of Lord Hokage. From now on, my order will be the second, and the order of Lord Zan will be the first. If you agree with each other, Lord Zan's order will be the highest order. Like a spring that was suppressed to the extreme, as Hotake Tsukumo knelt down, complete power erupted. At that moment, 300 Anbu knelt down at the same time, and a neat voice rose into the sky. I understand. Anbu Base Minister's office, 2 cups of green tea with a faint fragrance. Tisk tisk tisk, I didn't expect that you, Hotake Tsukumo, could actually act to such an extent. You did a good job just now. I forgave you for beating me earlier. Yison took a sip from the teacup, squinted his eyes, taste the taste of clear tea. For Konoha, in order to gather everyone's hearts, it's nothing to kneel down, but you, Hokage-sama said before, you want to teach everyone a lot of knowledge. Are you in a hurry? Hotake Tsukumo also took a sip of tea, with indifferent eyes a touch of laziness. Hey, you said it was for Konoha just now, but looking at your eyes, you don't seem to be in a hurry. Yison was puzzled. For some reason, he always felt that he had seen such eyes before. What am I worried about? I used to do things seriously, because I am Minister Anbu, I can't let Konoha's safety go wrong. But in the next 3 months, you are in charge of the whole plan. I am in your charge, so whatever happens, what's the matter, don't you have to bear it? Hotake Tsukumo smiled, and at that moment, a masked dead fisheye appeared in Yison's mind. Damn it, Kakashi. What? No, nothing, I thought of something. Oh, so that's it. But you said that the name sounds good, Kakashi. Hotake. It seems to be better with the word Hotake. Xiaoshuan, what do you think? I don't know if Kakashi can be used as a name. It doesn't matter, right? I think the 3 words Kakashi sound good with Hotake, It's decided. In the future, when I have a son, I will name it Hotake Kakashi. If it is a daughter. Yison. Chapter 56_peak at Tsunade Wash. There are stacks of documents in the bright minister's office, and half of the tea in the cup has already lost its heat. Yison read the document in his hand attentively, biting his nails from time to time. Not bad, Shadow Force number 3 can make this plan more convenient. Number 8, number 11 and number 20 also have some effect. Just these few, Hotake Tsukumo asked with a frown. Number 1 is the Deputy Foreign Minister of the Land of Water. Number 2 is the son-in-law of the daimyo of the Land of Water, and number 3 is just the Minister of the Interior. He is the most important. So you don't understand, so this plan must be carried out by me. Yison smiled confidently, threw the information on the table, glanced at the half cup of tea on the table, raised his chin, help me heat the water. Add it yourself. I'm your boss now. Hee hee. Hey, how dare you sneer. Don't forget, when our opinions are different, I must be the master. Come and heat me water. Hee hee. After the two joked, the topic returned to business again. Yison rubbed his temples and pondered. After 10 minutes, he said softly, I know all the 20 senior members of the Shadow Spy Unit. How about the junior members? How many? What role did they play in the Land of Water? The Country of Water was cleaning up spies, but because of the Country of Wind, they hid in advance, and the losses were not too heavy. There are currently 230 civilians, 70 small merchants, 30 medium-sized merchants, 8 long-distance trade merchants, 38. It's a pity that there are only 2 spies who are disguised as ninjas dead. That's fine. Can you? Well, the role of ninjas in this plan is very small, and the role of businessmen is extremely large. The senior spy number 3 is the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Waterland, but in order to make the plan easier to implement, all spies have to move, number 1 to 20 and all the junior members, all to move. All. As if shocked by Yison's words, Hatake Sakumo stood up with a collapse. No way. They have been hiding in the Land of Water for 10 years for the longest time, and they already have deep connections. If they are all dispatched for the plan, it is equivalent to saying that the entire Shadow the Spy Force will be scrapped. It is impossible for a country not to arrange spies, absolutely not. Quote. It's the same sentence. Carry out my order, this time it's not a joke. Yison looked at the other party lightly, with a calm but unquestionable tone. The two looked at each other like this, with determination in their eyes that would never change. The atmosphere in the office became more and more solemn, and after an unknown period of time, the atmosphere relaxed. Hatake Sakumo sighed softly, and sat down, feeling a little helpless. Lowered his head. You stinky brat, I will abolish the Shadow Spy Unit that I have worked so hard to run for 10 years in one sentence. I follow the rules and will cooperate with you, but you have to tell me why you do it. Why? Yison was silent, stood up, slowly opened the door of the office and walked out. The moment he went out, he suddenly turned his head and a bright smile appeared on his face. It's very simple. After this operation, the Country of Water will not be able to recover its vitality for decades. Your spy troops are old in the Country of Water. Why don't you bring back Konoha to do other tasks? Yison left the Anbu base. It was already 10 p.m. There was no need to hurry to train the Anbu members. Danzo and the 2 advisors went to the Country of Fire to borrow money. It would take at least a week for Yison to teach him knowledge. Konoha, where there are no festivals, the residents usually go to bed very early, and the streets are empty. Yison walked on the street step by step, and the street lamps and the moonlight constantly overlapped his shadow. Is it here? Looking at the rusted Madara guardrail in front of him, Yison knew that it was the home of the slacker Tsunade without even thinking. He supported the guardrail and jumped lightly, turned into the flower garden, and then blessed the wind element chakra on the soles of his feet. Laika the rat slipped in like a rat. The door was locked, but Yison couldn't be stumped. He looked up at the 3-story building, his eyes lit up, and then he put the whole person on the outer wall, and with both hands, like a gecko, he climbed up little by little. The outer wall climbed to the left side of the 2nd floor, next to the lit window. A burst of water vapor gushed out, and the melodious singing was disturbed by the sound of crashing. Yison's face froze. Could it be? Yison's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and his eyes almost turned into 2 peach hearts, but he knew that it was time to calm down. He took a few deep breaths, and his energy was reduced to the extreme. Put your head in. The water was misty and hot, and the looming body had no trace of excess weight. Yison greedily looked at Tsunade for the bath without making any sound. The nervous Tsunade naturally didn't notice Yison. She was still humming, and the soap bubbles covered her body. Maybe she felt that it was almost the same. She finally stood under the faucet and rinsed with hot water. Her body completely appeared in front of Yison. Wow, when did it become a C cup? Yison was stunned, swallowed subconsciously, and with the sound of Ji Dong in his throat, Yison was slightly stunned, blinked, and looked at each other. Small, color, ghost. The shy and angry voice burst out with the terrifying chakra, and then, Yison's neck was hooked by the fragrant and slender jade hand. Before he could react, his body was pulled in with a whoosh. Bastard. You peeked at me taking a shower. You are dead today. Tsunade, listen to my explanation. Listen to me explain Bang bang ping ping pong. Next Wednesday night, that is, Thursday, January 28th, it will be on the shelves at 0:00 in the morning, and 10 updates will break out by then. If the subscription exceeds 1,000, there will be 15 more updates. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 57 _ there are 2 days left. At noon the next day, with Tsunade, a quasi-cage level powerhouse, as the leader, and Orochimaru and Jiraiya as the deputy leaders, they led about 1,000 ninjas to the border of the Fire Country. Their task is to repel the invading Sand Ninjas and build a fort in the strategic border city of Musha City, to resist the Sand Ninja attack. Sarutobi's pre-war encouragement was over, and the 1,000-man ninja army was about to set off. At this moment, Yison came to the scene slowly shaking his hands behind his back. He was completely unscathed, as if the beating last night was an illusion. Well, of course it's not a hallucination, but don't forget, Tsunade is Konoha's top medical ninja, trauma or something, healed in a few seconds. Jiraiya, protect Tsunade, but don't have any thoughts about her. If I hear anything, you'd better never go back to Konoha, or I'll definitely cut your chicken. Operator. Jiraiya was embarrassed, as if he felt a cold aura surrounding him. He subconsciously tightened his legs and shouted angrily, "Stinky brat. How dare you threaten me? You have the ability to cut it. I am not scared, Jiraiya." Quote. Originally, where there are Sarutobi, Jiraiya would not rush like this, but what kind of occasion is this? There are 1,000 ninjas gathered around. You dare to threaten the deputy commander, you put my face on it. However, his provocation was like a clown jumping on the beam. Yison just glanced at the other party lightly, and stopped talking. His arrogant attitude made Jiraiya jump up and down with anger, and wanted to beat Yison down immediately, but in Tsunade's more terrifying eyes, Jiraiya could only shrink his neck and did not dare to teach Yison a lesson. Threatening Jiraiya, Yison turned his attention to Orochimaru. How to say? Yison frowned and thought. He was completely unfamiliar with Orochimaru, and he never even said a word. Not that he looks down on Orochimaru, it's just that the two have different personalities and there is no way to communicate. However, since he and Tsunade already have a relationship, as an important teammate of Tsunade before, now and in the future, Yison feels that he can connect with Orochimaru and connect emotionally. But what kind of relationship is it, you bastard? Tsunade pouted angrily. Yison's performance today was completely self-proclaimed as a boyfriend. After thousands of ninjas had assembled and were about to set off, he actually came out and said these thoughtful and domineering words. Tell Jiraiya to take good care of me. But not allowed to have ideas. What is it? The old lady doesn't admit it at all, you little pervert. Thought so, but for some reason, Tsunade didn't shout out the words in her heart. Even if she was watched by thousands of ninjas, she resisted the shyness in her heart and stood beside her without saying a word. Maybe it was last night. Thinking of last night's absurdity, Tsunade's cheeks suddenly flashed Yuhi's dizzy. She was peeped by Yison last night, and out of anger, she pulled Yison in naked and beat him hard. You can't avoid physical contact when you beat him. Yison is also daring. Even if he was beaten up by Tsunade, he seized every opportunity to eat tofu. The end, Tsunade felt it. She shyly wanted to blast Yison out, but Yison was sticky like a dog's skin plaster, and he couldn't shake it off. In desperation, Tsunade compromised again and treated Yison with sage art. After a while, he hugged Yison and fell asleep comfortably. Don't think about it. It's just a simple sleep. Tsunade is not stupid. There are conditions for compromise. As long as he doesn't move his feet, it's okay to sleep with him in his arms. Anyway, after a series of situations last night, the relationship between the two seems to be a little different. At least at this moment, when Yison acted like a boyfriend in front of everyone, Tsunade didn't admit it or refuse. The ninja army left Konoha neatly, looked at Tsunade's back. Yison laughed a few times, looked left and right, saw that everyone including Sarutobi had disappeared, and immediately took a path and walked towards the ninja school. Tsunade is not easy to attack, but silly Makoto is easy. Yison is going to take this opportunity to continue to attack Makoto. Gia, my little Makoto. Yi Shuanxi smiled, imagining whether to pinch his face or touch his hands first when he saw Makoto, but just as he walked through 2 streets, a masked shadow directly blocked the road ahead. Hataki Sakumo, what are you doing? I said it all, there's still a week left, enough to train ANBU members into smart people. Don't bother me, I'm going to pick up girls. Yison scolded around Hataki Sakumo and wanted to walk forward, but before he took 2 steps, Hataki Sakumo grabbed his arm directly. I just received the news that at 3 o'clock this morning, Mr. Danzo, the 2 major advisors, and the members of Root, have arrived in Damingfu. It is expected that the fundraising time will not exceed 1 day, and the delivery will be back. It will arrive at Konoha about the night after tomorrow. Damn, why so fast? Did they take rat medicine? Hey, Konoha is facing life and death now, do you think everyone is as leisurely as you? In order to raise money as soon as possible, Mr. Danzo and his party burst into full force, and there is no time to rest in the middle. You will return to the base with me immediately, time is pressing, and the most important thing is get all the prep work done in 2 days. Quote. Chapter 58 Plan to start. Mie City, the land of water. Yison and Hataki Sakumo are sitting in a spacious shop drinking tea. 10 billion raised from the daimyo was finally shipped back to Konoha. In the past 2 days, Yison also trained ANBU members to be flexible employees. Under the cover of spies from the land of water, Yison, Hataki Sakumo and 300 ANBU members were divided into 10 teams to dive into the land of water. If you open the map of the land of water, you can find that Yison's Mie City happens to be located in the middle of the water country. It is only a few islands away from the capital of the water country and the village of Kurigakure. Senior members of the Shadow Army, you don't need to take action in the early stage. You 10 do as I taught before. Remember, you must come to Mie City to report the situation to me every night before 10 o'clock, and I will revise the plan at any time according to your report. The water country collapse plan can't tolerate the slightest omission, do you understand? Understood. Yison and the 10 captains in the ANBU base before leaving Konoha. Different from the original ANBU group, in order to better execute the plan, Yison disrupted all the teams and redivided 10 teams. A brigade of 30 people, the brigade is divided into 10 squads, each squad 3 people. Sanchong City, where Yison was located at the very center of the land of water, and these 10 brigades occupied 10 large island cities, perfectly surrounding Sanchong City in the center. Among the brigade, 10 squads will be centered on the island where the brigade leader is located, and will be scattered in a circle around various small and medium islands. Sakumo, did the junior members of the spy unit speak clearly? The news was passed on to them yesterday. All the merchant spies have purchased shops in the cities where they are stationed. The civilian spies are always on call and cooperate with ANBU in their missions. Very good. Yison nodded, raised the teacup to moisten his throat. 10 billion has been distributed to 10 battalions. They have also understood all the skills during the 2 days of training, and the battalion leader will come to me every day to report the situation. Now the most important thing is, when will Kurigakure attack Konoha? Quote. According to the information sent back by the number 2 spy, the daimyo has used a lot of money to buy war items such as kunai and detonation charms, and they will be shipped to Kurigakure village soon. I speculate that within a month, Kurigakure will attack Konoha. 1 month. It's okay. It's more in line with the plan I made earlier. From tomorrow, the businessman spies will work with ANBU to try to complete the acquisition plan within a month. Yison drank the tea in one breath, and then walked from the inner hall to the outer hall of the shop. He waved and called the 2 low-level businessman spies outside. Master Zan, What's your order? No. 104 will continue to guard the store and entertain the minister. On the 105th, you will come with me and accompany me to buy cloth. I don't want to be the only one who fails to complete the task after a month. Since Yison dived into the land of water, there have been several people running back and forth in all large, medium and small cities in the land of water, running around in major commercial districts, constantly buying cloth. The cloth in the land of water is sold in boxes, 100,000 taels a box, although it is very expensive, but a box is enough to make a dozen clothes. All operations were carried out very secretly. All 300 Anbu were wearing coarse cloth clothes or silk clothes provided by spy merchants, as if they really needed cloth, and no shopkeeper found the problem. Kurigaku ninjas, Yison disguised himself as Hideyoshi, and ran around Mie City every day, inspecting the consumption power and economic construction of the entire city, and buying fabrics from various fabric stores and clothing stores. Kurigaku ninjas continue to gather at the border, as if they want to cross the sea to attack Konoha at any time, the border of the country of fire. The owner of the Hyuga branch also builds a fort with 400 pioneer ninjas. Once Kurigaku attacks, they can rely on a powerful fortress to resist for a period of time. On the other side, Konoha and Sand Ninja were fighting bloody and brutal. After Tsunade's 1,000-man ninja army arrived, they immediately cleared the small Sand Ninja team in the territory. Sand Ninja also discovered this. In order to avoid unnecessary sacrifices, the third-generation Kazekage ordered Sand Ninja to withdraw to the border of the Land of Wind. Soon, more than 2,000 Sand Ninjas gathered on the border of the Land of Wind. I really didn't expect that the Sand Ninja vanguard was actually led by Kazekage. At present, there is no strong man in our team who can compete with Kazekage. Tsunade, what should we do next? In the camp of the Konoha ninja army, Jiraiya tugged his hair in distress. Although he was an idiot, he knew the difference between Kage level and Quenying. Tsunade alone could not stop Kazekage. The atmosphere in the Chinese army tent was a little dignified. Tsunade glanced at the tent and sighed unwillingly. Although the camp was full of elite jonin, facing Kazekage, everyone felt a sense of powerlessness in their hearts. This is a qualitative gap, which cannot be made up by the number of people. To beat Kazekage, this is not a shameful thing. The reason why Tsunade is not reconciled is not this, but the first time she led the team, she suffered an almost inevitable ending. How can she endure this arrogance? Usually Orochimaru leads the team, but this time I finally got the command of the army because I broke through the quasi-shadow, but I met Kazekage. It's abominable. Isn't the shadow of the village very important? Why did Kazekage appear in the vanguard? Tsunade cursed inwardly, as if thinking of something, and subconsciously aimed his gaze at Orochimaru. As expected, Orochimaru still had a cold face and did not show the slightest panic. Orochimaru, is there anything you can do? Tsunade tapped the table, and her words caught everyone's attention. A way. He. There is a way. Orochimaru smiled sinisterly, like a poisonous snake, exuding an icy aura all over his body. Fortunately, everyone was used to Orochimaru's character for a long time, and they looked at Orochimaru seriously, waiting for Orochimaru's next words. Maybe it's unacceptable to everyone, but from a rational point of view, the best way at the moment is to retreat and wait for the support of Lord Danzo and the Root Department. Chapter 59 _ In 3 weeks, the second step plan starts. 3 weeks. Just 3 weeks later, 1,500 Kurigaku ninja troops on the border of the water country crossed the sea by boat and began to attack Konoha on all fronts. The Legion Commander is the Patriarch of Shui Wuyu, and the Deputy Legion Commander is the Great Elder of the Ghost Lantern Clan. It can be said that, except for the second-generation Mizukage Ghost Lantern Huan Yu, almost the masters of the entire Water Kingdom have joined this war. 3 times the number, terrifying strength, the defensive fortress was broken almost instantly, and the head of the Hyuga branch was forced to lead the ninja to retreat. They had to wait for the Kurigaku ninjas to disperse in the country of fire before they could fight back. It hasn't been a month yet. This ghost lantern is really urgent enough. In the cloth shop in Mie City, Yison took a leisurely sip of tea, but Hitaki Sakumo beside him rarely showed a trace of anxiety. Xiaozan, is it almost there? It's time to implement the next plan. We have wasted a whole month of the previous preparations in these 3 weeks, and there are still 2 months left, but there is nothing in the country of water. Happened, did your crash plan work? It's not Hitaki Sakumo's anxiety or his skepticism. After all, Konoha is at stake right now. Last week, there was news from Tsunade, because Danzo participated in the battle for 3 generations of Kage, plus the quasi-Kage level Tsunade. The strength of the Konoha Hefeng Country Vanguard Corps is not much different, and the 2 countries are fighting on the border. The country is waiting for the water country to attack. Not only that, once the Kurigakure ninja army defeats the ninja army led by the head of the Hyuga branch, the Sand Ninja will definitely change the situation and launch an attack again. Dropping Konoha has always been the wish of the Kingdom of Thunder. Don't worry, Sakumo, I've never fought a battle that I'm not sure about. It's said that 3 months will collapse the Kingdom of Water, and there won't be many days. Do you think these 3 weeks are wasted? Wrong. These 3 weeks are the most important 3 weeks. Lay a solid foundation for the Water Nation's collapse plan. Perhaps finding that Hitaki Sakumo didn't understand, Yison turned to Byakugan, too lazy to continue explaining. This kind of method is extremely high-end even in the 21st century, and it is difficult for people to understand just by explaining it. Only after seeing it with your own eyes will you feel the horror of the plan. Even so, as long as you don't understand the essence of it, it is impossible to copy the plan. Last night, I have compiled the reports of 10 brigade captains. We have purchased 40% of the country's fabrics at a price of 100,000 taels per box with 5 billion funds. We have almost reached the conditions for the next step. Hitaki Sakumo was stunned, as if he had discovered something, and asked in surprise. No, Xiaoshuan, only 40% of the fabrics were purchased with 5 billion funds. Our total funds are only 10 billion yuan, can't we even collect the fabrics? What's so surprising about this? Yison glanced at the other person suspiciously. 10 billion seems like a lot, but in fact it's just a small part of the Land of Fire's 10-year tax revenue. What do you think the tax is? Apart from the poll tax, most of the taxes come from commercial transactions. 5% and 8% are generally collected, and our 10 billion is saved by collecting fees for all transactions in the country. Quote. I know what you're saying. I mean, well, I really don't understand why you're taking so much cloth. What are you doing? You're too stupid, you don't understand what you said. You will follow me obediently for the next 2 months. Talk less, do less, and see more. One day you will understand. Yison's elder-like attitude made Hitaki Sakumo stare in anger, but now that Yison is in charge, he really has nothing to do. Although the curiosity in his heart is itchy like a cat's scratch, he can only hold his breath and wait for Yison to take the initiative to reveal it. Puzzle. I'm stupid, I admit it, but can you tell me how long it takes to plan the next step? Now. Hitaki Sakumo was stunned for a moment, obviously not responding. Now. Yes, it's already 9 o'clock in the evening, and in 1 hour, 10 captains will arrive in Mie City from all directions. Boom. With a loud bang, Yison slammed the table and stood up suddenly. He raised his chin high, and his eyes burst into a strong domineering. Kurigakure attacks Konoha, and all the defensive ninjas in the Land of Water will definitely gather in Kurigakure village and Daming House to protect the safety of important people. That is to say, there will be no Kurigakure ninjas at the end of the streets and villages in the country of water. Quote. Tonight, I will assign new tasks to the 10 captains. All the spies of the spy corps will act and cooperate with Anbu. Tomorrow morning, the second step of the plan will officially start. 12 o'clock on Wednesday night, there will be 10 more outbreaks. If the subscription exceeds 1,000, there will be 15 more updates. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 60_ price increase. The next morning, in a small village on an island in the Land of Water, a man with a full beard mysteriously approached a young man's ear. Hey, Ida, have you heard that war is about to break out? Nonsense, who doesn't know about this kind of thing? No, that's not what I'm talking about. You know, because of the thick water vapor in the air in our country of water, many things cannot be planted, especially cotton, hemp, and silk that need to be imported from abroad. Someday China or other countries will block foreign trade transactions. At that time, these things cannot be imported. What should we wear? Quote. Isn't he it? The young man was stunned for a moment, obviously stumped by this question. He frowned and thought for a while, then said slowly, aren't our seafood products also exported to other countries? If we block foreign trade. Quote. Hey, Ida, you think about our country too well. You know, decisions at the national level don't care about the lives of us civilians. Perhaps thinking that it was almost done, the bearded man patted the young man on the shoulder earnestly, and suddenly took out the money in his purse. See, this is my savings for a few years. No matter what you think, anyway, I plan to take all the money to buy fabrics. Once countries cut off foreign trade transactions, the price of fabrics will skyrocket until the end of the war. Not only that, have you ever thought that if this war is fought for 10 or 20 years, the fabrics in our country's inventory can't support the consumption of millions of people at all? All that said, think about it for yourself. I'm going to buy fabrics. After the bearded man finished speaking, he quickly disappeared, leaving only the young man frowning and thinking. After thinking for a long time, he felt that what the bearded man said was very reasonable, and immediately gave up going out and turned to run towards his house. Wife, quickly take out all the remaining money at home, I'm going to buy cloth. Scenes like this happened constantly in cities and villages of all sizes in the land of water, and the first people to spread the news were members of the spy corps. In order to obtain more information, the spies are good at communication, especially those who have been lurking in the land of water for many years, and they are all acquaintances in Shiliba village. The businessman's spies didn't act, they didn't need to act, and now the action would only be a shock to the grass. In Yison's plan, the businessman was a more important piece of chess, and it was only in the early stage of the plan, so there was no need to use it. The evening, in a cloth shop in Mie City, 10 elite jonin were silent, and everyone looked at Yison and Hatake Sakumo respectfully. Master Zan, according to your order last night, we have sent all Anbu and all civilian spies to spread the news, but for some reason, less than 2 out of 10 people are willing to buy cloth, and even 10 people are unwilling to buy cloth if they are unlucky. Cloth. The same is true of Hamasaki Castle and the dozen or so cities around it that I am in charge of. I am in charge of making Machung worse. I'm here too. The words of the 10 captains made Hatake Sakumo's heart sink. He turned his head to look, but found that Yison was drinking tea leisurely, with a light-hearted look. Xiaoshuan, stop drinking, your plan went wrong. Hatake Sakumo's voice was urgent. No matter how he didn't understand it, he knew that something was wrong. If it didn't change, the whole plan would be in vain. However, Yison was still drinking tea leisurely. He smashed his mouth, pointed to the teacup and said, I like this kind of tea, add some hot water for me. Xiao Zan. Okay. Yison was helpless, put down the teacup and leaned on the chair lazily. His voice was calm, with confidence in his calm. Today I walked around Sanchong City, and just like you said, I made a special trip to the fabric store with money. There are very few people who buy several large boxes of cloth, including our own store, and we only sold 2 major customers, but... What are you anxious about? We are in a hurry. You are not in a hurry. Xiaoshuan, now Konoha is facing the pressure of the 2 countries, and will face the 4 countries in the future. We Konoha will perish at any time. What are you thinking? Hatake Sakumo would have roared if it wasn't for his calmness, but even so, he clenched his fists tightly, obviously suppressing his emotions. I didn't think about it. No one bought it in the early stage. It was a normal thing. Humans are naturally suspicious. Most people believe in the principle of, hearing is false, seeing is true. Most of them won't come to buy cloth. Then you. What's the hurry? Yison glanced at Hatake Sakumo, Then his calm and confident appearance quickly infected everyone, and the emotions of Hotake Sakumo and the 10 captains gradually stabilized. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room was solemn and slow, but there was no impatience. Yison closed his eyes in thought, and after some time, he finally opened his eyes. His eyes were bright and bright. There is only one task for tomorrow. You 300 Anbu disguised as civilians to buy fabrics. If you want to show madness and strong emotions in the store, isn't the market price 100,000 taels per box, so you buy it with 110,000. 110,000 boxes. We used 5 billion pieces to buy 40% of the country's fabrics, and now we are raising the price to buy them. Is there enough money? Don't worry, when I was trapped in the land of water, I already knew the layout of the city. The commercial shops of the land of water were all gathered in the city's business district, and every inch of land was expensive, which also resulted in the small area of each store. The fabric store is opened in the city, but the inventory is in the countryside and suburbs. There are at most 10 or 20 boxes in the city store. You will directly use the price of 110,000 boxes to sweep the goods tomorrow. Yes, the spies continue to cooperate with Anbu's propaganda. They don't believe the price of fabrics will go up. Good. I'll make them see it. Hokage give me a face. Chapter 61-80. Chapter 61 The Satisfaction of Hotake Sakumo. The next afternoon. A villager was planting rice in the field, and after a while, a nearby villager stepped over from his field. Ichiro, listen to my mother-in-law. Did you take all your savings to buy cloth yesterday? Yes, I feel that a terrible world war is going to break out this time. I guess that some countries will close foreign trade transactions at that time, so buying cloth in advance, whether it is sold at a higher price or used by yourself, is cost-effective. Feeling. Guessing. Ichiro, are you just guessing all of this? Of course, I read books for a few years when I was a child, and I have some understanding of these. I thought about it for a long time and found that the land of water cannot grow textiles such as cotton, so I bought fabrics in advance. He put down his hoe and wiped his sweat, with a big smile on his face, a smile every spy must learn, with natural enthusiasm and closeness. However, this man did not get close to the other party's smile. He just glanced at the other party with pity, and sighed softly. Ichiro, it's not that I look down on you, but if you guessed right, those big businessmen, the big man still can't guess. You are good at everything, just this confidence. Hey. The man shook his head and went back to his own fields to farm. The guy named Ichiro just smiled brightly and said proudly, I went around the city this morning. Maybe you don't know, the price of fabrics today has risen from 100,000 to 110,000 boxes. Quote. Ah. The spies used different methods to publicize in various cities and villages, and this time, some people were finally willing to buy cloth. The owner of the fabric store also quickly brought back some goods from the countryside and suburbs, and sold some at the price of 110,000 boxes. Of course, in the evening, in the Mie City fabric store, the 10 captains gathered again. This time, Hotake Sakumo's face finally improved, but the doubts in his heart deepened. Through publicity and price increases, a small number of people finally came to buy. Today our store sold 5 boxes, and other stores should be similar, but there are still very few people who buy them, and those who have been swept away by us. The owner of the fabric store pulled a cart from the suburban inventory and sold it. With their competition, the tens of thousands of boxes of fabrics we hoarded will never be sold out. Quote. Sold out. So you don't understand, I never said that I want to sell cloth now. Sakumo, don't worry, just watch, believe in my plan, believe in the eyes of the dead monkey, he trusts me so much, you still what's there to be afraid of? I'm not afraid. I'm just. Okay. Yison raised his hand to stop Hotake Sakumo's explanation. He raised his chin confidently, and his voice became calmer. Tomorrow, the price will be raised from 110,000 to 120,000 boxes. The same way, sweep them all in one go. When buying cloth, make sure your expressions are in place, so that the shop owners can feel your enthusiasm. Quote. As ordered. The next day, 300 Anbu disguised as civilians again, and soon ran out of cloth in the shop. Civilian spies continue to publicize, and as the price of cloth continues to rise, the effect of publicity is getting better and better. More and more people start to envy the spies who bought cloth for 100,000 yuan, and many people go into the city with money to buy cloth. However, when they entered the city, they found that the residents in the city were already lined up in front of the fabric store, and even the fabric store belonging to Yison in each city was full of people. Haha, this trick is really good. These people have come to buy it. Xiaoshuan, hurry up and sell it. Hataki Sakumo said happily. Yes, Lord Zan, now is the best time to sell. The merchant spies number 104 and 105 were also excited. No, we don't sell any of our goods. On the 105th, you immediately go out and tell the people outside that all the fabrics are sold out today, but we will ship the fabrics for sale tomorrow. If you want to buy fabrics, ask them to come and buy them tomorrow. What? Xiaoshuan, you. Speak less, do less, see more. Yison glanced at Hataki Sakumo lightly, and was so angry that he was suffocated in one breath. Then he seemed to think of something, and Hataki Sakumo's heart moved, and his face showed enlightenment. I understand. You are so publicized today, you will make these people who can't buy cloth go back and wait, and while waiting, you will also call more people to come. To buy cloth, in the early morning tomorrow, our Anbu members will go to sweep the goods again. If someone queues up earlier than us, we can increase the price and buy it at the price of 130,000 boxes. Once this price is formed, we're going to sell a lot in our own store, right? As expected of Minister Anbu, he's still a bit smart. Yison praised softly, which made Hataki Sakumo smile, and a sense of satisfaction rose in his heart. No, why am I satisfied? Hataki Sakumo was stunned for a moment, only to realize that he was like a child, and would be happy when he was praised. He looked at Yison suspiciously, and then found an emotion called, smiling, in Yison's eyes. Damn, a big man, was actually amused by a 7-year-old child. Thinking of something, Hatake Sakumo's face changed, and he immediately turned to look. Sure enough, all 10 captains were holding back their laughter, which made Hataki Sakumo even more sad. My name forever. He lowered his head reluctantly, desperately wanting to find a crack to get in, but at this moment, Yison opened his mouth, and the hateful voice came into his ears again. I'm sorry, my minister, in fact, everything you guessed just now is wrong. Hataki Sakumo. Chapter 62 _ Smash the price. 5 a.m. _ Every fabric store in every city in the land of water is lined with people. At 8 o'clock, the fabric store opened, perhaps due to the inertia of the previous continuous price increase. When the door was opened, the store owners almost said the same thing. Today's price is 130,000 a case. What? 130,000? Didn't you pay 120,000 yesterday? Yes, boss, if you do this, believe it or not I go to another store to buy it. The civilians were making noises, but the shop owner just sneered, turned around and walked into the shop. If you can buy it in another store, please. At that moment, the noise disappeared, and the civilians looked at each other, but no one was willing to go to another store to inquire about the news. Just kidding, you and others finally got in the front line, and once you leave, will you still be able to grab the cloth? Thinking of this, the civilians at the front swarmed in immediately, and everyone's faces were full of excitement. Boss, I want 3 boxes, give me 3 boxes. Boss, give me 5 boxes. Go away, this is mine, boss, I want 10 boxes. The shop is so narrow that only a few civilians can go in and snap up purchases at a time, but because of the late arrival, the civilians in the back immediately complained loudly, and a few people even clashed and fought fiercely. However, no one noticed that not far from each fabric store, there was a civilian with a cloth box standing there. He smiled, and walked slowly to the person who was fighting. The sound was not loud, but it entered the ears of the people around him. I said, you guys, why are you fighting and queuing here, This one also sells for 130,000 yuan. You have been deceived. The price of the cloth I just bought at the #1 store in the North District of Commercial Street has not increased at all, and there are many, many more. The goods, like yesterday, only sold for 110,000. 110,000. Boy, are you kidding us? Hey, teasing you. You ask around to find out, when did Ichiro Hanazawa deceive people? After he finished speaking, he looked up not far away, and immediately raised his voice and shouted, there, hello. Brother Hayes, it's me, I'm Wazi. You guys go to the #1 store in the North District and buy it. There are 110,000 boxes of cloth over there. The two brothers not far away seemed to be very familiar with Wazi. After hearing his voice, they turned around and walked towards the North Commercial District. The sudden appearance also attracted the attention of most of the people in line, some of whom were in the back immediately. Leave the team and run towards the North District. Go quickly, no matter whether this person is telling the truth or not. We are so late in the line, the fabric has already been sold out, it is better to go to the North District to gamble. Not only one place, you must know that Yison's fabric store is full of any island in the land of water, and more people are running towards Yison's store, hoping that they are lucky and can use the price of 110,000 boxes. Buy. A day of madness, a day of boiling. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the Mie City fabric store, Hataki Sakumo smiled wryly again. I really don't understand what you think. You can sell a box of 130,000. Not only did you not increase the price, but you also sold it at a price. 110,000. It took us nearly a month to receive 40% of the goods. In one day, 10% is lost. Quote. It can't be called a loss. Don't forget, our purchase price is 100,000 boxes. If you can't even afford this, then tomorrow. Tomorrow, could it be that you? Well, tomorrow the price will drop from 110,000 to 100,000. All spies cooperate with Anbu's propaganda. Are you crazy? Do you know that doing this will make us lose a lot? The price of 110,000 is sold for 10% in one day. If it is 100,000, at least 20% will be sold tomorrow. No, Sakumo, you don't understand business, and you don't understand psychological knowledge. Just do as I say, and you'll know tomorrow night. It was difficult for Yison to explain clearly, so he simply ignored Hataki Sakumo and issued an order to the 10 captains. And Hataki Sakumo was also extremely dissatisfied. He kept his face calm and began to doubt whether Sarutobi's support for this plan was correct. Because of the hype the day before, the second 10-10 had not yet turned on, and many civilians were gathered at the door of Yison's shop waiting for the door to open. Today's price, 100,000 boxes. With the voice of businessman number 105, chaos suddenly appeared in the commercial street of Bay District, Nishi City. Wow, 100,000 boxes, ha ha ha, boss, give me 7 boxes. Boss, I want 3 boxes. The crowd was excited, but at some point, a different voice appeared in the queue. Yamada, I don't think it's right. They sold 130,000 the day before yesterday, but yesterday this store dropped to 110,000, and today it's even 100,000. Tell me, will we continue to cut prices tomorrow? Will we lose money already? Why is the price cut? Wouldn't the war break out? Even more fabrics will be imported. Could it be that this store has an inside story? The abrupt voice seemed a bit harsh, and it attracted the attention of a dozen people around. Their enthusiasm seemed to have been quenched by a basin of cold water. They calmed down and thought for a while, as if they felt that there was some truth, and subconsciously told their friends who came together. Some people believed it, some people didn't believe it, and among those who didn't believe it, some people bought fabrics with all their funds, while some people hesitated and only bought 1 to 2 boxes. Even if I really lose, I just buy this amount, and it won't be a miserable loss, right? The idea of the crowd has changed. It is no longer so enthusiastic, the number of buyers has decreased a lot, and the number of purchases has also decreased a lot. That night, Hitoki Sakumo gave a big thumbs up, expressing his conviction. Xiaoshuan, you are so amazing, you didn't even sell half of the goods today, you actually expected this situation, I admire it. Hey, it's all said, please believe me, I'm a genius. Yison raised his chin proudly and raised the empty teacup in his hand. This time, Hitoki Sakumo did not refuse, but raised the kettle with admiration and made a cup of tea for Yison. Then, he frowned and thought for a while, then asked cautiously, so tomorrow, is it time to increase the price? No. Question mark. Continue to smash it tomorrow, and smash it into 90,000 boxes. What? Chapter 63 _spy reverse plan. 90,000 boxes means that Yison himself has lost money. Under Hitoki Sakumo's completely incomprehensible gaze, Yison gave an order firmly. With the crazy prices of Yison's fabric shop, the commoners who bought fabrics became more and more afraid. They did not dare to buy, for fear that the price would keep falling, and the commoners who bought fabrics with 130,000 and 120,000 before regretted it. Not only civilians, but the owners of other fabric stores are also about to collapse. They quickly changed the price to 90,000 boxes. Even so, few people dared to buy it. After another day, Yison gave an order, and the price dropped again, becoming 80,000 boxes. This time, not only Hitoki Sakumo, but also the two merchants number 104 and 105, as well as the 10 captains, could not understand. They wanted to refute, but Yison suppressed everyone's doubts with the discipline of following orders. As long as Hitoki Sakumo didn't take back the command, Yison's orders would always be valid. Will Hitoki Sakumo take back command? Of course not. Leaving aside whether Yison is a nonsense or not, if there is no such plan, Konoha will perish sooner or later in the face of the siege of the Four Kingdoms. Although he questioned every day, he never thought of taking back the command, because he had an illusion in his heart that Sarutobi's vision was correct, and Yison's plan was well thought out, but he just couldn't understand it. From 130,000 to 80,000 in one go, 4 days have passed. That night, the 10 captains gathered again, and this time, Hitoki Sakumo just sat down on the chair with his head down, like a puppet without any response. Sakumo, what are you doing sitting stupidly? Why don't you guess what I will do next? Yison's tone was relaxed, even with some teasing. At that moment, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and Hitoki Sakumo also raised his head silently. Guess the action. Oh, maybe you want to buy something, frantically. He said casually, and the 4 days of mental torture almost made him lose his illusions. As expected of Minister Anbu, he is a bit smart. Okay, don't tease me anymore, can you just say, although you are smart, but everything you guess is wrong, in one go? No, there is luck, but you guessed it right this time tilde. What? I said, you guessed it right. Yison chuckled, he stood up and took a few steps back and forth, and then said to Hitoki Sakumo, everything in the world is constantly changing, and business is the fastest changing thing. There is no commodity that will rise forever, nor will it last forever. Commodities that are falling are like a spring. My actions for the past 4 days are the process of constantly pressing the spring. Look at today, except for a few crazy gamblers who imagine that prices will rise in the future, almost no one comes to buy cloth. This means that, the spring has been pressed to the ultimate, the next step is the spring rebound. Quote. Bounce. Well, tomorrow, half of the Anbu disguised as civilians will go to the fabric store to buy goods. Everyone will work harder. Everyone will go to a few more cities. Go to a few more stores. Everyone should not buy too much in each store, so as not to arouse the shopkeepers' awareness. Shopkeepers are no better than ordinary people, they are much smarter. Yison paused for a while, then continued with a slow breath. Anbu, the other half, go to the homes of residents in various villages to collect cloths. First collect in 80,000 boxes in the morning, and reduce it to 70,000 boxes in the afternoon. When collecting, tell these people that war there will be no fight. The land country has reached an agreement with the water country to promote commercial trade, and there will be more and more conferences in the future, and the price will continue to drop. Quote. Will they believe it? HMPH, the price of cloth falls every day, and no one knows how much it has fallen. Now is the time when the market is most panicked. Even if they don't believe it, they can't restrain their fear and sell because they are afraid that the price of cloth will continue to fall. Remember, fear is one of human instincts. And my plan uses 2 human instincts. 2 instincts. What is the other? There's another kind of. You'll know when the time comes. Yison blinked his eyes mischievously, and Hatake Sakumo almost vomited blood. He stared at Yison fiercely, and growled angrily, "Little brat, do you know that half talking is too much?" "I know." Yison nodded dumbly and said with a smile, "I did it on purpose, Tilda." "You." Hatake Sakumo clenched his fists tightly and kept gasping for breath. He found that he had been angry more than 20 years in the more than a month of the mission with Yison. He snorted coldly, finally unable to bear Yison's teasing. His figure flashed, and the sound of whoosh disappeared without a trace. After Hatake Sakumo left, Yison finally stopped teasing. He sat down again, took a sip from the teacup, straightened his face, and frowned slightly. Just now, my brain flashed, and I thought of a good way to further enhance the perfection of the plan. The 10 captains, after a while back, tell the civilian spies in your coverage area, and from tomorrow, let them try their best to persuade the people around them not to sell cloth. Yison's sudden words shocked the 10 captains, and one of them took a step forward and asked suspiciously, "Master Zon, don't we want to buy cloth at a low price? Why do the spies object to the people around them selling cloth? Seems to contradict the plan." This is a very simple reason. For example, suppose you are standing on top of a mountain with a cliff in front of you, but this cliff may be made by demonic illusion, but if it is not demonic illusion, you will die if you take a step forward. Undoubtedly. And at the back, there is an iron nail in the ground, stepping on it will hurt half your life. What would you choose? I'll probably choose to step back. It's better to be injured than to gamble with my life. If it's a cliff, wouldn't I be doomed? Yes, this is the same principle as selling cloth. Selling to us at a loss means stepping back. Although you are injured, you will still be left with half your life. If you don't sell it, if the price of cloth continues to fall, it will drop from 80,000 to 10,000. Even a few thousand, isn't it all worthless? Then, listen to me first. Suppose you have a friend who tells you to move forward. The cliff is just demonic illusion. What would you choose? I will see if the relationship between the 2 sides is good. If it is a life and death comrade in arms, I will believe him and step over this cliff. That's right. The spy told everyone not to sell it, but they really won't sell it. Unless you have a good relationship with the spy and are willing to believe in the spy, you won't sell it. There are very few such people and can't have any influence on the acquisition plan. But afterwards, I will forcibly raise the price of the fabric, and at that time, these spies will become the object of everyone's worship, and they will get a group of loyal followers. Chapter 64_Spy Hanazawa. By Crazy Acquisition. The formation of the entire country of water began to rotate. Yison didn't move, and neither did the 10 captains, but the team surrounding the 10 captains began to rotate continuously. For the price of 80,000, this store collects one case, and that store collects another case. When the fabric stores in the whole city are finished, they will immediately go to the next city. The shop owner didn't notice any problems, because everyone who came to buy cloth was wearing sackcloth, and they didn't have a familiar face. Buying one box at a time can only prove that these civilians have a sense of crisis. As long as they don't buy in large quantities, they will not alert them. Due to Yison's continuous price hike, almost no one dared to buy cloth. Everyone thought that the price would fall, and the shop owners also sighed. In their hearts, even if they lost money, as long as they could sell 80,000, it would be better than continue to fall well. Half of the Anbu buys the fabrics of the shop, and the other half of the Anbu buys frantically in various cities, towns and villages. 70,000 boxes. Love to sell or not, anyway, the price will fall even more in the future. And Anbu's face was arrogant, without the kindness of the buyer, but his performance not only did not make people disgusted, but made people feel close. Brother, I have 3 boxes, can you buy them all? 3 boxes. Wait, I'll see if I have enough money. Anbu finished speaking, pulled the drawstring of his waist bag away, pretended to look at it, hesitated for a while, and said again, I don't have much money, so that's it, you call your relatives and friends, and I will charge as much as I can see. If you don't sell this time, you won't have the chance to sell it in the future. Not a good attitude, but it is sought after by the common people. The appearance of Anbu seems to be the last straw. Such scenes continue to occur all over the country, and the so-called, I don't have much money, the money in my pocket will never be exhausted. After all, ninjas have storage scrolls. While Anbu's acquisition was in full swing, another voice was heard everywhere. Don't sell it. Brothers, believe me, the price is about to go up. Hanazawa Ichiro exchanged glances with Anbu in front of him, then turned his head again, and shouted to a group of civilians who were about to sell fabrics beside him. Brothers, it's been so many years, have I lied about Hanazawa? You have to believe me, now is the lowest price, wait until the price rises before selling it. Quote. However, Ichiro Hanazawa's words did not get a response from anyone, especially the guy with the worst temper, and even more sarcastically, Hanazawa, we all know that you are a person who is trustworthy and loyal. But this time it can't be solved by your loyalty. Everyone is a farmer. Why do you think the price will rise? Do you think you are amazing? Smarter than all of us? Big dog, listen to my explanation. Don't explain. If you are so powerful, why are you still farming here? Go away. You are already crazy. Don't take us crazy together. I bought these cloths for 110,000, and sold them at a loss of 70,000. I got it. I don't want to lose everything. 110,000. I bought it for 130,000. Hey, I went to line up at 4 o'clock in the morning and grabbed the first few, but after I bought the cloth, I learned that the store in the North District sold directly for 110,000. I'm really unlucky. Auntie, you're lucky, I didn't go that day. I went to the North District to buy it the next day. I bought it for 100,000 yuan. I only bought 2 boxes. Now I sell it, and I don't lose much. My luck is better than yours. I went yesterday and bought it for 90,000 yuan. I didn't think it would be a loss, and no one knows how much the price will drop. I might as well sell it at a loss and treat my family as suffering. Thief. A group of people kept talking about their misfortunes, ignoring Ichiro Hanazawa directly, and the Anbu buyer glanced at Hanazawa gloatingly. Although everyone was a Konoha ninja, when the nature of the task was diametrically opposite, they naturally felt in their hearts. There was a hint of comparison. Big dog, auntie, forget it if you don't believe me, don't blame me for not reminding you. Wazi, go away, you are not welcome here. The big dog stared at Wazi with a sneer on his face. Wazi, we won't blame you, I'm a bunch of old bones. I really don't want to lose everything, just lose a little bit, at least I can buy a coffin when I die. If you don't want to sell it, just leave, you can persuade other people, come on Tilda. The hostile eyes of everyone made Wazi feel a little sad. Although he was a spy for Konoha, he usually had a good relationship with these folks and neighbors. I didn't expect that these people didn't trust him at all. For some reason, Wazi suddenly remembered the mission issuer. Although these spies didn't know the whole plan, they always followed the plan. As expected of Lord Zan, who can overwhelm the minister, no wonder he can get the command of the entire Anbu. Just sitting in Sanchong City, he knows the situation in the whole country, and his grasp of people's hearts has reached a state of ecstasy, but... Lord Zan, what is the meaning of the tasks assigned to us? Wazi was confused, but there was a feeling of challenge in his eyes. He wanted to challenge Yison and challenge Yison's control over people's hearts. Go all out. I will use all means to stop the villagers from selling cloth. Anyway, this is the task I took on. Even if more people are prevented from selling it, Lord Zahn won't blame me. Probably. Bar. Chapter 65_Don't sell. Reporting to Mr. Zahn, the acquisition plan of Aomori City is very smooth. Reporting, Mr. Zahn, the acquisition plan of Iwate City is very smooth. Reporting to Mr. Zahn, the acquisition plan of Yamagata City is very smooth. At 11 p.m., the house was full of enthusiasm. In just one day, not only did you get back the low price of the previously sold goods, but also more. It seems that these people are scared. Xiaoshuan, why did you predict so accurately? Hatakesakumo's face admired, looking at Yizan's eyes more and more appreciative. Don't brag about me, it's nothing, it's just some small predictions. Hatake Sakumo even more because he was not arrogant, but in the next second, Yizan suddenly raised his head, grinned and laughed, because I'm a genius ha 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 ha. Hatake Sakumo. Well, anyway, today's victory is indeed rich. In just one day, they purchased 40% of the country's fabrics at a price of 70,000 80,000. The original 20% of the goods have soared to 60%. Become. Just when everyone was overjoyed, a team leader suddenly took a step forward and said hesitantly, Master Minister, Master Zahn, there is something happening today, I don't know if I should report it to you. What's the matter? Yizan was stunned. Did something go wrong in the plan? It's like this. In the island I'm in charge of, there is a member of the Shadow Army named Hanazawa Ichiro, who keeps stopping the villagers from selling cloth like crazy. Although the effect is not very good, many people choose to believe him. The number of villagers he stopped alone was more than the number of villagers who were stopped by dozens of team members. I was thinking, if he did this, would it affect Master Zahn's plan? Should he be dealt with as a violation of discipline? Oh. The captain's words surprised Yizan. He didn't know that Ichiro Hanazawa just wanted to challenge himself. After all, he and Ichiro Hanazawa had never met before, and he didn't know what kind of person the other party was. Yizan was silent, and everyone present thought that Yizan was going to punish Wazi. Hatake Sakumo sat on the side with a cold face. He was very dissatisfied, not against Yizan, but with the Shadow Army he had worked so hard to build. He didn't expect that at the moment of Konoha's life and death, there were actually members who didn't obey the discipline. The atmosphere in the room was very dignified, everyone was waiting for Yizan to make a decision, and the time passed minute by minute. It was not until a few minutes later that Yizan raised his head and said, mention this person as the civilian captain of the spy unit. What? Everyone was stunned and their eyes widened. They did not expect that Yizan not only did not punish Wazi, but also promoted the other party's position. I know everyone's doubts. I don't know about this person you are talking about, but he did not violate discipline. Don't forget, the task I issued is to let them stop the villagers from selling, but I don't know why this person is so passionate, but with him around, my extra plan is more perfect. Quote. Yizan said with a smile, picked up the pen on the table and started to write. After a while, a large piece of paper with full words came out. Take it to Ichiro Hanazawa, and ask him to follow the order on the paper. As ordered. The captains were puzzled, but did not continue to ask. After all, Yizan was their boss, and they had no right to ask Yizan to explain. Also, we have already received 60% of the country's fabrics. The time is almost right. Starting tomorrow, all Anbu will be sweeping the goods in various fabric stores. Villages and urban residential areas are also divided into people to sweep the goods. Isn't the current price 80,000? How much will be swept tomorrow? If they don't want to sell, they will raise the price to 100,000. Quote. As ordered. On the second day, the entire water country was a sensation. It seems that the fabric is in short supply again. All the shops, all the villages, all the streets and alleys, there are people collecting the fabrics. In just one morning, the fabric stores in various cities have been swept away. The smart shop owners immediately sent people to pull the cloth from the suburban warehouse to sell it. This time, instead of selling it at 80,000, they raised the price to 90,000. What is 90,000? Buy. Scan directly. The arrogant behavior shocked the bosses with ecstasy. Until 5 p.m., the third batch of goods arrived from the suburbs. The buyers who pretended to be Anbu didn't even think about it, and swept them all at the price of 100,000. Not only shops, but also all villages and towns are the same. In some places, residents are unwilling to sell at 80,000 yuan. Anbu raised it to 100,000 in one go, and warned everyone that if they like to sell or not, just 100,000, an extra 1 cent. Neither charge. For a time, the fabric business became active again. Those who sold fabrics with 70,000 yesterday felt remorse. Some smart and daring people even went to the city to buy fabrics. Unfortunately, when they came, the fabrics in the store had already been bought by Anbu. Late, if you want to buy cloth, you can only come back tomorrow. I told you all, don't sell, you don't listen. When did Wazi cheat you? In a certain village, Ichiro Hanazawa stood at the entrance of the village and shouted, and all the people who sold the fabric yesterday regretted it. They looked enviously at the person standing next to the flower. This group of people just believed in the flower and did not sell the cloth. People. That, Brother Wazi, yesterday was my big dog's fault. I hope you don't care about the villain. Can you tell everyone that the fabric will rise tomorrow? Gentle, he smiled and asked Wazi shamelessly. It doesn't matter, big dog, everyone is friends from all over the world. I have never blamed you. I just hope that everyone will believe me this time. The price of fabrics will go up. Friends, don't sell those that have fabrics now, and those that don't. I will go to the city to buy cloth early tomorrow morning. I have never cheated on people, trust me. Quote. After Wazi finished speaking, some villagers finally believed it, but more villagers still didn't believe it. Seeing this, Wazi's eyes flickered, and he turned around and walked along the path to another village with someone who trusted him. Master Zan is worthy of being Master Zan. I'm really stupid. Yesterday I tried to challenge him with my stupid intelligence. I didn't expect that at the beginning, everyone was taken into account by him. This extra plan works perfectly with the collapse of the Water Kingdom, don't worry. Well, Mr. Zan, I, Wazi, will work hard to follow the plan and live up to your expectations. Chapter 66_skyrocketing. Unsurprisingly, the store owners raised the price from 100,000 to 110,000 last night. Even if it was 110,000, the civilians were very enthusiastic. Seeing that the time was right, several Anbu squeezed in the crowd spoke at the same time, and instantly pulled the price to 120,000. Boss, let's go first, we'll buy cloth for 120,000. Soon, the national uniform price was raised to 120,000, and these Anbu, who shouted the price increase to buy cloth, only bought 1 to 2 boxes, as if it was just a show for everyone to see. And on the third day, the price skyrocketed again. Directly increased from 120,000 to 140,000. Seeing the rising prices, the commoners were not afraid, but bought cloth more enthusiastically, and those who bought cloth at 100,000 and 120,000 were even more ecstatic. In any case, they also made a fortune. I don't know when, the civilians finally began to trade with the civilians. Those who bought it for 100,000 thought that 140,000 was the top and wanted to sell it for 140,000. Some people thought that the price of cloth would continue to rise, so they bought the cloth from other people. Yison's shop was also selling, but they sold very little, even less than other fabric shops, and everyone didn't ask because they knew that Yison was sure. And Wazi, who was awarded the civilian spy captain by Yison, gathered more and more people around him. It's not that they really gather around him, but they trust him, stand by his side spiritually, and more people follow his actions. Boss Waze, the price has risen so much, why don't we sell it? What if the price falls? It was Wazawa's neighbor, the big dog, who used to be angry with Wazawa, but now he has become Wazawa's #1 pony and a loyal fan. In Waza's team, most of them were people who didn't sell at 80,000 at first, and those who joined later were bought at 100,000–120,000. Facing higher and higher prices, they gradually wanted to sell the goods to gain profits. If you don't sell it, everyone should not sell it now, and the price of the cloth will go up. Ways won't fool everyone. Since you choose to believe me, you will believe it thoroughly. Wazi's words encouraged everyone. They continued to hold the cloth and did not sell it. However, there were always some people who wanted to sell to make a profit, so they stopped listening to Wazi's words and quickly sold their cloth. Boss Wazi, It doesn't matter, there will always be people who will leave my team, but as long as most people believe in me, my efforts will not be in vain. Wazi was indifferent, comforting the big dog like a magic stick. He patted the big dog on the shoulder, and a piece of paper full of handwriting appeared in his mind again. On paper, prestige cannot be established in a short period of time, only time can prove right or wrong. Master Zan predicts things like a god, and even predicted the situation of someone leaving. At first, I tried to challenge Master Zan with my IQ, Quote. Thinking like this, his admiration for Yison became more and more fanatical. He just clenched his fists and vowed to himself that he must complete the task set on the paper. Hanazawa was right again. Another day passed, and the anbu hadn't even been dispatched yet, and the price of cloth soared to 160,000. Although there was no push from anbu, but because of the enthusiasm of the people, in the afternoon, the price of cloth continued to rise, and soon exceeded 170,000. It's almost there. Tomorrow, all anbu will be mixed into the civilian population and will be shipped. Whether it is 170,000 or 160,000, they can sell as much as they want. This was a new order for the night, so on the second day, all anbu started to sell goods, and transactions between civilians did not need to queue up, and anbu sold goods 10 times faster than the store. Big dog, I feel that the current price is almost the same. Let me know and sell all the fabrics. Whoever wants it will sell it to whoever wants it. Remember, this matter is only allowed to be known by our own people. Want to join my team? In the anbu operation, the spies also began to act. You must know that not only Waze has a team, but every city and every island in the country has civilian spies, and there are a group of loyal followers. Wazi was the most desperate and the only one who was appreciated by Yison and had additional tasks. In just one day, Yison used the store and anbu to ship at the same time, and sold 20% of the goods in one go, and because the price of fabrics rose too high, the most enthusiastic group of people had already received the goods from Yison, and not an extreme fanatic, and reluctant to pay high prices. 80,000 goods were received, and now 20% of the 160,000 goods have been sold. The remaining 40% of the goods. Smash it, drop the price to me. Yison's new order was like a flame of hell, which soon burned to the entire country of water. The next day, the price collapsed like an avalanche. Collapsed. Completely collapsed. 160,000, 150,000, 140,000, 130,000, 120,000. In just 3 days, the price of fabrics has been smashed again, and the civilians who bought it at a high level are crying without tears, and various stores have also continuously lowered their prices, and they can sell a little bit. However, just when the price plummeted, the civilian idol Hanazawa stood up again. He raised his hands high and exuded infinite charm. Wazi, never lie, believe me, it's already the lowest price. Everyone, go and buy it. But this time, no one still believed him, and even those who had followed him were not as firm as before. Boss Wazi, it only dropped to 120,000, why should you buy it again? Wait until it drops to 80,000 before buying it. Big dog, I guess, the price can't go down this time, if you believe me, buy it with me. But not many people followed him to buy. After all, 120,000 was too far from the previous low price of 80,000. Everyone thought that the price was still falling, and the number of people in Waz's team was instantly reduced by half. The crowd left. Wazi was expressionless. He turned and left decisively. A sneer appeared on his face. A bunch of idiots. Master Zahn has mastered all of your fears from the very beginning. Are you still waiting to fall? Humph. Chapter 67 Lift it all up. Haha, let's take a look. This is the information reported by Wazi, but everyone wants to wait for the price to drop to 80,000. Ha 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 ha. They don't know at all. Everything they think they know is I deliberately let them understand. In the bright room, Yison laughed and handed the letter to Hitaki Sakumo. Hitaki Sakumo was a little moved, but more confused. Xiaozan, don't you want to smash the price tomorrow? Instead, start the acquisition. But the price of 120,000 is not worth the acquisition, right? Not worth it. Why not worth it? Yison took a sip of his tea. His slightly teasing gaze forced Hitaki Sakumo to tilt his head. I'm right, obviously I can hit 80,000 yuan, but you don't. What's wrong with me? Hitaki Sakumo choked back unnaturally, and was slapped in the face by Yison continuously, and he even lost he had the courage to look at Yison. There's nothing wrong with it. Anyway, with your IQ, it's nothing to say. Hitaki Sakumo's face froze, and the 10 captains held back their smiles again. He glared at Yison viciously, his figure flashed, and he disappeared again. Hitaki Sakumo left. Yison finally turned his face. He frowned and thought for a while, then seriously asked, "Ask everyone, when this mission is over, will I be revenged by our minister?" "Sir Zahn, I don't think I will take revenge on you with the demeanor of the minister," a captain said in a naive voice, but he couldn't help but smile. "Reporting to Master Zahn, I think the minister will definitely take revenge on you. You don't know, the minister has always been an extremely ruthless and powerful ninja in our hearts, but he has been beaten crazy by you for more than a month." Everyone was talking and laughing. After getting along for more than a month, everyone's relationship became more and more harmonious. After a while of chatting, Yison finally talked about business. "Most of our goods were purchased for 80,000 yuan. The first time it was sold out, we bought a lot for the price of 100,000 yuan. Although we also bought some of the subsequent prices, but because of the high enthusiasm of the people, we bought the price without much money. Push it up, around 160,000, we sold a full 20%, 140,000 minus 120,000 and another 10%, and now we still have 30% of the stock, so from tomorrow, all of you will buy again, 120,000 also well, even 110,000, I will give you 1 day to absorb 50% of the total." As ordered. The next day, Anbu started the acquisition operation again. Since the price stabilized at 120,000 minus 110,000, it did not continue to fall. In addition, with the efforts of Wazi and civilian spies across the country, more and more people joined the buying team. On the third day, seeing that the hoarding of goods reached 50%, Yison finally took action and used a large amount of funds to violently raise it again. Unlike before, in just 1 day, the price of fabrics soared from 120,000 to 150,000. On this day, Yison received a full 20% of the goods at a high price of 150,000. Hitaki Sakumo was worried that the goods were too much stocked and could not be sold out, but Yison was not affected by any emotions. This time, he finally dispatched the spy businessman who had been idle for a long time. All the spy businessmen after the 20th of the Shadow Force, all dispatched. The order I gave you is very simple. You have been doing business in the land of water for many years, and you have gathered a large number of contacts. Now you are publicizing the news that the fabric is about to skyrocket, no matter what means. Just convince your merchant friends and are willing to come and buy cloth. Civilian spies also sent orders to call on all followers to buy cloth. Lao Su absorbed 70% of the country's cloth, and the remaining 30%. You will do your best to raise the price for me. Everyone, this book will be on the shelves at 12 o'clock tonight. I hope everyone will order for the first time and continue to support the cute little by C. The collapse of the water country will end in 2 to 3 chapters at most. After so long, it will finally be a bumper harvest. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 68 _ Have you ever experienced despair? The whole water country is boiling. The fabric was soaring, and the merchants who didn't pay much attention to the fabric were also called together by the spy merchants, and used the method of, I have an insider, to make these merchants trust. Spy businessmen can take root in the country of water, and they must have their own wisdom. They call friends and tell everyone about the upcoming huge profits. They are old friends and partners for several years. These businessmen have no doubts at all. Recently, the fabric market has indeed been booming and plummeting, and soon, businessmen put some funds into it. Rise, rise, rise. The commoners were crazy, the merchants were crazy, and the fabric store owner was crazy. After only 3 days, the price of fabrics had skyrocketed to 250,000 boxes. Shipping. Yison gave an order. When the whole people were crazy, Yison's shop in Anbu began to deliver goods quietly. In just 2 days, his inventory dropped from 70% to 30%. After selling 40% of the goods at the price of 250,000, Yison stopped all actions. The market has eaten up so many goods at such a high level. He believes that without his own promotion, the price will come down soon. As expected. 255.47 million, 260,000, 265,000. The price increase was getting slower and slower, and people's enthusiasm finally began to decrease. There were many 250,000 people who bought Yison's goods. In the attitude of, earn and run, they began to sell goods at 260,000, while businessmen, spies and civilian spies also operate at the same time. Brothers, it's time to sell the cloth. The price has doubled, and I don't think the price will go up again. Ways, never lie, trust me, and sell all the cloth. Wazi's words quickly spread in the team, and immediately, a group of loyal fans immediately sold out the goods in their hands and made a lot of money. Compared with the team of civilian spies, the team of businessman spies is even more terrifying. These businessmen have a lot of money, and each of them buys goods that are comparable to hundreds of civilians. They are scrambling to sell goods to civilians who don't know anything. 260,000, 240,000, 220,000. Merchants are selling faster and faster, and seeing the price drop, the commoners who are afraid of falling deeper also start to sell. More and more people are selling, and fewer people are buying. Avalanche. In just 1 day, the price collapsed to 160,000. 160,000, can we buy it? Hatake Sakumo asked. I won't buy it, but now, I need to pull it up a bit first. Yison replied with a smile. Pull a little. Yison smiled, his eyes became clearer. The spring can't be pressed all the time, nor can it be relaxed all the time. It needs to be relaxed one by one. In order to explode a stronger force, I pull it up a little now. Everyone thinks that the price will rise again, but is this just fake? What if it pulls up for a few days and then falls deeper? Hiss. A chill rushed down his back, causing Hatake Sakumo to take a deep breath. He widened his eyes and stared at Yison in disbelief. After a long time, he said softly, Xiaozan, you. He didn't know what to say. Did he say that Yison was smart, or that Yison's master of the heart had reached the point of perfection? In other words, will you be punished by tricking people like this? Hatake Sakumo was amazed and under great pressure just because Yison behaved too enchantingly. He felt that there was no one smarter than Yison in this world. It's such a monster at such a young age. If Xiaoshuan grows up, other countries will have a headache. Thinking of this, Hatake Sakumo took a few deep breaths. His emotions finally calmed down. He straightened his face, and asked in a condensed voice, there is still more than a month to go to 3 months. Xiaozan, our Konoha crisis depends on you. Saved. The afternoon raised the price from 160,000 to 180,000. Immediately, countless people began to sell it. In 1 day, 20% of the fabric was absorbed. Keep pulling. Yison ordered, and after another day, the market price rose to 200,000. Boss Wazi, do you want to buy it? No, don't worry everyone, it's just a conspiracy, it's about to fall. Every time Waz's correct judgment convinces more and more people, but in the face of interests, there are always people who take luck, and a few think that it will rise. They silently leave the Waze team and invest all the money on their own. Go in. But the next day, the market fell. Plunge. That day, the 200,000 boxes of fabrics dropped directly to 160,000. Yison is shipping without cost. Even if the cost of his receipt in recent days is 180,000 minus 200,000, he will ship it regardless of the cost. After another day, the 160,000 cloth was smashed to 120,000 by Yison. Xiaozan. Don't worry, look farther, we sold 40% of the goods at 250,000, and now these losses are not comparable to the fraction of the 40% of the goods. I know, but... Okay, listen to me. Yison stopped Hitaki Tsukumo's words, and he stood up slowly, his eyes bursting with unprecedented heroism. Continue to smash. Don't care about short-term small losses. Don't care about goods. Smash me hard. Yison's orders have been absolutely implemented. In the past month or so, he has established an indelible image in the hearts of Anbu and the spy. He is a powerful and intellectually powerful person. In their hearts, no matter what Yison orders, are all correct, all are right. Sell, smash the price. There is only one word in the minds of all Anbu. They continue to sell at prices. In just 3 days, from 120,000 to 100,000, and from 100,000 to 80,000. The next 2 days after the acquisition, the price will be raised, so that everyone thinks the price has reached the end, but after 2 days, continue to smash it for me. I will make them all despair. Yison gave a crazy order again, and Anbu implemented the order again. People all over the country watched the price rise nervously. When the price rose to 120,000, the enthusiasm of the people was a little higher. The next day, the price of cloth suddenly plummeted by 50%, and Yison was directly smashed to 60,000. National despair. Chapter 69 _ The cards are out. In 1 month, the price of cloth rose from 100,000 to a maximum of 250,000, and then fell from 250,000 to 60,000. Countless civilians bought at a high level, and countless businessmen bought and stocked up halfway up the mountain. In the end, the price fell to 60,000. Everyone is desperate, they don't know what's going on, they don't understand why, they just want to cry now. 1 month's arrangement, 1 month's ups and downs, Yison used his superb skills and control over people's hearts to play the people of the whole country. His total assets rose from 10 billion to 22 billion, which made Hitaki Tsukumo and all Anbu feel very happy. Happy. What are you laughing at? How excited are you? As if being splashed with cold water, Hitaki Tsukumo and the 10 captains were stunned, but obediently did not dare to talk back. Just kidding, talking back to Lord Zan. Isn't this looking for abuse? Didn't you see that even the great minister was abused into a dog? Who dares to talk back? The original cheerful atmosphere disappeared in an instant. Yison pointed at everyone one by one. You, I don't know what you are happy about. 22 billion is a lot. Do you think the entire country of water has a population of 10 million to 22 billion? The country of water has it collapsed. Who told me that the country of water has collapsed? Quote. The strong aura made everyone dare not speak. After a long time, one of the captains said in a low voice, report to Sir Zan, the country of water has not collapsed. That's right. Then what are you excited about? Yison sighed as if iron was not steel, then closed his eyes and frowned tightly. Business, the most important thing is flow. When I was trapped in the land of water, I found that the commercial flow of the land of water was very slow. In order to implement the collapse plan of the land of water, I chose fabrics to absorb slowly in the first month, and put the merchants hoarded 40% of the goods in the warehouse. In the second month, I raised the price and used the power of spies to overturn the dull market. Although I didn't earn much, this month, 70% of the water in the country everyone knows the fabric is going up and down. Until the third month. Yison opened his eyes and said softly, "You know, any commodity in this world will change, like a wave, one wave after another, with the influence of the times, policies and the environment. The price of commodities cannot be forever high, and it is impossible always low. I stirred up the first wave, mobilized the enthusiasm of all the people in the land of water. I smashed the second wave, and reduced the price of goods to the lowest level, and I made most of the people involved in buying fabrics lose money. Tsukumo, can you guess now, what is my other instinct to use human beings? Greed. Yes, this time the price plummeted. I have caused the fear of the people of the whole country to ultimate. Most of them even lost their basic analysis ability, and a small number of people who understand, dare not buy goods, even if they think it will rise. I dare not buy it because of fear." Quote. So, now is the best time to receive the goods in the true sense. 60,000 boxes, hee. After 2 months, the conditions for the collapse of the country of water have finally come together. The latest order is now issued. All senior spies number 1 to 20 of the Shadow Force are dispatched. Number 3 Home Secretary receives special orders. Number 2 Dalton's Ming's son-in-law receives special orders. Number 1 Foreign Minister cooperates with the Home Secretary on tasks, and the rest of the senior spies cooperate with the Anbu operation. The opportunity comes. This time, I will completely collapse the water country. Quote. The next day, all Anbu began to receive goods. 60,000 boxes per box, traveled to all villages, all residential areas, and continued to receive goods. This time, the civilian spy and the businessman spy didn't speak or move. They had received new instructions and would cooperate with Anbu's actions at a certain time. For a week, the price of the goods has been hovering between 60,000 and 70,000. Whenever a small and medium-sized businessman wants to raise the price, Yison will force the price down, and the price will never break through 70,000, which also makes more and more people are desperate, and more people are starting to sell goods. A week later, Yison hoarded 90% of the country's fabrics at a price of 60,000 minus 70,000, and on the day the acquisition ended, the foreign minister suddenly released an important message. As confirmed by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Kingdom of Water has started a full-scale war with Konoha, and the Kingdom of Thunder suddenly cut off trade between the two countries last night. It is not yet clear why, or if it is related to the war. The Second World War is about to break out. At the same time, the Minister of the Interior also released an important message, and this message completely detonated the emotions of the people across the country. China's cotton and hemp are mainly imported from the country of thunder, and silk and wool are mainly imported from the country of fire. At present, the country's foreign trade is closed, and the restart date is to be determined. I hope that every household in our country will hoard some fabrics for emergencies. After the news came out, the second-generation Mizukage Ghost Lantern Wanyu quickly learned the news, but he did not understand business at all. Although he was surprised by the sudden cessation of foreign trade by Lei Zhiguo, he didn't have much reaction. He just ordered the staying ninjas to strengthen the village. Patrol to prevent the enemy from attacking the village when it is weak. As for the daimyo in the country of fire, as early as 2 days ago, the daimyo's son-in-law took the daimyo's family to find a beautiful Wen Izumi for vacation. As the number 2 spy, the son-in-law successfully blocked the daimyo's ears, and prepared to the ministers looking for the daimyo were stopped by the foreign secretary and the home secretary. Foreign trade is closed, and the opening time is to be determined. When the national level news was spread, the people of the whole country went crazy. Buy. Everyone's going to buy the cloth. No matter how high the price is. The civilian leader, Ichiro Hanazawa, told everyone to buy goods, and the same goes for the merchant spy. Not only that, but there are also 20 senior spies, all of whom are high-ranking guys in the country of water. When Yison asked them to do everything possible, the country of water was completely boiling. 100,000. 200,000. 400,000. The authoritative information of the country, the dispatch of high-level spies, and the promotion of Anbu and ordinary spies, only 10% of the fabrics left in the market have been frantically fired. Buy, buy, buy. Don't worry about anything, just buy it. If you can't buy it for 400,000, you can buy it for 500,000. If you can't buy it for 500,000, you can buy it for 600,000. As the price gets higher and higher, those who have the goods in their hands are gradually willing to sell at a profit, but there are still many people who buy them. At least 8 million people across the country want to buy cloth. 700,000, 800,000. In just 7 days, the price of the fabric has risen to 1 million. Chapter 70 _ The Land of Water collapses. 1 million boxes of cloth. What is this concept? Must know that it was only worth 60,000 7 days ago, and 100,000 a month ago, but in such a short period of time, the price has increased by 10 times. There is a market, there is popularity, there are themes, and there are more policies. This is the tipping point, which has detonated the enthusiasm of the people across the country. As you can imagine, a villager's savings for 10 years can only afford a few boxes of cloth, and he has to buy. How crazy is this market? Quote. Cannot imagine. Without seeing it with my own eyes, I can't believe all this, and I can't believe that this financial tsunami was driven by Yison, the mastermind behind the scenes. What should I do next? 1 million, can I sell it? It's not urgent, it's not enough, the fabric has reached 1 million, and it's difficult to rely on their strength to go up. This time we will pull it. Yison is right, the price has risen tenfold, fewer and fewer people dare to buy, and more people want to sell, and after the ups and downs of the last month, many people feel that it is almost a fall. It's time. But the next day, when the price dropped from 1 million to 950,000, Yison shot again, smashing all the more than 20 billion into it, and it went up wildly. At the same time, senior spies number 4 to 20, businessman spies and civilian spies are bullish at the same time, and they keep calling people to buy. The prestige and 100% accuracy of these spies have finally convinced people. Ways never lied to people. The country can no longer import fabrics. Now the amount of fabric used is less. The war continues, and the fabric will become more and more expensive. Don't sell it. Keep it for 1 to 2 years. I believe at that time, a box will rise to 10 million. Quote. Wazi's analysis makes sense. In other words, this script was originally written by Yison, and all the spies recited the script on the mission. Everyone thought that the number of fabrics would rise to 10 million in 1 to 2 years. Rise. Keep going up. When Yison raised the price from 1 million to 1.5 million, the people of the whole country were completely crazy. They lost their minds, sold their houses, sold their fields, and bought a few more boxes of cloth. The merchants even borrowed money from everywhere. Usury, but they found that even the usurer merchants participated in the rush to buy the goods. 1.5 million, 1.7 million, 2 million. When each box of cloth reached the sky-high price of 2 million, Yison finally issued an order. Sell 50%. In the following days, the cloth price hovered between 2 million and 2.1 million, and when Yison finally sold out 50% of the goods, the price finally dropped. When it fell sharply, and once it fell, it was 30%. Those who bought cloth at high prices watched the price plummet. My heart is cold. It started to fall. Sell it, more and more people are selling. However, the more people sell it, the less valuable it will be, and the faster it will fall. Soon, the price of the fabric dropped from 2 million to 1.2 million, and countless people went bankrupt again because of this, and merchants were in debt one after another. The whole market is completely chaotic, and all those who bought cloth at high prices have collapsed. Now as long as you are willing to buy his cloth, you are his father. And just when people were completely desperate, Yison bought it again at a price of 1.2 million, and the price rose again. Receive. Continue to receive. 1.2 million, 1.8 million, 2 million, 2.3 million. The price of fabric has broken through the previous high price, and it is still rushing up. The few people who didn't sell are very fortunate, and those who bought with 2 million and sold 1.2 million cried bitterly, but they had to buy again, at a higher price, because in this situation, the price of the cloth is really high. Over 10 million. 40% of the goods left, received 20% of the goods at the price of 1.2 million again in this promotion. After that, all the spies began to call everyone to buy it, and all the spies insisted on the previous view of breaking through 10 million. 22nd day of the third month of the Water Country Collapse Plan. The price of fabrics finally broke through 3 million under the madness of the people all over the country. Everyone came to buy cloth. They used all their money to buy cloth, because everyone began to believe that in the future, the price of fabric will rise to 10 million. Yison smiled and smiled happily. When the price exceeded 3 million, Yison stood up proudly and issued his last order in the land of water. Thank you all for your cooperation, thank you for the full cooperation of the shadow troops, and now, let this play come to an end. Please everyone, sell all the goods. Sell, sell, sell. 27th day of the third month of the Water Country Collapse Plan. Yison sold all the goods at a price of 2.8 million to 3 million. At the same time, his assets have risen from the initial 10 billion to the current 230 billion. When the program ended, the market lost its voice. Hype is gone, the shouting of 10 million is gone, the civilian hero Hanazawa is gone, the senior spy number 1 to 20 is gone. The business is in a depression, there is no money, one by one Kabutos have no money, and they still owe a lot of debt. What's going on? Many people are inexplicable and have no money. Apart from the cloth in his hands that was several times higher, the real estate was gone, and the fields were gone. Civilians have no money to buy things, shops can't make money, shops are closed one by one, and the economy of the country of water has completely collapsed. When the economy collapses, it is the country that is unlucky. Only at this time did the Deputy Minister of the Interior find out that the tax cannot be collected. The shops are gone, and they are unwilling to pay taxes, and the people are also unwilling to pay the poll tax, so they have no money. If you force again, let's go. It is better not to live in it, to go to the land of fire, to go to the land of thunder, than to starve to death here. When this news finally reached the ears of Daimyo 5.2, Daimyo's son-in-law had long since disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Daimyo had no doubts, he was just furious and asked the relevant personnel to investigate, and he must use the fastest time to find out. Source. Finally, found out. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of the Interior, the son-in-law of Daimyo, and more than a dozen senior officials of the Land of Water, but they all disappeared. As soon as the goods were sold out a few days ago, Yison left the country of water with all Anbuan spies. Even if they found out, what would happen? A few days later, the village of Kurigakure withdrew without a fight. The war is always long. There is no supply, no money, and no economy. How can we fight? The Water Country Collapse Plan, successful. Chapter 71 All want money. The matter of the Land of Water soon spread throughout the whole ninja world. When the country of water found out that those spies were from Konoha, the whole world focused on Konoha. They wanted to know who the enchanting genius who could come up with such a plan was. And because of the situation in the country of water, several other countries have begun to strictly control the country's economy and price fluctuations. That is to say, this kind of plan can only be implemented once and cannot be used again in the future. The Kingdom of Water withdrew, and the Kingdom of Wind was dumbfounded. You must know that the Kingdom of Wind was already weak. It was because of the alliance with the Kingdom of Water that he dared to attack Konoha. Collapsed. Desperation, the three generations of Kazekage immediately announced their withdrawal, and even started planning how to compensate Konoha. Although they still wanted to attack Konoha, it was definitely impossible in a short time. Yison didn't care about the situation in the ninja world. At this moment, he was holding his head up and looking at Sarutobi angrily. I said before, give me 10 billion, and give you 20 billion, what do you mean now? Yison tightly grabbed the large storage scroll in his hand, and he would not let go. This time, Yison made 230 billion in the collapse plan of the Land of Water. In addition to the 2.05 trillion return to Konoha, the remaining 210 billion is all in this scroll. That, cough, Xiaoshuan, you also know that our Konoha development is very difficult. You see, the road needs to be repaired, the house needs to be built, the detonation talisman has no money to buy, and the school is so poor that even the teacher's salary is paid. I'm sorry, your money, can you? No talk. Yison shouted, holding the scroll tightly in his arms. He stared at Sarutobi vigilantly, for fear that Sarutobi would rob him of his money. Yison was unwilling, and Sarutobi was embarrassed to use it too much. After all, 20 billion was already Konoha's development fund for 20 years. Although 10 billion had to be paid back to the daimyo, there was still 10 billion, which was enough for Konoha's economical development for 10 years. Sarutobi has earned 10 billion to satisfy him. There is a child in front of him holding 210 billion. This is what all the people and merchants of the entire water country have. If it is used in the development of Konoha, it is enough to develop 100 million. Year. Danzo, come on, there's nothing I can do. Sarutobi sighed helplessly, and finally kicked the ball to Danzo, but Danzo just looked at Yison in embarrassment. Yison didn't want it, he really took this baby boy can't do it. That, son, it's useless for you to take so much money, we as Konoha's ninjas. I've already made 10 billion for Konoha, don't get too far. Yison gave Danzo a warning look, and dragged the scroll tightly, with an attitude of absolutely not bargaining. This time, Danzo had no choice. He glanced at Sarutobi helplessly, and said that he really had nothing to do with his son. The atmosphere in the office became more and more embarrassing, and at this moment, there was a loud bang, and the door of the office was kicked open with a bang. Mr. Sarutobi, we're back, huh? Xiaozan, has your plan been completed? The fragrant wind blew his nostrils, making Yison instantly intoxicated. His eyes lit up, he turned and plunged into Tsunade's arms. Ah, wife, I haven't seen you for 3 months, I miss you so much. Idiot, who is your wife? Boom. With a muffled sound, Yison squatted down with his head covered in pain. Seeing Yison's pitiful appearance, Tsunade sighed softly and pulled Yison up. Palm Sage Art. Yuhi bag on his forehead instantly disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Tsunade glanced at Yison's right paw suspiciously, and directly took the storage scroll in Yison's hand. What is this? Give it back to me. Throw it. The two shouts sounded at the same time. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, and habitually followed Sarutobi's orders, raised his wrist, the storage scroll drew a wonderful arc in the air, and fell firmly into Sarutobi's hands. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Yison's eyes widened in disbelief, and he was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the scroll in Sarutobi's hand, as if he had come to his senses. He didn't even care about Tsunade, and Zhang Kiba rushed over with his claws. Dead monkey, you were rude. This is my salary for 3 months of hard work. Pay it back to me. Ha, ha. Yison kept attacking. Sarutobi dodged with a smile. No matter how hard Yison tried, he couldn't catch it. Until Yison was exhausted and out of breath, he stopped and gently shook the scroll in his hand. Xiaozan, it's not my fault. Tsunade took it from you. If you want to blame it, blame Tsunade. The inexplicable situation made Tsunade more puzzled, but her doubts did not last long before Sarutobi opened Shikai to release it. Tsunade, don't you know? Hey. It's actually very simple. There are 210 billion in this scroll, which Xiaoshuan earned from the Land of Water. What? 210 billion? At this moment, even Tsunade was stunned. Her eyes were wide open. Her eyes were full of disbelief. Didn't you say before that 10 billion earns 20 billion? Teacher, you are right, right. Hey, I didn't know about this at the time, but after thinking about it carefully, earning more than 10 billion, it seems that the country of water can't be collapsed at all. This kid lied to us from the beginning. He wants to take the big money tilde. After listening to Sarutobi's explanation, Tsunade understood that she was in trouble. She looked at Yison cautiously, and said softly, that Xiaozan, it's none of your business. This is all about the dead monkey. Hurry up and return the money. Yison waved his hand and turned to look at Sarutobi, but Sarutobi smiled and put the scroll in his arms. This time, Yison knew that the money could not be robbed. He puffed up his cheeks angrily, and turned his eyes directly to Danzo. Cough. That son. Give me the money back. Give me the money back. Facing Yison's gaze, Danzo finally turned his head in embarrassment. He touched the back of his head, and after being embarrassed for a while, he said again, my good son, it's useless for you to take money. Why not donate money to Konoha? Konoha will not be bullied by outsiders when she is strong tilde. Humph. Yison hummed lightly, and did not speak anymore. Sarutobi for no reason, and he can't say anything. Danzo and Sarutobi naturally noticed Yison's change. Danzo immediately winked at Sarutobi. Then, Sarutobi's eyes lit up and he finally thought of a good solution. Xiaozan, otherwise, I will announce to the whole village that you are Tsunade's boyfriend, and the money will be used as my promotional fee. What do you think? It seems to be fine. Sarutobi teacher. Chapter 72 Tired with Tsunade. In the end, Sarutobi and Yison's negotiation failed due to Tsunade's strong opposition and a desperate push. Yison doesn't care about money. As Danzo's son, he has to deal with wind and rain in Konoha. He has never been short of money since he was a child. 210 billion is just rusted on his body. However, it is absolutely impossible to take Yison's money in vain. After a long period of bargaining, the two finally decided to give 2 million taels of reward to each Anbuan spy who performed the task, and when giving out, tell the other party is what Yison fought for everyone. Well, generally speaking, S-level missions only have a reward of 1 million, and the hundreds of spies don't even get paid, but because of Yison's request, Sarutobi agreed to pay everyone, approximately 1.2 billion in total. 1.2 billion. If you put it in the past, Sarutobi would not do anything to kill him. You must know that the country of fire only gives Konoha 1 to 0 million development funds a year. But now, Sarutobi said it doesn't matter, I have money anyway, 1.2 billion is only a fraction of the fraction. Damn, it's my money. Don't waste my money, dead monkey. If I see you in a custom shop, one day, you're screwed. Yison cursed and waved a small fist to threaten, and was pulled away by Tsunade. Sarutobi breathed a sigh of relief until Yison completely left the office. Danzo, your son is getting more and more lawless. It's up to you to take care of it in the future. Sarutobi, I can take care of it if you get it cheap and sell it well, but you have to return the 210 billion to Xiaoshuan first. When I didn't say. The kingdom of water collapsed, the kingdom of wind was temporarily subdued, and the kingdom of thunder and the kingdom of earth had not moved yet. It seemed that in an instant, the entire ninja world was at peace, but in this seemingly peaceful environment, there was a fierce undercurrent surging. Yi Shuenkai didn't care about these things. At this moment, he and Tsunade came to a tea house in the commercial street. Since it was the afternoon, the tea house was clean and empty except for the boss. Yison ordered some glutinous rice balls and fried tempura. Tsunade asked for a small pot of shochu, and the two found a small corner to sit down. After the tea house owner finished serving the food, he hid in the kitchen knowingly. The sun was shining brightly outside, but it was a little dark in the corner. Yison twisted his ass but was about to lean over, but was gently pushed by Tsunade. Little bastard, sit down. No, I want to sit with you. Yison leaned next to Tsunade with a grin, and their legs completely touched each other. Then, Yison seemed to unintentionally put his hand on Tsunade's leg and pinched it lightly. Die away. No, I've already taken off. Guangguang hugged and slept, so what if I squeezed? Boom. Oops. Yison covered his head aggrievedly, those big black and translucent eyes flashed, and Tsunade's heart softened in an instant. You little pervert, don't move your hands around, if you dare to touch it, I will be blamed. She warned Yison by acquiescing to put her hand on her lap, as if seeing hope. Yison pressed most of his body to it, causing Tsunade to stare, but he did not refuse. Open your mouth. Ah. Ah, 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 ah. Yison took one sip, and quickly ate up the bunch of glutinous rice balls that Tsunade had fed. Then Tsunade put down the bamboo stick, took a sip of shochu, exhaled lightly, and closed his eyes tiredly. Have you been tired of fighting against the Sand Ninja for the past 3 months? Well, the 3 generations of Hokage and their puppet troops are too strong. We were beaten and retreated, especially in the first few days. The captain of the puppet troops Chio is a master of poison. As long as her puppet touches a little bit, our ninjas will be poisoned. Fortunately, I know medical skills, and I solved her poison with the fastest speed, and Danzo-sama and the Root team participated in the battle halfway, otherwise the border defense line will be broken. Tsunade responded softly, as if he felt uncomfortable sitting like this, fell down and leaned comfortably on the sofa. Little pervert, how about you? Are you tired lately? I am exhausted, but my body is fine, but my head is about to burn out. I'm guessing people's hearts and people's expectations of the market every day. I'm constantly thinking about and fine-tuning the plan every day. I am sick to the point of vomiting. Yi Xuanfu said slowly on Tsunade's shoulder. He was holding a bunch of long blonde hair in his left hand, and his right index finger was constantly looping on it. Yison's tone was calm, but Tsunade could feel Yison's fatigue, and he calculated the whole country by himself, not knowing how many brain cells he would consume every day. Even so, Tsunade still underestimated Yison's fatigue. She didn't know that Yison's mental power was 3 times that of ordinary people. Tenten would be dizzy because of such a strong mentality. Can lead to mental breakdown. Hey. Tsunade sighed lightly, picked up the glass and took a sip of wine again. Before he could put it down, the glass was snatched by Yison. Hey, minors are not allowed to drink, she said, but watched Yison suffocate the wine without stopping. HMPH, when did I, Long Aoshin, obey Konoha's rules? Yison proudly raised his chin, and in the next second, his slender jade fingers touched and flicked on his forehead. You play me again. Hee, who told you to become what Long Aoshin tilde? It's not a good word to hear it tilde. This is a crazy cool word, you know. Besides, I'm not drunk, so what if I'm drunk? As the saying goes, drunkenness, sex, the 2 of us are not drunk, how can we mess up? Get up. Little pervert. Tsunade rolled his eyes at Yison and pulled back the blonde hair in Yison's hand. She pushed hard and finally pushed Yison off her body. Sit down to the opposite side and accompany me to buy clothes for a while. Don't want to eat my tofu. Humph. If you don't eat it, you won't eat it. Who will eat your tofu? Yison pouted and sat on the opposite chair slowly, as if he wanted to turn his grief and anger into strength. He grabbed the 3 strings of glutinous rice balls and ate them in large gulps. Eat slowly and stop choking. You. Cough. Give me water. Chapter 73 Angry Jiraiya. Yison and Tsunade had been together for 3 days. They were called by Sarutobi to Hokage's office. Dead monkey, didn't you see me on my honeymoon with Tsunade? In Hokage's office, Yison angrily pointed at Sarutobi and cursed, while Tsunade pouted, feeling very helpless about the word, honeymoon. Honeymoon. What honeymoon? Before Sarutobi could speak, Jiraiya rushed in front of Yison. He glared at Yison viciously, and almost put his nose on Yison's face. Little brat, do you know what a honeymoon is? How could Tsunade have a honeymoon with a stinky brat like you? Hee, Jiraiya, are you jealous? Are you jealous that I spent 3 good days with Tsunade? Yison raised his chin and said with a smug face, envy. Jealous. I'm sorry, Tsunade these days. It's our honeymoon with me. Let me tell you another secret. These 3 days, Tsunade and I are, 1. Get up. Sleep. Yes. What? You are living together. This time, not only Jiraiya, but also Sarutobi and Orochimaru, who had no sense of existence, widened their eyes in surprise. As for Tsunade, the heroine of Cohabitation Gate, she was biting on Kiba tightly at the moment, and the word, well, appeared on her forehead. She didn't expect Yison to say all this, and she thought silently in her heart that she would Yison is steamed, or Yuhi grilled. I don't believe it. A loud roar, like the roaring emperor in Chang Yao's drama, Jiraiya turned to look at Tsunade, and found that Tsunade neither admitted nor objected. By Tsunade's character, no objection is true. Jiraiya thought like this, clutching her heart, took a few big steps back as if she couldn't accept it, and almost fell over with a stagger. He gasped for breath and pointed at Yison tremblingly. What? Can't speak. Seeing that Jiraiya was so angry, Yison raised his head even more arrogantly, like a general who had won a battle, proudly walked up to Jiraiya and squinted contemptuously. Look at you, a person in his 20s is as old as 40. The old uncle, with those wretched eyes and ugly hairstyle, you are an ugly ghost. Yes, you are an ugly ghost, and you will be famous in the ninja world in the future. Remember, your name is the ugly ghost Jiraiya. I'm not ugly, I'm Jiraiya. No, you're ugly, so ugly, I think the name Jiraiya is more suitable for you. Stinky brat, believe it or not I beat you. Hey, you actually want to beat me? Who's afraid of who? Come, fight. I want all Konoha to know that the handsome boy with jade face defeated the ugly Jiraiya. As they talked, the two rolled up their sleeves and prepared to fight, but Tsunade, who had long been unable to bear it, finally couldn't control his emotions, and burst out like a lioness. You two, that's enough. Boom. Boom. With 2 loud noises, Yison squatted down holding his head in pain, while Jiraiya smashed the window and flew out screaming. Damn, Tsunade, stinky brat, I'll be back. Jiraiya's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally turned into a star and disappeared into the vast sky. The farce in the office finally ended. Sarutobi sat on the chair very calmly smoking. Orochimaru stood behind Sarutobi and pretended to be a passerby. Without Jiraiya as a spoiler, Yison immediately looked at Tsunade, his big black eyes blinked, and Tsunade was in an instant. Heart sprouting. You, can't you let me save some snacks? Tsunade pulled Yison up from the ground, his jade hand covered Yison's head, a green light flashed, and the Yuhi bag on his forehead disappeared instantly. HMPH, it's you who won't let me worry. Look, there are men chasing you everywhere, can't you just beat up these stinky men who accost you? Yison puffed up his face in dissatisfaction, usually only in the real world. This expression appears when you are dissatisfied. The two were wrapped together all day, and they knew each other better. Tsunade saw Yison's bulging face and knew that Yison was angry. He couldn't help but slow down his tone and said softly, Okay, slut, don't be angry, they are all my colleagues, so when someone says hello, it's considered a conversation. Do you want me to make friends? It's enough to only make female friends. Yison muttered softly, and when Tsunade glared at him, he couldn't help shrinking his neck and spreading his hands. Little pervert, what do you mean? You're still helpless. Just be happy. Humph. Make it clear to the old lady. Just be happy. Humph. The two kept playing, and it was unknown how long it took. When Yison finally found a gaze staring at him, he was slightly taken aback, and an unexpected expression appeared on his face. Huh. Dead monkey, why are you still here? Sarutobi. In Hokage's office, Yison's face was full of seriousness. If not for the fact that he was holding Tsunade's hand, he was indeed quite serious. That is to say, I will lead the team this time. Didn't you say you want to sharpen it? During your 3 months in the land of water, Sakumo has taught you all the basic skills of Anbu. Although your strength is scumbag, your IQ is not bad enough to be competent for this task. Well, that's fine. Wait, what did you just say? You said I'm scumbag. Believe it or not, you're spitting on your face. I don't believe it. Bah. A pool of saliva passed by Sarutobi's ear. Sarutobi tilted his head and looked at Yison with lingering fears. When he found that Yison was accumulating saliva again, he immediately got up, quickly waved his hand and shouted, "Stop. Letter, I admit defeat. Humph. Next time you look down on me, give me the money back." Yison Suinder took a step 3.7 to the side and leaned comfortably on Tsunade. "I've accepted the mission of the Kingdom of Vortex, and I'll bring it with me tomorrow. Team departure, where's Tsunade? Can Tsunade accompany me? Tsunade has another mission. It's the yellow gambling and drug team again." "What?" "It's nothing, you'll understand later. Oh, by the way Tsunade, the first family law in our family is that gambling is not allowed." "It's you who said it, why are you staring at it?" "I'm afraid you will become addicted to gambling, understand?" "Humph. Why do you have to abide by your family law?" "You are my wife, of course you must obey my family law." "Shut up, the little pervert still wants to eat swan meat." "It's obviously an ugly duckling returning a swan." "What did you just say?" "Nothing to say." Chapter 74 Who to learn gymnastics. In the border forest of the Land of Fire, several black figures with cat face masks flashed between the branches. It's already July, the warm climate is getting hotter, and the Yuhi sun is hanging high in the sky, exuding an irritating atmosphere. The wind blowing from time to time is not only uncomfortable, but even more irritating. For the latter Anbu, these are nothing, it is another person who makes them feel annoyed. "Hey, my money, my Tsunade, my honeymoon, dead monkey oh dead monkey, hate you so much." Along the way, Yison kept reciting, like a monk reciting scriptures, making everyone feel irritable. However, irritability is irritability, who dares to persuade? Although the strength of the four of them is stronger than Yison, Yison is the captain of this operation, and after the Battle of the Kingdom of Water, who would dare to underestimate Yison? At least in Anbu, the members who participated in the collapse plan regarded Yison as the first person under the flag 05 Wood Sakumo. Besides, the 1 million reward that can be received for the S-level task, because Yison's efforts turned into 2 million, take it. Short-handed, what else can you do? Anbu behind him were speechless and helpless, and it was unknown how long it took. One of the Anbu's eyes lit up and seemed to think of a good way, and quickly came to Yison's side. "Zon, Your Excellency, the country of fire is not far from the country of vortex. I think the advance formation needs to be changed, and everything should be done carefully." Quote. Oh. Yison was stunned for a moment, and the broken thoughts finally stopped. He didn't realize that the three Anbu behind him breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and gave a thumbs up to Anbu next to him. Anbu's purpose is to be careful, you can tell me how to change the formation. Also, Zonki, I said before, everyone is an old teammate, don't shout so unfamiliarly, Master Zon, you will still call me little in the future. Zon, can you? Then, Xiaoshuan. Hyuga Zongji paused and seemed a little embarrassed to speak, but since Yison said so, he didn't bother to call Master Zon any longer. Xiao Zon, it's like this, the ninja world is not peaceful now. Although the country of the Vortex is a solid ally of Konoha, it does not mean that they will not betray. Your strength is the weakest. I suggest changing from the previous 1-4 formation to 4-0 formation, what do you think? 4-0. I don't want to hide in the middle. Yison shouted, obviously unwilling, and Hyuga Zongji's personality is not a very strong type. Since the other party does not agree, then forget it. However, at this moment, another Anbu also walked to Yison's side. He snorted softly, raised his chin arrogantly, and looked at Yison with disdain. Xiaozan, you are not even a Jonin, so be good, stay in the middle. There are 4 of us elite Jonin to protect you, at least you won't be scared to pee your pants when you encounter an enemy. Uchiha Nomi, your skin is itchy again. Do you need me to fix you? That's right, the second person is Yison's old teammate who stopped the fight. Although this Uchiha alien has Uchiha's arrogance, he is very kind to people, and he is an awkward tsundere guy. The last time he fell into the land of water, Uchiha Nomi's strength broke through in the crisis, and he was successfully promoted to the elite Jonin. Although the battle strength was not as good as that of the veteran elite Hyuga Zongji, the gap between the two was not too far. And the last two Anbu, one from the Nara family and one from the Yamanaka family, are both elite Jonin, powerful and important figures in their own families. These four were originally the captains of other teams, but because of Yison's particularity, Sarutobi dismantled the team and supplied supplies to Yison. Once they encountered an enemy, Hyuga and Uchiha would output, Nara and Yamanaka would control, and they would fight at the same level. It's half one. Alright, stop arguing, both of you. Seeing that Yison and Uchiha Nomi were about to fight, Hyuga Soji frowned, and an old-fashioned and steady air suddenly emerged. I ordered in the name of the captain, you guys the two are not allowed to quarrel. Bah, captain. Now I'm the captain. You are my former ex-captain. Let's not talk about this time, the last time the country of water collapsed. I am also the captain of your 300 people, Zongji. Don't talk. I have to teach him a lesson, and I want him to know why Huar is like Yuhi. Later, in the forest on the border of the fire country, Yison really rolled up his sleeves and had a big fight with Uchiha Nomi. Of course, the two didn't use ninjutsu, just pure hand-to-hand combat. It wasn't until half an hour later that the team ended with 4-0 formation starts to advance. To surround you in the middle is to be careful that you will be ambushed. If an elite Jonin or even a quasi-cage level powerhouse attacks you, we will not be able to react. With a bruised nose and a swollen face, no one got any benefit. Uchiha Nomi fought gently. Covering his eyes, his left eye was turned into a panda eye by Yison. I said, Shaoshuan, when did your physical skills become so strong? I'm a genius, you don't understand, but you are also very powerful. Yison also covered his eyes. He fought with Uchiha Nomi with Kurigakure, which was upgraded to the purple level, but he didn't expect to be tied. 353 The most important thing is that the Uchiha Nomi battle has not yet started. Sharingan. Hey, before you 300 people went to carry out the plan for the collapse of the country of water, I was unlucky to be assigned the task of guarding Konoha by the minister. We guarded Konoha in 2 waves. When I was resting, I was practicing physique. I think, are you curious who I am looking for to learn physical skills? Indeed, there are only a few people in the entire Konoha who are capable of instructing you in physical art. The minister has gone with us to the land of water. It is impossible for Lord Hokage to have time to instruct you. Come on, in the past few months, who have you learned physical art from? Technique. Hyuga Soji's words immediately attracted everyone's attention, including Nara and Yamanaka's Jonin, who also focused their attention. Hey, you don't believe it when you say it. Uchiha Nomi paused for a while, and after dazzling everyone's appetite, he finally said the answer. Actually, these few months. I have been learning physique with Might Dai. What? Might Dai? That legendary eternal genin. Everyone. Chapter 75_Trip over a girl. The Anbu team continued to advance towards the country of the vortex, and along the way, Yison, who was chattering, was completely silent. He frowned slightly, thinking about Might Dai in his heart. I didn't expect that Uchiha Nomi would ask Might Dai to learn physical skills. As expected of the Uchiha family, this is a typical shameless question, right? Uchiha Nomi will ask Might Dai to learn taijutsu. It means that Might Dai's taijutsu skills are really powerful, and Might Dai himself is only limited by his ninjutsu talent, and his chakra is too weak. Don't underestimate chakra. The reason why ninjas are powerful is because they contain chakra in every move. The ninja gathers chakra on his fist, which can break the stone wall. When attacked by the enemy, the chakra covers the hit point and reduces the damage. Even if it is hit by powerful ninjutsu such as Kaden, fire style, as long as the chakra is hit strong enough, there is also a chance to survive. As for Leapfrog's inability to ninjutsu in the original book, it is because he cannot gather chakra to form ninjutsu, but he still has chakra in his body, which is the chakra refining method taught by every student in the first grade of Jonin's school. Leapfrog relies on beating his body to stimulate the chakra in his cells, which makes him stronger and faster. They've been hanging around at the top, and I almost forgot the owner of the 8 inner gates. When this mission is over, I'll go back and find Might Dai. As long as I don't reveal my identity, his IQ shouldn't give me face, right? Of course Yison didn't want Might Dai to give himself face, and he could duel without giving face. As long as he defeated this eternal genin, Yison would be able to obtain the skill book of the 8 inner gates. Xiaozan, we are here. A voice interrupted Yison's contemplation. He blinked his eyes and found that he had walked out of the forest and came to an open high slope, and the basin surrounded by the high slope was the destination of this mission, Uchiha village. A breeze blew, and the fragrance of green grass and soil calmed the whole heart. Yison yawned lazily and praised softly. The air is clear, the green grass is faint, and at a glance, the entire Uchiha village has a panoramic view. Great place for a picnic. Quote. As he said this, Yi Gulu lay down on the lawn with his hands behind his head, swaying with Erlang's legs crossed, closed his eyes and enjoyed himself. Well, enjoy. The 4 of Hyuga Soji were full of black lines, and they began to doubt whether Sarutobi made Yison the right choice to be the captain. That lazy look was not the legendary Anbu. As for Yison, he didn't know that the 4 of them were silently complaining about him. He seemed to be thinking of something. He suddenly opened his eyes to look at Zongji Hyuga, said a word, and then closed his eyes again. After a while, a slight and even snoring sounded. Zongzi, I ordered you to report to the Great Name Office of the Kingdom of Vortex on behalf of the captain temporarily. As for me, I'll come to you when I wake up. The daimyo of the country of Vortex is also the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan leader is a quasi-cage level powerhouse, but because the Uzumaki clan mainly relies on sealing techniques to fight, his frontal combat strength is weaker than that of the same level. This is why Sarutobi sent 4 elite jonin to accompany Yison. With 2 attack and 2 control elite jonin to cooperate, even if the opponent attacks, it cannot cause damage to Yison. All Anbu allies, welcome to the village of Uchiha. The old man has been waiting for you for a long time. The village chief's house, Uzumaki Liushin, the head of the Uzumaki clan, took the initiative to shake hands with Hyuga Soji, then made a gesture of, please, and invited everyone into the house. Lord Liushin, you must already know the purpose of our visit at this time, right? Hyuga Zongji said respectfully, as Konoha's ally, Uzumaki Liushin's status is equal to Sarutobi, and the other party is a quasi-cage level powerhouse, as it should be respectfully. Hyuga Soji won't mess around just because he is Anbu. Well, Lord Hokage and I have written a letter before. I have already prepared this matter, but there are some difficulties in the country of Vortex. I wonder if you can solve it for me by the way. Hyuga Soji and the others talked to Uzumaki Ryayama, and on the other side, 2 girls appeared on the high hillside. The grass on the hillside was long and green, exuding a faint fragrance. The 2 girls slowly walked towards the top with a bamboo basket on their shoulders, with bright smiles on their faces. Sister, Tenten is really angry today. Fortunately, we made preparations in advance, otherwise we wouldn't be able to enjoy the sunset while having a picnic. Yeah, little girl, you are still smart, but last night, my father told us not to go out today. He said that there are guests from Konoha to entertain. Is it really okay for us to sneak out like this? I don't know. Don't think about it so much, I have already come out. It's useless to go back now. I don't want to give up today's picnic for the sake of some guests. The younger girl waved her fist and looked in high spirits, but in the next second, she seemed to have stepped on something, her center of gravity shifted, and she fell ruthlessly. Oops. Ah, who stepped on Lao Su? The two voices sounded at the same time, and the elder sister on the side was stunned for a moment. After looking closely, she realized that there was a boy lying on the lawn. Before, due to the lush green grass, no trace of the boy was found at all. Then, the elder sister on the side found that the boy and her younger sister stood up at the same time. She was shocked. When she thought of her younger sister's character, she knew that something bad was going to happen. Bastard, you tripped me up. What? I tripped you. Hey, you see, I've been sleeping here, and, look at my hand for yourself, what's on it? It's a footprint. How dare you step on my hand? What's wrong with stepping on you? I'm hiding in the grass like a groundhog, stepping on you is right. You're not a good person looking like this. I'm not a good guy. Kid, do you know who I am? HMPH, you're about the same age as me, and you're still pretending to be an adult. You brat, do you know who I am? Who are you? I'm afraid to scare you to death. The girl raised her head arrogantly and said word by word, this princess is the princess of the country of Vortex, the daughter of the Uzumaki patriarch, Uzumaki Kushina. Huh. Chapter 76 I am the captain. The hard-worked food is knocked down. A high slope with faint green grass, Uzumaki Kushina squatted in the lawn to clean up the basket. When he just fell, the bamboo basket he was carrying overturned, and all the food was spread on the lawn. It's not that you blame yourself for being careless. Yison pouted and squatted down to help the other party pack up. HMPH, the groundhog hiding in the lawn. Uzumaki Kushina muttered in a low voice, but seeing Yison helping her clean up, she didn't continue arguing with Yison, but looked up to the side and shouted in dissatisfaction, Sister, come and help me pack my things. Hee, Sina, you and this Konoha guest pack up, I'll prepare a picnic. This is Kushina's older sister. Her name is Uzumaki Mawako. She is about 2 years older than Kushina. She has a gentle personality, but unfortunately she doesn't look that good, with a big skeleton and an ordinary face, which does not meet Yison's aesthetic vision at all. Still Kushina cute. Thinking like this, Yison's movement of packing things slowed down. He kept looking at the girl in front of him, with long eyelashes, a lovely nose, and a tender face with baby fat 870, I really wanted to pinch it. Doing what you want is Yison's style. He directly raised his hand and moved towards Kushina. Under Kushina's doubtful gaze, he gently pinched the other's face. Kushina. Ah, asshole. As if even the air was about to be shattered, Uzumaki Kushina's scream scared Yison to quickly withdraw her hand, and then, like an angry little tiger, Jung Kiba grabbed Yison with her claws, but Kushina's strength was too weak. Yison dodged left and right, and finally turned around and started running. Bastard! Don't run! How dare you pinch my face! I'm going to kill you! After chasing and running, the two quickly disappeared on the high slope. Maybe they thought it was very interesting. Uzumaki Mawako smiled softly, spread the cloth in his basket on the ground, and served delicious delicacies. Well, wait for them to come back and eat together tilde. The sun sets and the moon rises. The white clouds gradually dimmed. The breeze was blowing, the grass was swaying, and everything seemed so comfortable on this early summer evening. On the high slope, Yison was lying lazily. Uzumaki Mawako put all the lunch boxes into the basket one by one. Kushina stared at Yison with an unhappy face. She couldn't figure out, this bastard who was about her own age why so strong. Uzumaki Kushina, a little tigress, was able to stop her hands. It was obvious that she suffered a loss just now. Seeing her sister cleaning up the dishes, she pursed her lips and rubbed her ass stalks quietly. After resting for so long, it still hurts a little. Stinky bastard. Kushina glared at Yison viciously, but got a provocative response from Yison. She snorted lightly, turned her head, and decided to stop looking at this hateful guy. Just when Kushina was thinking about how to take revenge on Yison, Uzumaki Mawako stood up with a basket. She gently held Kushina's hand, and then bowed to Yison. Guests of Konoha, my sister and I are going home, do you want to come with us? That's it. Actually, I wanted to sleep for a while, but since you two sisters have invited me warmly, I'll go with you. He raised his eyebrows at Kushina provocatively, and his expression made Kushina furious. He pulled up Mawako and walked down the slope. Sister, let's go. We don't care about him. If he wants to sleep, he will sleep here. I don't want to go back with him. Kushina forcibly pulled, and Mawako was afraid that her sister would fall again, so she had to follow along. She turned back and smiled apologetically at Yison, and after a while, the two sisters disappeared into the vast darkness. Hey, this Uzumaki Mawako has a gentle personality, but it's a pity that she looks too ordinary, otherwise I would have shot. Yison sighed with emotion as he looked at it from a distance. Fortunately, Uzumaki Kushina is still very cute, although her personality is a bit fierce. However, after experiencing my Tsunade, it seems that there is no tigress in this world, right? Thinking of this, Yison suddenly laughed. For Yison, the biggest difference between Kushina and Tsunade is the difference in strength. He bullied Tsunade and was often beaten back, but when he bullied Kushina, this girl really couldn't deal with herself other than being angry. It's almost time to go. Zongzi and the others should also be in a hurry. Yison guessed right. Hyuga Zongji and the others were indeed in a hurry. It's not that they are worried about Yison's safety, it's just the request of the Uzumaki patriarch that they have to wait for Yison to decide. Everyone, what do you mean? Neither agree nor refuse. What are you thinking about? Uzumaki Liushin asked in a condensed voice. Sorry, Liushin-sama, it's not that we're thinking about it, but this matter. We can't be the master. Hyuga Zongji was a little embarrassed. As Anbu, who is known for his ruthlessness and quickness in the ninja world, the team leader was actually in the process of carrying out the mission. Zhang ran to the hillside to sleep. He didn't know how to say such a thing. Hyuga Zongji is hard to say, but Uzumaki Liushin misunderstood. Since Hyuga Zongji was appointed by Yison as the acting captain, he walked in the front when he entered the door, and Uzumaki Liushin also recognized Hyuga Zongji as the captain. What is not the master? Doesn't the Anbu squad leader have all the decision-making power in the process of carrying out the mission? He was so angry that he almost said it, but at this moment, the door was suddenly opened, and two girls walked in cautiously. Where have you two gone? Uzumaki Liushin's face was cold and stern, and his anger grew stronger and stronger. He didn't want to offend Anbu, but his daughter was his own, so he couldn't control it if he wanted to beat or scold outsiders. He was very angry, and subconsciously, he poured his anger on his two daughters. I told you yesterday that a distinguished guest came today, and the purpose of the distinguished guest is related to you. I told you not to go out, not to go out. In the end, you still run away. Why did I give birth to your two ignorant daughters? He cursed loudly. His terrifying eyes made Kushina and Mawako tremble all over. As if he had found a vent, he took a sharp step and raised his hand to hit Kushina. You dare! The childish shout carried an inexplicable momentum, which shook the palms of the air to stagnation. Uzumaki Liushin stared at the door with a cold face, and what caught his eye was a child wearing a cat face mask. Who are you? I'm the captain. Chapter 77 _ Who is the kidnapper? Everything is a misunderstanding, hehehehe. In the warm living room, Uzumaki Liushin smiled, as if everything just now was an illusion. This made everyone in Anbu feel incredible. In their impression, except for Lord Hokage, even Lord Danzo did not have such a deep city. Nonsense, although Danzo is hidden in the roots of Konoha, he is still a healthy cage-level powerhouse, far less gloomy than the old age of the original book, and because Danzo's character is very extreme, once angered, he will change his face. Immediately die with you. I have to say that Sarutobi's methods are stronger than Danzo's in this regard. Although Sarutobi is strong, his personality is relatively peaceful. Generally, people with a peaceful personality can always endure a little bit. Yison's character is also not good. He usually laughs and laughs, but if he really angers him, he will definitely come back with revenge. Misunderstanding. I don't think it's a misunderstanding, right? If I don't come again, maybe Lord Lushan will do something to my subordinates. Yison said strangely, without looking at the other party, just lowered his head and tossed the fruit in his hand from time to time. Where, how could I do something to my allies? We in the country of Vortex are small and have been taken care of by Konoha since the first generation. How could I do such a thing? Kushina, Mawako, you say, Dad is right. Quote. Perhaps he felt that Yison had a special meaning in preventing him from hitting his daughter. Uzumaki Ryushin directly pulled the two daughters out to prove it. Kushina turned her head and snorted, but Mawako nodded gently. I'm sorry, Kushina is just like this, and has always been a bad character. I will educate it well, that. I think she's pretty cute. The light voice made Uzumaki Ryushin and Kushina stunned, as if they understood something. Uzumaki Ryushin smiled and patted Kushina's head gently. You are right, I always think Kushina is a very good daughter, innocent and cute, with a personality well. Sorry, my personality is not good at all. Also, stinky hooligan, even if you say that, I won't be grateful to you. Uzumaki Kushina glared at Yison, and the matter of being spanked by the other party came to mind again. She pursed her lips tightly, determined to fight with Yison to the end. Well, when Kushina uttered the three words, stinky hooligan, not only Uzumaki Ryushin, but also Hyuga Soji's eyes were wrong. Several Anbu exchanged their eyes quickly, and finally decided to sit firmly on Mount High. At every turn. Because of Kushina's words, the atmosphere in the room eased a lot again, and Yison didn't bother to explain anymore. It's not a bad thing for the atmosphere to ease. Seeing that Yison didn't continue to be yin and yang, Uzumaki Ryushin straightened his face again, and then, regardless of his identity, bowed to Yison, and said solemnly, I hope the captain will help me in this matter. I will be grateful in the future. The bright sun shone, and between the branches of the forest, several dark shadows passed quickly. Zanji, tell me what you think about Uzumaki Ryushin. Yison rolled his eyes and stepped on the tree to speed up his pace again. Last night, he agreed to Uzumaki Ryushin's request and accepted this additional task. Very shrewd and scheming. After Hyuga Soji finished speaking, he kept his mouth shut. As an Anbu member, he only provided accurate knowledge and did not provide any biased information. Shujing, what do you think? When Yison said Shojing, he was referring to Nara Shojing. As Konoha's think tank, every member of the Nara family has a good IQ. I have ambition, but I don't have the energy to match it. If the safety of Lord Zan is the first indicator, I suggest giving up this mission. Nara Heidi's words made the other three nodded in unison, feeling that there was no need to take this risk. Uzumaki Ryushin's request is to save people, save his only son. Jonin and Fortunen who went out with his son did not come back. Only one Genin's valet ran back with tears in his face, and was brought back by the thieves. Genin brought back a letter. If he wanted to save his son's life, he would let Uzumaki Ryushin go to a cave 20 kilometers away to meet alone, but who is Uzumaki Ryushin? Although he loves his son, he also cherishes his own life. In desperation, Yison and others arrived, which gave him a glimmer of hope. Heidi, don't worry, I won't make fun of my life. Since Uzumaki Ryushin told us where we will meet, let's go and see. This time it's just a way to explore. With Byakugan of Soji, we can go from far away. Observe them. Since the other party can slaughter two Jonin, it is definitely not something that ordinary ninjas can do, or they don't know whether it is the land or the land of thunder, and they actually stretched out their hands here. Yison's words reassured everyone, and it was not until then that they remembered that Yison was the planner of the collapse plan of the land of water. He had a monster-like wisdom, and he didn't need to worry about himself and others at all. Zan still can't think of it. But there is one thing, Shu Jing, you need to correct it. Lord Zan, please advise. Well, that's it, I said it, I will call me Xiaoshuan in the future. Lord Zan listens to life, but I will call you from Shojing. As ordered, Zonda. Shaozan. The 10-kilometer road is not too far. After a period of time, everyone stood on a small hill. According to the map, the cave 2,000 meters ahead is the meeting place requested by the kidnappers. Our position is condescending and most suitable for Byakugan to perform. Zanji, look at you. Okay. Hyuga Zanji nodded, put his hands together, closed his eyes, a burst of chakra burst out, he let out a low voice, and blue veins appeared in his eyes. Byakugan. After a few seconds, Hyuga Soji withdrew the Byakugan and nodded affirmatively. There are 5 people inside, and looking at their chakra strength, all 5 are elite Jonin. Can you recognize it? Sorry, Byakugan's world is black and white, so it's difficult to judge the identity of the other party, but their chakra flow is more violent. If you just speculate on the land or the land of thunder, I have 90% confidence that it is the land of thunder. Quote. Chapter 78_sealed. That's the way it is, the 5 elite Jonin, who should be the people of the land of thunder. Where's my son? Did you see my son? I didn't see it, there were only 5 adults in the cave, and there was no sign of your son. Could it be? Uzumaki Ryushin opened his mouth in despair, but couldn't say anything. Don't worry, since the other party kidnapped your son and asked you to meet, your son should be safer before you meet. Yison's words gave Uzumaki a glimmer of hope in Ryushin's heart. He was very concerned about his only son. After all, in this era, men play an important role in all aspects, and the idea of patriarchal is more serious. Lord Ryushin, don't have to be impatient, the other party will kidnap your son unscrupulously because he expects your attitude. They have 5 elite Jonins, and we also have 4 elite Jonins here, plus you Ryushin, it is not impossible to wipe out the enemy completely. Besides, you don't need to worry about your son's whereabouts. We happen to have Yamanaka's masters in our team. Even if there is only 1 head left, we can get all the information about the O5 party. Yison's calm and confident voice finally made Uzumaki Ryushin feel completely relieved. He glanced at the 4 Anbu beside Yison, and he was a little curious as to who was the master of the Yamanaka clan. Kushina, who was sitting next to him as a vase, shone with bizarre light, with adoration and anticipation, but when Yison glanced over, her eyes changed and she snorted coldly. Over the top. Yo, still a little Tsunere tilde. Yison looked at Kushina teasingly, but didn't say it. Bullying lowly needed a break, and the situation was urgent. No matter how much Yison liked to play, he knew the priorities. Thinking of the mission, Yison's eyes suddenly became serious. He looked at Uzumaki Ryushin again, and said with concentration, I heard that seal art is not good at frontal combat. I have always been serious and cautious in my work. In order to ensure the success rate of this rescue mission, I hope Lord Lushan can tell us your strength and ability in detail, and can also let me make a corresponding rescue plan. Ah, rescue plan. Uzumaki Lushan was stunned for a moment, then glanced at Yison, as if hesitating for something, and paused for a few seconds. However, for the sake of his son, he finally bit Kiba, and a little embarrassed to say the hesitation in his heart, then. If possible, can you let your teammates make plans? Yison. The bright sun shone, and between the branches of the forest, several dark shadows passed quickly. This is the road I walked yesterday, but it is different from yesterday. Today, there is more Uzumaki Ryushin in the shadow. Sorry, Captain, I didn't mean to. Uzumaki Ryushin apologized to Yison all the way, but Yison just had a cold face and didn't say a word. Lord Ryushin, don't apologize. Our captain usually laughs and giggles, but this time you offended him. I suggest you don't talk and wait for the captain to calm down. Nara Shojin comforted him, but it made Uzumaki Ryushin even more bitter. No matter what, he never thought that the captain of the Anbu team who came to the country of Vortex this time was actually the planner of the legendary collapse of the country of water. There were 2 reasons he didn't expect it. First, although Yison wears a cat face mask, it can be judged from his figure and voice that he is no more than 10 years old, and it is impossible to have such an IQ. Second, the planner of the dignified water country collapse plan, a treasure-level figure, would actually lead a team to this small place. It's no wonder he didn't think of it. After all, with Danzo and Sarutobi fully protecting him, Yison's identity was absolutely kept secret, and few Konoha knew the identity of the mastermind, let alone the outside world. It's here, keep quiet. The cold voice indicated that the speaker was unhappy. Yison and Hyuga Zongji stopped first, and the three behind them also stopped. Byakugan. Hyuga Zongji directly used the Byakugan to probe the target. After a few seconds, he turned off the Byakugan and nodded with certainty. There are still 5 people, but the chakra on them is more violent. This situation should be caused by emotions. Emotions. It's early summer, and the cave should be rather stuffy. After 3 days of kidnapping, the target can't be seen, so I can't wait. HMPH, this attitude is indeed a ninja from the land of thunder. Yison smiled, perhaps thinking that Les Jaguars were all brainless muscular men. His face was not as cold as before, but as if thinking of something, Yison frowned slightly, and said with some doubts, "No, there are no hostages." In the cave, why did they stay in the cave and never come out? Yi Xuanyi said. Everyone's heart suddenly became alert. Yison looked at Hyuga Zongji, and then Hyuga Zongji opened Byakugan again. What did you find? No, nothing but chakra for 5. Impossible, if something goes wrong, there must be a demon, you can take a closer look. You don't need to focus on chakra, you can observe the environment. Although your Byakugan can only see black and white, if the terrain are 640 there's something weird about the cave, you should be able to see it. No, nothing weird. Wait, found it. What did you find? A seal may also be an enchantment, but there is no chakra fluctuation, and the enchantment point is hidden in the grass behind one of the stones. Seal or enchantment? There are experts here. After hearing Hyuga Soji's description, everyone turned their attention to Uzumaki Ryushin. Uzumaki Ryushin frowned and thought for a moment. As if thinking of something, his face suddenly became ugly. It may be the highest level trigger seal enchantment. What's the use? It's a very complicated seal. There should be many seals buried under the cave. As long as the chakra is transported to the seal point, the seals will surface on the surface, and then form a formation with a few other people, and the entire enchantment will start. Don't explain this, I don't understand, what's the use? I don't know. I don't know. Yison was stunned, then nodded solemnly. Understood, that is to say, we must not enter this cave. Chapter 79 Caught a big fish. A figure slowly appeared from the horizon, and as the figure moved forward, the appearance became clearer. Boss, someone is coming. In the cave, a tall and strong man of about 25 years old lit up, and the excitement on his face could not be concealed. After 3 days of waiting, someone finally came over. Did you see clearly? Is it him? The man called the eldest was not so much a man as a teenager. He happened to be in a period of voice change and his tone was a bit weird, and he was the weakest among the 5. It's him, I remember his appearance, I can't be wrong. Boss, you said that this mission is completed, what reward will Lord Raikage give us? Reward. It should be some A-rank ninjutsu, maybe there is also S-rank ninjutsu. The teenager seemed a little indifferent, but the eyes of the other 4 lit up, and one of the men in his 30s stood up abruptly and said excitedly, S-rank ninjutsu. If Lord Raikage really wants to reward S-rank ninja I want to learn Hell Assault. Bah, are you the only one who wants to learn Hell Assault? You might not even be able to learn 4 fingers. Let alone 1 finger, with that talent. In the entire Kumogakure village, only the boss has this talent. Damn Samui, you have the guts to say it again. Just say it, your talent. Enough. Stop arguing. With a low roar, the 2 who were arguing stopped immediately. They all glanced at the teenager in awe. They were obviously the weakest, but they exuded unparalleled strength. As if he had already gotten used to it. After the teenager stopped the quarrel between the 2, he looked outside the cave seriously and found that Uzumaki Ryushin was getting closer and closer, and his body couldn't help but take a step back, half a step away from the barrier. Although Uzumaki Ryushin is not good at frontal combat, he has always possessed quasi-shadow strength and should not be underestimated. When he comes in, I will immediately trigger the barrier and solve him as soon as possible in a narrow environment. After the teenager finished speaking, the other four also became serious. They hid in the dark cave, but found that, at some point, Uzumaki Ryushin had stopped, standing 100 meters away from the entrance of the cave, completely stopped. Why did he stop? Have you seen through the barrier we set up? Impossible, this is the highest level triggered barrier. There is no chakra fluctuation before it is triggered, how could he find out? Why is that? Does Kiba hurt? You're the one who hurts Kiba. Everyone in the cave discussed in a low voice. Outside the cave, Uzumaki Ryushin was also a little tangled. He stood there silently and struggled for a long time. Perhaps the emotion of rescuing his son prevailed. He swallowed slightly and said slowly, You guys. A bunch of trash, a bunch of rats that only hide in the dark. Your grandfather, I just looked down on you bunch of trash, the trash of the land of thunder. Uzumaki Ryushin's words were slow and slow, causing Yison, who was hiding on the side of the cave, to helplessly cover his forehead. This fuck is swearing. It's exciting. Do you still care about your identity? Do you still feel that these words are incompetent? I just want to spit on your face. Yison cursed in his heart, knowing that this challenge was a failure, but in the next second, things took a turning point. Only a few smashing sounds were heard, and a few strong men in the cave rushed out frantically. Trash. Old dog, how dare you call the people of our country of thunder trash? I won't kill you today, I will follow your surname. Surround him. Well, idiots on both sides. Yison shook his head, seeing Uzumaki Ryushin running towards the woods on his side, he waved his hand and rushed out first. Shish. The 5 figures instantly surrounded the opponent, and Uzumaki Ryushin also turned around at this moment, and the young man in the lead immediately stopped with a condensed expression on his face. Konoha Anbu. Why is there Konoha Anbu? Uzumaki Ryayama, you don't want your son's life anymore. Huh, damn it. If I kill you, I can save my son's life. Uzumaki Ryushin's face was cold and stern. When he finally saw the ninja who kidnapped his son, his terrifying murderous aura erupted completely. At this moment, Yison didn't do anything. He frowned and looked at the teenager in front of him suspiciously. He always felt that the other party was a little familiar. Familiar. I definitely haven't seen him in my life, that is to say, did I watch anime in my last life? I'm 7 to 9 years older than me. Deduced from the timeline. Yison kept thinking, and gradually, a familiar person emerged in his mind. Night Moon Eye. Yison exclaimed, his voice caught everyone's attention, and when the teenager heard Yison's voice, his face changed suddenly, and his eyes became more vigilant. Anbu boy, who are you? Why do you know my name? Yuyai was dignified, but Yison laughed happily. He jumped proudly a few times, twisted his butt, pointed to Yuyai and said, Not only do I know your name, I also know that you are the 3rd generation Hokage. My son, tisk tisk, the teens are the elite Jonin, worthy of the 4 generations of Hokage in the future. Brothers, we have caught a big fish this time. Yison laughed. Hyuga Zongji, Uzumaki Ryushin and others also changed their faces. Hyuga Zongji and the Anbu's eyes burst with strong murderous intent, while Uzumaki Ryushin's face was blue and purple, with murderous aura for a while, and hesitation for a while, erratic. Uzumaki Ryushin, what are you still hesitating about? What if the other party is Hokage's son? Don't forget, their final plan this time is to set up a barrier in the cave to ambush you. Yison shouted, and immediately dispelled Uzumaki Ryushin's hesitation. Indeed, since the other party has already achieved this level, he is already determined to kill himself. If he also considers the strength of the Kingdom of Thunder and gives up the opportunity, then he will die today. Man is himself. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Ryushin's eyes suddenly burst with terrifying murderous aura. His hands quickly hand seal, and the quasi-cage level chakra was released with a bang. Tied my son and tried to kill me. Today, all of you in Kumogakur village don't even want to leave. Secret technique. Lightning ceiling formation. Boom. Supporting the ground with both palms, the chakra spread rapidly, and in the next second, a giant seal formation covering a kilometer of land appeared at the feet of everyone. Chapter 80_Dominant Bully Yayui. Damn it, this is the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. At the moment when the giant seal formation appeared, Yison felt that something was binding him. Not only Yison, but the chakras of everyone present cannot be converted into thunder attributes. This is a large-scale seal formation that covers indiscriminately. It does not have much impact on Yison and others, but for the people in Kumogakur village. Oops, boss, run. The 25-year-old strong man behind Yayui reacted first and ran away, but Yamanaka Jonin next to Yison reacted faster. Almost at the moment when the other side ran, Yamanaka's the hand was on him. Ninjutsu. The art of mind and body. Hit. The next second, the brawny man suddenly turned around and hit Yayui in the back of the head with all his strength. Boom. A muffled sound, Yayui was smashed and flew out. Several other people in Kumogakur village looked at the strong man in disbelief, their eyes full of shock. Samui. Are you crazy? No, it's not me. My body is out of control. Samui yelled, and the moment he finished speaking, he only felt his body loosen, and he was finally able to control it. Boom. Another muffled sound, Samui was kicked flying by another Jonin. He clutched his stomach in pain and almost cried because of his grievance. 723. On this side, Yison gave a thumbs up in admiration. He didn't even think that Yamanaka Jonin alone would disrupt all the opponents. As expected of the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan, it's amazing. After Yison finished speaking, he turned his head to look at the Kumogakur ninja, raised his head, and said arrogantly, "Ninjas of Kumogakur village, give me face, and I'll be captured." Arrogant little devil, courting death. The men in Kumogakur village roared. Their heads were hot, and they didn't run away, and they were about to kill Yison. But how is this possible? Hyuga Soji looked at each other, shot at the same time, and stopped them in an instant. At the same time, the Kumogakur ninja who was kicked by his own people also came to support him. He was aggrieved with tears in his eyes, but strong I can't help but fight with Hyuga Soji and the others. Why 4v4? Seeing that something was wrong, Yison was stunned for a moment, blinked his eyes, and turned to look at Uzumaki Liushin. Lord Liushin, what are you doing? I'm maintaining the lightning ceiling formation, what's wrong? Uzumaki Liushin also blinked his eyes, but didn't understand for a while. What do you mean? This lightning ceiling formation needs to be maintained. Do you want me to deal with the son of the third generation Hokage? Yeah, what's the problem? Yison was speechless, but he also knew that the thunder ceiling formation could not be cancelled. After all, most of the ninjas in Kumogakur village are Raiden Thunder style ninja masters. If Raiden Thunder style is blocked, this group of masters will lose their greatest reliance, and their combat effectiveness will decline directly. As for Yayui, it is originally among several people the weakest elite. Jonin couldn't use Raiden Thunder style. Yison felt that at least he wouldn't be defeated, right? It's no wonder Yison lacked confidence. The only elite Jonin he had ever fought against was Gaidong Yaoyu. He was beaten so badly by the opponent that time, so he didn't have an intuitive and accurate feeling about the strength of the elite Jonin. Anyway, Kumogakur can't use Raiden Thunder style for the time being. With Hyuga Soji and the others' strength, they will be able to kill each other very soon. As long as I can hold Yayui, it seems to be no problem. Thinking of this, Yison didn't waste any more time. He immediately took out the chakra knife in his arms, the green wind flashed, and a pair of wings appeared on his back. He shouted, and rushed over. Yayui, I'm here. Wow. Yison turned into a gust of wind and approached in an instant. The chakra knife was raised high, and he stabbed the opponent's heart with a fierce knife. Call out. The sharp blade shattered the air. Yi tried her best to smash her mind and dodge Yison's attack. His face was extremely ugly. He was punched in the back of the head by a teammate before, and he almost fainted. When he came over, he was greeted by Yison's blade. Raiden Thunder Style Unusable, Physique. Call out. Qingming easily cut the skin and spilled a small amount of blood. Armson retreated, but without the blessing of Raiden Thunder Style, his speed simply couldn't compare to Yison, who was using wind wings. Hide, hide, I hide. Soon, Yi was suppressed by Yison. You must know that Yi was taught by 3 generations of Raikage. It is a pure Raiden Thunder Style Taijutsu ninja. At the age of 16, he can use the Raiden Thunder Style Chakra mode. Thunder Style even surpasses Yison's Futon Wind Style. Of course, Yison is still young, and he is a Chunin. His attributes are naturally inferior to the elite Jonin's Yayoi. After all, Raiden Thunder Style has an extremely proficient system in the Kingdom of Thunder, while Yison's Futon Wind Style, because I don't want to follow the routine of Danzo's ninjutsu type ninja, I can only develop by myself when integrating into taijutsu. Call out. A small amount of blood splattered again. Yi bit Kiba tightly, and Yison's chakra knife cut her abdomen. What a proficient Futon Wind Style, what a brilliant body technique. Kid, who are you? Asked while dodging. He didn't expect that he would be suppressed by a Chunin kid, and the other party's Futon Wind Style accomplishment made him extremely frightened. Not only that, but the physical skills shown by Yison are only done by Jonin and even the elite Jonin level Kurigaku ninjas. He has fought with Kurigaku before and is somewhat familiar with this tricky and eccentric attack mode. The fighting styles of the 5 kingdoms have obvious characteristics. Kumogaku is Raiden Thunder Style Ninjutsu. Kurigaku is tricky assassination. Konoha is the Konoha style created by the 2nd generation Hokage. Iwagaku is relying on Doden Earth style, let the skin harden. The country of the wind has no physical skills, and it features puppet manipulation. Who am I? I'll give you 3 chances to guess. Yison grinned, spun the short knife in his hand, changed it to an underhand grip, and stabbed it hard. Swish. Another burst of blood floated by. Yayoi snorted, her eyes widened, and the chakra without attributes burst out. Don't be too arrogant, kid. With a loud roar, it was like a tiger coming out of its cage. The strong arm blew the wind, and a punch smashed at Yison. Boom. There was a loud noise, and the air vibrated with little ripples. Yison was blown away by the impact, and Yi's fist was pierced by the serrated Futon Wind Style on the chakra knife.